A holy light seemed to descend from the 9 heavens, and it actually overlapped layers of cloud ladders. The cloud ladder is hazy, ethereal and illusory, and slowly walked down a group of teenagers and girls with extremely noble weather. A full 12 people. The 2 leading people, 1 man and 1 woman, are elegant and beautiful, and they are the people of the world. Young Master Jia swept his gaze, and his whole body was full of sword energy. His aura was like a giant sword that opened the sky and came from the sky. He smiled indifferently. Sure enough, there are still a lot of crooked melons and cracked dates. Before young Master Jia finished speaking, his eyes flashed a bit of heat when he suddenly stared at the beauty in Xing Yi. Giggle, senior brother, don't say that to others. After all, everyone present is also a genius list. The alluring man covered his mouth and chuckled, and when he saw that senior brother staring at the beautiful lady in Xing Yi, a trace of jealousy appeared in his wonderful eyes. 5-rank family, 100 saint sect. Some geniuses have serious eyes. The genius of this sect is extremely powerful. It is said that when this sect was at its peak, 100 saints and contemporaries emerged, and they were brilliant. The inheritance and foundation of this sect, almost all the geniuses selected, are as strong as monsters. You are Ning Qingxian of Wang Qingdian, right? You are indeed a genius in the sky. With such an indifferent state of mind, even the old man is ashamed of himself. It is worthy of being a sect with a single lineage. After the white-browed old man wrote Ning Qingshuan's name for registration, he was amazed. Senior's words are serious, and the younger generation has not fully joined the WTO. He talks about peace and calms the world. There are all kinds of things in life. The best way to cultivate is to experience it. Ning Qingxian nodded gracefully, but this simple sentence caused the saint to scrutinize it over and over again. After Ning Qingxian left, the second old man was amazed. Experience is the best cultivation. I really envy Wang Qingdian. Such strange women can be found by them. On the surface of this sect, there are only 3-rank forces, but in fact, no one knows what kind of background they hide. Their palace masters are indifferent to the world and do not seek fame and fortune. Their Wang Qingdian tailor-made extraordinary talents are ordinary. When young Master Pian Jia stepped down from the sky, he stared at Ning Qingshuan's back reluctantly, shook his head and exclaimed, Ning Qingxian, is this her name? Senior brother, have you seen someone? The beauties of the alluring country said sourly, and young Master Jia nodded earnestly, only she can be worthy of this young master. Boom. At this time, the tyrannical blood was burning like a splendid holy flame, and an iron-blooded dragon teen was born. The 10-headed dragon's body is as pitch black and deep as molten iron, and a giant dragon flies into the air. Nearly 100 geniuses stand proudly on the dragon's back. Each of them is full of qi and blood, like the scorching sun hanging high. Their breath is like the exhalation of fierce beasts, and the aura of their flesh is as strong as an abyss like the sea, leaning against the sky and covering the earth. Most of the battle chi cultivation base is only for robbery cultivation base. But the pure power is not less than 99 million dragon power. Some have scales all over their bodies, red-orange pupils, exuding a fierce dragon-like aura. More skin is as bright as stars, with domineering tattoos flowing. Some are covered with ferocious scales, horns on the top of their heads, bared teeth and grins, red light burning between their eyes and eyebrows, anger bursting, 3 or 4 meters high, fierce and vicious. It's the geniuses from the barbarian realm. The top geniuses of the entire barbarian domain have been integrated into a large part, and they will be unveiled together, and their momentum is so strong that they dominate one side. The winner of the Tianbang conference will receive one of the 4,000 places on Rainbow Island. The number of places on Rainbow Island is different from other secret realms. This secret realm is not under the control of any one force, not to mention the Holy Realm. Even the legendary Supreme Holy King can't break into it. Tianbang Conference, the situation gathers together. Every time this feast is held, many top geniuses in the 36 regions will be alerted. Except for the top 10,000 talents on the talent list, at least half of the top 40,000 talents will be present. Every year, the Heavenly Ranking Conference is the year with the most changes in the talent ranking, because the first condition for participating in the Heavenly Ranking is to bet on your own ranking. The sign-up list is still going on. Inside the secret room, Lin Chen was amazed. What a Heavenly Ranking Conference! I, Lin Chen, can't miss it. The opportunity of Rainbow Island is no trivial matter. I, Lin, can pick up a big opportunity just by going in and picking up attribute light balls, not to mention there are many secret treasures in it. The most important thing is that Lin Chen also learned a piece of information. In the Tianbang conference, no holy realm dares to be presumptuous. Lin Chen turned on the system. Tiandao Pickup System version 6.0. Host, Lin Chen, Cultivation, the Second Tribulation War Emperor Advanced. Essence, 886,600 points, I will break through the Third Tribulation War. Emperor, please prepare the host for the calamity. Ultimate Strength, 49 million Dragon Power Advanced Blood, 757,566 points. Advanced Spiritual Attribute Value, 495 points, Fullness of the Sky. Advanced Cultivation Technique Essence, 6,970 points. Advanced Rune Energy, 1,280 points. Intermediate Heaven Value, 7,551 points. Intermediate Talent Points, 2410 points. Blank Attributes, 1.23 million points. Reinforcement Points, 6.84 million points. Advanced Element Energy, Fire 215 points, Earth 181 points, Wood 140 points. Gold 195 points, Water 188 points, Thunder 181 points, Wind 174 points, Light 199 points, Dark 121 points. Exercise Status Bar, Open or Not, Blood Status Bar, Open or Not. Passive Talent Bar, Green Rank, Double Cultivation Acacia, Purple Rank. Assault, Purple Rank, Tear, Orange Rank, Extreme God Possession Fragment. 2/4, Nirvana Bar, Open or Not. Active Talents, Purple Rank, Omen of Stealing, Purple Rank, Deadly. Bloodthirsty, Purple Rank, Ultradimensional Teleportation, Purple Rank. Ultimate Moment, Purple Rank, Ultimate Return, Purple Rank, King of the World, Quasi-Orange Rank, Desperate Life and Death, Orange Rank. Instantaneous Light Separation, Orange Rank 1 time, God Killer, Orange. Rank 1 time, Rebel, 1/2, Fragment. Characteristic Rune Column, Open or Not, Talent Combination Skills, Open or Not. The attribute value this time has doubled compared to the last time. After beheading many war emperors and picking up attributes after many twists and turns, Lin Chen's attribute value finally accumulated enough conditions for the upgrade function. System, I want to upgrade the enhanced function. Consume 3 million enhancement points, 5,000 points of high-level exercise. Essence, 6,000 points of intermediate heaven value, and the upgrade Enhancement function is successful. The upper limit of all enhancement methods of the host is lifted, and the maximum can be enhanced to plus 15, and the enhancement consumption is reduced by 15%. Lin Chen's hard-earned reinforcement points suddenly lost 3 million points. But he didn't feel bad at all, because the next thing was the highlight. When the upper limit of strengthening is lifted, his background will definitely surge again. Note, the combat skill level breakthrough after the host's epiphany will be strengthened according to the level after the breakthrough, in order to consume the strengthening point. Come here, don't worry about anything, just follow your heart and be strong. Lin Chen excitedly clicked on the 9 tribulations of creation mental method, and clicked to strengthen it. Consumes 18,450 enhancement points to strengthen the plus 14 tribulations of creation mental method successfully, power increase, 80%. Boom. In Lin Chen's body, the origin of the infinite 9 robbery was startled, and it climbed to a new level. Lin Chen was stunned. This fucking happiness came so suddenly. The first strengthening after the upgrade was successful? Plus 14 9 tribulations of creation mental method, the overall power is increased, 320%. The strengthening of the mind will not only transform the source of the 9 tribulations, but also shorten the use time of the 9 tribulation stars and greatly increase its power. This is also because Lin Chen could only use the 9 calamity stars once in 3 days before, but it was shortened to once a day, and now he can use the second 9 calamity stars in about half a day. According to this trend, once it is strengthened to plus 15, Lin Chen is very likely to use the big killer move of 9 tribulation stars twice in one day. This was something that was never imagined before. Consumes 26580 enhancement points, the enhancement fails. Lin Chen ordered 10 more mental enhancements in one breath, but all failed. A direct loss of nearly 270,000 enhancement points. No, the consumption of reinforcement is too high. And the chance of plus 15 is too low. I can't fight my luck alone, I still have 3.57 million reinforcement points left, and I have to choose the most stable way to improve my strength. After the tragic result that almost lost everything before, Lin Chen didn't plan to succumb to strengthening of heart technique. Strengthening the mind is certainly the biggest step to improve, but the low probability is very likely to make him go to waste. System, I want to learn the half-orange rank archery skill Jiguang. Feather. Consume 34 points of high-level martial arts spirit and start to fuse cultivation memories. Lin Chen's clones shared the fusion of cultivation memories for him, and Lin Chen continued to click strengthen. Lin Chen spent 1.24 million enhancement points successively to strengthen Yu Tian to plus 13, an increase of 240%. Although he failed many times, Lin Chen was considered very lucky. Yu Tian contains a half-orange level marksmanship and a half-orange level defensive combat technique, which is equivalent to Lin Chen possessing 2 plus 13 half-orange level exercises at once. After consuming another 1.33 million enhancement points, Lin Chen strengthened the Taisher Bible to plus 14. Under the premise that the spiritual power control has skyrocketed, and Lin Chen's spiritual power recovery is fast enough, Lin Chen truly has the spiritual control of a holy level pharmacist. And if you use annihilation again, the power will definitely skyrocket. In the end, when all the enhancement points were exhausted, Lin Chen increased 9 tribulations of creation plus 14. Taisher Bible plus 14, Yu Tian plus 13. Dragon Flash plus 14. Lin Chen's strength has grown explosively. especially the life-saving ability. With plus 13 Ution and plus 14 Dragon Flash, Lin Chen's defense and speed have been greatly improved. There are also 1.23 million blank attributes, in case of unexpected needs, ready to be converted into reinforcement points at any time. The Yin family's people are weak, that's all, let's help them. After Lin Chen merged his cultivation memory, the clone began to sacrifice hundreds of pill furnaces from the Taoyuan planting capsule. With the strengthening of the Taisher Bible, Lin Chen's spiritual manipulation has become more and more extraordinary. The vision of the finished holy elixir will burst through the peach sack. This time, he wants to refine a special 8th order young pill, which is a method of brewing pills from the records of Yunqiang Pill Saint. There are only 2 kinds of 8th order pill recipes controlled by Lin Chen. One is the previous Porteous Sacred Heart Pill, which can restore a large amount of holy essence and effectively heal the injuries of the holy body. It is the one that Lin Chen gave to the little goblin to take pieces. The other is the Heavenly Gate Establishing Saint Pill, which is related to sanctification. One is to repay Njia's favor, and the other is to try out the background of today's medicine refining. The endless visions of medicinal materials gathered in the pill furnace. This time, Lin Chen's medicine refining was extremely smooth. It originally took more than half a month to refine the medicine, but with the seamless cooperation of the clones, it was completed in less than a day. During this period of time, the red gold tree that had been watered with all the holy water of Tianyi was entering a state of rapid growth, and it was at the peak of its impact. 2 days later, night. The Yin family held a banquet. Today was the birthday of the little girl in Shaojiao. Many people from the Yin family gathered at the top of the highest restaurant in Dragon Elephant City. Master Long is still gone. And Patriarch sighed. His origin is extremely extraordinary, and naturally it is not a level we can touch. And Yenner smiled sweetly, and her eyes couldn't hide her sadness. And Xiaojiao was even more lethargic, lying on the table and muttering, "What? If you go with me after my birthday, what are you talking about giving me a unique gift? It's almost time, there's nothing, Man. They're all big hooves." And Xiaojiao looked at the jade box in her palm. This is the jade box that Brother Long gave her before he left. It is said that he will give him the most unique gift. Also, there is no such person as Long Chenbua on the genius list. And Yenner stared into the distance, thoughtful. On the volcanic island of Purgatory, a silent shadow sneaked into the island. Seeing the space barrier as nothing, and smoothly entered the interior. The little shadow wrapped Lin Chen, and he grinned, "It's nice, the space barrier here doesn't hinder the little guy at all." On the volcanic island, hundreds of active volcanoes are running and flowing. Colorful flames and lava. There are towering volcanoes all around, magnificent and domineering, and the earth and mountains are red. Only in the crater, colorful flames were burning, and the faint aftertaste of the fire went straight to the 9 days, reflecting the splendid scene of the clouds steaming and the clouds, dyeing the sky into a colorful flow of light. At the top of the crater, there were 5 colored flaming beads, the size of a fist. Ultimate moment 7 changes. Lin Chen's whole body was covered with a faint azure brilliance, and the water robbery war aura covered his whole body, resisting the violent and fiery residual temperature. Just a still volcanic residual temperature is so terrifying. If it is in the middle of the crater, even the holy power of the Holy Land may not be able to completely resist it. Lin Chenan was shocked, and he quickly rushed to a volcanic crater. The crater is full of colorful flame beads, piled up like hills. Lin Chen picked up a multicolored flame bead, and miraculously found that the multicolored brilliance overflowing from the flame bead shrouded himself and the little shadow, turning the terrifying residual temperature emanating from the volcano group into a warm temperature, which was not harmed by it. This is the burning flame bead, one of the important energy condensates that condense different crystals. Take it away, take it all away. Lin Chen was overjoyed and took away all the flame beads in the crater. After taking away the flame beads, the red lava flowed under the volcano, and Lin Chen's eyes were even brighter. Because there are several colorful flame beads under these underground lava. The light is dozens of times brighter than ordinary burning flame beads. In addition, there are hundreds of attribute bubbles, each of which is engraved with tens of thousands of values, which is a special attribute value for making nirvana. It's the burning flame sacred bead. It depends on whether you can make a complete variant crystal. There are also a lot of special attribute values. Right, this time. Lin Chen was ecstatic, his movements flashed, and when he sneaked inside, the temperature began to skyrocket. Sigh. Lin Chen's clothes started to catch fire. Not good. Burning flame beads can't completely ignore this temperature. Lin Chen withdrew immediately and almost turned into a roast pig. It's no wonder that the Holy Land personally picks the burning flame holy orb. This temperature is too abnormal, so I can't even get the special attribute value? Not to mention the burning flame holy bead that cultivates different crystals. Lin Chen frowned. The temperature of the purgatory volcano is so terrifying. It deserves the word purgatory. If you break in hard, you may die. Did you steal all the flame beads and leave? Or take a risk? The purgatory volcano will be visited regularly by powerful people. If it is found that a burning flame bead has been stolen, it will not be long before a holy place will arrive. The energy of one burning flame bead can equal thousands of ordinary burning flame beads, is the most important resource. For cultivating different crystals, burning flame beads alone is not enough. I don't have enough time to try it. If you want to do it big. In Lin Chen's eyes, a crazy light flashed. A shocking plan took shape from his mind. If you can't go down to the crater and take the holy flame orb by yourself, why not let it spew out by itself? Hey, let the other party squirt out, I'm good at this, ha ha ha. Chen's house, in a towering pavilion. Why, we have been searching for so many days, and these boys have disappeared. Completely. If the innate shadows haven't recovered, can they still escape under our noses? People in the Dark Horse Club can know their location just by detecting a trace of breath. There's also a possibility, maybe he's already dead, or maybe this seat has launched all the war emperors that can be mobilized. As long as he dies, the body will definitely be found. I heard that a junior with a lot of money has recently appeared in Dragon Elephant City. Do you want to investigate? It's unlikely to be someone from the Dark Horse Club. Even if there is Long Qinghua, the innate shadows can't recover so quickly. Without the shadow family, they wouldn't be able to do such swaggering actions. While the All Saints of the Dark Pavilion and the Chen family Saint Realm were still discussing, a figure suddenly broke in and stammered. 2 ancestors, no, it's not good. There was an accident on the Purgatory Volcano Island. Xuanxing's complexion suddenly changed. The night is charming, and the giant city near Dragon Elephant City is brightly lit and crowded. Boom. Suddenly, the space vibrated, the sound of violent air deflagration echoed around the sky, and a 5-colored Xiaowei fire rose into the sky. What happened? It seems to be the direction of the purgatory volcano? Hiss. Could it be a volcanic eruption? Impossible, with the Chen family Shuangxing patriarch in charge, how could the volcano erupt? When the countless powerhouses were shocked and suspicious, the flames shot straight into the sky and threw them into the sky, thousands of meters high. And the people in the countless giant cities were clearly visible. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the 5-color fire burst violently. When it rushed to the highest peak, brush, bang, the flames exploded, and thousands of 5-color splendid brilliance scattered and bloomed like a goddess scattered flowers, forming one of the most beautiful scenery in the world. Countless people were dumbfounded. The flames of this purgatory volcano exploded, and it was breathtakingly beautiful. The Anjia people on the top floor of the Dragon Elephant City restaurant witnessed this scene very clearly for the first time. That's the fire of a purgatory volcano, my god. And Jiaozhu was stunned. And Yener and Xiaojiao suddenly trembled, thinking about it. Difficult, don't tell me? When Nufang's heart was throbbing, a hearty laughing voice spread thousands of miles and thousands of miles away at a speed dozens of times faster than the speed of sound through the voice transmission of war. This level of fireworks is worthy of my Dark Horse Club, ha ha ha. Between the young man's laughter, there were a few bang bang bang, and several blazing fires shot up into the sky, until Jiuxiao exploded, dazzling, and stunned countless people. Dark Horse Club? Could it be that the Dark Horse Club wanted by Chen Wuming and the Chen family beheaded? My god. Crazy, must be crazy. This kid uses the purgatory volcano as fireworks? How did he get in there? I'm so stupid. These people are really amazing. So beautiful. Countless strong men were stunned, and their chins almost fell to the ground. A group of Chen family war emperors stood in the Chen family headquarters, looking at the beautiful scenery thousands of miles away. The corners of their mouths trembled. The purgatory volcano, which the Holy Land has to face carefully, was actually used to set off fireworks? What the hell are all these gods? Hurry up. Hurry up and stop him. All the 5 robbery war emperors are all fucking out of the gate for Lao Tzu, and hurry up and inform the ancestors. The head of the Chen family is crazy. If this made him let go of the crater, wouldn't that turn the sky upside down? The Chen family's millions of years of accumulation will all be lost, and they will suffer an unprecedented hit. Brush. 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 The space just above the purgatory crater cracked a few cracks, and the Chen family Holy Land and the Dark Pavilion Holy Land arrived first. As soon as they arrived, they witnessed Lin Chen's incarnation as the Zhendexiu, grabbing the falling flame sacred bead by stepping into the air. Seeing the arrival of the saints, someone Lin even blinked angrily. Hello. Everyone, good evening. Have you had a good time playing hide and seek these days? I had a lot of fun. No. My Chen family's burning flame sacred bead. The 2 ancestors of the Chen family immediately rushed to the purgatory volcano island, and when they looked around, 8 volcanoes had been exposed and erupted. Zhendexiu, you are courting death. A dark pavilion sanctuary was full of murderous intent, and the murderous aura shattered a large space above his head, and the suffocating aura that shattered everything condensed between his 5 fingers. When he was about to grab Lin Chen with a palm, he was suddenly stopped by Ng Mo. Don't shoot, this kid is plotting against us. Should destroy a block to block that holy realm, suddenly drink coldly. The 2 of the Chen family, get out of there. The calamity is coming. Ing Mo's cold drink made the two Chen family ancestors sober up instantly. They found out that there was a 9-color flame robbery cloud above the head of the true virtue show. Quickly retreat. We will become the target of Jaeyun. Ing Mia drank coldly again. The second old man gritted his teeth, and immediately retreated. Damn. What kind of monsters are these little bastards in the Dark Horse Club? Some time ago, Lin Chen just broke through the Second Tribulation War Emperor. And this Zendexiu has broken through to the Third Tribulation War Emperor. Again, and he used Jaeyun to deal with us. The Dark Pavilion, holy place, gritted his teeth. The pavilion owner should be wiped out, his face sinking like water, and his expression became more and more solemn. The situation is not good. He not only wants to use Jaeyun to deal with us, but also uses this to make us cast out a rat and take all the resources of the Purgatory volcano. Brush. Another group of holy realms ripped apart the void and arrived. It was Lian, Wanjin, Qingjintian, Ing Tianma, and the evil sect, Holy Realm. Before the Holy Realm came to understand the situation, someone Lin stood at the crater and smiled arrogantly, holding a ball of water tribulation war energy and thunder-type war energy into a thunder ball. I like to squirt the most, ha ha ha. Shoot him. Lin Chen threw water and thunder tribulation into the crater of the volcano. And after brushing it, the lava in the volcano suddenly rioted. Bang! A bunch of 5-colored fire rages up, throwing out the burning flame holy beads inside, and from Lin Chen's perspective, it spurts out special attribute bubbles all over the sky. No, leave first. Ing gave a cold drink and flew back. One of the ancestors of the Chen family gritted his teeth and stepped on the void with his feet. He rushed over at a very high speed. Thousands of holy lights emerged from his body. Bang! The flames exploded from the sky in the sky, and it was beautiful, and the few flaming holy beads fell down. The ancestor of the Chen family, who was slightly burnt, wanted to use his body technique to snatch the burning flame sacred bead back. Lin Chen stepped on the dragon flash, flapped the Hongyan phoenix wings, and the little shadow helped him travel through the void, and the speed was extremely fast. With a swipe of white light, a few turns of lightning flashed in an instant, grabbing the burning flame sacred bead in the void. Damn, you are courting death. The ancestor of the Chen family was so angry that he wanted to slap Lin Chen to death, and there was a dangerous opportunity to be locked in his heart. Boom! The calamity is coming, aiming at Lin Chen. This is a golden flame, which contains the power to burn down the 8 wastelands. Oops, the robbery is going to lock the old man. Is this the kid's plan? The old ancestor of the Chen family was in a cold sweat, and he quickly retracted his palm and retreated violently. The 100-zhong golden fire tornado shot at Lin Chen. Next moment, Lin Chen flicked his fingers, and groups of thunder and water calamities shot into the crater, stirring up more volcanic lava that had been accumulated for a long time. The faces of the two ancestors of the Chen family changed in horror. This kid is for real. With a mean smile on his face, someone Lin stepped on the dragon flash like a white dragon and swept through the sky, lightly avoiding the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation. Bang bang bang. The purgatory volcano began to erupt again, and the 5-color flames shot up into the sky. Zendexiu stood not far away from the saints, and the colorful firelight reflected him so handsome. Woo la la clubhouse, with the handsome running. The little shadow is bragging, and the fireworks make the silhouette beautiful. I wrote a diary with fireworks. After introducing the handsome guy, let's introduce myself. Watching the true virtue show, singing and dancing under the five-color brilliance, the corners of the mouths of the saints twitched wildly. There is an abnormality over there. Isn't that the direction of Chen's Purgatory Volcano Island? The black-clothed old woman sneaking into the void suddenly condensed her eyes and felt the violent fire energy fluctuations, pulling Sun Yuer abruptly away. Bang! Another space crack shattered, and a group of figures emerged, followed by the black-clothed old woman, making her stunned. Fuxing King? Saint Yu Poison? You are here too. The people who come are the Lord Fuxing and the two ancestors, as well as the 7th and 6th princesses. Recently, they searched for the trace of true desire and saw that the Chen family's territory had issued a wanted order. It seems that our direction should be the same. Lord Fuxing exchanged glances with the other party, and he understood in his heart that the two sides quickly swept away in the direction of the Purgatory Volcanic Island. Bang! At this time, the direction of the Purgatory Volcanic Island exploded with dazzling firelight, which was beautiful, and the colorful and magnificent. Flames scattered, like a fairyland descending to the earth. What is this? What a nice view! The 7th princess, 6th princess, and Sun Yuer exclaimed in unison. This level of fireworks is worthy of my Dark Horse Club, ha ha ha. The young man's laughter shook the sea, making the faces of the poisoned sage and the king of the kingdom horrified. Dark Horse Club? It's them. But what scares them even more is the first two words. Fireworks? Dragon Elephant City, Big Dipper City, Constellation City, etc. Hundreds of millions of residents left the attic, and most of them were suspended in the air. They stared blankly at the beautiful and colorful fireworks seen in the void. This is the most beautiful scenery they have ever seen in their life. Almost everyone forgot what they were thinking and was attracted by the fireworks that exploded like a dazzling spectacle. God, it's so beautiful. Standing on the top floor of the pavilion, and Xia Jiafeng's heart throbbed. Her eyes shone with brilliance, and she stared blankly. Could it be that this is the birthday gift that Brother Long gave me? And Xiaojia was overjoyed. This is indeed a unique gift that is unique in the world. Using purgatory volcanoes as fireworks, who else in this family has such a great deal? It was said to be the Dark Horse Club just now, as expected. He is from the Dark Horse Club. And Yenner's eyes are full of admiration. It's outrageous. Under the situation of being wanted everywhere and being chased by the Holy Realm, he could even sneak into the Purgatory Volcano. At this time, the angry laughter of the young man continued to be heard from the Purgatory Volcanic Island. Although I'm handsome, I really don't want to pretend. Why should I set off fireworks? Because the battle hurts my body. Many people don't have eyes, and their arrogance relies on power. They shrink into cowards when they are single-handedly. Hip-hop. Tens of thousands of Chen family war emperors have numb scalps. How can you still sing leisurely while igniting the Purgatory Volcano? Is this still human? Could it be that even the two ancestors couldn't stop the Dark Horse Club? Raging laughter ensued. It's full of pretense, it's full of pretense, it's full of pretense, and it's full of pretense. You go together, pretend to be in a hurry. Every day the audience is tired. And the machine is also tired. It's full of pretense, it's full of pretense, the chorus is not long. You have a few of you to go on together, pretend to call me, the beauty needs me. The club is very busy. Purgatory volcanic island, massive attribute bubbles fall into Lin Chen's body and are absorbed by him, or all absorbed by the Dragon Emperor. The two sacred ancestors of the Chen family almost collapsed. The host has obtained 400,000 purgatory burning fire points, 500,000 purgatory burning fire points, and 800,000 purgatory burning fire points. The robbery bombarded, the shadows shrouded, and someone Lin's footwork was like a devil's friction, like a dragon's shadow shuttling, taking down the burning flame, holy beads one by one. If I pretend to be serious, I will always be fascinated by thousands of girls. I always take a bubble bath when I take a shower, because I can play with toys. I have a kind heart, I only play bragging, oh try to be handsome when you fall. Looking at the true virtue show, singing and dancing back and forth in front of him, the blue veins of the saints were exposed, and their mouths were crooked with anger. The second elder of the Chen family almost fainted. What do you call kindness? Hearing the loud laughter of Zendexiu, Clan Master Chen, who had just arrived at the Five Tribulations Peak Battle Emperor cultivation base, was trembling with anger, and his face turned pale. It doesn't have eyes on the muzzle. I once promised the director. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I will try to shoot fireworks as little as possible. Lin Chen pointed to the pale-faced Patriarch Chen with both hands, and smiled. Angrily, Patriarch, please have a milkshake first, before you run for your life, please. By the way, feed my little shadow, hip-hop. Lin Chen flapped the wings of the phoenix Hongyan again, and flashed rapidly. When avoiding the bombardment of the heavenly robbery, he quickly flicked his fingers, detonating 10 volcanoes in one breath, and the laughter was like thunder. It's full of pretense, it's full of pretense, it's full of pretense, and it's full of pretense. Come on together, pretend to be in a hurry, every day the audience is tired. And Lin Chen is also tired. It's full of pretense, it's full of pretentiousness, the chorus is not long. How many of you have to go on together, pretend to be forceful and call me? The beauty needs me, the club is very busy. So fucking deceiving. Watching a war emperor continue to plunder the Chen family's accumulation of millions of years, but he can't shoot the fuck. Is there anything in this world that is more fucked, more embarrassing, and more annoying than this? Previously, the ancestors of the Chen family tried to block the crater and prevent Lin Chen from detonating the lava. Unexpectedly, this guy directly leads the catastrophe. As long as he dares to block it, he will become the first choice for the catastrophe. If the Holy Realm is targeted by the catastrophe, its power will definitely increase. There is a risk of falling every minute. Boom. To the south of the Purgatory volcanic island, a group of people rushed through the void. Is the king and the poisonous saint. Both sides released holy power to protect their juniors. They seemed to see a young man with a robbery cloud above his head in the Purgatory volcanic island, like a sea of fire flashing quickly. This is? The king's mouth twitched slightly. The eyes of the two holy ancestors around him almost fell to the ground. These little guys are going to pierce the sky. The poisonous saint's brows shook violently a few times. Isn't this the lava flare of the Purgatory volcano? How can you use this as fireworks? The pupils of the holy realm of the 7 evil sects trembled with fear. Not only were they robbed by the tiger's mouths under the saints, but they could even survive the calamity with ease. This is so special. There is actually such a war emperor who has turned the sky upside down. If this makes him a holy realm, wouldn't it be a steady step on the enchanting list to occupy a seat? Host gets 800,000 infernal burning fire, 500,000 purgatory fire, 4 advanced fire energy, 3 advanced fire energy. Consume 20 points of intermediate Heavenly Dao, purgatory burning skyfire 28 million points, create a blue level advanced nirvana, purgatory burning skyfire 2 times. What you gain is not only the special attribute value and the holy flame orb, but also a large amount of high-level fire energy. It's full of pretense, it's full of pretense, it's full of pretense, and it's full of pretense. Come on together, pretend to be in a hurry, every day the audience is tired. And Lin Chen is also tired. It's full of pretense, it's full of pretense, the chorus is not long, how many of you have to go on together, pretend to be forceful and call me, the beauty needs my club to be very busy. In Lin's arrogant singing and dancing, all the sanctuaries did not feel the anger that they had suffered in this life, and they were not uncomfortable. This time, that night, countless people looked up at the starry sky and saw a truly amazing scene in their lifetime. And the Chen family is mourning all over the place. Perhaps from the moment Chen Wuming plotted against Qin Miao's sisters, this catastrophe was doomed to be inevitable. When the morning came, the robbery cloud slowly dissipated, and the energy of the purgatory volcanic island was almost completely blown up. I don't know which of my dear friends who continued the history of the pen recorded this moment. The green ink splattered, the pen walked the jade scroll, the pen stopped drinking tea, and sighed in the sky. Among the many prosperous and wonderful histories of the Southern Territory, a strong stroke has been added here. The true virtue show of the Dark Horse Club is a real show. Back in the middle of the night, this was a historic night in the Chen family. And the Purgatory Volcano Island was forced to be fired as fireworks by a certain handsome. However, because of this, the attention of all the Chen family members was almost attracted by the Purgatory Volcano. The true virtue Ying, true virtue Chang, and true virtue handsome hidden in the depths are waiting for the opportunity. Inside the 3 palaces, the 5 war emperors of 4 tribulations stared blankly at the colorful fireworks that day, with despair in their eyes. The Chen family's many accumulations, I am afraid it will be destroyed in one fell swoop. This time it will definitely hurt. The 3 shadows wiped away their breath and sneaked into the palace. As soon as a dark horse appears, I focus on the back. Hee, beat him. Lin Chen's 3 clones of Ying, Chang, Shui, rushed into the palace. Divided into 9 layers, one layer was more precious than the other. On weekdays, in order to facilitate the frequent resource advancement of his disciples, the Chen family's treasure pavilion, Gongfa Hall, and Medicine Hall basically did not set up space enchantments. If a space barrier is formed, specific permission is required to open the 3 halls, which is extremely troublesome for the core disciples of the Chen family. What's more, because of the Purgatory Volcanic Island, the Chen family needs 2 holy places to sit in town all year round, and never thought that outsiders would dare to approach their headquarters without permission, so they relaxed their vigilance even more. Wherever the 3 avatars passed, like a gust of wind sweeping the leaves, they were all taken away. Alchemy fingerprints, combat techniques, elixirs, medicinal herbs, and minerals, everything. Zenda Shui pushed open a room with a space barrier, and the interior counter was full of space lights. It turns out that the space barrier will be arranged on the 8th floor. Zenda Shui rubbed his hands together and laughed. The 8th and 9th floors are full of precious resources, such as the 8th order heaven and earth treasures, the 8th order holy ore, the 7th order peak weapon, the 7th order peak medicine pill, the different crystal fragments, rare exercises, and so on. The precious treasures on the 8th and 9th floors condense small space. Barriers, and even the holy realm has to spend a lot of hands and feet to blast away. At that time, even if it is blasted open, it will be discovered by the holy realm sitting in the Chen family. Zhen Shui stroked the counter that shone with the light of space, and couldn't help sighing. Our clubhouse, the last thing you can't want is to eat the old clan. You should be like me and get rich with your own hands. After speaking, Zhen Shui activated the decomposition function, and the bottle of magic heart pill in the counter disappeared. Consume 0.5 points of intermediate Heavenly Dao value, decompose 13 pieces of the 7th order peak elixir magic heart pill, and obtain 4 points of advanced spiritual power. This kind of labor to riches feeling is awesome. Zhen Shui sighed, then stretched out his masturbation and started relying on your own hands. You have to get rich, ignoring the space enchantment all the way to decompose frantically. Consume 3 Heavenly Dao points to decompose the 7 top-grade purple level spiritual techniques Sacred Fallen Fire and Thousand Wind Gang. Obtained 9 points of advanced martial arts spirit, 1 point of advanced wind energy. Consume 5 Heavenly Dao points to decompose the 8th order holy material 9 patterned star meteorite, true dragon blood ore, and star stone, and obtain 6 points of advanced gold energy, 4 points of advanced fire energy. Consumption. Breakdown. Breakdown. The whole thing is decomposition. The 8th and 9th floors of the 3 halls and all the details of the Chen family began to be swept away by the 3 clones one by one, and not even a single hair was left. Those space enchantments that were considered extremely safe by the ancestors of the Holy Realm did not move, and they were all broken down by the clones. If it was in the past, let alone the Holy Land, even the inspecting elders should have discovered it. But at this moment, everyone was attracted by the vision of the Purgatory volcanic island. Neither the Chen family nor outsiders could look away. The 2 sacred ancestors of the Chen family had already left, and the clones were like nothing. Human realm. Consumes 10 points of Heavenly Dao, decomposes the half-orange level exercise Huangquan sword art, and obtains 45 points of advanced exercise essence and 3 points of advanced spiritual power. Consumes 13 points of Heavenly Dao, decomposes the 8th order young pill, and obtains 11 points of advanced spiritual power, 25 points of advanced wood energy. Even the 8th order young pill and the half-orange rank exercises were brutally cloned. You are not welcome at all. Whoever comes will be divided. Since I can't take it away, why not decompose it into attribute values for my use? Consume 28 Heavenly Dao points to decompose the dissimilar crystal fragment. Heavenly Dao Lightning Gang, obtain 120 points of advanced lightning energy, special attribute value, 76 million points of destruction lightning gang. Consume 25 points of Heavenly Dao to decompose the heterogeneous crystal fragments water spirit and blue sea, and obtain 95 points of advanced water energy, special attribute value, 73 million points of blue sky and blue sea. The clone even decomposed 2 dissimilar crystal fragments of excellent color on the 9th floor, and their elemental attribute values are breathtaking. Lin Chen's advanced thunder energy is only 181 points, and this time it has soared to 301 points. It is equivalent to a surge of 3/5. It's a pity. These 2 different crystal fragments are close to 1/4 of the complete low-grade different crystal. If I can refine one, the high-level element attribute value obtained will be more than that simple, enough to make My mind more fierce. A grade. The clone screamed a pity, these two different crystal fragments are more than twice as large as the previous one. After cleaning up the treasures in the 3 halls, the clones converged and looked at each other. The only fly in the ointment of this looting operation is that the location of the Chen family's Lingji cannot be found. However, even if it is discovered, it is impossible for the clone to approach. And there must be a large space enchantment in that area. If you want to sneak in, you must need the assistance of the little shadow. But once the little shadow leaves the main body, Lin Chen will lose the capital to deal with the holy realms, and he will die. It's all broken down, get away. The phantom rune was lifted, and the 3 clones disappeared. The 1000 phantom mask was produced by the drop of the attribute treasure chest, and returned to the system space as soon as the clone was released. After this robbery, the Chen family must have suffered heavy losses. Qi Yun. Lingji can produce cultivation resources, but it cannot produce the foundation of martial arts and combat skills. Although it has undergone countless years of hard training, most of the Chen family's martial arts and combat skills have been practiced by the elders, and they can be re-recorded with combat energy and spiritual power. But this process will take at least thousands of years, especially the half-orange level exercises. There are only a handful of practitioners. The most important thing is the Purgatory Volcano Island. This area, which is enough to benefit the senior management of the Chen family, is both dangerous and blessed. After today, the energy will be exhausted, and it will have to experience 1,000,000 years of silence again. Otherwise it will never be possible to produce the burning flame sacred bead. When the early morning emerged, the Purgatory Volcano Island gradually returned to calm. The head of the Yin family was still in shock, and swallowed his saliva, so it turns out that young Master Long has such a history. There is no doubt that young Master Long is the true virtue show. Light the Chen family Purgatory Volcanic Island, and it won't take long for his name to spread in the southern regions. And Xiaojia's eyes are full of admiration. This birthday gift will be remembered in her whole life. By the way, that jade box. And Yenner recovered, and slowly opened the jade box left by Lin Chen for in Xiaojiao. Inside the jade box is a sealed medicinal pill. When they saw the medicine pill, and family master and in Yenner were struck by lightning in an instant, their scalps tingling. 8th Order Young Dan. He actually gave the Yin family an 8th Order Young pill, and this kind of craftsmanship is really extravagant. Chapter 983, The Heavenly Apprentice, Master and Apprentice Meet Again. And a note and a book of jade slips. And Yenner picked up the note left in the jade box. This elixir is given to all of you in the Yin family. It is based on the world. And is based on strength. The name of this 8th Order Young elixir is Breaking the Shackles of Saint Yuan Dan. There is a volume of elixir. Cultivation in the jade slip. Remaining in the body, nourishing pills with fighting spirit, and tempering them with cultivation, if the pills are cultivated to the finished holy pill, there is a 1 to 30% probability of becoming a holy realm. Even if the breakthrough fails, they will not die, and the medicinal power will be released. There are still many benefits. Meet by chance, see you in the rivers and lakes. And Yenner and Patriarch and were trembling with fear. This gentleman of Zendexiu not only left behind an 8th Order Young pill, but also left a heaven-defying chance to break through the Holy Realm. This opportunity is enough to alarm the Holy Land. This method of cultivating pills is the biggest treasure that Lin Chen harvested from the Yunqiang Pill Saint Refining Medicine Handbook. The Yin family master has been stagnant for 5 years, and this Yun pill may be the best chance to break the Yin family's predicament. Only those who have the power of saints are qualified to gain a firm foothold in the holy world. He's really the biggest benefactor of our Yin family. Boom. Somewhere in the sea, on the sea, the sky cut through a wave, as fast as the Aurora Dragon Shadow. This is the cultivation base of the Three Tribulations Battle Emperor. Ha ha ha. The full-speed movement technique and the little shadow can't even catch up with many holy realms. Enjoy. Lin Chen laughed heartily. He has now lifted the 1,000 illusory mask and revealed his true face. Now, he no longer needs to hide it. Thousands of miles behind him, 19 holy places surrounded him in a fan-shaped direction. There are also 4 other saints, the king and others. 23 holy realms are chasing Lin Chen. This scene is bizarre and unseen in the ages. This time, we must not let these boys run away again. Everyone, you should take out what you have. Ying Niab voice transmission to everyone, Lian Wanjin and other holy places finally showed a solemn demeanor. First, Lian Wanjin, the president of the 4th grade Chamber of Commerce, summoned a sapphire holy gourd, urging the holy force to step on the gourd. And the speed increased by more than 30%. Qin Zhentian threw out a blood-colored flying sword. Although the sword might not be strong, it had an extreme speed to travel through the void. He flew on the sword, and the speed skyrocketed, pointing directly at Lin Chen. Ying Shui bit the tip of his tongue, the holy blood flowed, the handprints moved, and the blood wings of the bat spread out more than 10 feet behind him. The suffocating aura was like a wave. With a little beat, a rolling sonic boom was raging, and the speed of each shuttle was 5 times faster than before. To make the various holy places are finally no longer reserved, and the repeated misses have made them realize the troubles of the Dark Horse Club and the innate shadow. This time, let go again. The southern region is vast, and it is estimated that it will be really difficult to find it again. Just as the saints were about to approach Lin Chen and were about to make a move, the vision suddenly changed. Sigh. Bang. The thundercloud exploded from the top of the head, and the rolling waves rolled up from all directions. The 1,000-fold storm was like a Euro tornado, burning the purgatory-like sea of fire and condensed into a ring of fire, locking all the holy places that came after it. The host launches 8 types and 10 high-level blue-level nirvana locks on the hostile target within a radius of 10,000 miles, and starts bombarding the target. Lin Chen unleashed 10 advanced blue-level nirvanas in one breath. With the collection price of the auction, the collection of Hell Volcano Island, and the looting of the Chen family, he already has 32 kinds of blue-level advanced nirvana, which is unprecedented. For this reason, his intermediate Heavenly Dao value now has 390 points left. Damn, these weird attacks again. Damn, this time I resisted the past and chased him. I have to chase after the injured. He is flying in the direction of the Tianbang conference, don't let him succeed. Ying Dai suddenly burst out, except for the 7 evil sect saints, all the saints emerged with monstrous holy power, holy light, and sacrificed many trump cards to meet the energy bombardment of many nirvanas. The 2 ancestors of the Chen family could not wait to drink their blood. Peeling Lin Chen's skin, even if the Eucharist was injured, they had to chase after him forcibly. However, although the pursuit has not stopped, the speed has slowed down, and the 2 sides are widening the distance. What a terrifying attack. I'm afraid this child can escape without our help. The poison saint's brows trembled, and the young man in the dark horse clubhouse subverted her cognition time and time again. He is the deputy director of the Dark Horse Club who killed the Dragon Clan. Prince, Lin Chen? Even if I encounter such an attack, it is very likely that I will be injured. No. Such a strange energy can't be avoided, and it will be forcibly locked? Even can't escape through the void? What kind of means is this? The Lord was stunned. The trump card of this Dark Horse Club is really outrageous. The two elders of the Holy Land next to the Holy Land were full of amazement. When this earth-shattering pursuit battle swept through the sky, where it passed, it shocked countless strong people. My God, run! Holy Realm turned out to be a group of holy realms? What the hell is going on here? A group of holy realms are chasing and killing a person? Countless powerhouses saw the afterimages of the blasting sonic booms in the sky, sucked in cold air, and fled frantically. Southern region, Northern Spirit City. This is a small town with a population of millions. On the street, the kind old grandfather was carrying a rock candy berry and smiled. In front of him is a girl in a dress with a cute single ponytail, staring at the strings of rock candy berries, with crystal clear halal seeds flowing out. Little Neezy, do you want to eat it? A bunch of 10 spirit crystals. The grandfather laughed, and the little girl was stunned, and said in embarrassment, but I don't have a spirit crystal. The old grandpa was startled. This little girl is not a mortal, not even a spirit crystal? Here, if you really want to eat. The old man was soft-hearted, and when he was about to give her a bunch, a gust of wind roared past. Huh! Boom! A terrifying sonic boom exploded in the sky at a height of tens of thousands of meters, scaring the people of the entire Biling city to shiver and tremble. Only the little girl suddenly raised her head, and a touch of divine light flashed across her jewel-like eyes. Hey, this breath it's a master. Wow, why is the master here? Grandpa, I'm leaving first. The little girl reached out and grabbed more than a dozen strings of rock candy berries, and threw dozens of silver coins to the grandfather, who was still in shock. Her little hand instantly crushed a red flame talisman, and the whole person disappeared into a red light in an instant. The old grandpa looked at the silver coin in his arms and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. I have used 2 waves of nirvana, and I have taken out the space holy artifact. This is the rhythm that spares no effort to catch me. When Lin Chen was frowning, he pushed the dragon flash to the extreme, controlling the layers of dragon shadows, and the little shadow began to speed up desperately. Brush. Suddenly, a red light lasing came, so scared that Lin Chen almost took out a gun. Master, I miss you so much. A petite and exquisite figure threw herself into Lin Chen's arms. Lin Chen was startled when the little shadow traveled through the void at full speed. How could anyone keep up with him? I saw that the little girl was wearing a pink dress, her blue silk was tied up, her delicate body was exquisite, her face was carved into jade, her teeth were white and her lips were white, and she had half of the rock candy berries in her mouth. Clothes. Those watery eyes flashed with autumn water waves, staring at him with a charming and excited look. 2 shallow dimples appeared, and their appearance was extremely lovable. The most important thing is that her body emits an extremely dazzling attribute light ball. Bus Wang? My mother, why are you here? Lin Chen was stunned. When traveling through the void at extreme speed, a little girl rushed out of the sky? Or his own apprentice? And this kind of operation? The moment Shenling Shuang hugged Lin Chen, all the attributes in her body were absorbed into Lin Chen's body. Get 100 points of advanced exercises, 80 points of advanced exercises, 150 points of advanced exercises. The system light screen flicked frantically, and Lin Chen took a deep breath. This girl is even more terrifying than when she first met her. All of a sudden, Lin Chen obtained 988 points of advanced martial arts essence from Shenli Shuang. How did you come here? How did you catch up with me? As soon as Lin Chen opened his mouth, he saw a red talisman that was burning extremely fast under the girl's feet. I just ran out of Xinyan Palace to find the master to play with you. I originally planned to take the space channel to Chiyu, but I didn't expect to meet the master here. After finishing speaking, Shenling Shuang looked behind Lin Chen and clapped her little hands excitedly. It's amazing. As expected of a master, as soon as he made a move, he was a dozen saints. Lin Chen is ashamed. Why does he feel that this girl has been led astray by him? Wait a minute, you said you sneaked out? Lin Chen put on a serious expression, and Shenling Shuang immediately shook her head. I didn't sneak away. I got permission, and my sister said I can play for 3 months. Elder sister? Lin Chen was puzzled. Although there were still a lot of questions he wanted to ask this girl, the saints behind him wouldn't give him this chance. Nizi, hold on tight, let's rush to the Heavenly Ranking Conference first. Let's talk about what's going on. When Lin Chen was about to try his best to speed up again, Shenling Shuang's delicate little hand grabbed him instead. Master is going to the Tianbang Conference. Okay, I'll take the master there. Boom. The red flame talisman under Nizi's feet ignited into pieces, and the speed increased sharply. Xiao Nizi pulled Lin Chen and sprinted so fast. The king and the poisonous saint were shocked. Who is that person? He even chased Lin Chen? Looks like a little girl? The red talisman on her body has a familiar smell and is full of holy energy. Could it be? You poison saint seems to think of some extremely terrifying existence, and his old face changes slightly. The holy places that were chasing and killing were even more stunned. Seeing that Lin Chen is about to be caught, where did this little girl come from? The speed of traveling through the void is actually 3 points faster than Lin Chen? I won't let go even if I die. Lin Chen, you have destroyed the foundation of my dark pavilion, and there is no turning back for both of us. Yingxing's face is ferocious, and the whole body explodes with holy light. Even the saints such as Wang Jin are not reconciled. They don't believe that Lin Chen's speed can continue to be maintained, and they don't plan to let go until the last moment. Only the evil sect Holy Land began to hesitate. They are people of the evil sect, and the Dark Pavilion and others are okay. If they go to the island of the Tianbang Conference and encounter the Holy Realm of the southern region, I am afraid things will not end so well. The venue for the Tianbang Conference is Chiyun Island. Today is the last day of the registration deadline. The 1-month registration period is coming to an end. Chiyun Island gathered 20,000 geniuses. They are all from the 36 regions of the Holy Realm, and amazing talents from each region are present. Except for those monster-level geniuses in the top 10,000 talents list who did not come, the geniuses in the top 40,000 appeared one by one. And the Holy Realm in the Void has more than 200 people, and the lineup is unprecedented and luxurious. They are all here to witness the moment when the leaders of the new era are born. There are as many 4th-grade sects as forests, and there are also many 5th-grade sections. This year's Tianbang is stronger than the previous ones in the past 2 million years. The two white-browed old men stroked their beards and said with a smile, some geniuses were sitting in the venue of Qiyun Island, and some were standing proudly above the clouds, pretentious and dignified. In addition, the auditorium of the venue was filled with young men and women, or people with extraordinary bearing. They are all geniuses who have traveled hundreds of millions of miles. They are not qualified to participate, but they are qualified to enter Qiyun Island. There were more than 40,000 geniuses who came from the 36 regions to watch the battle. In some remote areas, under the guidance of a powerful holy realm, they set off more than 10 years in advance and searched for multiple space passages that spanned multiple domains until they reached the southern region. In addition to the 20,000 talents who participated in the competition, there are more than 60,000 people. 2/3 of the geniuses on the genius list are here. The Tianbang conference is basically the most complete gathering of geniuses on the talent list. The Tianbang conference has received great attention from the 36 domains of the Holy Realm. If a conference competition system is held, the audience will pour into hundreds of millions, and even if the void plane is opened, it will not be able to squeeze so many people. Therefore, there are only two possibilities to enter the Qiyun Island to watch the Tianbang conference. 1 / hold a talent list ranking. 2 / possess the strength of the Holy Land. The geniuses on the genius list can come to watch the Heavenly List conference, even at the end of the ranking. This is the exclusive privilege of the genius list, because this is the moment to witness the birth of the leader of the genius list. One of the reasons why many geniuses hit the genius list is for this privilege, because every Tianbang is the moment when history is born. Those who are unable to resist the scene can also watch every battle between geniuses through the picture reflected by the space refraction of the golden list. In the front row of the venue, the two youths in green shirts looked up at the silhouette standing in the sky, trembling in amazement. I'm really nervous. That's the top 40,000 geniuses on the talent list. Everyone is under 1,000 years old and has cultivated to the cultivation base of the 5 tribulations battle emperor. It's too strong. Just pick any one person, and I don't know how many times stronger than our elders. In the back row, 10 stern young men with knives on their waists couldn't help sighing. When I was just 1,000 years old, I was only in the early stage of the 9th layer war emperor, but they have cultivated to the 5 robbery cultivation base, which is too powerful. The top 40,000 geniuses on the list. It is said that the battle emperor of 5 tribulations, whose combat power is far beyond ordinary, is the highest peak under the Holy Realm. The next person who will lead the era will be born here. A young man in linen sitting in the front row looked up at the sky with a complicated expression. He is the 40,001st on the genius list, but he is not among the 40,000. The reason is very simple. He is still at the peak of the 4 tribulations. The cultivation base of the genius list is extremely terrifying, because the background of each other is extremely strong, and there is an absolute gap in the advantages of the cultivation base. There is basically no big problem for the genius list to leapfrog to challenge the ordinary battle emperor, but if you want to leapfrog the top 40,000 genius list, there are very few cases in history. Boom. 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 At this time, the heaven and the earth shook, and the holy light shone. Ripples began to appear in the void of thousands of miles around, and a beam of holy light almost suppressed eternity, the situation was invincible, and it shone down from the sky. A group of holy realms cast curious, complicated, or fearful gazes into a certain void. The geniuses were even more astonished. At this last moment, where is the holy place to have such a terrifying pomp? Under the snow-white holy light, a group of young men and women walked out, a total of 30 people. These 30 people's eyes are like the stars, vast and deep, their expressions are radiant with otherworldly brilliance, their breath is like the sun and the sky, and they are all almost invincible. 30 people stood side by side and slowly landed on the island, showing their gestures, everyone's demeanor, the natural king, and the visions were colorful. Like a group of scorching sun rising, suppressing the ages. The gazes of these 30 people seem to have not put any of the geniuses in their eyes at all, and there is a kind of innate absolute dignity between their eyebrows. It's the geniuses of Sun Moon Palace. What a domineering aura. It is said that the Sun Moon Temple has already ranked among the top 5 sects in the entire holy world. Some saints frowned and had different opinions on the appearance of this group of geniuses. Fuck, it's the same as those old hangings back then, and all the young people I teach are the same as back then, with a terrific look on their faces. Pretend to be a goddamn geoduck. I participated in the heavenly ranking conference and killed a lot of these pretentious guys in the Ryu Palace. Relying on a little blood advantage, I would leave it alone. It's better to be besieged to death by all the geniuses of our Xuanyu this time. The corners of the eyes of the 2 gray-clothed saints in the void flickered with monstrous aura, and their killing intent was violent and restrained. I didn't expect the Sun Moon Palace to come this time. Didn't they have no interest in the Tianbang conference in recent years? Hey, maybe there is another secret. The old man doesn't like these guys. The 2 white-browed old men looked at each other. The 30 geniuses in the Sun Moon Palace were all born with dignity, and they seemed to be arrogant and arrogant. It seems that there are quite a few people who are jealous of our Sun Moon Palace. The monstrous young man who led all the geniuses to emerge grinned coldly. His eyebrows were like a waning moon spinning, monstrous and mysterious. The Yaoi youth smiled evilly at the group of geniuses. You brothers and sisters, do you have the confidence to suppress all the geniuses in this year's ranking? The handsome young man in white at the head smiled lightly and said, Senior brother is joking, these people also match the word genius? Boom. The tense atmosphere filled the entire Chiyun Island in an instant. The genius of the Sun Moon Palace angered all the geniuses with just one sentence. Whether it's a spectator or a genius who is running for election, they don't have a good impression of the life of this Sun Moon Palace. Without any fear, the white-clothed boy stood up and stepped forward. Facing all the geniuses, he looked arrogant and sneered indifferently. I'm not targeting any of you, I mean you're all. Boom. 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 The imposing manner of the young man in white was brewing to the peak, and before the pre-war declaration was spoken, a thunderbolt exploded and the situation changed suddenly. 12 murderous auras shot up to the sky, and the menacing holy light was like an overwhelming storm, arousing everyone's attention. The boys' hearty laughter echoed on Chiyun Island. Ha ha ha. As long as we wave fast enough, death can't catch up with my master and apprentice. When the unsullied, graceful lotus-like beauty heard this voice, her delicate body trembled suddenly. Bang! One red and one white, 2 beams of light fell to Chiyun Island. A silver-robed boy and a pink-robed girl with hands on his hips were born, and suddenly descended in front of the geniuses in the Sun Moon Hall. The audience was stunned for a moment. More than 200 holy places were also stunned. The young man in white from the Sun Moon Palace, who was interrupted to speak, arrogantly seemed to have eaten shit, and the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. These two people actually arrived at Chiyun Island under the pursuit of 12 holy realms? This way of appearing makes all the geniuses look surprised and surprised. Is there still a king of war who was hunted down by 12 holy realms? It's him? Lin Chen from the Dark Horse Club. Fuck, he escaped at the quartet conference? It's too strong. My god, how many holy places has he provoked? Some geniuses from Chiyu lost their voices, and shocked. It's really death like the wind. I rushed here just after I used up my nirvana. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Lin Chen, Ying Mia, Ying Tianma, and the others rushed to the void, their icanthals cracked. He was about to take this sun before, but he was rushed to Chiyun Island at the last moment. Boom! The two waves of arrogance were monstrous, and they shot out in an instant, bursting out with 3 holy lights, grabbing at Lin Chen like a cracked blade. They were the 2 ancestors of the Chen family. The 2 white-browed old men frowned, and gently stroked their sleeves. There was no strong power, only a few rays of anger flashed, shattering the attack of the two. No matter what your origins are, is it possible that you can't do it at the Heavenly Ranking Conference on Chiyun Island? The second old man looked indifferent and warned the ancestors of the Chen family. The 2 were shaking with anger and scolded angrily. Lin Chen, let the Zendexu of your Dark Horse Club hand over the burning flame sacred bead. You still have a chance of life, otherwise my Chen family and you will never die. You dare to take away my Chen family's millions of years of heritage, you really think that our 4th grade family is nothing but mud? The 2 ancestors were suffocating, and said in a stern manner, don't you think that just your few war sovereign juniors want to challenge my Chen family? The geniuses from all the forces in the audience couldn't help showing surprise and astonishment. The holy realms and the void looked at each other, curiously, each showing doubts. Who is this kid? He actually made the 4th grade aristocratic family stay with him forever? Look, there is only a little girl beside her, and there is not even a holy place. Could it be that he robbed all the millions of years of the 4th grade aristocratic family just by virtue of his cultivation of the Emperor of War? Never die? It's none of my business. Look at the guys behind you. Which of the 4th rank sects and 3rd rank forces are still missing from your Chen family? Lin Chen jokingly smiled, and Shen Li Wang made a face so angry that the blue veins in the holy realm were exposed. Speaking of you, the Chen family's holy realm has come out, so don't you have to watch the baby at home? Lin Chen raised his brows slightly and smiled wickedly. As soon as a dark horse emerges, we specialize in the latter. Xuanxing's face changed suddenly, and his eyes were full of anger. Could it be you? I often go home to see. Lin Chen blinked. 2 people, don't fall for his aggressive tactics, and once the Tianbang conference is scattered, no one can save these bastards. Lian Wanjin stopped in front of the 2 ancestors and said solemnly, our dark pavilion and this sun have been immortal. The sage of the Chen family, we will join hands together. After the conference, we will do our best to surround him. In addition, I have instructed the 2 elders in my chamber of commerce to find Xingxing Sua. At that time, there must be no escape. Binding Saint Sua is a one-time consumption of the 1st grade holy artifact. It can lock shadows for thousands of miles, track thousands of miles, and even the Holy Realm has a certain chance of being captured, let alone a battle. Emperor. At this point, Lian Wanjin not only wants to avenge his son for the life of true virtuous handsome, but also the secret of his body. This son has too many secrets. He is in charge of the 4th grade chamber of commerce very clearly. Even a little secret can be of great value. The 2 ancestors of the Chen family were temporarily advised to stay, one stayed at the venue and the other evacuated. At this time, the country lord and others also arrived, and the situation became more and more complicated. The Dark Pavilion and other holy realms are suspended in the air, and their positions form an encircling circle, vaguely spreading out like a layer of large nets. In the past, the Dark Pavilion was also afraid of the hidden forces behind the Dark Horse Club. But these guys have provoked another Chen family, and the forces surrounding him are getting bigger and bigger like a snowball. This made the Dark Pavilion more and more confident in dealing with Lin Chen. Election. At the venue of the Tianbang conference, he should be safe for the time being. The lord of the country was breathing a sigh of relief, and the 7th and 6th princesses hurriedly flew down and rushed in front of Lin Chen. Hello, young Master Lin Chen, we are from the Holy Kingdom, is that young Master Zhendat and handsome? I heard that he was seriously injured. How is his physical condition? Will it not be life-threatening? Yu Qingli and Yu Youlan's pretty faces were full of anxiety. The 2 did not recognize Lin Chen, and even the lord of the country could not see through his temperament and appearance when he incarnated as a true handsome. Shen Lingshuang rolled her eyes and stared at her master. Is this the future mistress? Well, elder sister by Ruoyan is better looking. Little Mizi murmured in her heart, but Lin Chen said sternly, 2 people. Zenda Shui is recuperating in my Chi Fortune capsule, and there is no danger to his life, but he asked me to tell you, he didn't think about it in the first place. The son-in-law of the Holy Kingdom, I don't want you to be involved, so I hope you don't get involved in this matter. This, how come, can you let my sister and I meet him once? Yu Lan's face paled, grabbing Lin Chen's sleeve. Lin Chen shook his head, Yu Youlan's delicate body trembled slightly, Yu Qingli held her sister, tears welled up in her wonderful eyes, and stubbornly said, since he doesn't want to come out to see us, then we will wait until he comes out. As if being touched by something in his heart, Lin Chen said indifferently. Without changing his face, I also said what I should say, I hope you will not be stubborn. Lin Chen ignored the 2 daughters, and took Shen Lingshuang and turned to the position of the white-browed old man. Goodbye is just grief. He had no intention of becoming the son-in-law of the Holy Kingdom from the very beginning. A tougher attitude might make them retreat. Suddenly, a handsome white-clothed young man stood in front of Lin Chen, and looked at him disdainfully, a garbage with 3 tribulations. Huh? This kind of person again? Lin Chen flicked his nails, and smiled lightly, a person like you who denies others as garbage as soon as he opens his mouth, can only be described in 2 words in my hometown, and that is, smashing the street. After speaking, the master and apprentice smiled and extended a middle finger to them with a friendly attitude. Okay, very good. I hope you can last a few more rounds in the main competition of the Sky List. The young man in white twitched his facial muscles and lost his demeanor. Choke. Boom. The airflow was torn apart, the sword was as powerful as a dragon, and the War Chi Hongmong condensed and aimed at Lin Chen for murderous aura. Show some respect to our senior brother. Bah. Lin Chen pouted, and Shen Lingshuang imitated him. My lord, you are so shameless. A guy who calls others trash when he sees him. And still talks about respect with me? Is it because you have shit in your head, or am I, Lin, who has lost his mind? Lin Chen choked the genius of the Sun Moon Palace into silence. Sun Moon Palace, 30 geniuses, all signed up. The monstrous youth from Sun Moon Palace signed up for everyone, patted the young man in white on the shoulder, and said with a stern smile, there is no need to talk to this kind of person, we are in the match. It's good to fight to the death. Yes. Follow the teachings of my senior brother. The son clasped his fists and left. The two white-browed old men stroked their beards and smiled. Young people. You should be called a young man when you have some energy. Senior, I also signed up, the Dark Horse Club, Lin Chen. Lin Chen took out a roll of the golden list, which recorded his ranking of the genius list. The second elder took it and was about to register, but suddenly stopped. Next moment. Little friend Lin Chen, isn't it? Your talent list ranking is not qualified to participate in the Heavenly List conference. When the two elders announced, Lin Chen's mouth opened slightly. What the fuck? Not handsome for 3 seconds? Many plans, battles, escapes, made Lin Chen forget the simplest and most basic things in the process of coming to the Tianbing conference. He doesn't even have a top 40,000 talent list. The avatar of Zhenda Shui achieved the highest ranking of Chen Wuming. 64,450. The sixth princess, Yu Qingli, has a ranking strength of 50,000 on the genius list, but the actual ranking is still beyond 60,000. In terms of strength, such as Jin's breakthrough in the Three Tribulations, Battle Emperor cultivation base, plus the skyrocketing element attribute values, Lin Chen has enough confidence to fight against the top 40,000 geniuses on the genius list, and at least he can win with the slow rune. This kid has been stumped for a long time, so he's not ranked yet. The fish and dragons are mixed, and there are some grandstanding people. Which is simply ridiculous. I thought it was some kind of expert, it turned out to be a joke. Ha ha ha. Hey, the handsome guy over there, you want to come to the auditorium here? Right? I am such a good lighting thief, with a good viewing angle, ha ha ha. The geniuses in the auditorium on both sides erupted into scornful mockery. Most of the more than 20,000 geniuses who were floating in the sky, cast indifferent disdain and ridicule. Lin Chen touched his chin, the ranking is not enough, then I have no way to enter Rainbow Island. The white-browed old man smiled and said, young people, according to the rules of the conference, those who get the top 10 places can get an extra place and bring one person to Rainbow Island. Of course, the premise is that the other party is willing to use the place for you. At this time, Shen Lingshuang stood up and pulled the corner of Lin Chen's clothes. Master, are you going to enter Rainbow Island? Yeah, but your master doesn't have the top 40,000 talent list. If there is a ranking for being handsome, your master has to rank first. But I have it. It's useless if you have anything, eh? The first time, you said you have the top 40,000 ranking? Lin Chen was stunned. Shen Lingshuang smiled like a little fox, her beautiful eyes narrowed into crescent moons, and she laughed. Yes, I had a senior brother who wanted to trouble me some time ago, and was beaten up by me, so he gave me the ranking. Many geniuses heard this sentence, and their hearts crossed the unbelievable. Incredible. This little girl is about 16 years old. Its cultivation base and background actually made it impossible for the geniuses present to see through it. Can this age be listed in the top 40,000 talents list? If it is true, it must be a peerless genius that has caused a sensation in all directions. Lin Chen took a deep look at Xinling Shuang, and he couldn't see through this girl's cultivation, like some fantastic existence that blocked her true breath. Oh? Little Neezy, let the old man take a look. The white-browed old man was curious, and Xinling Shuang took out her gold list. The second old man opened the golden list, and a golden light rushed up. Number 39,411 on the genius list, Xinling Shuang, title, none. Sect, unable to record. At this moment, the whole place is silent, including the entire Holy Land. Their pupils trembled, and they witnessed the word unable to record. Lin Chen was curious, what was it that he couldn't record? So it is. An old man with white eyebrows swallowed hard. The two mysterious saints, who were plain as water in the face of more than a dozen holy realms, showed a bit of awe. There are some extremely powerful sects in the holy world. When the geniuses of these sects enter the genius list, the list of genius list is not qualified to display or record the sects of these geniuses. Only on the enchanting list will it be revealed. In the holy realm, most of the ordinary powerhouses, and even the holy realms, come into contact with the 5th grade sects and below. The 5th grade sect is already the top of the cognition of many mortals. As for the 100,000 geniuses on the genius list, most of them were from the 5th rank sect to the 2nd rank sect. The geniuses of the Tianbang conference are all from the top 4 or 5 sects. But the 6th grade sects are qualitatively different. 6th rank sect, the genius list is not eligible to record. In other words, this little girl may be from the 6th grade sect. No wonder. The corners of the poisonous saint's mouth twitched slightly. Maybe she guessed right. The origin of this girl is extremely terrifying. Ling Shuang and Sister Ruoyan are both brought into the Xinyan Palace, and it is very likely that they also worshipped under the Xinyan Palace. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and sure enough, the origin of Xinyan Palace was terrifying. Without the strength of the enchanting list, he was determined not to be qualified to take back Sister Ruoyan, and it would be extremely difficult to even see her at first sight. After coming to the Holy Realm, Lin Chen had seen more holy realms, but none of them could compare with the stunning woman from Xinyan Palace. With her own strength, she suppressed the 9 demon eyes that sealed the Kyushu continent. Such a heaven-penetrating method is still the strongest level among the characters that Lin Chen has seen. Perhaps the only person who can be compared with that is the demon woman who is staring at her. Okay. Xinling Shuang, your registration is complete, little girl, we look forward to your performance. The second old man's tone was somewhat polite, and he returned the golden list to Xinling Shuang. Ha, it seems that you don't have to go out as a teacher this time. Depending on your performance, blow them up. Lin Chen pointed at the geniuses in the Sun Moon Palace. Xinling Shuang lilac licked her lips lightly. Fuck it. The second old man was speechless. How could such a good little girl follow such a master? The geniuses of the Sun Moon Palace looked disdainful. The sanctuary who chased and killed Lin Chen before had ugly expressions. If it is as Lin Chen said, if this girl is his apprentice, then the origin of the Dark Horse Club, isn't it related to the 6th grade sect? As a holy realm, they are very clear that the 4th grade sect is not worth a slap in front of the 6th grade sect. Since Xinling Shuang signed up, no geniuses have signed up, and some only have holy lights coming from the void. Lin Chen and Xinling Shuang found their seats in the auditorium and didn't bother to pay attention to those sarcastic eyes. After sitting down, Lin Chen looked around the void, his eyes flashing with fire. This time, there have been more than 265 holy realms. Later, my omen of theft will be able to steal as much as you want. Now I have to worry about whether my talent points are enough. Finally, an old man with white eyebrows stepped into the air and floated up. The registration time limit is up. There are a total of 21,491 geniuses participating in the Tianbang conference this time. All the genius list geniuses, The once-in-a-millennium ranking conference has officially begun. The mechanism for participating in the conference is the same as before. There are 4 draws. In the 4 battles, if there are 3 wins or more in the battle, you will enter the selection. It depends on the situation whether to continue to hold a knockout match. The 4 straight winner will get a spot directly. The rules of the battle: bet on the ranking of the 2 sides to fight. The loser will drop the ranking until one side surrenders or can no longer fight. The old man Ime and this Fengquan saint will be responsible for healing your injuries, mentally injured or the flesh shell body and battle spirit. Cultivation base are damaged, and it can also heal both sides of the battle as soon as possible, ensuring that your combat power can be fully utilized. The battle can be used to the extreme, and all means can be used, including medicinal pills, secret methods, etc., as long as it does not rely on the power of others. It is not a foul. 4 straight winners will have the opportunity to hit the top 10 spots, and the top 10 talents will get an additional spot to enter Rainbow Island. The one-brow saint declared loudly, and the geniuses in the audience couldn't help but feel a little hot. Extra place. This is a reward that feels tempting. There are endless opportunities in Rainbow Island. If you can go with one more person, you will have more hope. Little Nizi, how is Sister Ruoyan now? Lin Chen asked Shenling Shuang in a low voice. She murmured, I don't know either. Sister Bai and I were able to see each other often when we first arrived in the Holy World for a year, but the elders in the palace said that the power of the holy fire had begun to grow and entered the growth stage, so let Bai, my sister, did not go out of seclusion until I came out. Lin Chen frowned, thinking that the energy of the eternal flame began to penetrate into the body because of the mentality, and I am afraid that only the Xinyan Palace can help her control this power. There are many things that Lin Chen has taken into account, such as whether Xinyan Palace will use Bai Ruoyan or coveted her holy fire, but these are not things that this little girl can detect. Someone Lin coughed lightly, cough, cough. What, has anyone in Xinyan Palace hit you and Sister Bai's ideas, especially men? Shenling Shuang simply smiled and said yes, yes. Someone Lin was about to pick up the knife, when Shenling Shuang said with a smile, but none of the men have ever approached Sister Bai, but the second senior sister, who especially likes to find Sister Bai. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched. I wipe. No, Lin Chen, you have to be confident. You are the head of the club. You have to believe in your own charm and Sister Ruoyan. By the way, Shenling Shuang shook her head and muttered, there seems to be one for the man. He often comes to Sister Bai, and she is very tired of him. It seems to be from some divine gate. I don't remember the name. Lin Chen frowned. It seems that the matter of going to Xinyan Palace will be put on the agenda. And find a way to enter the holy prison. Monqing's whereabouts are still unknown, and Sister Ruoyan's situation is not optimistic. After the retreat, her progress will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. I am now in the cultivation base of 3 calamities. After breaking through 2 calamities, I can try to use what Senior Pill Saint left behind. That is the method of cultivating pills to become holy. Lin Chen felt ruthless in his heart. He was no longer as far away from the Holy Land as before. At this moment, the Saint Fengquan in the field condensed holy energy with both hands and slammed into the air. Brush. A golden list with a length of 100 feet and a width of 100 feet appeared out of thin air. The names of all the geniuses are engraved on it, which is the genius list. OM. The golden list circulated in the brilliance of the golden ocean, and a series of battle lists began to roll, one by one. Genius list, 37,150, Ling Xiao, Genius list, 39,744, Cui Xian, number 12. Genius list, 39592, Li Zhentian, Genius list, 38999, Qin Feijue, no. 388. Boom. A mysterious spatial fluctuation spreads along the golden list. At this moment, most of the people who are paying attention to the genius list in the 36 regions of the holy world have seen the series of battle lists. Lin Chen looked up at the series of rankings, as if to find Shenling Shuang's battle draw. Genius list 39411, Shenling Shuang, 34888, Genius list, Li Songhai. No. 427. It is extremely bad luck to have drawn an opponent who has crossed the 5,000th place. There are also individual geniuses with excellent luck, who get a bye in the first round. There are also opponents with worse luck than Shenling Shuang, who have drawn a huge gap in ranking. But none of the geniuses who came here are mediocre people. They have already prepared themselves psychologically, and no one will shrink back. The genius of the first round, on the Qi Tai. With the order of the Saint of Fengquan, the 600 geniuses who participated in the first round of the battle all came on stage and entered the Qi Tai, and the space enchantment solidified. Some geniuses are full of 5-color brilliance, stand upright in the mountains, stand proudly like 1,000 mountains, and move like a mountain, suppressing the ages. Or a tiger with a back, a bloodthirsty face, a black whirlwind on his feet, a giant black hammer on his back, and his whole body's qi and blood burning like blood flames. Some are smart and graceful, with splendid treasures, a pair of wonderful eyes. Can contain the spiritual storm of the heavens and the earth, and their slender waists are leaning on the half-moon-shaped war weapon, Guqin. What's more, holding a halberd and wearing a red battle armor on his shoulders, he was full of brilliance. Although he was standing on the stage alone, he was like 1,000 troops, galloping. Hundreds of thousands of different crystal fragments flickered in each Qi Tai. Too many, too stalwart. None of these geniuses are weak, and everyone in the 36 domains is the top 5 tribulation war emperor level. Damn, it's about to start, I'm so nervous. 300 battles, each of which is not to be missed. Grass, I didn't come for nothing. The geniuses outside the 40,000 strong talent list are eagerly looking forward to it. Even Lin Chen couldn't help holding his breath, both excited and looking forward to it. Every one of the geniuses on the field is a few grades stronger than Chen. Wooming. Damn, with so many geniuses fighting, why do they have to drop some high level attribute light balls? It's a pity, I can't end the game and deal with them myself. Lin Chen licked his lips excitedly. Lin Chen stepped into the 3 tribulations battle sovereign cultivation base, and he was confident that he would go up against any elder level 5 tribulations battle sovereign. But he didn't dare to say that he was a genius in winning the game. Unless the phantom clones are all typed out or the slow rune at the bottom of the press box is used. However, Shenling Shuang was not very interested, and she was still thinking about the rock candy berries in her little head. Now, the conference officially begins. Boom. As soon as the words fell, the momentum of the 600 top-level bursts shook the entire Qiyun Island. Tianbang Conference, the official battle. The strange territory, the vast and infinite territory, is undulating with massive discussions and discussions. It's finally about to start, the Heavenly Ranking Conference. I don't know this year's ranking list, which sex genius will dominate. Ha ha ha, the old man is looking forward to the performance of our Xingjue sword sect. Those little guys in Qiyu are top-ranked geniuses. Mysterious domain, 10,000 peaks, precipitous stones. I don't know what happened to the senior brother. He drew 31,992 talents. I hope he can get through the difficulties safely. The only regret for such a feast is that I can't come to the scene to observe it in person. Southern region, a space plane somewhere. Bang! A wave of demonic energy smashed the space. The demonic energy was soaring to the sky, and the blood light flashed. The guy from the demon race, dare to enter my human race territory? Kill, these guys from the demon race, none of them are good things, they are all destroyed. Wan Dao auspicious, holy light shot across the sky, blazing to a slender figure in black robe. Has it been discovered? Is the clone going to fall here? The slender figure in the black robe is desperate, rushing out of the siege of the holy light. Qiyun Island, the sound of battle is looming over and over again, dazzling. Thousands of combat skills, thousands of exercises, and endless details were revealed one after another. Lin Chen urged Zijintong to witness the drop of attribute light balls in every battle. Many geniuses even raised the refracting crystal with both hands, which is a special kind of crystal that can store one side of the scene in the crystal. This is the crystal that everyone uses to save the battle screen, because in 300 battles, there is no strength in the Holy Land, and at the same time, Morgan can't see it. On number 32, Kaientai, the swordsman in snow, shone on Kyushu with a sword, dividing 10 disc-like bright sword lights. His opponent is the young master in blue shirt, who is 2,000 higher than him. Lin Chen is paying attention to this battle, which is a battle of 35,000 to 37,000 geniuses. Both of them are third-rank holy veins, after being saints. The Holy Realm has reversed its own bloodline and transformed the level of life. The first generation of direct descendants will have extremely high talents. And more than 50% of the 100,000 geniuses on the genius list are saints. Ji Qingming, who Lin Chen had encountered before, was also a saint, but his bloodline was a first-rank holy bloodline, which was far from the former two. The two fought into a ball, and after images flashed. The young man in the blue shirt quickly threw a dozen regiments and dozens of meters of dark blue war hurricanes. The swordsman in snow clasped his arms swiftly, ripping the hurricane with one sword, and smashing the yellow dragon with one sword, shooting thousands of sword beams, like a peacock opening its screen, rolling in layer by layer. It is a half-orange swordsmanship. This sword kills the opponent's retreat, too. Use the force to crush the young man in blue, and the victory is almost divided. The young man in blue shirt flashes his body technique, the wind elements. Battle aura greatly blesses his body technique, and the wind blade-like streamer condenses into an aurora fingering, half-orange fingering. Bang! Fingerman came first, but the momentum was not enough, and he was defeated under the sword's momentum. With a twist of the sword light, the young master in blue shirt was strangled to pieces. However, that is actually a clone. The real body has already swept past the head of the snow-clothed swordsman. Like a ghost. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Boom. Young Master Qing Shan burst out with a huge hand of 10 acres of wind and dragon fighting spirit, and he grabbed it in anger. The snow-clothed swordsman was caught off guard, raised his sword to resist. And with a bang, he vomited blood and retreated after being beaten by the giant hand of the wind dragon. When the young master in the blue shirt was chasing after the victory, a strange snow-white sword light bounced off the sword of the snow-clothed swordsman, but it pierced through the void. The strange rebound of the sword light slashed away, piercing the defense of the young man in the blue shirt, and he also vomited blood and retreated. The snow-clothed swordsman forced his luck to lift his sword and slashed, and 100 zhang sword beam slashed down vertically. The young man in green shirt gritted his teeth and urged the 100 wind tigers to rotate into a mirage of war, resisting this world-shattering sword. Bang! The sword light slammed down, and the young man in the blue shirt was smashed to the ground, covered in blood, almost unable to move. The snow-clothed swordsman vomited blood, but there was a tragic and excited light in his eyes. Victory is at hand. The snow-clothed swordsman was about to move his body when suddenly, a green light flashed past like the tip of his hair, and when he brushed it, it pierced the left half of his body strangely, and blood splattered on the spot. Someone Lin was stunned. This young man in blue shirt actually left several hands, so did the swordsman in snow clothes. The outcome of the two sides is only a millimeter, and they are both struggling on the line of life and death. Damn it. It's so fucking wonderful. Lin Chen exploded with excitement. This is the top-level feast, the confrontation between the top 40,000 geniuses. The mystery is hidden, the suspense is everywhere, the murderous intention is hidden, and I don't know how many moves, and it can be used to the extreme. Although the ranking is 2,000, I don't know who will win at the end. Lin Chen finally knew why those geniuses who failed to participate in the war recorded every battle with refracting crystals. A battle of this size will never get tired of watching. Experience, the use of combat skills, psychological games, etc. These geniuses are all ruthless characters in the hands of the strong. Among the geniuses ranked after 40,000 that Lin Chen encountered in the past, there would be a relatively obvious gap for every 3,000 ranked geniuses. The top 40,000 talents on the list are not. The gap between 30,001 and 40,000 is not so strong. Except for the restraint in the field of mind or combat, all the results have to be fought before you know. Lin Chen admitted that without using the clone siege and slow rune, he singled out the snow-clothed swordsman or the blue-clothed gentleman, and the outcome is unknown. This is just a battle of more than 35,000 ranked geniuses. How terrifying are those geniuses of more than 20,000 and more than 10,000? Lin Chen is more and more looking forward to it. It's really strong. Even Luer has to go through 100 years of precipitation to be qualified to hit this level of realm. Lord Fuxing shook his head in amazement, but his eyes fell on Lin Chen in a strange way. As the leader of the Dark Horse Club that my really virtuous and handsome son-in-law joined, I don't know what the true strength of this young man is. After Lin Chen watched more than a dozen battles, he reluctantly closed his eyes. His primary goal now is to cultivate heteromorphic crystals. This time, I robbed the Chen family's purgatory volcano and harvested 104 burning flame sacred beads, and the red gold tree is just a line away from reaching its peak. I can use the burning flame beads to practice my skills. First, Lin Chen planted the burning flame beads to the bottom of the Qingyao tree. And the little shadow resting in the Taoyuan planting capsule stared at him curiously. According to the method of the different crystal cultivation secret technique, Lin Chen's fighting spirit was divided into hundreds of thousands. As small as a hair, infiltrating the underground of the peach garden. The clone maintains the burning flame beads and the roots of the Qingyao shu. And the long Qing shu, with the fighting spirit, absorbs the root of the qi luck spirit plant, and also begins to absorb the energy of the burning flame beads. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. The loss of battle energy in this process is a bit terrifying. For hours later, all the burning flame beads planted in the ground were successfully maintained to the root of the Qi Luck spirit plant. Boom! A magical scene unfolded. The whole body of the Longqingshu and Qinjiashu was like being covered with light bulbs, and they suddenly lit up. A faint red vein began to flow in the branches of the Lingji, which was thousands of meters tall and majestic. In addition to special products, silver coins, and treasures of heaven and earth, the branches and leaves also began to condense different crystal fragments the size of gravel. Success! Sure enough, the secret technique of the ancient gods is right, and the different crystals below the middle grade have a 100% success rate. Lin Chen was excited, and then as long as the red gold tree grows to its peak, he can try to cultivate a complete metamorphic crystal. It is absolutely impossible for an ordinary genius to control a complete variant crystal before the holy realm, but my 9 tribulations of creation has opened up 9 types of robbery battle bodies, and the element attribute value has been continuously improved. Lin Chen was lost in thought. Perhaps I can try to refine a complete variant crystal when both my body refining and my battle chi cultivation base have reached the peak of the battle emperor realm. There was a gust of wind in Qiyun Island, and Lin Chen recovered his mind. At this point, all battles have ended. Of the 300 battles, 200 were long battles that lasted for a day and a night. Before all of them were won. Every time the winner is decided, a holy light will fall from the sky, healing the genius who is running for the election. In the venue, dozens of attribute light balls were scattered after the fierce battle, most of which were enhancement points, and a few were growth type attribute values. Lin Chen's heart is itching to see this, but he is not a genius to run for election, so he can't step down to collect attribute light balls. Boom! The first wave of ranking changes began to be replaced from the top of the gold list, causing a new wave of shocks. Xuanxing has already shot, sprinkled the holy light, and all the geniuses under the holy light have recovered. The 600 geniuses have all won and lost. Whether it is the winner or the loser, there is still a chance. If the number of defeats exceeds 4 times, they will be completely eliminated. The second batch, start. Before everyone could return to their senses, the holy light golden list in the void was arranged again, and another 600 geniuses began to enter. Shenling Shuang is no 427 and belongs to the second batch of the first round. Little girl, do you have any confidence? Lin Chen rubbed her hair. She put her hands on her hips, and said, old-fashioned master, don't worry, I fight very well. Lin Chen smiled, but he did not underestimate Shen Lingshuang. Shen Lingshuang's current strength could not detect the truth, but it could give him a dangerous sense of oppression. This girl's current strength may be terrifying. The genius of Sun Moon Palace smiled playfully. It's the little girl's turn, hee, this kid is really a waste. It's a shame to be reduced to relying on a little girl. I'm afraid this little girl may not be Li Songhai's opponent even if she has some means. There is an arrogant girl who glanced at Lin Chen with great disdain and said, "Boneless, you have to rely on women." Kaientai, the two confront each other. Shen Lingshuang versus Li Songhai. Li Songhai, who was wearing a white shirt, looked serious. Little sister, I won't underestimate you, and I won't be sympathetic to you. Shen Lingshuang made a face. Let the horse come over. Hey! The saint of Fengquan waved his hand. Start. Boom. The Kaientai in the space barrier once again shocked the infinite. Momentum. Li Songhai shook his hands, rolling up thousands of shock waves, and the war energy turned into a raging wave. In just an instant, the huge waves of war energy swept the entire Kaientai. This Li Songhai has such a terrifying fighting spirit. This kind of mentality is also a top level in the half-orange level. No, not more than that. Those geniuses who were following Shen Lingshuang and Li Songhai suddenly exclaimed, "Roar!" When the huge waves of war energy surged in, within the waves of war energy that rolled up hundreds of meters high, 10 sea beasts of war energy protruded from the sky and attacked Shen Lingshuang with great momentum. There are ancient killer whales, ancient Qingjiao, ancient beluga whales, ancient dragon sword sharks, and so on, which are extremely fierce, and their power is to push mountains across the mountains. This Li Songhai showed all his strength as soon as they met. Is this little girl so strong? Impossible. Then Lin Chen said that she was her master, so I don't believe how strong she can be. All the geniuses were surprised. Li Songhai didn't care about the opinions of others, but he could faintly sense that this little girl was hiding an aura that made him feel dangerous. Li Songhai shone with 5 water-type heterocrystal fragments all over his body, and his power skyrocketed to the apex and smashed head-on. Linglong Jade raised her legs lightly. The girl stepped forward slightly, her pink fist clenched tightly. She is like a lone sailboat in the sea, facing the furious sea beasts, charging head-on. How small her slender figure looks. The innocence between Shen Lingshuang's brows was gradually replaced by an extraordinary charm. She raised her fists to close her stomach, and her jewel-like eyes radiated a terrifying divine light. It's there. Bang! Shen Lingshuang rushed out one step at a time, all relying on the speed of pure power, bursting, like an arrow from the string, rushing straight to the raging sea. She actually used any fighting spirit? Body refiner? What does she want? This will be torn apart. Shen Lingshuang's recklessness made countless geniuses change their faces. But Fengquan Saint's eyes suddenly froze. Most of the holy realms in the void noticed the abnormality, and their hearts were stunned. Could it be that Shen Lingshuang's whole body was full of fighting spirit for 9 tribulations? Without using any combat skills, she swept her fist up, and punched the dragon horn of the Taiku Qingjiao among the 10 fighting spirit sea beasts. Sigh. Bang. The weak Xiaofan smashed the sky and burst into a monstrous fist. Boom. All the waves of war energy were completely destroyed, causing Li Songhai to vomit blood and retreat. Before he could react, the fist wind swept away everything, and the moment the huge wave was broken, it became even more violent. All the offensive turned into a violent punch, and a punch penetrated Li Songhai's treasure, inner armor, and defensive battle skill. Pfft. Li Songhai was blown away by a punch, like a kite with a broken string, hitting the ground heavily, unconscious. Silence. The audience ushered in a very strange silence. This is the fastest duel in The second batch of opening games. The corners of the mouths of tens of thousands of geniuses twitched wildly. And they looked like they had seen a ghost. One punch? Without any combat skills, only a simple and unpretentious punch, defeatedly. Songhai, the 34,888th on the genius list. The genius of the Sun Moon Palace was astonished as if his throat was pinched by an invisible hand. Someone Lin opened his mouth slightly and rubbed his eyes. The pink dress fluttered, and the little girl imitated Lin Chen's appearance. And raised her hand, calmly. Take it away, next one. What kind of boxing is this? I'm not blind. That's Li Songhai. You can't kill a genius with more than 20,000 rankings in an instant, right? The geniuses came back to their senses, and there was a heated discussion in the audience. Everyone looked at Lin, only to see him nodding slightly and saying with an unfathomable expression, well, yes, let's pass the level SOSO. This is also called SOSO? In fact, someone Lin was so excited that he almost flipped in place. Previously, he watched the battle between the snow-clothed swordsman and the blue-shirt Sun, and it had fully revealed that the gap between the top 40,000 geniuses was extremely small, and they were all the top 5 Tribulation War Emperors, below the Holy Realm. This Li Songhai's strength is comparable to that of the two just now. To be able to kill such a genius in seconds, just 2 words, outrageous. Even the current Lin Chen can hardly do better than this girl. Above the clouds, the saints are talking. You can't be wrong, that punch was aimed at the weakest point, breaking all attacks down to 1 point. And after this girl was broken with a weak point, the Earth-type battle aura restrained Li Songhai's Water-type battle aura, and all the aftermath of the battle aura was countered back with the Wind-type battle aura, using the spear of the enemy and the sword of transforming oneself. So amazing. The ability to do this cannot be explained by talent. This child is very likely to be the legendary martial saint bloodline, who can see through the ultimate talent of combat skills and martial arts. Many saints from the 36 regions have gone through thousands of years. In Tianma and in Mia and other dark pavilion holy places, their faces are very ugly. The more terrifying the origins of the people around Lin Chen, the more fearful they are. Shen Lingshuang jumped all the way back to the seat like a white rabbit, straightened her nose at someone Lin, and hummed, "How is it, master, how much do you give me in this fight?" Lin Chen pretended to be calm, 82 points, the posture is not handsome enough. In order to be afraid of your pride, the next 18 points will be given to you in the form of 666. Lin Chen flicked his fingers and threw 5 Longqing fruits to this girl. Here, the master rewarded you, save yourself some food. This is Long Qingguo. Shen Lingshuang held the splendid Long Qingguo, swallowed and chewed one, the lips and teeth were fragrant, sweet and sour aftertaste, and the power came continuously. Previously, Lin Chen's purple-gold eyes had already spotted that this girl was the cultivation base of the 4 Tribulations Battle Emperor. Her pure body refining strength was stronger than her own, 64 million dragon power. As a body-refining war emperor, Long Qingguo is of great benefit to her. The genius of Sun Moon Palace finally put away his arrogant heart and looked at Shen Lingshuang. Of course, Lin Chen and the others still ignored it. Unexpectedly, this little girl is actually the blood of martial saint. The 2 ancestors of the Holy Land of Fu Shengguo were speechless. Sun Yuer asked curiously, "Grandma, what is the bloodline of martial saint?" Yu Poison Saint said earnestly, "The blood of martial saint is the ultimate genius of martial arts. Cultivating combat skills is as simple as drinking water and eating He has a very high understanding and talent for human race. Combat skills. For example, Qingli Nizi of Fu Xinghua practiced the top half-orange Wan Yuqing long sword technique, and it took nearly 10 years to get a glimpse of the door. For a short time. So fast? Sun Yuer was shocked. This kind of bloodline talent is even more powerful when it is applied to the enemy's clan. Saint Yu poisoned to tate his tongue in surprise. You must know that any combat skills cultivation, even if the combat skills are cultivated to the extreme, will still have flaws. It's just who is competing. The flaws are more subtle and invisible. If the Holy Realm is against the Battle King of 5 Tribulations, and suppresses the same realm, the Holy Realm can crush the latter's offensive with only one stone, because the saint can easily see the weakness of the Battle King's attack, and this is the advantage of breaking the weakness. Fighting in the same realm, the battle changes rapidly, even if you can find the opponent's weakness, it is difficult to break. The old eyes of Sage Yu Poison flickered with a surly light. The old man has suffered this loss in the past. Even sacred poison can find weaknesses. The blood of martial sage basically has few rivals at the same level. Looking at the history of the Holy Realm, with martial arts, there are very few saints in the bloodline, and every time they are born, they are shocked by the existence of all directions. Sun Yuer was amazed, and when she stared at Lin Chen's back, she even murmured, such a powerful person is actually his tutor. No wonder even the world-shattering genius, like Master Zhen de Shui, is willing to be his subordinate. Ah, chirp. Someone. Lin touched his nose, and said strangely to himself, why do you feel like someone is calling me handsome behind my back? Although Shen Lingshuang broke the situation with one punch, the battle of the second batch was still in full swing. What? Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. He had been watching Shen Lingshuang before, but he had never noticed that in the battle of these 600 geniuses, there was a figure fluttering like a fairy. And he was shocked. Her every move is like a cloud covering the fog, extremely illusory and blurry, but without losing the momentum of the majestic atmosphere. She suppressed the 31,441 geniuses in just a dozen rounds. That is by no means restrained by mentality or fighting spirit attributes, only pure strength crushing. When he saw the celestial appearance, which was as beautiful as a fairy, Lin's tiger body was shocked. I surrender. In just over 20 rounds, the genius who held a half-moon red halberd hurriedly announced. Fairy slenderly stopped, nodded politely, and nodded. She was extremely elegant, and her voice was like the sound of nature. Concession. After staring blankly that day, he said helplessly, Ning Fairy is too polite. It's you who accepted it. You're not like a genius from an auxiliary sect. Among the geniuses of the 100 Saints' Gate floating in the air outside the field, a graceful young man nodded, as expected of the woman I liked. She is really unusual. Qing Xian, such a beautiful name. The beautiful junior sister beside him felt a bit jealous. In terms of appearance, she admits that she is not inferior to countless women in the world, but in the face of this Ning Fairy, her temperament and aura are completely different from the inside out. Different. The beauty and ugliness of a woman can be completely determined not only by the facial features of the face. The elegant and beautiful woman who has experienced the practice of the world can even refine her own charm. Suddenly, the eyes of the young master of the 100 Saint sect suddenly condensed. This Ning Fairy actually wandered towards the front row of auditoriums. What is even more surprising is that the corners of the lips of this Peerless Fairy who can see through the world are slightly lifted, and a smile blooms. Fragrance is peerless. All the scenery in the world seems to be eclipsed by it. Master Zhijiao stared blankly. It's a pity that this smile is not because of him, but because of a cynical teenager in the audience. The fairy raised her eyebrows slightly, and smiled at the young man. Should I call you Hero Lin, or Director Lin? Countless geniuses were suddenly stunned, and unbelievable shock emerged. Since participating in the Tianbang conference, countless geniuses have expressed their admiration for her, and this fairy Ning has not even responded a word. Now this fairy Ning actually took the initiative to talk to a man? Or a man who couldn't even participate in the heavenly ranking conference. Countless eyes were like sharp swords, and they all locked on Lin Chen. He took out a clear ancient mirror from under his crotch and took a serious picture, and said to Fairy Ning seriously, "Well, let's call it Commander Lin. It's more appropriate. The director has more points. Who are we?" Someone Lin looked up to the sky and sighed, alas. I originally thought that I was the only one who became handsome all the time, but I didn't expect Miss Ning to become a fairy. Then handsome brother Lin thinks that the current fairy is better than the previous Qing Xian. Fairy Ning smiled and sat beside Lin Chen naturally. This absolutely beautiful person is Ning Qing Xian. When the two met, they had some emotion in their hearts. From the farewell of Tianga Academy, to the desperate rush into the pseudo-god family to save people, although the two of them have not spent much time together, they have more pure and profound emotions in their hearts. Ning Qingshuan's temperament has indeed undergone a qualitative transformation. In the past, she was as light as water, but she was ignorant of the world. Like the clear lotus in the spring sun, it always makes people feel like a spring breeze, and their hearts are like warm jade. But now, it's more like a fairy who is pure and refined, as if she has already experienced the world, and looks down on everything. If it wasn't for the extraordinary relationship between the two, Lin Chen might not be able to remain calm under her gaze. Among the beauties that Lin Chen has met, the ones who can give the impression of being beautiful like heaven are only Ling Yueqi, Ning Qingxian, and Bai Ruoyan. If you say that Ning Qingxian is a fairy who sees through the world, elegant and refined, that Ling Yueqi is a peerless ice fairy, and Bai Ruoyan is more like a goddess of peerless elegance. From time to time, she shows a bit of shyness to Lin Chen, like an exile, and each has its own merits. Wow, is she a teacher again? When are you going to have a wedding? Shen Lingshuang's eyes lit up, and Fairy Ning's eyes turned, with a smile that was not a smile. Then you have to ask your master. Someone Lin said in a serious tone, choosing a day is worse than hitting the sun. Hitting the sun is not as good as today is not as good as another day is not as good as the day after tomorrow. Anyway, it's the day, so don't be in a hurry, just brag for a while. Wouldn't it be beautiful to watch the conference for a while? Some male geniuses are jealous. What kind of special event is this coming out? Before Lin Chen had time to talk to Ning Qingxian, a sword intent of Ling Tian's killing appeared, cutting off the positions of the two. The young master has a tie with his hair, his face is like a crown of jade. His facial features are ferocious, and he raises his sword and curses. How tall are you? How dare a mere little aphid insult Fairy Ning? Lin Chen's demeanor was particularly calm, and Ning Qingshuan's wonderful eyes flashed with murderous intent. Lin Chen sneered. Oh? Which onion is your excellency? Young Master Qingyi Jia seemed to realize the gaffe in front of the fairy. Raised his shirt, raised his eyebrows arrogantly, and warned Lin Chen in a Charitable tone. I am ranked 10,099th on the genius list of my son. Title, Swallowing the Sky. With a sword, Beishan Dongfang Yao is one of the highest-ranked geniuses in the audience. Remember this son's name and then, get out, understand? Lin Chen was stunned. Roll? Understand? I wipe. This was the first time he had seen someone who could pretend to be better than Talon. In other words, I didn't realize how mindless this person was. He was obviously old acquaintances with Ning Chen. You don't deserve to bring shoes to senior brother. If it wasn't for the Heavenly ranking conference today, you wouldn't leave your hands and feet to make amends. It's not that simple. The junior sister who was alluring the country and the city came over and sneered at Lin Chen. Which piece of fruit are you, dare to slander my master? Shenling Shuang bared her snow-white teeth, but she was really cute when she wanted to look cruel. Lin Chen patted Nizi's head and stood up. Before he could speak, Ning Chen stood in front of Lin Chen first. She said indifferently, Dongfang Yao, first, he doesn't need to remember what your name is. Second, he is my closest relative, please respect yourself, Mr. Dongfang Yao. Third, if you dare to slander again, I don't recommend tearing your mouths to pieces, although the Beishan men is strong, Ning Chen, are not easy to bully. Wow. All the geniuses who did not participate in the war were in an uproar. Fairy Ning actually helped this boy to oppose the Beishan men? He even said it to death. Fairy Ning, you. Dongfang Yao gritted his teeth. Lin Chen patted his shoulder and said with a wicked smile. That night, she didn't reject me. That night, she was below and I was above. That night, I was in front and she was behind. Oh no, it's the other way around. The geniuses heard it clearly. That night? Are you in the front and she is in the back? Ning Chen gave Lin Chen a helpless look, with a unique style. This scene is very ambiguous in the eyes of the geniuses. Did Fairy Ning deny it? Is this the default? Dongfang Yao Thunder was furious, and his eyes shot out the light of killing intent. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, want to do it? This Dongfang Yao is extremely powerful. It is several times stronger than any genius list genius he has encountered. The ranking of 10,099 is by no means a false name. What Chen Wuming and Qin Xiaotian, the pavilion master of Jiwetian Pavilion, are not worthy of carrying his shoes. This is the existence that truly stands at the top of the genius list. For the current Lin Chen, it is an unprecedented powerful enemy. In a head-to-head battle, Lin Chen doesn't know how many rounds he can last. But someone Talon is not a vegetarian either. He now has enough energy in the rune, and when a high-energy slow rune is played, it is uncertain who will win or who will lose. Let's go, ignore this kind of person. Ning Chen smiled at Lin Chen, but he held Ning Chen. Let's go, this is our best viewing position. If you want to get out, it's someone who gets out. It's none of our business. Lin Chen smiled and blinked at Shenling Shuang, right, good disciple. Yes, don't come to hinder the intimacy between the master and the wife. Shenling Shuang was a big kid, and Ning Chen smiled. Boom. A sword that opened up the world suddenly suppressed it, making Lin Chen as pointed by 1,000 swords, and his edge was revealed. Lin Chen was calm, wearing a silver robe without the wind blowing. He is someone who has fought against criminals in the holy prison, and now he has faced the pursuit of many holy realms with such hard work and Accumulation, no one on the list of geniuses has it. If you want to overwhelm him with momentum, it is impossible for him to be number one on the genius list. Okay, very good. Instead, I expect your apprentice to win and bring you into Rainbow Island smoothly. Dong Fengyao laughed in anger. This son will torture you well and make you die so painfully, so painful. Lin Chen didn't change his face. Don't worry, I am a kinder person, and my gun is very fast. You won't have the slightest pain. The two were tit for tat, and Lin Chen's aura was not inferior to that of Dong Fengyao, which surprised many geniuses. This kid is really not afraid of the sky and the earth, and he has provoked the Queen of the Sun and Moon Palace and confronted the Bashan men in a row. He has no chance. The geniuses shook their heads and laughed. A trash who only knows how to hide behind women. Dong Fengyao flicked his nails, sneered disdainfully, and left with his junior sister. Lin Chen looked at the back of his leaving, and suddenly shouted. Actually, I was actually behind that night. Everyone fell, and Dong Fengyao almost fell into a dog and ate shit. You have to be careful, this person is very strong. Ning Qingxian said to Lin Chen with a slightly solemn expression. Lin Chen nodded. There is no vacuous person under the reputation, but some things have to be played before you know. It's okay, master, I'll beat him up for you. Shenling Shuang clenched her small pink fist in high spirits. Lin Chen smiled and flicked Nizi's snow-white forehead, raised his head and stared at the saints high in the sky. A gleam of light flashed across his eyes. Although he has broken through the three calamities, he has put aside the trump cards such as sluggishness, phantom runes, and orange-level talent. Instant light splitting. Lin Chen admits that his current combat power is placed in the heavenly ranking, which is also at the middle and lower level. This is an objective fact. Unexpectedly, I can see Your Excellency Lin Chen again at the Tianbang conference. It's a pleasure to meet, it's a pleasure to meet. At this moment, a man and a woman came over. The handsome and straight young man clasped his fists with a respectful expression. It was the ghost mathematician Mo Qing and Bingtong Lan Ruoxue. They also came to the southern region to participate in the moment of witnessing history. The glamorous and noble Lan Ruoxue said with a smile, young Master Lin Chen is truly astonished to have such a deep relationship with Fairy Ning. In Qian's eyes, there was a flash of sadness. The two of us have known each other for a long time. It doesn't matter. By the way, are my friends all right? Lin Chen asked with a smile, and Mo Qing nodded. Since you, Your Excellency Lin Chen, have left the Holy Land with the ancestor of the Dark Pavilion and other holy places, the White Dragon Sect Master and the Bingxin Palace Master have tried their best to resist the saints who have united with the Dark Pavilion, the friend of young Master Lin Chen. We all leave the quad convention safely. Mo Qing bowed his head and said seriously to Lin Chen, Your Excellency Lin Chen, my suzerain has ordered me to convey his meaning. We are willing to fully support Your Excellency and resist other holy realms in one fell swoop. Lin Chen smiled playfully. Oh? No merit and no reward. I don't think you will be moved by my handsomeness. I don't know what the price is? Mo Qingshou said, without any price, as long as Your Excellency agrees, my sect will come out in full force. Lin Chen didn't answer, smiled without saying a word, neither refused nor agreed. Mo Qing was not in a hurry, and simply sat beside Lin Chen. At this time, Lin Chen looked up at all the holy places. It's time. System, activate the omen of theft. The King of Thieves, I'm determined. Lin Chen activated his talent at once. The host activates the omen talent of divine stealing and begins to steal attribute values from 269 holy realms. That's right, Lin Chen is going to start stealing the attribute values of all the holy places present. At that time, with the addition of the attribute values dropped by the Heavenly Ranking Conference, he will definitely advance, by leaps and bounds. Activate the God-stealing omen talent, consumes 4 intermediate talent points. Consumes 3 intermediate talent points, consumes 5 talent points. Steal attribute values, 20 points of advanced rune energy, 19 points of advanced fire energy, 21 points of advanced water energy, 20 points of gold energy, 28 points of advanced earth energy, 21 points of advanced thunder energy. Stealing attribute values, 9 points of advanced spiritual power, 20,000 points of reinforcement, 20 points of intermediate talent points, 10,000 points of advanced essence, 39 points of advanced exercise essence, 10,000 points of blank attribute. Boom. Boom. Lin Chen's 9-color battle chi life wheel incites the roaring momentum of the sun and the moon, and the element attribute value is soaring. This is the fastest increase in attribute values since his updated version. Stealing the attribute values of 269 holy realms, even if each holy realm can only be stolen once, is extremely terrifying. He turned on the system in a single thought. Tiandao Pickup System version 6.0. Host, Lin Chen, Cultivation, 3 Tribulations Battle Emperor Advanced. Essence, 1.04 million points. Ultimate Strength, 56.55 million. Dragon Power Advanced Blood, 990,000 points. Advanced Spiritual Attribute Value, 1,779 points, Fullness of the Sky. Advanced Cultivation Technique Essence, 3,660 points. Advanced Rune Energy, 2,188 points. Intermediate Heaven Value, 3,227 points. Intermediate Talent Points, 1950 points. Blank Attribute, 1.32 million points. Reinforcement Points, 740,000 points. Advanced Element Energy, Fire 797 points, Earth 601 points, Wood 600 points. Gold 695 points, Water 678 points, Thunder 695 points, Wind 674 points, Light 414 points, Dark 521 points. Exercise Status Bar, 9 Tribulations of Creation plus 14, Taisher Bible plus 14. Royal Heaven plus 13, Dragon Flash plus 14, Sword Fury plus 13, Mirror Moon plus 13. Blood Status Bar, Open or Not. Passive Talent Bar, Green Rank, Double Cultivation Acacia, Purple Rank. Assault, Purple Rank, Tear, Orange Rank, Extreme God Possession Fragment. 2/4, Nirvana Bar, Open or Not. Active Talent Bar, Open or Not. Characteristic Rune Column, Open or Not. Talent Combination Skills, Open or Not. The attribute value of advanced elements skyrocketed to an average of 600 points. It's more than doubled after looting the Chen family first. Very good, there are many holy places and geniuses present, as long as I pull their hatred and target me, the Godslayer talent will exert its maximum power. Even without the help of the God of Warbracers, I, Lin Chen, can slaughter the saint again. Lin Chen's brows showed his arrogance to look down on the world, and this ranking will be a turning point for everything he will do next. I don't know, the current 9 Tribulations of Creation has some power of the orange level mentality. Lin Chen expects in his heart that, strictly speaking, he still does not have a volume of orange level combat skills. Only after 2 epiphanies in the Taisher Bible, the power is equivalent to orange-level exercises, but it is not a combat skill. After arriving in the holy world for so long, Lin Chen has never seen a roll of orange-level combat skills so far. Such combat skills are rare, and they are extremely difficult to cultivate. At this time, the second batch of battles ended, followed by the third and fourth batches. In 2 days, the first round came to an end. The second round of the battle started quickly, the battle intensified, and the atmosphere of the audience became more and more climax. Each of these geniuses has different fighting characteristics, and Lin Chen watched intently. Lin Chen majored in guns, and also studied swordsmanship, bow and arrow, body training, and other fields. Being able to learn his own combat system and collocation from these geniuses has benefited a lot. Ning Qingxian still won the second round very easily, defeating her opponent in dozens of rounds. Finally, in the last batch of the second round, it was Shunling Shuang's turn to appear. Her opponent happened to be a genius from Sun Moon Palace, enemy Lu's Hai. Ranked 24,619 on the genius list, Big Sun burns the sky Luo Yanxia. Much stronger than the previous Li Songhai. Junior sister, remember not to hold back. Senior brother's strength is enough to compete for the top 10 rankings. You are allowed to show your cards, regardless of everything. Even if you are eliminated in the next game, senior brother can help you fight back. The white-robed son of the Sun Moon Palace raised his hand and made a wipe his neck. Luo Yanxia, who was wearing a gorgeous red robe, nodded and sneered. Brother, don't worry, I will do my best. Brush. 2 flashes of light flashed, and the two entered the stage. Shunling Shuang snorted coldly, "Humph, you belong to the same person who insulted the master just now. I will hit you hard. Act recklessly." Luo Yanxia's mouth lifted slightly. Start. Feng Quan Saint gave an order, and the last batch of geniuses in the second round began to fight in an instant. Sigh. Boom. Luo Yanxia swallowed a red elixir, and a round of scorching hot sun rose like 10,000 fires, burning up from Luo Yanxia's tender body. Her whole body was like a violent blazing sun. The center of her eyebrows opened and closed with a sun-like flame of fire, and the dense flame patterns were engraved in the air, which was motivated by the third rank holy vein. The 8 shards of different crystals of the solar system flickering in its body burned violently, and the residual temperature of the war can burn mountains and seas, burning thousands of wild. This is the self-immolation dissimilar crystal fragment. This woman in Sun Moon Palace is determined to fight to the death with Lin Chen's apprentice. This is not the price that can be recovered after a single treatment. The energy of the different crystal fragments will also lose most of the energy, and the strength will inevitably decline. The geniuses were amazed and stunned. Luo Yanxia not only took the medicinal pill, but also spontaneously combusted the different crystal fragments, and the fighting spirit climbed to a peak. Clothes and yarns fluttered, Luo Yanxia's fingertips flowed and gathered 10,000 yang fires, burning the sky, and pointed out. The great sun-burning sun splits the devil fingers. The beautiful woman snorted coldly, and an extremely gorgeous crimson fiery finger was pointed out from the sky. The Tenmu fiery finger was burning with soaring sparks. The speed was extremely fast, and it shook Shunling Shuang fiercely. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. The power of this finger, he may only be able to face-to-face confrontation. Only if he controls the sky-raising sword and uses his stunts such as sword, fury boosting the sky or Yutian with all his strength. Shen Lingshuang's expression changed from innocent to full of concentration. Her little face was full of seriousness, her eyes twinkled, and she rushed over with a single stride. Can this little girl resist? There was a trace of worry in Lin Chen's heart. However, the next moment, Lin Chen realized that his worries were completely unnecessary. Boom! The fist wind swept through the sky, and the punch broke the sky. Xiao! Nizi threw a simple and unpretentious punch, shaking it under the giant finger of Yang Yan, blasting four mysterious lights. Bang! The terrifying Yang Yan storm was blown up by a punch, and the sky-shattering explosion was as if the entire Chitai was overturned. The violent punching style was like a mad dragon rushing through Luo Yanxia's delicate body. Beauty spilled on the spot. Lin Chen took a sigh of relief, and many geniuses and saints in the audience all appeared shocked. That finger just now was not an offensive that could be fully resolved with a weak click. The energy of the burning dissimilar crystal fragments, even if it is defeated and scattered, is extremely violent and aggressive, and the aftermath alone is enough to shock an ordinary 5 tribulation war emperor into serious injuries. This little girl still didn't use any combat skills, and she surpassed the level with the 4 tribulations? The corner of Shen Lingshuang's mouth outlines a simple smile. One punch is a genius, master no longer has to worry about my cultivation. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. One punch, one genius list? Is there such an outrageous little girl in this world? Damn it. How can this little girl be so strong? She is too young, and the bloodline of Wuxing has not really awakened. Junior sister Luo Yanxia was defeated, and she was killed instantly. The people on the Sun Moon Palace side couldn't help but feel angry. They were pretentious and arrogant. So far, all the geniuses in the Sun Moon Palace, except Luo Yanxia, have all had a winning streak. This time, their goal is to enter Rainbow Island together. Losing a game seems to have tarnished their prestige. Shen Lingshuang shrugged, bored, and left the stage easily. The white-clothed son of the Sun Moon Palace stared at Shen Lingshuang's back with fierce eyes, filled with murderous aura. Ning Qingxian stared at Shen Lingshuang thoughtfully. Before everyone could recover, Shen Lingshuang drew the first batch of the third round, number 114, the first batch to appear. Her opponent is even stronger this time. In terms of lottery luck, her luck is almost the worst group in the game. The genius list is 21240, Wan Jianhuang, Qin Jianfeng. He is also the son of the Sword Saint, the third-rank Saint Vane Wanjian. Celestial body, and the one-handed profound swordsmanship was passed down by the Sword Saint's father. Qin Jianfeng learned the lessons of the first 2 geniuses, and did not give Shen Lingshuang a chance to attack others. But still a punch. Everyone witnessed Qin Jianfeng's famous stunt, Wan Jiangui Yuan, when Shen Lingshuang punched it into a shattered sword beam. The audience was silent. How strong is this girl now? Lin Chen was full of shock in his heart. He couldn't see through the strength of this girl now. Countless geniuses have expressions of doubt about life. What kind of monster is this little girl? For robbery cultivation level leapfrog to defeat 30,000, 20,000 geniuses, or instant kill. Even the son of the Sword Saint is a punch. One punch, one genius. Sweep the field. When some geniuses looked at Lin Chen, they couldn't help but look confused. What kind of master does it take to cultivate such a monster? Ning Qingxian seriously and carefully asked Lin Chen how she knew Shen Lingshuang. After thinking for a while, she said seriously to Lin Chen, The bloodline of the martial saint has absolutely no such power. The difference between the two's cultivation is too great. If the two are both in the 5 tribulations battle sovereign cultivation base, it is not unusual for them to break down their weaknesses and quickly defeat them in the same realm. But the difference is a big realm. Ning Qingshuan's blue eyes flashed with brilliance, and there was a rare mood swing. Perhaps this Nizi's bloodline is a higher level of Wuxing's bloodline. Lin Chen's pupils trembled. To the next level? Could it be that is the bloodline of the legendary martial god? Some saints are also aware of this possibility. The eyes of the saints began to shift from paying attention to the genius of the audience to Shenling Shuang. Then, the third round set off an unprecedented white-hot battle. 4 consecutive victories can directly obtain a place on Rainbow Island, and 3 victories can enter the reserve. If there are more than 4,000 geniuses with 4 consecutive victories, the geniuses who have won 3 consecutive victories will also be eliminated. If the 4-game winning streak is less than 4,000, then choose from the alternatives to fight again. The next battle is very important. Many trump cards that have been hidden for a long time have finally begun to be revealed, and some even more than 10,000 geniuses met in advance in the third round. Ning Qingxian also met a black-clothed young man who practiced team-based exercises, and he was a formidable enemy. This person is ranked 19,993 on the genius list, from Jianyu, and his name is Moving in All Directions. His ranking was 8th higher than Ning Qingxian, and Ning Qingxian fought fiercely with him for 2,000 rounds, before relying on the long Qingguo left by Lin Chen to quickly recover on the spot, and finally won the battle. After another 2 days and 2 nights of fierce battle, Tianbang finally entered the 4th round. These days, the rankings of the genius list have been changing in turn, and the entire 36 domains can be said to have set off a wave of heated discussions. Everyone is still unfinished, and they are looking forward to the next battle. The next thing is the tiebreaker. Those who stay are strong players or dark horses. Hee, it's getting more and more exciting. Lin Chen smiled playfully. Ning Qingxian nodded and said, there are only 55 talents ranked over 30,000 who can reach the 4th round, those who are ranked over 20,000, more than 1,000, those who are ranked over 10,000, and 6,000 people, with the exception of a few people who ranked more than 10,000. Basically all one in a row. In other words, the probability of Ning Qingxian and Shenling Shuang encountering more than 10,000 ranked geniuses in the next round exceeds 75%. Well, the number of half-orange combat skills controlled by many geniuses is between 2 and 4. After Lin Chen watched many classic battles, he was thoughtful. There are 5 or more types that have not been found yet, or have not been used yet. Half-orange combat skills are extremely difficult to cultivate, and top geniuses are no exception. If the pursuit of quantity leaves behind the pursuit of perfection in the realm, the combat skills that are cultivated will only be full of flaws. These geniuses are well aware of this, and the level of control of combat skills is at least consummate or even peaked, and there are almost no combat skills that are just a glimpse of the door. Some geniuses use combat skills more like I use Sword Furious Engine, the Heaven and the Mirror Moon Decree. The gods move like the heart and become ecstatic. Lin Chen was amazed. Cabbage? Boom. The list of holy light changed. First Ning Qingxian, she actually drew a genius of 30,991. Although there is no weak person to fight until 4 rounds, this luck is also very good. 4-game winning streak should be no suspense. And Shen Lingshuang was not so lucky. She drew 19,400 talents, 8 a bone. This opponent is from the barbarian realm, drinking the blood of Dalwan. Tearing the giant barbarian elephant with his hands, and refining the body, too. The extreme, reaching 99.15 million dragon power. She dominates the mountains and rivers and moves the sky, the third-rank holy vein, and the blood is strong like a dragon. What's even more mysterious is that this person actually parasitized a 7th-order peak extreme mist Xianjiao. Hey, did I meet that little girl in a dagu? I hope she won't be swallowed by my Xuanjiao, otherwise the saint will not be able to save her. The 2-foot-tall Adagu licked his lips and grinned ferociously. A mysterious dragon sprang out from the top of his head, baring his teeth and grinning. The relationship between this guy and this Xianjiao is a bit like me and my own Qinglong, and they work together very closely. Lin Chen's Dragon King's current strength is only 79.99 million dragon power. And there is still some distance left before the 80 million dragon power of the 5 tribulations body refinement. If the Dragon King faces the Xian Jiao, the winning rate will not exceed 60%. If you play against a Dagu, the Dragon Emperor will be blown up. Seeing this dangerous guy, Lin Chen immediately grabbed the ear of the little girl who was sleeping late, and asked with a slightly serious expression. Little Nizi, let me ask you, how many half-orange combat skills have you learned now? With your bloodline and talent, it shouldn't be difficult to learn half-orange skills. It shouldn't be difficult to deal with a Dagu, with Shen Lingshuang's talent. But if the other party cooperates with the extreme fog Xuanjiao, the difficulty factor will skyrocket. Seeing that Lin Chen asked such a question, Xiao Nizi was shocked, and her face showed a guilty expression. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. This little girl should be. The candidates enter. The Saint of Fengquan announced that Shen Lingshuang immediately jumped into the arena, giggling, and said, Master, don't worry, I will win. Lin Chen has a bad premonition in his heart, whether he can enter Rainbow Island depends on this girl. If you lose, not only will Long Qinghua not be eaten, but your ass will bloom. The 4th round is held, and geniuses beyond 40,000 are looking forward to it, and the confrontation of the top geniuses will begin this time. The Ada bone of the barbarian domain is like a human-shaped beast, wearing rattan armor, and jumping into the Chi-Tai, the shock is full of dust and smoke. And the hurricane is destroyed. Standing in front of him, Shen Lingshuang was as delicate as a kitten in front of a huge brown bear. You still have a chance to surrender now. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to break your throat later. Ada laughed wickedly. Shen Lingshuang ignored him, and the opening was serious and heroic, standing with fists clenched. Start. The Saint of Fengquan shouted. Tear. Adaga's arm condensed the fighting spirit of the dragon, and the fist was like a giant hammer slamming down the mountain, pulling the mountains and rivers, crushing the airflow, and smashing the sky-shattering wind pressure. Shen Lingshuang slanted her body and jumped into the air, her knees slammed into the air, and the ladder came first, bombarding Adaga's elbow. The wild dragon's fighting spirit shattered into nothingness. Pa! The sound of bone cracking sounded. This punch was not ready to be fired, but was broken by a weak click, and Ada grinned. Linging flashes. Shen Lingshuang's tender body spun in the air, her jade legs swept through the wind, and she was swept away in anger, wanting to cut off Adaga's arm. Boom! This domineering and unparalleled strike hit Xianjiao's scales, and a strange mist entangled Shen Lingshuang's body. The extremely foggy Xuanjiao, the breath mist born in the sky, can corrode the fighting spirit, and the 8th order extremely foggy Xianlong can even corrode the holy power. The strength was weakened, and Shenling Shuang's little face became solemn. Just waiting for you to shoot. Adagu held a giant axe and slashed Shenling Shuang. Boom! 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 Shenling Shuang retreated again and again, her delicate and petite figure fluttering like a feather, and every time she dodged, she counterattacked Adagu with a stronger momentum. However, Shenling Shuang was shrouded in the mist of the extremely foggy Xuanjiao from the beginning to the end, and the attack power was greatly reduced. In addition, the Xuanjiao and the Ada bone cooperated seamlessly. Like a wave of arms, Shenling Shuang was suppressed for the first time. Why does this Nzihui have so few combat skills? Or is she keeping her hands? Lin Chen was stunned, and Ning Qingxian was also confused. With the qualifications above the martial saint bloodline, the understanding and control of combat skills are beyond ordinary people, but if Shen Ling Shuang uses any kind of half-orange combat skills, he will not fall into the disadvantage. Even the movement techniques used by Shenling Shuang were only around the rank of high-level middle rank purple rank, and every time they avoided the bombardment of this person and Jiao. Could it be that? Lin Chen suddenly thought of a possibility, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Maybe Shenling Shuang doesn't know half-orange combat skills at all. This little girl was suppressed by the Ada bone of the barbarian? That's not right, isn't she a suspected martial saint bloodline? Why didn't she use any advanced combat skills? Some geniuses noticed the abnormality in the Kaientai, and they were surprised. Ha ha ha, die. Earth Demon Dragon. Ada's bones smirked. Xian Jiao was entangled in his body, his dragon energy was condensed, and the 3rd grade holy vein was burning. His pure power instantly rushed to the extreme of 99.99 million dragon power, and he slashed down with one axe. A blood-colored axe that ripped apart the sky wrapped around the roaring roar of the wild dragon, and slashed to Shenling Shuang head-on. The mist of the extremely foggy Xuanjiao enveloped the Kaientai, and Shen Ling Shuang had no way to retreat. Shenling Shuang leaped into the air, suddenly lifted her slender and delicate snow legs, turned into a frightening rainbow flash, and slammed into a whip. Many people witnessed this almost outrageous scene. The seemingly slender little girl actually kicked Adagu's full-strength blow in the air. What? Adagu's face changed slightly, and a petite afterimage flashed behind him, and his little hand probed. Bang! Tear! The slender 5 fingers burst out with the strength of breaking the stars, pulling and tearing the head of the extremely foggy Xuanjiao, behind the Ada bone. Pfft! Adagu vomited blood. Xian Jiao and him were born from the same root. And he would also be injured the moment he was torn off by Shenling Shuang. Shenling Shuang's punch pierced through Adagu's back, as if hitting his sore spot, causing him to be paralyzed and throbbing violently like an electric shock, and he vomited blood. The fist smashed down like a gust of wind and rain, madly bombarding the back of Adagu. Boom! 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 The Earth-type heterogeneous crystal fragments in the Ada bone were blown up alive, and many defensive means and defensive weapons were all smashed and shattered, and it was too late to protect the Ada bone. Boom! Adagu was knocked to the ground, and Shenling Shuang's little face was full of seriousness. Are you surrendering or dying? Adagu was covered in blood, and his pupils showed fear. Did she sense my weakness? Damn it. I would lose to a little girl when I was supposed to win. In the end, Adagu was seriously injured and admitted defeat. He knew that if he continued to fight, he would die directly, and even the Holy Land could not be saved. His extremely foggy Xuanjiao parasite is located on his spine. Although Xuanjiao has become his most powerful trump card, once it falls, it will become his weakness. The parasitized spine becomes particularly fragile, and the fall of the Xian Jiao will become a fatal weakness. Unexpectedly, Shenling Xuan has seen this weakness and seized the opportunity to kill him. The winner, Shenling Xuan. The Saint of Fengquan announced that with a flick of his sleeves, the holy light bathed, and the two were covered, but the parasitic, extremely foggy Xuanjiao died completely. Master, how is it, I didn't lose? Shenling Xuan jumped back to Lin Chen's side, and before she froze for a second, Lin Chen grabbed her cheek with both hands. Tell me honestly, did you not study hard? Master, it hurts. Sister Qingxian, he bullied me. It still hurts, the butt wants to bloom, right? Say no. I said, wow. After someone Lin's torture, to extract a confession, Shenling Xuan revealed everything, and silently took out 8 half-orange exercises. Sister and the others gave me so many exercises. Shenling Xuan twisted her hands, pouted her lips, and stared at Lin Chen with her jewel-like eyes. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched wildly. Of these 8 half-orange combat skills, this girl did not learn any of them together? Tens of thousands of geniuses watched Shenling Xuan take out the 8 half-orange level exercises, and they were instantly dumbfounded. When did this special half-orange level exercise become Chinese cabbage? Looking at the 8 half-orange rank exercises, the corners of many geniuses' mouths twitched slightly. Half-orange rank exercises, even if they are placed in the 5th grade sect, are still light, and they are definitely not bad streets. Why are there so many geniuses on the genius list that most of them practice 2 to 4 half-orange exercises? Almost all of the half-orange exercises that geniuses cultivate are derived from their own sects or families. This is the advantage of a large sect. With half-orange combat skills, top core disciples can practice replicas. If you want to buy new half-orange exercises, you will need at least 10 million or even tens of millions of silver coins. Every sect buys a half-orange level exercise that can be passed on indefinitely. The only disadvantage is that it consumes the manpower and material resources of the top powerhouses to reproduce it, and it cannot be mass-produced. It's not that Shenling Xuan has no combat skills. On the contrary, Xinyan Palace provided her with many top-level exercises, but she didn't practice at all. Her talent is extremely high, and in Xinyan Palace, she is invincible against her peers. The brothers and sisters who really have some strength will basically respect their own identity and will not take action against this little girl. This resulted in her crushing many disciples purely by virtue of her bloodline talent, and she did not learn any of the half-orange level exercises provided to her by Xinyan Palace. Ning Qingxian smiled when she learned the truth. This girl is still a child. After all, Lin Chen was different. He was so angry that Qiqiao gave birth to smoke. I was almost taken off by this girl. The geniuses ranked 10,001 to 20,000 on the genius list are far more valuable than the geniuses behind. It is extremely difficult for more than 10,000 geniuses to move a ranking. No matter how talented Shenling Xuan is, she cannot defeat these geniuses who are close to the top of the holy world. The most important thing is that she is too young. The talent of bloodline has just been opened, and she has not even reached the beginning. Learn from me now, and make up for what I owe before. Lin Chen said viciously to Shenling Shuang. The little girl looked aggrieved and frustrated. When the geniuses heard this, they couldn't help laughing. Isn't Lin Chen crazy? It's still too late to learn a fart in such a short period of time? Lin Chen picked up a lot of half-orange level exercises, and actually chose them carefully. Is he dizzy? Is the practice of the half-orange level exercise in the middle of the night? This is the 4th round, and the combat skills of sharpening the gun can only expose the flaws to the top geniuses. The blood of martial saint can't learn half-orange level exercises in such a short period of time. The geniuses who did not participate in the war gave Lin Chen a look of contempt, and the genius of the Beishan men glanced at Lin Chen as if they were beggars. It's a poor aphid, and you want to offend our big brother. In my opinion, this Lin Chen is a mediocre person. Isn't it because he was lucky to find a disciple of the martial saint bloodline? The strength of this disciple has nothing to do with him. Sure enough, I answered what the senior brother said. This is a waste hiding behind a woman. I despise this kind of person the most in my life. The geniuses of Beishan men were dismissive, and their contempt for Lin Chen reached the extreme. Master, there are less than 3 days until the next round. I don't have enough time to learn. Shenling Shuang muttered aggrievedly with a small mouth. Shenling Shuang has won 4 consecutive victories, and personally has won the place to enter Rainbow Island. But in the next battle for the top 10 spots, the geniuses encountered must be stronger than those of the barbarian Ada Bone. If he can't get the top 10, he can't get additional places, and Lin Chen will miss Rainbow Island. Although Ning Qingxian is strong, her ranking is 20,001, and the task of competing for the top 10 places can still be left to Shenling Shuang. Don't worry, there is a master here. Since I let you learn, naturally I won't let you cover your head to learn. You have practiced the 9 tribulations of creation that I passed on to you to a level close to mine. Strong, then learn this book. Lin Chen picked up a half-orange combat skill, fighting demons and burning Heaven Fist, and this Nizi's mental technique is also 9 tribulations of creation. She has achieved a position in Xinyan Palace by her own strength, and has enjoyed a lot of cultivation resources. She has enjoyed many advanced and top-level mysterious elixir and precious medicines, as well as many attribute cultivation secrets controlled by Xinyan Palace. If it is calculated by element attribute value, the advanced element attribute value of this girl, the 9 element attribute value is equivalent to 800 points. Over 1,000 fire points. After all, the Xinyan Palace majored in the fire element. But why she didn't surpass Lin Chen is because she didn't have enhanced mind technique. After all, that's the background of Lin Chen alone. Seeing the exercises selected by Lin Chen, Shenling Shuang became even more cowardly. This is the most difficult to cultivate among the 8 books. Nizi, relax your mind, the teacher will train you well next time. Lin Chen smirked evilly, and Shenling Shuang looked horrified. Master, what are you trying to do? I don't want to eat lollipops. Wow, I knew I was wrong. Huh? Master, this is crazy, this kid is crazy. Narrow-minded, even his own apprentices make things difficult. Eh? Then Shenling Shuang actually meditated and cultivated. The master and the apprentice are broken. The genius of Sun Moon Palace ignored Lin Chen and others and focused on the battle situation. After 3 days and 2 nights of fierce battle, the 4 rounds of battle finally came to an end. During this period of time, the genius list has undergone several changes, causing shocks in all directions. But a more terrifying storm will explode in the future. There are a total of 3,819 geniuses who have won 4 consecutive victories. Among these 3,819 people, there are more than 30,000 ranked geniuses, only 16 people, more than 20,000 ranked talents, 117 people, and the rest are all ranked more than 10,000 geniuses. The above geniuses have all won the places to enter Rainbow Island. In the void, 100 saints step into the sky, and the meaning is still unfinished. This year's ranking list looks a lot better than before. An old man in white was amazed. The red-robed old man hates iron and scolded his sister. These 2 unsatisfactory apprentices lost a game, and now they have to participate in the screening competition. The 2 immortal saints looked at each other and smiled. The old man also noticed a few little guys, and their strength is a bit enchanting. Oh, I'm afraid this Lin Chen's apprentice won't be able to last. If he enters Rainbow Island, the risk is high. If he falls on Rainbow Island, all of us will have to fight for nothing. The 2 deacons of this Chamber of Commerce and the ropes are already on their way. It won't be long before this kid will become a turtle in a urn. The Hall Master of the Dark Pavilion and other holy realms were holding a fire in their hearts, and they were tormented by Lin Chen's nirvana to the point of going crazy. It is impossible for any genius to play more than a dozen holy realms, let alone escape from the pursuit of the saints again and again. But it was this strange thing that made them feel a sigh of relief. The remaining 181 places will be selected in the screening competition later. And the next is the competition for the top 10. There are currently 80 talents who have signed up. The competition will be divided into 3 rounds. And the final round will determine the final 10. Powerful. Fengquan Sage looked around in approval. This time the list of heaven is extremely high in gold content. There are even some little guys, even the 2 elders can't see the details. They are very mysterious. Not all powerful geniuses will compete for the top 10 spots, and the real reward is just 1 more spot. Among the geniuses who have won 4 consecutive victories, there are many geniuses who are against the sky and strong, deliberately refuse to participate. In order to retain their strength and trump cards, in order to have more opportunities for Rainbow Island in the future. It's finally here, the top 10 battles. Although it's not the top 10,000 talent list, but the one who can win. The top 10 will undoubtedly be one of the leaders of the next era. I'm optimistic about young Master Taishu from the Sun Moon Palace. Although these people are arrogant and extraordinary, their strength is indeed extremely strong. All the battles they have experienced are crushed. I'm more optimistic about Dongfang Yao and Ji Wushuang from Beishanmen. Cut, you didn't find that dark horse. Geniuses beyond the 40,000-thousand-year-old are enthusiastic, and the discussions are full of enthusiasm. The golden list of holy light rolls with the radiant holy brilliance, and the list of nominations for names with dazzling golden light begins to list the battle lists. Countless pairs of eyes cast expectant glances. Number 14,503 on the genius list. Taiyuan versus number 10,009 on the genius list. Dongfang Yao. 16,220 on the genius list. Long Yin versus 15,990 on the genius list. Dongfang. Wuhan. 19,400 on the genius list, Shenling Shuang versus 14,997 on the genius list, the eldest grandson, Tianyao. The faces of the geniuses are truly wonderful. Shenling Shuang crossed more than 3,000 rankings against the eldest grandson, Tianyao. This person's strength is much stronger than Ada Bone. The eldest grandson, Tianyao, was wearing a blue light battle gun, with 5 holy light battle wheels spinning behind his back. His eyes were like swords. And he looked at the world. The whole body is shattered by the stars of the wind, clouds, and stars. Scattered in all directions, the energy is penetrating the rainbow, and the world is annexed. Just standing here is enough to scare the courage of countless people, just like an ancient war emperor standing proudly in the field. 3-rank holy vein, refining 5 light-type heterocrystal fragments. It is said that he also cultivated the unique skills of the ancient Shura clans, marksmanship, and integrated a half-orange level spear technique. He also swallowed 100 beast cores of the 7th order peak, and he is simply a monster. If the single-round marksmanship is strong, it is said that the eldest grandson Tianyao can be ranked in the top 100 of the genius list. There are not too many bells and whistles, only extremely strong marksmanship. Many geniuses focus on Kaientai number 12. The strength of the eldest grandson Tianyao has made everyone discuss the topic of Shenling Shuang's defeat after a few rounds. Suddenly, Shenling Shuang opened her bright eyes from the seat, and there was a faint flash of light. Lin Chen patted Shenling Shuang's beautiful shoulder and took all the attribute light balls from her body. Get 10 points of advanced exercise essence, 33 points of advanced exercise essence, 19 points of advanced exercise essence. Lin Chen gained a total of 97 points of advanced martial arts spirit. That's right, Shenling Shuang. When Shenling Shuang learns combat skills, the moment she activates her bloodline talent, she will produce a large amount of advanced exercises in her body, which is a characteristic derived from her bloodline. Okay, it's amazing, Master, you are so amazing. Shenling Shuang glanced at herself and looked at Lin Chen almost with admiration. Don't be obsessed with the master is just a legend. Lin Chen smiled wickedly and immediately joked, if you lose again this time, don't blame the master for being rude. Ling Shuang knows. He, I will definitely blow them up. Shenling Shuang jumped into the arena again, like a simple girl from the neighbor's house, and the aggressive eldest grandson Tianyao was completely 2 poles. Many female geniuses who are overflowing with sympathy can't look down. Lin Chen, what kind of man are you? Let a little girl work hard, but you sit back and enjoy the success? I'm too embarrassed to call myself a master. Have you taught this little girl anything? As a master, even if you haven't learned the combat skills your apprentice has cultivated well, you're just a mediocre master who wants to kill people. The strength of the eldest grandson Tianyao is far beyond that of Adagu. Shen Ling Shuang and Adagu almost put their lives in danger fighting with the eldest grandson Tianyao. It is indeed possible that even the Holy Realm will not be able to treat them. But everyone still hates Lin Chen, the incompetent teacher. To spur a little girl to fight, and to sit back and enjoy the success, this kind of cowardly behavior has caused the anger of the geniuses. Facing the ridicule and abuse from the sky, even Mo Qingshuan and Lan Ruoxue felt a lot of pressure. Only Ning Qingxian and Lin Chen have nothing to do. Ning Qingxian was as calm as water, and she even had expectations for Shen Ling Shuang. She has always believed in Lin Chen, starting from the small Shenwu sect. Until today in the holy world, he is still the most special person. And Commander Lin forcefully stretched out his middle finger to those geniuses who mocked and abused and smiled coquettishly. A bunch of scumbags. What? The geniuses were furious, and when they were about to scold, the situation in Kaientai changed suddenly. The eldest grandson, Tianyao, who has a gun in his hand, is so powerful that his pupils tremble with fear. Fighting demons burning heaven fist. With the sound of a coquettish sound, Kaientai suddenly blew a shocking storm. Bang! As if the sky and the earth were blasted away, the sky-shattering explosion burst into a punch that pierced the sky and the earth, many defenses, and all kinds of spear techniques, all shattered and annihilated. Boom! The guns flew, and the eldest grandson, Tianyao, was blasted thousands of meters away. All geniuses are sluggish all of a sudden. Silence. Eerie silence. Tens of thousands of geniuses in the audience briefly fell into a silence that could hear the needle drop. Even those geniuses who have just entered Taiwan and have not started a war are stunned. Inside the Qiyun platform, the clouds of fire were rolling, and the fire robbery and the war aura burned like a sea of fire on the platform. Shen Lingshuang was dressed in a peach-red dress, her long hair was tied up. Her eyes were bright and her teeth were shining, she was bathed in the sea of fire, her feet were flying with flames, and the anger that burned the sky was flowing between her fists. Heroic and valiant, like that peerless Valkyrie, came into the world. The eldest grandson, Tianyao, fell to the ground like a dead dog, twitching, covered in blood. Spike? The opening is both a spike and a punch. She used half-orange boxing skills? Didn't you say she doesn't know half-orange combat skills? What's the situation? All the geniuses in the audience are stunned. What happened? Before they could say a word to Lin Chen, the eldest grandson Tianyao was blown away. The holy places that are as strong as watching the battle in the sky also showed a horrified expression. That punch just now was too much. That punch was flawless, and it climbed to perfection. It contained the principle of returning to the original and returning to the truth. It surpassed the original rank of combat skills. In the hands of the four Tribulation's Battle Emperor's cultivation base, it displayed the taste of turning corruption into magic. Even the old man has not been able to detect the flaws of that punch. This is not the level of the first glimpse of the door. At least 5 times more powerful than the original level, no, even higher power. Could it be that she learned half-orange boxing in such a short period of time and practiced it to perfection? The powerful people in the Holy Realm are extremely terrified, and their scalps are numb. The eyes of the saints stared at Lin Chen, staring at him, as if to see all his secrets through. Someone Lin nodded in approval with great satisfaction. Well, not bad. Look at this child, he will respect the old and love the young, be courteous to others, and show mercy at every turn. At first glance, it is what I taught. The geniuses looked at the eldest grandson, Tianyao, who fell to the ground, covered in blood and twitching, the corners of his mouth twitching wildly. What kind of mercy is this called? The bloodline of the martial saint has the ultimate talent in the field of martial arts and martial arts. Cultivating combat skills is as simple as eating and drinking water. There are almost no bottlenecks in the cultivation of martial arts. Continue to transform and further study with time. It is said that some of the handed-down orange-level exercises in the holy world were created by a few martial saints in the history of the holy world. Lin Chen touched his chin and smiled angrily. As expected, this girl is equivalent to her own rechargeable rune, and she deserves to be my apprentice. Ha ha ha. When martial saint bloodline practitioners cultivate a technique to perfection, the innate talent will gradually deepen and continue to change the power of this combat technique, and it can exert a power that is doubled or tripled or more than the original level. This effect is similar to Lin Chen's charged rune, and the combat skills exert double the power. This is why Shenling Shuang was able to break Ada's strongest blow with a top purple leg in the 4th round of the knockout. This bloodline talent is so powerful that it will only reveal its sky-defying power when practicing orange-level exercises. Not to mention, Shenling Shuang is very likely to be at the level of the martial god bloodline. This makes Shenling Shuang use the fighting demon burning heaven fist. The power bonus is equivalent to the effect of level 6 charge rune or even higher. With such a powerful blow, how could he not be seriously injured when he bombarded the weakness of the eldest grandson, Tianyao? No, very wrong. Even if it's the bloodline of the martial god, it doesn't take cultivation so fast. Besides, the bloodline of the martial god will not be fully awakened until the age of 100. This girl has not reached that age yet. Is it using the golden Saint Yuan coin? It's impossible. It is impossible to use the golden Saint Yuan coin to comprehend a semi-orange level exercise, too. The level of completion in such a short period of time. The powerhouses in the Holy Realm communicated their voices in private, and they discussed it fiercely and shockingly. They felt that the secret inside was too big. The blood of God is called the true Son of God in the Holy World, and it is the true descendant of God. This is not the bloodline of the pseudo-god that the criminals of the holy prison in Kyushu pretend to claim, but the real Son of God. The Son of God was placed in the Holy Realm, and it has always been a legend and an existence that overrides everything. There are very few records about the Son of God. But it is impossible for the unawakened martial god bloodline to be so outrageous. Compared with the well-informed holy realms, tens of thousands of geniuses are not so calm. A large number of geniuses are suspicious of life, almost crazy. Is there any reason for this? 3 days to learn the half-orange level exercise, to complete the cultivation? Should you put this embroidery aside, this embroidery? No storyteller dares to brag like that. The only possibility is that Shenling Shuang has reservations. She has learned this technique from the beginning. However, although she was not seriously injured in the battle against Adagu, she was in danger of dying. If it was to keep, it would be too hard, and she almost lost the quota. No matter what, it is too difficult for everyone to accept that Shen Ling Shuang has learned a half-orange combat skill in such a short period of time. Lan Ruoshua looked at Lin Chen with amazement. Mo Qing was in awe. A storm surged in her heart. How did he do it? This scene is so familiar. It's exactly the same as when all the members of the Dark Horse Club learned the absolute shadow flying knife. It is also to control a kind of exercise in a very short period of time and reach the state of great perfection. Could it be that the Dark Horse Club not only has an 8th level pharmacist, but also all members of the martial saint bloodline? I can't see through it. I can't see through this Lin Chen at all. It's so weird. Mo Qing shook his head straight, and he was more and more looking forward to what kind of shocking waves this young man would roll up next. Then, a scene that made countless geniuses scalp numb appeared. Someone Lin held the remaining 7.5 orange level exercises with a smile on his face, and gave a doting smile to Shen Tuer. Good disciple, come, tell the teacher, what else do you want to learn next? Is it this instant rainbow, or this 17 wonders, or should I first read this single Machine King's novel collection? What? Since you chose me as a master, my sister will no longer worry about your cultivation, and you won't order anywhere. The corners of the genius's mouths twitched. Crazy. Must be crazy. Did you learn a half-orange combat skill on the spot? Are you crazy, or the world is crazy? Ning Qingxian covered her mouth and chuckled, her beauty was beyond measure. Then I will learn this instant rainbow. After the selection, the scroll in Lin Chen's palm was full of brilliance, and the gorgeous jade scroll turned into a stream of light and was placed between his eyebrows. The geniuses held their breaths. Are you serious? Many holy realms showed some doubts. Was this practice method accepted by him? Why is it gone? How can you let your disciples cultivate? Double the consumption of the spirit of the exercise, consume 76 points of the spirit of the advanced exercise, and begin to fuse the memory of the selected target. Lin Chen's voice transmission. Nizi, start using the power of your blood. Again. As soon as the words fell, a huge amount of cultivation memories flooded into Shen Lingshuang's mind. She immediately entered the state of meditation and cultivation and received a lot of cultivation memories with ease. As the owner of the bloodline of the martial god, even if the bloodline has not been fully awakened, the understanding and cultivation of combat skills is far beyond Lin Chen. Therefore, while integrating the cultivation memory, Shen Lingshuang is still deducing the half-orange level instant rainbow movement technique, and integrating it to the most suitable state for him. It has the effect similar to Lin Chen taking the Ziqing enlightenment fruit. This is a unique talent that belongs to Shen Lingshuang. Half-orange rank exercises are already extremely difficult to cultivate, and the body type is even more difficult, but Shen Lingshuang is now in a state of utter strength. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Shen Lingshuang's bloodline sent out mysterious bloodline energy fluctuations. And when the martial god's bloodline exerted his talent, it would produce the essence of the exercises. This was a phenomenon that Lin Chen had when he first met her. Helping Lingshuang learn combat skills, I can also get more advanced exercises from her. Not only will I not lose money, but I will also earn one. This kind of good thing really makes me laugh out loud in my dreams. Lin Chen took away the attribute light ball on Nizi's body and sighed for a while. Shen Lingshuang was not able to use the bloodline of the martial god to learn combat skills all the time, and the consumption was huge, so Lin Chen would not use this girl as a tool to endlessly learn combat skills, just let her learn the most suitable exercises for her. Seeing that Shen Lingshuang was really concentrating on her practice, the geniuses held their breaths and were astonished. Could it be that she can really learn the half-orange rank exercises in a very short period of time? In the first round of the top 10 competition, geniuses in Kaientai appeared, and many killer moves were revealed. From time to time, the dark horses at the bottom of the ranking burst out with shocking cards, stunning the audience. After 2 days and 1 night, the battle came to an end, and the replacement of the new talent list once again caused a new wave, which continued to cause huge shocks in the 36 regions. Only half of the 80 people are in the top 40. Fengquan Saint announced that after a day off, the second round will be held the next day, and the top 40 will enter the top 20. In the early morning of the third day, the battle will start again. A new battle list is listed on the Holy Light list again. The battle for the top 20 will be a battle between the enemy and the narrow road. Zhen Yingyue, who is ranked 12,250 on the genius list from Sun Moon Palace, will face Shenling Shuang. 12,250, this ranking is 2,700 higher than the eldest grandson, Tian Yao. The top 20,000 talents on the list of geniuses are extremely difficult to improve in each ranking. The geniuses who have reached this stage have almost no qualitative transformation, and it is extremely difficult to move forward. With a gap of 2,700 rankings, the true reflection of the moon in the Sun Moon Palace may be several times more difficult than the eldest grandson, Tian Yao. The beautiful lady in purple came fluttering, with a moth eyebrow and head. Her skin like a creamy body, sinking fish and falling geese, her beauty was alluring. She had the appearance of a hibiscus, and her exquisite figure was full of grip. It's the arrogance and coldness between the eyebrows, it's too powerful. As if he didn't take the genius present in his eyes at all, the corners of his eyes were full of contempt. The genius of the Sun Moon Palace seems to be so invincible. Well, he looks so beautiful, but I don't like it at all. The genius of the Sun Moon Palace is too arrogant and arrogant. In comparison, Shenling Shuang is quite cute. You can't be arrogant, it's a 5th grade sect that ranks among the best in the 36 domains. How big is the gap between an ordinary 4th grade sect and a top 4th grade sect? It's not like we haven't experienced it, let alone the 5th grade and top-notch sections. There is a gap of 5. In the 5th grade sect, just picking a few core true legends is at the top 60,000 level of the genius list. Her rank and origin, her trump card should not be underestimated. In all likelihood, there are some secret killers hidden away. The geniuses were dignified. At this time, Shenling Shuang also opened her eyes, her spirit was radiant. And she jumped into the Qiyun platform. The disgusting aphids are arrogant and arrogant because they think they have some talent? Let me run over you guys for my senior brother. The corners of Zhen Yingyue's lips traced a touch of extreme disdain. She, who was born in the Sun Moon Palace, is not the geniuses in front of her. The Sun Moon Palace is a top 5 grade sect, and can become the strongest 30 true inheritors of the contemporary age. How could it be immortal? Why should you be afraid of her martial saint bloodline? Shenling Shuang clenched her fists, and snorted in an old-fashioned manner. The master said that life and death are taken lightly. What the hell? Many geniuses heard the words, their mouths twitched wildly, and they all looked in Lin Chen's direction. How did this guy teach his apprentice? Zhen Yingyue's brows trembled, and her face was frosty as expected. He and that kid are on the same level as the raccoon dog. The dog's mouth can't spit out ivory, it's extremely disgusting. Start. Fengquan Saint gave an order, and the momentum of the two skyrocketed. Zeni Yingyu Zhanqi transformed into a shape, suddenly released all the fighting spirit, violently suppressed it, and smashed its head towards Shen Ling Shuang. Bang! Shenling Shuang predicted in advance that his figure would turn into an afterimage, and the Qi Yun Tai would be shattered by the aura of war. That war spirit actually condensed into a green mountain of war spirit between the electric light and flint, and the trend of reclaiming Zhenjiang broke out. Zhen Yingyue flipped her hand, and her 5 fingers grabbed the cracks in the battle qi, and the battle qi Qingshan exploded into a blue secluded wind claw. In an instant, Shenling Shuang leaned over and raised her fist with a punch. The earth robbery was as calm as 1,000 mountains. She weakly smashed it, and smashed the wind claw. Countless wind blades blasted away with the rebound of the fist wind. Zhen Yingyue's movement flickered, unfolding a series of defensive combat Skills, condensing a cyan light curtain all over her body, and at the same time blocking the rebounding wind blade, she retreated. You don't even have a few decent combat skills. What are you fighting me for? Talent? Huh. Zhen Yingyue sneered and flicked her fingers, and her jade fingers connected. Dozens of fingers in the void at extreme speed. The wind blade energy fingers of more than 10 meters that covered the sky and the sun were born out of the sky, and they devastated Shenling Shuang with the momentum of violent wind and rain. Countless geniuses looked particularly solemn. Zhen Yingyu's movement, defense, and offensive combat skills are all half orange, and the offense and defense are perfectly integrated. The extreme falling sacred wind body, derived from the third-grade holy vein, is even at the top of the third-grade holy vein. Shenling Shuang dodged again and again, but she had a perfect insight into the shortcomings of this set of fingerings, and she was able to avoid the bombardment of the fingerings. It's a little loach, how are you going to hide next? Zhen Yingyu took out a 7th-order peak battle bow, pulled it with her delicate hands, pulled the bow and pulled the strings, and her delicate body flashed with the light of 5 different crystal fragments. These 5 different crystal shards are not comparable to the low-level heterogeneous crystal shards of Qin Shao Tian in Jiwetian Pavilion, and their energy is extremely powerful. When the wind element's war energy is condensed, the arrow light that pulls the bowstring is as fast as a strong wind and shoots wildly, and the speed is as fast as a mysterious light piercing through it. Another half-orange wind-type archery that has been successfully cultivated. Shenling Shuang, relying on her bloodline talent, gradually began to enter the limit of avoidance. I can't escape. Then Shenling Shuang is going to lose. The wind element's fighting spirit is blessed with arrows, it's like a tiger with wings, it's too fast, I'm dazzled. She can't hit that punch, even if it breaks through the weak point, it will leave a flaw. The gap between Fang's cultivation base is too great. In the early stage of the talent list, she is very male. Her punch can only explode with pure power in close combat. But Zhen Yingyue obviously won't give her a chance to get close. The geniuses quickly saw the current situation. Shenling Shuang was about to lose. Even if she can break through the best weakness and rebound the offensive, Zhen Yingyue has extremely tyrannical defensive combat skills and movement skills, and can use her whole body and legs. Boom! 100 arrows were fired in unison, and the aurora-like arrows shrouded Shenling Shuang, and a thought echoed in everyone's heart. She is going to lose. This is the fate of going against my Sun Moon Palace. Shoot her to death. Junior sister Yingyue. The white-clothed boy laughed wildly, looking at Lin Chen with contempt and disdain. When the situation was at stake, someone Lin smiled angrily. Neezy, let those fools who laugh at you see your abilities. Boom. Hundreds of arrows slaughtered empty, collided with each other, and strangled together. What? Everyone has not recovered yet, and a fist blows violently from behind Zhen Yingyue. Zhen Yingyue's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively got goosebumps. Quickly mobilizing movement techniques and defensive combat skills, the azure air curtain swirled and flowed. Tear. Bang. The true reflection of the moon was fast, and Shenling Shuang was even faster. A fighting demon burning heaven fist suddenly penetrated her azure air curtain. Her defensive combat skills were broken, and the sapphire-colored vest and armor she was wearing began to crack. Pfft. Zhen Yingyue vomited blood and retreated, her eyes horrified. How is this possible? Brush. Another colorful rainbow flashed. Shenling Shuang appeared on top of her head. And it was a familiar formula, a familiar fist. It is a hammer to face. Tian Lingai. Zhen Yingyue couldn't resist, she raised her hand to block it with a bow, and Shen Lingshuang smashed the bow body with one punch. The fist wind runs through, and he vomits blood again. At the same time as being attacked, Zhen Yingyue vomited blood and gritted her teeth. She tore a blade of fighting spirit with her 5 fingers on her left hand to cut Shen Lingshuang. Pfft. Shen Lingshuang's afterimage shattered into a gorgeous colorful rainbow light, and the next moment appeared behind Zhen Yingyue. Hi. All geniuses suck in the air. You can't go wrong, it's a half-orange movement technique. Zhen Yingyue specializes in wind-type fighting spirit and speed, and at least a half-orange movement technique is required to catch up with the possibility of a perverted speed like Zhen Yingyue's. During the selection of the Heavenly Ranking Conference, successively cultivated 2 half-orange level exercises to perfection? How is this Nima possible? How was this taught? This is not only a perverted apprentice, this master is also a monster. This teacher and apprentice are so outrageous. How do I teach this to achieve a half-orange level cultivation technique? Within a few days? Saints can't do it. All geniuses suddenly felt their scalps tingle. Is this still a person? I am afraid that none of these teachers and apprentices are human. Isn't this a monster? Yes, hit him. Grass, just hit her behind. Master Lin shouted excitedly outside the court, hit him, don't keep your hands. Blast her, blow her chrysanthemum with one punch. How did the teacher teach you? If you can hit the back, never hit the front, fuck her. The mouths of the geniuses in the audience twitched wildly. How is it possible? How did she master such exquisite movement techniques so quickly? Zhen Yingyue's body technique flashed back and forth, her fingering bursts. Suddenly, or her claws of war chi were torn across the sky, and sometimes it turned into a war chi, and the green hill was crushed by a steep town. But these offensives were all defeated by Shen Lingshuang one by one. The counterattack is intensifying. With the half-orange movement technique, Shen Lingshuang's combat power can be called a qualitative leap. Strictly speaking, Shen Lingshuang's movement speed is slightly weaker than Zhen Yingyue's. But she can predict the movement trajectory and direction of Zhen Yingyue almost every time, and with the advantage and agility of the short-range burst speed of Jinghong, she can seize the opportunity every time, close to the close range to fight, and put the advantages of strength are brought into full play. If it was said that she was a little tiger with a budding edge in the past, now she is a little tigress and Hot Wheels. Outrageous. On the one hand, it was also because Zhen Yingyue's mood was violently unstable, and she was suddenly crushed in the opposite direction. Her mood was shaken, and the result was a steady defeat. Zhen Yingyue, who didn't even hold on to 90 rounds, was finally beaten by Shen Lingshuang and lost many of her ultimate moves. She surrendered in a hurry. Covered in blood, poignant and bleak. The face of the white-robed young man in the Sun Moon Palace was extremely ugly, as if he had eaten overnight flying, with blue and purple, which was truly wonderful. This little guy really did it. How on earth did he teach that easy? In such a short period of time, he has mastered a half-orange rank exercise perfectly, my God. Even the saints were amazed, and even Wang Jin and the others were horrified and apprehensive. The people in the Dark Horse Club are really scary. This Lin Chen, they must eradicate. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't be long before they will become their number one enemy. Shen Lingshuang, who was the first to appear, advanced to the top 20 with her head held high. Next, as long as she wins one more round, she can get a place in the top 10. All the geniuses stared at Shenling Shuang as she returned to Lin Chen's side. Shyly. Before saying anything, Someone Lin took out the remaining 6. Remaining half-orange exercises. All geniuses, grass. The top 40 and the top 20 will be held in a single game, and will be played game by game. In the top 40, except for Shenling Shuang, there is no genius ranked below 15,000. At this level, every battle is a classic battle, which is unique to the confrontation and collision of peak geniuses. Shenling Shuang is still the same, entering the state of submerged cultivation. Seeing a lot of geniuses is terrifying. Could she still practice a half-orange combat skill? At the same time, Lin Chen also began to observe inside the Taoyuan planting capsule. After absorbing tens of thousands of burning flame beads, Long Qingshu and Qinjiashu finally produced 13 fire-type heteromorphic fragments. These 13 fire-type heteromorphic fragments are equivalent to 1/6 the size of the complete heteromorphic crystal, and the color is above average. There is a misunderstanding in the isomorphic fragments. The isomorphic fragments that are 1/6 the size of the complete isomorphic crystal do not have 1/6 the energy of the complete isomorphic crystal. The value of the complete isomorph of the following product is 1000, and the actual value of a 10th fragment may only be 10 to 20, not 100 of 10%. If there are fragments of half the size of a complete heteromorphic crystal, the remaining value may reach 100 to 200, which is more than 10 times higher than that of 1/10 fragments. When the dissimilar crystal breaks into pieces, the energy will be greatly dissipated, and it is fortunate that it can maintain 1 to 2%. The more complete the fragments are, the more energy is left. My red gold tree has finally entered its peak period. I can find enough spare time to try to cultivate a complete metamorphic crystal. Lin Chen was excited, but he didn't immediately refine the 13 different crystal fragments, and it seemed that he had other plans and magical uses. Under the frenzy of applause from the audience, the top 20 were born. Lin Chen's mind withdrew from the Taoyuan planting capsule. At this time, after the battles in the sky, hundreds of Kaientai and the void dropped a large number of attribute light balls and attribute treasure chests. There is no other reason. First, for Lin Chen, the geniuses who participated in the election have a very high gold content in their cultivation, and even high-level attribute values have a chance to drop. 2 backslash. Few of the geniuses participating in the heavenly ranking will keep too many trump cards, and they all want to compete for the spot on Rainbow Island. Under extreme battles, there are not many people who will drop attribute light balls. Damn, I'm not a candidate for the election. I can't get close to the Kaientai. How can I get those attribute light balls? It is impossible to get close to Kaientai even after releasing the Dragon Emperor. Lin's heart is itchy. It's like a 1,000-year-old drinker encountering a 1,000-year-old wine in front of you, smelling the fragrance of the wine but unable to taste it, or like a 100-year-old bachelor encountering a 1,000-year-old beauty, stripped to the bedside and unable to go to bed. Horizontal batch, a group of uncomfortable. He uses his mind to absorb the attribute light balls and is limited to growth type attribute light balls, such as Tiandao value, strengthening points, attribute treasure chests, and other non-growth types that can only be obtained by touching them. Besides, there is also a specific distance for the sphere of light to absorb the attribute of the movement of the mind, and Lin Chen is too far away. Boom. There are many names on the Holy Light list, and they start to list. Everyone held their breath. What kind of genius confrontation will be set off? This time? Top 10,351 on the genius list. Yu Fangxian is ranked 10,299 on the genius list. Huang Yuntian. 12,250 on the genius list. Shenling Shuang versus 10,099 on the genius list. Dongfang Yao. Genius list. There was an uproar. Shenling Shuang versus Dongfang Yao? This is too cool. Martial Saint Bloodline vs swallowing the sky with a sword? The mighty Dongfang Yao revealed a faint sarcasm and killing intent. This girl, lost. When he meets Dongfang Yao, no matter how evil he is, he will die. Dongfang Yao's ranking, looking at the talent in the audience, is enough to rank in the top 30. The most important thing is that this ranking was achieved by him 100 years ago. No one knows what kind of state he has reached 100 years later. Boy, you can get out. Your apprentice meets me, it is destined to be an end. And you have no chance to enter Rainbow Island. Dongfang Yao put his hands behind his back, he was pretentious, and when he looked down at Lin Chen's eyes, he was extremely contemptuous. Lin Chen confronted each other and smiled slightly. Young Master Dongfang is very bold. Don't brag when you don't have a fight, and make sense after you lose. Someone from Lin, have no interest in appreciating your poor performance. Dongfang Yao sneered and flicked his sleeves. No more words, but his gaze was like despising the feces on the side of the road. At the beginning of the first game, two geniuses entered, Shenling Shuang against Dongfang Yao, in order to be ranked second. The final top 10 match is worthy of the pinnacle battle. Every game is full of explosions, making the Holy Realm unable to look away. The top genius of the western regions, Yu Fangxian, faced off against the genius of Kendo, Huang Yuntian. The two of them also have 5 well-trained half-orange combat skills, refining many different crystal fragments, and the background is extremely strong. Yu Fangxuanzi swallowed a sacred King Wind body crystal when he was a child. He was born with a variant of the holy body, the King of the Wind system, and the 3rd grade peak sacred vein. Later, he obtained the no-grade mentality immortal divine wind from the ancestral tomb ruins in the family. This mentality has the potential to evolve the orange level mentality, and it can be said to be the best. And Huang Yuntian is a kendo genius that is rare in the Xian domain. It is rumored that he was once the most trash in the family, abandoned by his family, and his parents were murdered by adulterers. Desperately seeking death, he threw himself into Jianyuan, and fell into an ancient sword ruin by chance. After 100 years of sleep, when a strong man explored the ruins, he became the owner of the ruins. Once awakened, the dragon is in the air. Huang Yuntian, who pursued the ultimate swordsmanship in order to avenge his parents, even lost his eyes and abandoned everything in the world. He eventually became a swordsman of the ancient realm and worshipped the 5 rank sect Jiangxing Villa. The geniuses who can come here are all people with unparalleled talent and fortune, a peerless genius chosen among hundreds of millions. The confrontation between Huang Yuntian and Yu Fangxian was a brilliant battle. After 6 hours of fierce fighting, thousands of rounds were indistinguishable, and Huang Yuntian caught the opportunity of kendo epiphany and realized the 11th kind of kendo, and just now, with a slight advantage, narrowly defeated Yu Fangxian. It's so fun. This is the confrontation of top geniuses. My God, they are all so strong. There are 10,000 stronger than them? It's outrageous. There are countless epics in the holy world, and more monsters are born. 1,000,000 years ago, such a level was enough to enter the top 10,000 geniuses list, but now the geniuses are really terrifying. The geniuses and the holy realm sighed for a while, with mixed feelings. Then, the second battle begins. Shen Lingshuang versus Dong Fangyao. Dong Fangyao, the proud son of the Beishanmen. Shen Lingshuang, the rarest sacred vein, the holder of the martial saint bloodline. Suspect higher? The time is just right. Lin Chen snapped his fingers and released Shen Lingshuang from the Taoyuan capsule. This time, Shen Lingshuang's changes are slightly different. Some geniuses with lower rankings, when they looked at Shen Lingshuang, could not help but feel a stinging pain in their eyes, and the aura emanating from her body was like a scorching sun. This little girl has another breakthrough. Almost everyone is sure that Shen Lingshuang has grown again under Lin Chen's training. This master is a little too scary. Lin Chen folded his arms around his chest and smiled casually. Nizi, do you still remember what the master taught you? Shen Lingshuang rubbed her fists against each other, and a charming, but domineering smile appeared on her pretty face. Look at life and death, if you don't agree, just do it. Brush. Dong Fangyao turned into a sword light, stepped into the stage, with his sword in the air, and sneered while stroking his sword. I will make you die very rhythmically, my sword is fast enough. Shen Lingshuang slowly entered the venue, and the two stood still. Geniuses hold their breath. What kind of battle will this be, Spike? In some ways, this little girl Shen Lingshuang is already terrifyingly strong. Yes, many people have overlooked a problem, that is, this little girl has only 4 tribulations. The leapfrog battle between the genius rankings is almost non-existent. She has reached the top 20. This achievement is enough to go down in history. Even if she abstains, no one will say that she is wrong now. She has proved herself with her strength. As long as she is given enough time, it is entirely possible for her to be in the top 10,000 talents. The geniuses felt sorry for Shen Lingshuang. They had almost foreseen the result of this match, and no one was optimistic about Shen Lingshuang. Old man, what do you think this battle will be like? As the referee, the Saint Fengquan sent a sound transmission to the Saint One. Eyebrows. Seriously, this girl, Shen Lingshuang, is extremely talented, but her wings are not yet full. I don't think she can compete with Dong Fangyao. This person is the most powerful genius in the Beishanmen's generation. The old madman swordsman also fostered an 8th order holy sword in his body, which is simply crazy. The one-brow saint shook his head. The saint of Fengquan nodded and said, I think so too. Shen Lingshuang doesn't have to fight. The 4th rank sacred vein is completely different from the 3rd rank sacred meridian. Once the holy realm enters the 4th layer, there will be a qualitative transformation. That's the 2 of us. The realm that the old guy has been pursuing all his life. The one-brow saint smiled and said, that's right, so I'm optimistic about Shen Lingshuang. Fengquan saint was taken aback. Why don't you play cards according to the routine? Do you believe that this girl's bloodline is the one of a higher level? The bloodline of the martial god? He shook his head with a brow. This is secondary. Before the time of 100 years, the blood of the martial god will not show too much talent. I believe it is not this girl, but that young man. The eyes of the one-brow saint fell on Lin Chen, who was seated in the distance. My hunch is basically correct. The energy contained in this young man may far exceed our expectations. Choke. The sword energy surged into the sky, and streaks of glazed brilliance pulled up from Dongfang Yao's back. He actually pulled out a sword from his vertebrae? Boom. First there is the east and then there is the sky, let you ordinary people see the power of swordsmanship of my Dongfang family. Dongfang Yao is domineering, standing high in the sky with his sword in hand. Outside the Kaientai, everyone clearly felt the edge of the glass sword penetrated the limbs and bones, and had a glorious holy prestige. 8th order sword. And it is a complete 8th order sword weapon. Even if it can only exert a little power, it is enough to crush countless 7th order peak weapons. I pulled a sword out of my body? Lin Chen was stunned. The geniuses of the 100 Saint sect cast their arrogant and disdainful gazes in their eyes. Then, Lin Chen's words almost made them vomit blood from anger. Is this the legendary combination of people and cheap people? Commonly known as the realm of sluts? Admiration and admiration, I am willing to be inferior. As for sluts, I would like to call you the most slutty. The genius sitting near the Baishan men laughed frantically. Fuck, if it weren't for the fact that we couldn't fight here, I would tear his stinky mouth apart. It's so fucking annoying. As soon as we meet, he will produce an 8th order sword. Dongfang Yao is going to kill him. His sword power is too strong, there is no need to use this ultimate move against Shenling Shuang. Too cruel. At the moment when the geniuses were speechless, the saint gave an order. Start. Boom. At that moment, the situation on Kaientai suddenly changed, the light was dim. And countless rays of light were devoured by the sword edge that was pierced from the sky by Dongfang Yao. Shenling Shuang's slender figure was pulled over instantly by the terrifying suction force revealed by the glazed sword edge. This strange swordsmanship perfectly blocked the escape route. Except for the cultivation base, to crush and avoid this powerful suction force, he could only face his sword edge. Die. Dongfang Yao let out a cold drink, and took time to draw out a sword. A wisp of floating glazed sword light slashed out, and everyone seemed to be weak at first glance, but when they reacted, the sword light had already arrived in front of Shenling Shuang. Sigh. Tear. The sword glow smashed Shenling Shuang's colorful rainbow afterimage. Avoid. No, I didn't avoid it completely. The sword's edge is too strong, and Yu Yun can kill the battle king of 5 tribulations. Shenling Shuang has never broken out a strong defense, and this sword was wounded or even seriously injured. When the geniuses exclaimed, a petite and slender afterimage flashed in front of Dongfang Yao in an instant. It was Shenling Shuang. She closed her fists and swirled all over her body, and she was not injured at all. Shenling Shuang's fist-fighting demons, burning heaven fist suddenly exploded and bombarded Dongfang Yao's chest, causing a shocking wave of fire to explode. Dongfang Yao's inner armor was broken, and he retreated step by step, his eyes were horrified and astonished. All geniuses, grass. Why is this a half-orange level martial art that has been successfully cultivated, a half-orange level defensive combat skill? Countless horrified eyes looked at Lin Chen. This is so outrageous. How can I master 3 semi-orange combat skills in such a short period of time? Grass. Don't fucking stop me, I want to be a teacher. Director Lin, are you still accepting apprentices? Lin Chen, please save the child, I have been learning for more than 20 years and I only have a first glimpse of Xinzong's exercises. There was almost a one-sided wailing and exclamation at the venue, begging Someone Lin, to accept the apprentice. What a genius of a monster, it took me nearly 10 years to understand the swordsmanship of Wan Yuqing Long, to get a first glimpse of the door. Yu Qingli's pupils trembled, staring at Lin Chen's back. A storm surged in her heart. How did this little monster do it? This is too outrageous. The old face of the poisonous sage twitched, and the speed of comprehending the exercises is not even 1% of the holy realm. However, a wave of unresolved waves has arisen again and again. The horrified Dong Fengyao immediately adjusted his aura, swept away his sword energy and smashed the aftertaste of the fist style, Shinling Shuang's exquisite jade leg stomped on the table, and the ground shook. Voldemort Demon Dragon. The majestic and turbulent fire robbery and war gas converged into 10,000 fire dragons that condensed and rushed out through the ground, and transformed into a flame-coiled dragon. Brush. Brush. The sword light was fierce and vertical, and when it cut off the fire tribulation coiling dragon, the dragon body immediately burst into flames, turning into a rolling meteor shower and falling down the Kaientai. Even so, the violent fire robbery battle gas still burned Dong Fengyao into a state of embarrassment, and its power was no less than that of Domo's burning heaven fist. The geniuses are dumbfounded. Those geniuses who participated in the war were also all dumbfounded. What's going on? Another half-orange combat skill? 4. These 4 kinds of half-orange level exercises with perfect cultivation. The saints were stunned, looking at Shinling Shuang and then at Lin Chen as if they had seen a ghost. What great sage, famous sect master, and a generation of sage masters are not worthy of carrying shoes in front of this living god? It really doesn't fit. It has only been more than half a month since the Heaven Ranking Conference was held to the final top 10 competition. It is impossible for his apprentices to learn so many half-orange exercises in more than half a month. Half a month, it takes more than this time to learn a top-level purple level exercise. The monstrous young man, who led all the geniuses of the Sun Moon Palace, arrived at the air conditioning slightly. What a joke! What is the origin of this kid? Even my Sun Moon Palace has no such background. The battle between the two intensified, and Dong Fengyao played a lot of trump cards and lore swordsmanship, but they couldn't suppress Shinling Shuang, and a trend of rivalry was formed. Fighting demons burning heaven fist. The 8 desolations and 6 harmonies / Yanlong kill. Shinling Shuang knew all of Dong Fengyao's offensive weaknesses and flaws. She could attack and retreat while defending. The half-orange defensive combat skill. Thousands of flame curtains could prevent herself from being hurt by the sharp aftertaste of the 8th tier sword. The 2 half-orange rank attack skills of Fighting Demon Burning Heaven Fist and Fudi Yanlong were used in turn, one bright and one dark, respectively, responsible for strong attack and sneak attack, making Dong Fengyao extremely embarrassed. Shinling Shuang's fire robbery and fighting spirit seemed to be inexhaustible. And inexhaustible. After a long battle, it was Dong Fengyao who began to lose ground. After more than 300 rounds of fierce battle, the two sides were separated for a short time. Both of them were injured. Dong Fengyao swallowed the healing medicine and recovered quickly. Shinling Shuang's injuries are not light, but her skin that was cut by the aftertaste of the sword energy healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. If Dong Fengyao's recovery speed is fast, then Shinling Shuang's is the real extreme speed. Visible recovery. Shinling Shuang's cheeks were bulging like a hamster, chewing and moving from time to time. Look, this girl's cheeks are so up. I suddenly have a bold idea. How big are you? Someone can hammer you into a muggle with one punch. What's in her mouth? Pills? No, it's not an elixir. It's long qingwo. Then Lin Chen has a spiritual plant. For luck with a long qing tree. This is a holy product for healing. I rub it, isn't this a shame? As long as it is not seriously injured or fatally injured, it will heal quickly. Besides, long qingwa has a miraculous effect of refining the body. You can see that this girl's punch is stronger than each punch, it's too perverted. The geniuses are more and more amazed. Having long qingwa at this critical moment is simply a key ability to decide the outcome. Seeing this girl's recovery speed, the corners of Dongfeng Yao's mouth twitched wildly. Damn, long qingwa is extremely rare, and I bought only a handful of them. With the background of my 100 Saint sect, they are all used to save lives. There are also a few long qingwo Dongfeng Yao, but they are all treasures used to save life, but they can't be eaten like a snack like Shenling Shuang. Sigh. Dongfeng Yao's arm cracked with blood, and his face was not good. It's very simple, he can't use the 8th order holy sword to fight for a long time. If he uses the 8th order holy sword, he can't do the battle between you, Fang Xian and Huan Yuntian, and he can play thousands of rounds, otherwise the sharpness of the holy sword will definitely backfire on its master. But if you use an ordinary 7th order peak sword, under the supreme talent of the martial saint bloodline, the chance of hurting Shenling Shuang will be even less. This little girl has a lot of long qingwo, and it is impossible to fight for a long time. Let's decide the outcome quickly. Dongfeng Yao bit the tip of his tongue and smeared a mouthful of blood on the blade. The glazed holy light shone on the entire holy sword in an instant, and a dragon-shaped sword chi entwined like an evil dragon grew out of the sword body, and the terrifying edge made Kaientai tremble. This sword was planted into his body by his master with supreme supernatural powers. The sword and the body were integrated into one, and connected with his blood. When people died, the sword was broken, and the sword destroyed people. If Dongfeng Yao can break through the holy realm, this sword must be stronger and more agile than ordinary holy swords. It is motivated by the blood of the 4th grade holy vein, and the power of the next sword will be extremely terrifying. Has the senior brother been forced to such a point? This sword is the most powerful sword of senior brother Dongfeng. It is necessary to deal with Shenling Shuang. The genius face of Beishenmen changed slightly. You have a whole card, and the master has prepared one for me. Shenling Shuang smiled charmingly, her fragrant shoulders shook. 10,000 true flames spewed out, and the scorching hot and dazzling rays of light rose like a scorching sun. At this moment, the faces of geniuses and saints in the audience changed. Shenling Shuang's whole body was flashing with 13 fire element crystal fragments. 13? Lin Chen put on his homemade sunglasses, and patted his chest, pretending to be frightened. It's dangerous. Fortunately, I reacted fast enough. Who is pretending to be forceful? It's too dazzling. 13 different crystal fragments, each of which is in very good condition. This woman didn't refine any heteromorphic fragments before. How is this possible? Did she refine 13 different crystal fragments while learning the 4 half-orange combat skills? The saints were dumbfounded, let alone the more than 60,000 geniuses present. Refining different crystal fragments is by no means difficult for the first 40,000 geniuses, and does not even require the help of family elders. But refining 13 different crystal fragments in one breath, unless they are geniuses in the holy realm or the top 10,000 geniuses, it is impossible. Even the top 10,000 geniuses don't bring such fast. How can anyone eat this to make a fat man? Dare to ask little friend Lin Chen, how did you do it? An old voice came from the void, and the geniuses were shocked. It is the Holy Land powerhouse who has spoken. Even the Holy Order can't help. But be curious. Huh? Refining different crystal fragments? You can do it if you want to. 13. Pieces is a trivial thing, and it can't be said to be a trivial thing. It seems a bit too crazy, so it's a medium meaning. Lin Chen smiled angrily, hearing his medium meaning. Many geniuses almost exploded on the spot. The mystery of why Lin Chen was able to let Shen Lingshuang master 13 different crystal fragments so quickly lies in his clone. The two masters and apprentices are in the same vein, and their understanding of 9 tribulations of creation has reached a level of perfection. The 9 celestial bodies have the advantage of natural restraint and fusion of the energy of the different crystal fragments. In addition, the 5 clones assist Shen Lingshuang, and the refining speed is even more terrifying. When Shen Lingshuang merged the cultivation memories of the 2 half-orange level exercises, she also completed the process of refining the different crystal fragments. This old man has more than 1,000 disciples, but he can't compare to 1/10,000 of you, little friend Lin Chen. Why are you so good? Another Holy Land was amazed. Because Lin Chen wanted to speak, and everyone was distracted and focused on him. Because the most handsome in the holy world is so good. What about 13 different crystal fragments? Die for me. Dongfang Yao raised his sword and slashed vertically. The rolling sword was about to destroy the sky and slashed down. The holy swords coiled and swirling Panlong sword slashed out from the sword's edge, and the 100 Zhang Panlong lashed away angrily, tearing apart the sky. Brush. Boom boom boom. In the Kaientai, the air was faintly rippling, and there were crackling sounds of air tearing everywhere, rolling up the sky, and the light was dim and distorted. This sword has completely surpassed the field of 5 tribulations battle. Emperor. The sword energy is attached to a tyrannical swallowing force, as if everything in Kaientai was emptied, and it could not be completely avoided. Shen Lingshuang's slender figure was sucked over, her delicate face was full of solemnity, and she was poised to condense her fists. Her left hand fighting demon burning heaven fist and her right hand Fudi Yanlong, she perfectly combined the 2 moves, and her fists slammed out like a gust of wind and rain. I will let the master enter Rainbow Island. The energy of the 13 dissimilar crystal fragments was mobilized to the extreme. A fire tribulation flame dragon was formed from the blast of the fist, and a spirally strangling flaming fist seal beat all the way, and bombarded the Panlong sword chi head-on. Boom. 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 The fire tribulation flame dragon and the spiral burning flame fist seal steadfastly offset the Panlong sword chi, the sound of colliding with the air, and the continuous explosion, and the spiritual energy quickly evaporates and rises like water vapor. No, I can't stand it anymore. Ning Qingshuan's face changed slightly. Even if Shen Lingshuang hits the flaw in this sword, the gap between the 2 sides is too great. In addition, Shen Lingshuang fights with bare hands, and the opponent has the holy sword in hand, so the blood of the martial god cannot reverse this power difference. If this blow is not on the weak spot, I am afraid that it will be killed by the sword energy in half a breath. It's pretty good to be able to do this, let's surrender. The faces of the geniuses changed slightly, and Shenling Shuang was going to be crushed by sword energy. This girl is very smart and won't be tough. As soon as Lin Chen's voice fell, Shenling Shuang pulled away, and the fighting spirit actually condensed into a phantom body of fighting spirit, displaying two great skills to resist the edge of the Panlong sword chi for her. It's another half-orange cultivation technique? She still has a hand? My God! After the previous confrontation, the power of the sword energy has been reduced by more than half. Shenling Shuang stepped on this shocking rainbow and flashed, and the fire robbery light curtain circulated all over her body and instantly rushed to Dongfang Yao's side. What? Dongfang Yao's expression was horrified, and his pupils were trembling with fear. He wanted to expand his body and retreat, but Shenling Shuang was faster than him and bombarded his chest with a punch, breaking his ribs with a pop. Pfft! Dongfang Yao was blown away, spitting out a large amount of blood. Shenling Shuang succeeded and beat Dongfang Yao wildly with knee strikes, straight punches, uppercuts, elbow strikes, and a series of melee attacks. In the end, Dongfang Yao was hit by dozens of blows, and was knocked to the ground. His anger was like a gossamer, and he was dying. He was completely different from the previous extremely arrogant appearance. Shenling Shuang was also covered in blood, and the long qinghua in her mouth had just been eaten, so this battle was narrowly won. The winner, Shenling Shuang. The Saint of Fengquan shouted and announced that a holy energy nourished the body and gradually recovered the injuries of the two. The expressions of the geniuses were so wonderful that they turned the tide of the battle. And it is an unprecedented leapfrog challenge reversal. This is probably the first genius in the Holy Realm to be ranked 10,099th with the Four Tribulations Battle Emperor Cultivation Base. I lost? I actually lost to a little girl. This young master had an epiphany. At the age of 7, mastered all blue-level swordsmanship at the age of 10. And was number 1 in the Beishanmen's swordsmanship. I actually fell. Here. Dongfang Yao's face is full of resentment, his face is hideous, and his expression is full of incomprehensible madness. As the proud son of heaven, he simply cannot accept this result. When his injury gradually recovered, he regained his strength and immediately began to operate his mind. At this point, the space barrier was lifted. Shenling Shuang turned around and left, waving at Lin Chen, her jewel-like eyes flashing with childlike innocence. She said in a dignified manner, "Hee hee. Master, I said I would let you enter Rainbow Island." Lin Chen smiled and said, "Xing xing xing, I know you are the best." The 11 geniuses of the Beishanmen looked quite embarrassed, especially the alluring beauty who had previously despised Lin Chen, trembling with anger. Someone Lin whistled frivolously in their direction. Aha, some people are so arrogant that they can't even beat other people's apprentices, and they look down on others everywhere, and don't know where to put him all day or night, like a geoduck. After speaking, someone Lin held a big sword and imitated Dongfang Yao's arrogant expression when he first entered the venue. Ha! There will be Dongfang, and then there will be days, let you ordinary people see the swordsmanship of my Dongfang family. Many geniuses covered their mouths and laughed frantically, and the geniuses of the Beishanmen turned blue and purple for a while, which was really wonderful. Ning Qingxian laughed, and in terms of anger, there is probably no one in this world who knows better than him. Then, when Shenling Shuang was about to step into the air and leave the stage, suddenly, because of the release of the space barrier, Lin Chen's 9 tribulations, I instinctively sensed a ray of crazy murderous aura from Oriental Yao. Choke. Tear. The airflow was torn apart, and the glazed holy sword that fell to the ground stabbed towards Shenling Shuang's back. This sword is too sudden. All the geniuses didn't react, and Shenling Shuang even smiled at Lin Chen. Yet she didn't react to the murderous attack. No one would have thought that Dongfang Yao would wait for an opportunity to sneak attack on Shenling Shuang after the game while taking advantage of the Saint's post-war recovery. The tip of the sword aimed at Shenling Shuang's heart and stabbed it. The only ones who can react are the Saints in the void and the 2 judge Saints. But when the sword came out, it was too late to block the space or reach Shen Ling Shuang's side. Oops. The referee Shuangxing was completely shocked. Something is going to happen. Boom. In an instant, a gray-white talisman descended from the sky and burst open from the space behind Shenling Shuang, blocking the void and solidifying the space. The speed of the glass holy sword became 90% slower. But the tip of the sword was only 5 feet away from Shenling Shuang, so close at hand. Brush. Bang. A purplish-red flame and a blazing dragon shadow flashed past, and the glazed holy sword was blasted away. Everyone was startled, and a silver robe appeared in the Kaientai. He flapped. A pair of purple-red phoenix wings behind him hugged Shenling Shuang, who was still in shock, with one hand bleeding from his left shoulder. Sigh. Boom. With a red spear in hand, the power of the silver-robed man. Sword. When that young and fair face looked at Dongfang Yao, a violent murderous aura emerged. I fuck your mother's, Dongfang Yao, are you courting death? Lin Chen blocked Shenling Shuang behind him, and longing rushed towards Dongfang Yao, holding a red spear and smashing Dongfang Yao's Tianling cover. Angrily. Wait, little friend Lin Chen. Fengquan Sage and Yimei Sage immediately stopped in front of Lin Chen and Dongfang Yao. Little friend, it's true that he violated the rules, but you can't punish him. Fengquan Saint immediately advised, but there was still shock in his heart. The sword just couldn't keep up with their saints. The speed and means of this kid are simply outrageous. He did not know what means to intercept the holy sword, and then rushed to Shenling Shuang's side in a flash. Dongfang Yao, you violated the rules and made a sneak attack after the game. And the Rainbow Island quota you currently own will be abolished. The One-Brow Saint solemnly announced the result, and the audience was in an uproar. The abolition of the quota means that the 4-game winning streak of Dongfang Yao's primary election will no longer take effect, unless someone wins the top 10 next, and the additional quota will be distributed to Dongfang Yao. Dongfang Yao is gloomy and uncertain, but Lin Chen is murderous. A close call indeed. If Lin Chen's reaction was 1/10 slower, Shenling Shuang would have to die on the Kaientai. This bastard obviously couldn't afford to lose, and after losing, he deliberately took revenge. Shenling Shuang's last wave of decisive raids continued, and after hitting dozens of punches in a row, they only severely injured him, but did not kill him. After this person lost, he wanted Shenling Shuang's life. Facing the saint of Fengquan, Lin Chen suddenly smiled. Hee, how can this be fair? If he attacked my apprentice sneakily, he should also let him take my sneak attack. His laughter was extremely cold, like an emotionless hell demon. There is no such regulation in the conference. We have already punished him. Accordingly, for this accident, I would like to express my sincere apology to you on behalf of the Tianbang conference. The saint of Fengquan was rarely resigned, and Lin Chen did not continue to pursue it for the time being. The current self has not yet broken the power of authority. Lin Chen put away the red spear with a calm expression. Dongfang Yao, right? I want your life. Humph. If you're not ashamed, you'll be a little quicker in your movements. If you fight with this young master, you can hide behind women and bark. Dongfang Yao sneered. He recognized Shen Lingshuang's strength, but it didn't mean that Lin Chen could also fight against him. Lin Chen was too lazy to pay attention to this mad dog, and stared at Shen Lingshuang and looked all over. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Shen Lingshuang shook her head, glanced at the wound on Lin Chen's shoulder, lowered her head, twisted her slender fingers together, and said as if she had done something wrong. Yes. I'm sorry, Master, Lingshuang did something wrong. If I hadn't left hands. Lin Chen squeezed her delicate face, and said with a smile, you did nothing wrong, and no one can predict the outcome of every choice. It's your judgment that you didn't kill him. No one knows that he will attack you after the game. What if he doesn't attack you? Besides, killing is not a good thing. Master would rather you not kill for a lifetime to live well. Shen Lingshuang hugged Lin Chen and shook her head like a rattle. No. Lingshuang promises there will be no next time. I don't want the master to be hurt. The top 10 of the second round ended in a sigh. It is worth mentioning that Lin Chen approached Kaientai because of saving Shen Lingshuang, and was able to release the Dragon Emperor to wipe out all the attribute light balls, and his strength soared again. Kaientai's attribute light balls are mostly reinforcement points. With this wave of swept attribute light balls, Lin Chen obtained 2.91 million enhancement points in one breath. Secondly, there are a few geniuses who are wary of Lin Chen. The speed he burst out was extremely terrifying and tricky, not at all the speed that a Three Tribulations battle emperor should have. And the people of Beishan have become objects that everyone looks down on. Although they don't say anything on the surface, they secretly cast eyes on them that are full of contempt. Especially Dongfang Yao, this person's inferior character has been seen by everyone, and he is truly ruined. In the next top 10, there are still 8 games, which will be unfolded in turns, and the talent list will change many times. Xunyan Palace, the boudoir in the palace. Dressed in a red robe, she was as charming as fire, with her snow-white jade legs crossed. What's the matter with this girl Lingshuang? She is actually ranked 10,099. Her strength is not able to reach this level, could it be? The beautiful lady frowned lightly. Then the news of Lin Chen appeared in the southern region, and the Tianbang conference was also held in Qiyun Island. In the southern region. Could it be because of Lin Chen? Silence. Inside Kaientai, there was a strange silence. When Lu Kuining, who was ranked 10,288th on the talent list, was severely injured by a sword and shouted to surrender, a rising star shocked the audience. The 5 grade sect geniuses such as the Hongtian Hall, the Beishan and the Sun Moon Hall all showed their fearful eyes. The young man in linen holds a 3-foot green blade in his hand, the sword blade is sheathed, and he leaves in the air, like an ascetic man, walking through the world to experience. At this time a brand new name was listed on the Holy Light list. 10,288th in the Genius list, Ling Jian. This person is the only one who has been ranked from more than 30,000 to the top 10. This is the biggest dark horse in the audience. The genius of the Hongtian temple showed a violent fighting spirit and grinned. The white-clothed son of the Sun-Moon Palace frowned and said, "The one who can defeat Lu Yingquan in one move, among the geniuses present, can be counted with one hand." Lin Chen looked dignified, and Ning Qingxian looked at each other, and both saw the trouble in their eyes. If nothing else, this Ling Jian is one of the strongest among all the geniuses in the audience. Now, the top 10 places have been created. Please choose the candidates who want to use the places and give them to me. The Saint of Fengquan announced that the geniuses who won the top 10 places raised their hands and spurted out a stream of light. Xinling Shuang naturally chose Lin Chen. Fengquan Saint reached out and grabbed the name in Guanghua. After reading it, his face changed slightly. He frowned and looked at the white-clothed son of the Sun-Moon Palace, who smiled. "Senior, did this junior violate the rules?" "There is really no violation of the rules." As soon as the Fengquan Saints announced the list, the results were astonishing. One of the 2 extra places obtained by Sun-Moon Palace was actually used for Dongfang Yao. This operation surprised many geniuses. Could it be that the mighty Sun-Moon Palace will take the initiative to make friends with other forces? When Dongfang Yao lost to Xinling Shuang and lost to the top 20, all he lost was the right to compete for an additional quota. His own quota did not disappear, but he violated the rules, so the original quota was abolished by Fengquan Saint. All the Beishan men were originally granted the places to enter Rainbow Island, but only Dongfang Yao was left behind. Originally, everyone thought that Dongfang Yao would not be able to enter the Rainbow Island this time, but Sun-Moon Palace took him a hand. Dongfang Yao looked suspiciously at the white-robed young man in the Sun-Moon Palace, who smiled gracefully. "You don't need to be surprised, young Master Dongfang. Don't you have the same goal as my Sun-Moon Palace? When you enter Rainbow Island, let us join forces happily, how about that?" The genius of Beishan men is led by Dongfang Yao. If he cannot enter Rainbow Island, the morale of the whole team will be greatly reduced. Dongfang Yao nodded his voice and said, "Okay, join forces to deal with that kid." The goal of Sun-Moon Palace is very simple, that is, Long Qingshu on Lin Chen. During Xinling Shuang's battle, she took a lot of Longqing fruit. If she hadn't owned the Longqing tree, she would not have been able to withstand such consumption. From the genius discussion in the field, they also vaguely noticed that this person is suspected to have Long Qingshu. Long Qingshu is rare, even the 5th grade sects rarely have it. But Lin Chen's method has already attracted the attention of Sun-Moon Palace. In order to ensure the competition for Long Qingshu, the Sun-Moon Palace does not intend to give Lin Chen a chance. If the two join forces, he will surely die. All the geniuses cast sympathetic and sad eyes at Lin Chen's direction, but more than that, they were jealous and solemn. If the Beishan men and the Sun and Moon Temple join forces, there will be almost no forces in the audience that can compete with them. Ning Qingxian stared at Lin Chen, "They're eyeing us." Lin Chen nodded, and smiled lightly, "I know, but I can't ask for it. If Dongfang Yao shrunk outside, I wouldn't be able to deal with him." Suddenly, a shadow circulated around Lin Chen's waist, and a small shadow appeared. "What's the matter, little guy?" Lin Chen was curious. Isn't this little guy cultivating with peace of mind in the Taoyuan planting capsule? Why did he suddenly run out? Little Shadow rarely did not respond to Lin Chen, but stared at Ling Jian deeply, and then retracted into the Taoyuan planting capsule. Very strange. Little Shadow has reacted to this Lin Chen. This guy has a problem, it seems. That he has to be careful. Lin Chen glanced at Lin Chen, alert. In the next time, everyone adjusted their own, waiting for the opening time of Rainbow Island. Rainbow Island does not belong to any power, no one can open it in advance, it will only open once every 1,000 years. 2 days later, a rainbow light broke the silence and shone down from the 9 heavens divine sky. The colorful rainbow brilliance dissipated and condensed into 100 zhong. Light cocoon, like a vertical eye cracked, and inside the light cocoon was a beautiful island suspended in the void. Boom! The One-Brow Saint and the Fengquan Saint grabbed the light cocoon and spun the colorful brilliance thin lines into their palms. There are no more or less thin lines of light, just 4,000 strands, which are suspended and condensed into a ball of brilliance, which is held in the hands of the 2 saints. Now, the 4,000 places have been determined, please list everyone. The One-Brow Saint shouted in awe, and thousands of geniuses came out. To Lin Chen's surprise, Sun Yuer, the granddaughter of Saint Yu Poison, also ran for election. The top female talent, Jiang Yun, who entered the top 10, actually gave Sun Yuer an extra place and invited her to join the team. Even Lin Chen didn't understand that Sun Yuer only had the cultivation of the 3 tribulations battle sovereign, and she was at the same level as herself. According to common sense, she really did not have the competency to participate in the election. Everyone, this is the island vitality of Rainbow Island. Only by refining this strand of vitality can we not be obliterated by the rules of Rainbow Island. The One-Brow Saint and the Fengquan Saint spread their palms, and the 2 multicolored light groups shot out 5 colored rainbows, shooting into the eyebrows of 4,000 geniuses. Everyone only felt a warm current flowing through their eyebrows, and there was no substantial change. When Lin Chen refined the vitality of Rainbow Island, even his clones were contaminated with this breath. On the Rainbow Island, all the opportunities belong to you. Rainbow bridges will be raised one by one within a certain period of time on the island, and each rainbow will throw a lot of treasures, and each rainbow will have a lot of strangeness. The treasure was born. After entering, you will live and die with your destiny. There are holy beasts inhabiting them, hiding infinite dangers. When the last rainbow ends, all of you will be teleported out. Of course, if it is a corpse, it will also be teleported out. The advice of the 2 saints made many geniuses shudder. Holy beast. That is enough to match the existence of the Holy Land. Is there such a fierce thing on Rainbow Island? Okay, it's up to you now, let's go. The 2 saints flicked their sleeves, and the geniuses from all walks of life looked at each other, and they transformed into a streamer into the cocoon of light. Sister. The white-clothed son of the Sun and Moon Palace instructed the woman beside him. That beautiful woman made a handprint and wiped her eyes, her pupils turned into a round of blazing sun and bright moon, locking on Lin Chen. Lin Chen's heart suddenly felt a chill of being stared at, and he turned his head to stare at the people in the Sun-Moon Palace. Senior brother, the tracking has been completed, he can't escape. Ying, the woman in the long skirt, bowed her body, and the young man in white sneered, okay, let's go. After all, the geniuses of Sun Moon Hall and 100 Saint Gate also began to enter the light cocoon. There are 12 people in the Bashanmen, and 30 people in the Sun Moon Palace. There are 42 people in total. It can be said that it is one of the strongest teams in the audience. Before parting, Dongfang Yao cast a malicious and crazy grin at Lin Chen, as If he had some trump card to deal with Lin Chen and others. Are you staring at me? It doesn't matter. In Lin Chen's heart, all kinds of pride and fighting spirit emerged. He has long wanted to confront these top geniuses once. What about a genius? Lin Chen beat his mother's genius. Secretly, countless pairs of eyes were aimed at him, and Lin Chen felt that. This time, it wasn't just the Beishan men and the Sun Moon Palace who were staring at him. Some top geniuses heard the wind, but Lin Chen's son has a spiritual plant of luck, and there are more than one. If he killed him, wouldn't he have robbed the resources of a fourth-grade sect? In vain? The undercurrent is surging, the situation is surging. Lin Chen has become the target of public criticism. Mr. Lin Chen, right? Maybe we have a chance to work together. At this time, a heroic and awe-inspiring figure led 15 women with different styles to come to Lin Chen. That Sun Yuer was also among them, bowing slightly shyly to Lin Chen. Oh? Jiang Yun and the young ladies from the Heart Refinement Palace? I have provoked so many people, are you not afraid of getting into trouble? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and laughed jokingly. My palace lord specially instructed me to make friends with you, and to help when necessary. After all, you are junior sister Manqing's sweetheart, and you are the person who alarmed our palace lord when you became emperor in the mortal world. Jiang Yun smiled and said. Lin Chen was taken aback. Yun Manqing? It was her. However, this Jiang Yun is not a stupid person. She can obviously express her position earlier to find Lin Chen's cooperation, but she only came out at this time, obviously waiting to see Lin Chen's strength and details. Then wish us a happy cooperation in advance. Lin Chen smiled. One step ahead. Jiang Yun nodded and led her junior sisters into the light cocoon. The young and graceful female geniuses looked at Lin Chen curiously when they parted. Lin Chen turned around and smiled at Shen Lingshuang and Ning Qingxian. Let's go too. 4,000 geniuses all entered Rainbow Island in less than a quarter of an hour. Sage Chan and Sage Wu, who were chasing after Lin Chen, frowned. What should we do? Lian Wanjing grinned and said, wait. Rainbow Island hasn't been open for a long time. When he comes out, he won't have a chance. Now I'm worried that this kid will die inside. 4,000 geniuses have just left, and the holy land of the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce will arrive at the back. Seeing more and more holy places chasing Lin Chen, the more than 200 saints who gathered here are even more curious. How can this kid get out of this predicament? Most of those geniuses who have not yet obtained a quota have already started to leave Qiyun Island. But the geniuses who came to watch the game still stayed on the island, and they looked forward to whose genius harvest would be the biggest winner. After all, Rainbow Island is a place where you have the opportunity to meet the orange level exercises. There are only a handful of people who have seen the orange level exercises. When Lin Chen and others poured into the space-like cocoon, the radiant rainbow brilliance shot into Rainbow Island. Rainbow Island is suspended in the endless void, and it is covered with a special space light film, and Lin Chen feels the unprecedented power of space. He has seen the space opened up by the Battle Emperor of the 9 provinces continent, and he has seen the small plane created by the Holy Land, but he can't compare with this special space light film. Such is the difference between the firefly and the bright moon. The owner of this Rainbow Island must be a strong man in the sky and latitude. Just when Lin Chen was amazed, he, Shen Lingshuang, and Ning Qingxian descended on the island. Other geniuses descended to other locations on the island, and the places where they landed were different. The space crystal wall here is several times stronger than that of the holy world, and the saint may not be able to tear the space. The peaks are towering, the mountains are undulating, the surrounding is full of vitality, and the spiritual energy is extremely abundant, and there is even a sign that the spiritual energy has condensed into raindrops. What a strong spiritual energy, not right? Lin Chen was suddenly alert, grabbed Ning Qingxian and Shenling Shuang, and his body flashed. Tear. Dozens of poisonous arrows condensed by venom flashed past and shot through several mountain peaks. Gigi, another human race is here. This time the human race looks more delicious than the last time, but it's a little less. Get out of the way, I'm here first. Fuck your mother. A large number of sharp and clear voices echoed in the sky, thousands of silk threads trembled, and there are countless silk threads in the void? Lin Chen's pupils trembled, the sky was full of cobwebs. These spider webs are strongly corrosive and sticky, and even if Lin Chen touches them, they may not be able to break free quickly. A dozen or so zhong-sized purple-black spiders crawled on the spider web. Their upper body was a naked human body, and their lower body was a spider body, swiping with poison sacs and spider tips. The black spider of the seventh order peak? Lin Chen was stunned. Ning Qingxian frowned. No, although they have a long lifespan, this family doesn't have the bloodline to grow to this level. It's mutation, bloodline mutation. The aura and spirituality of this rainbow island is extremely high, and it has swallowed the flesh and blood of the top geniuses who entered Rainbow Island, causing their bloodline to mutate. Shenling Shuang activated the power of bloodline, a pair of wonderful eyes flowed with divine light, and saw through all the bloodline factors of the black spider. Interesting, Qingxian, be careful yourself. Ling Shuang, did you attack him? With fire? I can't do these bastards, they are not afraid of fire. Lin Chen grinned, fighting violently all over his body, pulled out the Qingming sword, and the flames flowed between the swords. Lin Chen has been swallowing the refining red golden vine and long Qinghua. During this period of time, his pure power has reached 75.5 million. With the blessing of the ultimate moment, it has temporarily broken through to 80 million. Pure power is comparable to the first entry into the 5 calamities. War Sovereign. Lin Chen slashed out with a sword fury up to the sky, thousands of flames surged above the sword body, and slashed out an orange light sword rainbow to the spider web full of the sky, igniting a monstrous fire. Hey! This human race is good at fire-type attacks, so swallow him first. Don't let him break our net. 16 black wolf spiders moved at high speed on the huge spider web, like lightning bolts, dazzlingly fast. Shenling Shuang's double fists repeatedly used the fighting demon's burning heaven fist, and the spiraling storm-like flames pierced the cobwebs all over the sky. So did that little girl. Damn it. Serious black spiders screamed in turn, and weaving cobwebs for countless years. Was their advantage in capturing the enemy? If they were burned, their combat power would be greatly reduced. The Book of Speed. With a wave of Ning Qingshuan's hand, 2 rainbow beams of war aura shot into the body of the master and apprentice, and the speed of the two's war aura increased by 40% in an instant. Lin Chen motivated the fire robbery and danced the 7-star sword technique, and the starlight fire glass sword chi bombarded down like a meteor shower. Trigger passive talents, tier, deadly bloodthirsty. Host trigger talent. Combination skills, talents that can use talent combination skills. Jianmong ripped apart a serious black spider and directly cut off its spider legs, blood rushing wildly. Is this? Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised. His swordsmanship was half as sharp and brisk. It turns out that what Qin Xian is really good at is auxiliary combat, not frontal combat. That's how it is. In addition to the ecstasy, Lin Chen sent out a thought system. I want to use the talent combination skill, the talent of the world. Using the combo technique King of the World, start accumulating energy. Value, 0 points. Then, the mental storm between Lin Chen's eyebrows was brewing at an extreme speed, and a move of annihilation suddenly erupted. The blue mental beam of light pushed the mountains and rivers horizontally, causing all the black spiders to lose consciousness and foam at the mouth. The three of them swarmed up and instantly wiped out all the serious, black spiders. Jun Lintian accumulates energy, 190,000 points, 100,000 points, 80,000 points. Then they released the Dragon Emperor, swallowing all their fierce beast cores. Get 1,002 points of advanced fighting spirit essence, 400 points of advanced vitality, 1 point of intermediate talent point, 1 point of advanced wood energy. Lin Chen took away the attribute light ball dropped by the black spider. In frontal combat, these heavenly wolf black spiders only have the cultivation of the peak of the four tribulations. Under the premise of arranging the spider webs, people will be restricted in their movements, completely unable to use their movement skills, and can't even escape. Even the top geniuses of the 5 tribulations are at risk of falling. Lin Chen frowned. As soon as he entered Rainbow Island, he encountered such a powerful existence. This island is more dangerous than he imagined. Luckily this time, the fighting spirit attribute restrains the enemy, but next time it may not be so. Clap. 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 At this time, a burst of applause sounded. Wonderful, Lin Chen, you really have some skills. With your 3 tribulations Battle Emperor's cultivation base, your strength is enough to occupy the top 40,000 rankings. I have to say, you are really a freak. I will give you enough time, maybe you can grow to our heights too. At this time, 4 mountain peaks 30 miles away appeared one after another, surrounding the 3 of them. The young man in red robe at the head, with arrogant and frivolous eyebrows, with a cold face, stared at Lin Chen with a cat-and-mouse smile. People from Hongtian Temple? Ning Qingxian frowned. These people are fighting lunatics. Although I'm handsome, it's not like you guys are following me. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, laughed jokingly, and remained calm. The red-robed young man sneered and stretched out his finger. You only have 2 choices now. 1, hand over your air fortune planting bag, and the 2 beauties stay, and you can get out. 2, we beat you, and then the air transplanted capsule grabbed it. Well, I'm very kind. You at least have a choice. If it's someone else, I'll just fuck you. I was almost moved by my kindness. The red-robed youth sighed from the bottom of his heart. Someone Lin laughed out loud. What kind of robbery was on his head? Yeah, your excellency is so fucking kind. Someone Lin sighed, and then laughed wickedly. Unfortunately, someone in my forest is 10,000 times kinder than you. Round way. Brush. 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 The 5 avatars, Zhenda Ying, Zenda Chang, Zenda Shui, Zendexiu, Zendeju, were instantly released from the Taoyuan plant capsule. The geniuses of the Hongtian Temple looked especially wonderful in an instant. Huh? There are other people? The 15 geniuses of Hongtian Temple exclaimed a little, but they were only Amazed at why Lin Chen was able to bring others into Rainbow Island, and he was not shaken by it. In their opinion, Lin Chen and these people are at most similar to more than 30,000 geniuses, and a few more will not be stronger. What they really need to watch out for is Shenling Shuang, who defeated Dongfang Yao. I know your kids' movement skills are great, so let me meet you. The red-robed youth, led by him, flashed in the air, and his movements were extremely fast. The phoenix wings behind Lin Chen stepped on the dragon flash and flew. The red dragon claws swept across the air, and one claws crushed down. Lin Chen avoided the dragon claw, and quickly transmitted the voice to the two daughters. Qing Xin, bless all my avatars with the technique, just now. Ling Shuang, protect Qing Xin. You don't need to fight them, just leave it to me. With a flick of Ning Qingshuan's slender fingers, all of Lin Chen's clones were 40% faster. Boom. 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 The mountain exploded, and afterimages swept across the sky. The geniuses of the Hongtian Temple attacked the two girls. Their focus was Shenling Shuang. Among the 15 people, 2 were ranked over 20,000, and the rest were all geniuses ranked over 10,000. Lin Chen made his handprints, and the arrogant and domineering fighting spirit, like a horned dragon, roamed through the meridians and the battle chi life wheel, and a more terrifying war chi frenzy exploded from within Lin Chen. Azura Jiuhuang transformation, 8th transformation. Bang! An explosion of war energy exploded from Lin Chen's body. Although his realm was still the cultivation base of 3 tribulations, the amount of battle air suddenly soared to a level equivalent to the cultivation base of 4 tribulations. This is the first time that Lin Chen has used the 8-fold transformation. The violent and vast 9-robbery battle gas fills every inch of flesh and blood in the body, and it is as intoxicating as feathering and soaring. Oh? What an exquisite secret method, but you still have to die. Bloody dragon. Claw. The red-robed youth raised his hand with a grinning smile. His 5 fingers shattered the blood-colored fighting spirit that suppressed all beasts, and a violent killing dragon claws swept across the sky, like 4 frightening rainbows flashing, fast to the extreme. This claw is his full blow, and the half-orange combat skills are brought to the extreme. The only people who can block him head-on are geniuses who are within 10,200 of him. The Heavenly God Spear. Lin Chen held the red spear in his hand, and activated the charging and penetrating runes. The tip of the spear flashed the chi of Gengjin, and stabbed a golden rainbow, piercing the sky with rage, and hit the bloody dragon claws head-on. Bang! The terrifying blood energy and the golden robbery war energy exploded. Countless broken beams, and the young man in red robe was stunned. He actually took my bloody dragon claw? The other side. Shenling Shuang knew the direction of each genius surprise attack, and stepped on the movement method to cover Ning Qingshuan's evacuation. The clone drew a bow and shot, and a thunder arrow shot out, and its trajectory floated down with a faint thunder, like a feather. The 2 geniuses of Hongtian Temple are terrifying. The moment you see the light of the arrow, it has come to you. This power is not something that the 4 tribulations battle emperor can exert. Could this be the orange-level arrow technique? Xihong, True Light Shield. Among the 3 geniuses of Hongtian Temple, 1 defended, and 2 pointed out, and the pointing light flashed, crushing this shocking arrow. Lin Chen's other 4 avatars battled with the genius of Hongtian Temple, respectively, and the Qing Tian sword and the azure blue moon were all revealed. But because of the number of people, 1 face-to-face fell into the lower hand, and all of them were 3-on-1. There were only 2 geniuses who could really encircle and suppress the 2 girls. However, the real scalp is numb at the Hongtian temple side. Every one of Lin Chen's people is terribly strong. Every move they use is far more powerful than the half-orange level technique. If it is not for the suppression of the number of people, if it is a one-on-one duel, the outcome of the 2 sides will be 55 to 50. What's even more terrifying is that his sisters, like Lin Chen, all only have the cultivation level of the 3 Tribulations Battle Emperor. With the top genius of the genius list as an opponent, can you fight over 2 great realms? What a monster. Boom. Boom. Clang. The 2 rainbow lights in the sky crisscrossed each other, and they collided with each other again and again. Every time, the rainbow lights shining with golden light were repelled. After dozens of rounds of fierce battle, the 2 sides separated. Lin Chen's body was filled with the qi of Yutian Gingjin, and he was also injured a lot. If he hadn't swallowed a large number of red golden vines, Lin Chen would have to be shocked to death by the aftermath of his attack based on the previous dozens of rounds. He wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, grinned, and said the genius ranked 10,188 really has 2 hands. If it weren't for the fact that I stole the attribute values of more than 200 sacred places and the attribute values dropped by all the geniuses in the Heavenly Ranking Conference, my combat power would only be on par with more than 20,000 geniuses at most. In terms of combat power, even after using the 8-fold transformation and the ultimate moment, Lin Chen can only barely fight the opponent now, and he will lose after a long battle. Of course, the premise is that Lin Chen does not use other trump cards. I didn't expect you to have such a trump card, but I underestimate you, Lin Chen. The red-robed youth is uncertain. In this way, even if he could win Lin Chen and his party, he would have to pay a heavier price than expected. Forget it, use all your strength to kill you, and your clone will disappear immediately. I will enjoy the beauty around you for you. The red-robed youth smiled evilly, and the endless afterimages of the blood-colored giant dragon appeared instantly. His figure climbed higher and higher, 3 feet, 5 feet, 10 feet. Standing in front of Lin Chen like an ancient blood dragon. The trump card? Haha. I haven't used the trump card yet. The ultimate return. Lin Chen and his clones were radiating brilliance, and their injuries and fighting spirit recovered quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The red-robed youth's pupils trembled. What? What technique is this? This is the specialty of my Dark Horse Club, it's hard and durable. Lin Chen smiled evilly, and issued an order in his heart, System, activate. The talent of King's Landing. Activate the talent of King's Landing, and have accumulated energy, 10.39 million points, which will increase the next attack of the host body or single clone. Consumption of 21 intermediate talent points, the host and all phantom clones. Activate the instant light and shadow talent. Consume 16 points of advanced rune energy, and the host and all phantom clones use penetrating and charging runes. Hongtian Temple, right, let me die. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with the ruthlessness of being barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes. He held the spear in both hands, the red spear of the 8th Order embryo. Pulled out a Gingjin rainbow light, stabbed out awe-inspiringly, and shot in the direction of the red-robed youth. At this moment, all of Lin Chen's clones showed their stunts. Annihilation, Mirror Moon Edict, Sword Fury Qing Tian, Jiguang Katana, Juing. Flying Saber, 4 kills, all in one go. The cultivation base is too shallow, break it for me, eh? The red-robed youth's pupils trembled, as if he had seen a ghost. When the hidden dragon-like Gingjin Hongmong burst out from the tip of the spear, its power skyrocketed by 9 times. Under the original increase of charging and penetrating runes, it has skyrocketed by 9 times, and the power is enough to threaten the red-robed youth. However, he can still stand it. I just didn't expect Lin Chen to explode with such terrifying power. But, it's not over yet. Gingjin Hongmong trembled in the void, and after the power skyrocketed by 9 times, it was divided into 5. Domination of the world plus instant light and shadow. The corner of the red-robed youth's mouth trembled suddenly. What the hell am I doing? On Chiyun Island, the saints sit in the void, cooking wine and talking about heroes. They all came with the young people who led each other, and now they are waiting for the young people of their own sect to return after they have made some gains. Hee, this old man really envy you. Our disciples this time, only 2 of us have competed for the 4,000 places. Atsingi Holy Land shook his head and laughed at himself. It's gone, it's gone. The immortal old man stroked his beard and said with a smile, the prosperity and the decline of the world, there are always ups and downs. Brother Mo. Don't worry, it depends on the number of days in the world. Haven't we old guys witnessed it countless times? The red-browed middle-aged man next to him said with a rough smile, yeah. Maybe the 2 geniuses in your palace this time are lucky enough to bring back a roll of orange-level exercises. There was a hint of sarcasm in the laughter. Singi Xingjing frowned. Oh, this old man only hopes that those 2 boys will come back alive. It's not like your Hongtian palace, with a big family and 15 top geniuses. These 15 little brats are all very talented, haha, maybe there will be a good harvest this time. By the way, let those ordinary geniuses see the weight of my Hongtian palace. The arrogance and slight contempt all revealed in the chat and laughter of the Red Eyebrow Holy Land, which made other holy places frown. Brush. At this time, the holy light swiped, and the ranking of the genius list actually changed. Oh? The genius list has changed so soon? Let me, Kong, which forces genius did the bad luck at the beginning? The Red Eyebrow Holy Land was very interested, and all the saints cast curious glances. I saw that there were 3 names scrolling on the holy light list, which gradually dimmed. The genius list is 19,118, Yizihong Miaorenfei has died. The sect he belongs to, Hongtian Temple. The genius list is 20,741. Sword Slashing Stars, Shi Chen, has died. His sect, Hongtian Temple. The genius list is 19,115, Wenyu Huishan, Bayanhai, has died. His sect, Hongtian Temple. Hiss. The countless geniuses in the audience took a sigh of relief. On the first day of entering Rainbow Island, the fallen genius turned out to be Hongtian Hall. The faces of the saints were equally wonderful, some gloating, some stunned, and some curious. The Red Eyebrow Holy Land was stunned for a while, and he didn't even come back to his senses. What the fuck am I doing, what bastard? Boom. When the saint was angry, the situation changed suddenly, and the bloody vortex exploded from the top of the head of the Red Eyebrow Holy Land. Qihong, don't splash around here. If you don't want to see it, get out. Rainbow Island stipulates that internal grievances have nothing to do with you. Old guys outside. If you dare to break the rules, you will stand on the opposite side of us. Fengquan Saint and Ime Saint said indifferently, and the invisible Intimidation deterred the Red Eyebrows' Holy Land. No, you see, there are also the names of other geniuses in Hongtian Temple. A genius exclaimed. On the Holy Light list at this time, the names of other geniuses in the Hongtian Temple are dim, like a candle in the wind, which will go out at any time. This is obviously an unprecedented hit. Just entering Rainbow Island was hit by such a heavy blow, which means that even if there is a treasure born in the future, it will not be their turn to compete. Even if the 15 geniuses of the Hongtian Temple encountered all the geniuses of the Beishan men, they would be able to retreat. The only thing that can threaten them is the Sun Moon Palace and the dangers inside Rainbow Island. Is it an encounter with a holy beast or something dangerous? No, you see, a new name has been replaced, and it was done by another genius. The geniuses immediately exclaimed that 3 new names replaced the original rankings. Genius List 19118 Moon King Zendeju belongs to the sect, Dark Horse Club. The 20,741 Peerless, Danxing Zending on the Genius List belongs to the sect, Dark Horse Club. Genius List 19115 True Virtue Shows, Title, None. Sect, Dark Horse Club. Silence. Eerie silence. When they saw those 3 names, everyone was shocked. Dark Horse Club? Lin Chen? It's not right. Lin Chen was the only one who entered Rainbow Island. How did he bring his people in? The laws of Rainbow Island will obliterate those who are not contaminated with the vitality of the rainbow. It turned out to be what the Dark Horse Club did? My God, the Hongtian Temple is a 5th grade sect. The other 12 people in Hongtian Temple were seriously injured because of them? What's the situation? I remember that they are the cultivation realm of the 2nd or 3rd Tribulation War Emperor? The geniuses exclaimed in amazement, dumbfounded, there are too many unimaginable things. The saints fell into contemplation, and the face of the One-Brow Saint and Fengquan Saint was solemn. Things may have exceeded our expectations. This Lin Chen's method is really shocking. However, there is nothing in the regulations that can't bring people in, because geniuses who try to bring other creatures into it will basically be wiped out in Rainbow Island at the first time. The sage Qihong from Hongtian Temple stared at those names, his eyes wide open. Lin Chen. Rainbow Island, Sirius Mountains. The cracks with claws and claws spread over the earth, the barren forest was destroyed, and the mountain peaks were broken, as if a world-destroying disaster had come to this place. Extreme Return. Lin Chen launched the ultimate return to the original, filling up the massive fighting spirit of launching the eightfold change. The Dragon Emperor showed his body and turned into a vast dragon harvesting all the attribute light spheres. Get 3 points of intermediate talent points, 2 points of advanced fire energy, 4 points of advanced thunder energy, 2,300 points of advanced battle spirit. Essence, 1,000 points of advanced blood, 6 points of intermediate heaven value, 1,000 points of reinforcement. Lin Chen's battle spirit life wheel began to grow to a critical value. During this period of time, as long as he is idle, he will absorb a large amount of silver coins, and the growth of the essence of war has never stopped. You actually beat them all seriously. Ning Qingxian fluttered over and exclaimed. She expected that Lin Chen would have the means to get out of the predicament. But she didn't expect him to be so fierce. Even the young man in red was severely injured by him and fled in embarrassment. Hey, some luck is true. These guys run very fast, otherwise they will all be hammered to death. Lin Chen took the 3 Na ring, and poured all the medicinal herbs and exercises in the Na ring into the Taoyuan planting capsule. There are not many treasures in the ring, one of which is that the cultivation of top geniuses requires a lot of resources, and they do not carry too many resources with them. The second is that most of the half-orange level exercises they practiced came from the sex-burnt version, and it was difficult to have half-orange level exercise scrolls left in the ring. But not all geniuses are like Shenling Shuang, this little cutie who doesn't practice with a lot of half-orange rank exercises. Master, you are amazing. Shenling Shuang stared at Lin Chen admiringly with her jewel-like eyes. Lin Chen laughed and said, nonsense, otherwise how can I be your master? This time, all the geniuses of the Hongtian temple were directly beaten by Lin Chen and seriously injured, and 3 geniuses also fell. The peerless power of the orange-level talent begins to truly bloom. In a one-on-one situation, Lin Chen couldn't seriously injure the red-robed young man even if he used instant light-splitting shadow. But the other party just hit the gun, and Lin Chen's ruler of the world is just accumulating energy. Lin Chen grabbed an orange crystal treasure chest dropped by a red-robed youth. Open the orange crystal treasure chest, the host gets talent combo box. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. One more addition to his talent mix. Boom. At this time, a yellow rainbow shot up from the sky. This rainbow is colorful, with yellow as the main color. The yellow rainbow bridge stretches for thousands of miles. Wherever it passes, it begins to throw elixir medicines, pill recipe scrolls, and 8th order heaven and earth treasures, like a meteor shower falling down. It's the first rainbow overpass, and the treasure has come. Lin Chen's master and apprentice lit up. System, I want to use the talent combo box, the instant light and shadow talent. The combination is successful, and the host's talent combination is deadly. Bloodthirsty ultra-dimensional teleportation, King's Landing, desperate. Life and death, instantaneous light and shadow. If you trigger the talent combination skill, you can use the combination talent at will without consuming talent points, and the original talent will not fall into the cooldown time. After registering the combination talent, Lin Chen retracted his avatar and smiled at the second daughter. Let's go, let's get a share of the pie too. The 3 of them moved forward at full speed and swept in the direction of the yellow rainbow. Also attracted by the rainbow flyover are all the geniuses on Rainbow Island. They have followed the direction of the rainbow flyover and converged to one place. Blood Plains. The main area crossed by the rainbow overpass is the Plain of Blood. The strong energy attracts not only geniuses, but also endless beasts. A large number of 7th order top and 7th order peak beasts gathered here. An 8th order holy material, Shanbao King Xinlian, fell from the rainbow flyover into the blood plain, and immediately caused a large number of fierce beasts to charge over. Who? Go away, this is my father's. Yes, old ghost of Montenegro, go back to your territory, don't come and fight with this uncle. High-level beasts of behemoths collided and slaughtered together. They uttered human words, roared and roared non-stop, and they all fought to snatch the rare treasures of the Rainbow Bridge. As soon as the 3 of Lin Chen rushed out of the Heavenly Wolf Mountains, they encountered a mighty large team head-on. Huh? Ha ha ha, it's actually you, Lin Chen? You can't find a place to break through the iron shoes. It takes no effort to get it. I just wanted to find you, but you actually came to the door. In front of the big team, there are 2 youths in moon robes. Their faces are like crown jade, handsome and straight, but their faces are hideous and greedy. Oh? You are also attracted by my handsomeness, aren't you? Let's talk about it first, although I like the latter, but I don't do it. Lin Chen smiled angrily. His mood was calm and not impatient, and he was not in a hurry because of the birth of the rainbow flyover. In this environment, the first batch of people who eat meat may not be able to swallow the meat in their stomachs. Lin Chen knows this well. Ning Qingxian was on guard, and Shenling Shuang looked like she was ready to fight at any time. There are 31 people in this team. It is the geniuses from Xuanyu. The 31 geniuses immediately spiraled into formation, surrounding Lin Chen and the three of them. The 31 geniuses are full of colorful fighting spirits, ready to take action at any time. The young man in the moon robe sneered. Don't be rude, I don't have time, hand over your chief fortune planting bag and get out of your way. Otherwise, I will take some hands and feet to grab you and hand you over to Beishanmen and Sun Moon Palace in exchange for some good things. They also fell in love with Lin Chen's spiritual plants of destiny and fortune. The value of 2 spiritual plants of destiny and destiny was much more precious than the treasures that fell from the rainbow flyover. They didn't notice that someone in Hongtian Temple died in Lin Chen's hands. As soon as this rainbow flyover is born, who has the time to stare at the talent list? Grabbing the baby is the last word. There are very few people who really keep calm enough in the face of great interests. Those like you, I usually call them flutter. Lin Chen laughed madly. Ling Shuang, make a move. Shenling Shuang and Ning Qingxian are ready to brew. You wanna die? The murderous intent of the youth in the moon robe erupted, and with a grin, all the geniuses shot together. Many attacks swept in like a torrent of energy, swords, warlike dragons and eagles, wind tigers, clouds and dragons, thunder and fire, and axe beams open to the sky. 31 top geniuses joined forces to explode the aura of 1,000 feet. The airflow collapses, and the mountains disintegrate. Yeah, you all want to fuck Lao Tzu, don't you? Killing one is also killing. Killing 10,000 is also killing, and whoever stops me will die. Eightfold transformation, the ultimate moment. Lin Chen's shoulders trembled, and he grabbed the gun and stood up. He released all the 5 avatars that were already ready to go in the Taoyuan planting capsule in one breath. The host consumes 31 intermediate talent points to activate the instant light and shadow talent. Sword Fury, Mirror Moon Edict, Annihilation, Yu Tian, Yashiguang Katayu Yuhong. Above the 10,000 feet in the sky, 5 spiritual beams of light pushed out across the mountains and rivers, and flashed across the Peerless sword. Light that reflected the sky and the earth, and it was divided into 5. The rainbow flashed, the aurora withered brightly, and 5 divine lights burst out from the spear tip, and the arrows with faint feathers fell like an aurora. The 5 orange light sword rainbows that opened up the heavens and the earth were burning with roaring flames, slashing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Boom! 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 The endless offensive collided head-to-head like a mountain topped the sea, rolling up a storm of thousands of meters, and the youth in the moon robe, headed by the face, changed. How could he be so powerful? In addition to 2 young men in moon robes, 29 of the 31 geniuses were shaken and vomited blood. The 30% penetrating power of the 6th level penetrating rune penetrated into their bodies, causing more or less injuries. Tear. The sonic boom of extremely fast cutting suddenly sounded, and I don't know what kind of strange transparent edge, cutting the storm. The situation has changed, evacuate. Before the youth in the moon robe could issue an order, a total of 31 gray and white talismans fell from the sky. Consume 62 points of advanced rune energy to activate the slow rune. The actions of all the geniuses suddenly appeared slow and stagnant for a moment. A crisis of death enveloped everyone in an instant. Brush. The 20 extremely fast-rotating flying knives hidden in the void turned into a streamer of light on the horizontal plane, all of which slashed at the 31 geniuses who were sealed off. The flying knife streamer is stronger than the first knife, and the power of the fourth knife cuts through the defenses of the geniuses like a smashing tree, making them pale in shock. The host completely triggers the passive talent, strong attack, 300% power. The host triggers 2 passive talents, tear the defense of 2 hostile targets. Ning Qingxian and Shenling Shuang appeared from the south to the north. Shaking their hands gently, hundreds of blue light converged into several acres of vast blue light handprints and blasted away. Shenling Shuang punched the fighting demon's burning heaven fist in a series of violent beatings. The situation reversed in an instant. The faces of all geniuses changed. Suddenly, a quarter of an hour later, between the mountain gorges, the Dragon Emperor wandered in the void to absorb all the attribute light spheres. Get 3 points of intermediate talent points, 4 points of advanced thunder energy, 2 points of advanced earth energy, 2 points of advanced spiritual power, 2 points of intermediate heaven value, 12 points of advanced exercise essence, 899 points of reinforcement. These geniuses from Xuanyu were formed temporarily, and the cooperation with Hongtian Temple is more than one step behind. Lin Chen looked around the audience and let the Dragon Emperor swallow all the geniuses' bodies, urging the Gentian devouring divine ability to refine everything. The Dragon Emperor began to occupy the Taoyuan planting capsule, frantically devouring the silver St. Yuan coins. Silver St. Yuan coins are also a great supplement to fierce beasts. It is because all holy beasts like to hunt down clans. A large part of it is to obtain silver St. Yuan coins and gold St. Yuan coins. The Dragon Emperor begins to attack the 8 millionth dragon vein. Once successful, it will transform to more than 80 million dragon power. Lin Chen, you are so strong. Without some strength, how can I bring out such an excellent apprentice? I will remember many hearts and minds in my next life. The young man in the moon robe who led the geniuses of Xuanyu was suffocated by Lin Chen, and he couldn't rest his eyes. Lin Chen threw him into the Taoyuan planting capsule, and released the energy that the Dragon Emperor swallowed and refined, and the energy that hit the 8 millionth dragon vein. Lin Chen now has a sinister and fierce temperament between his eyebrows. Lin Chen didn't like killing, but he never softened in the face of the enemy. If others want to attack him, his hidden murderousness is gradually manifesting. It seems that this time I can fully fire. Li Meng flashed across Lin Chen's eyes. Lin Chen blew up all kinds of geniuses and gained 91 intermediate talent points. Not only did he make up for the consumption of using momentary light splitting shadow, he also earned dozens of points. In the past, Lin Chen would not easily use instant light splitting because of his orange level talent consumption. But this time he can do it with full firepower. Because the attribute values dropped by these top geniuses are very considerable, the talent points are not afraid of running out at once. 21 instant kills, for more kills later, only 6 people really escaped. Lin Chen frowned, in a way, the red-robed young man in Hongtian Hall that he encountered before was extremely strong. The combination of kings landing the world and instant light splitting Shadow failed to kill him, and he even had the energy to escape in Lin Chen's hands. Master, the collection of the rings has been completed. Shenling Shuang excitedly held the 10 nascent rings. Let's go to the location of the Rainbow Bridge. The three of them flashed and rushed in the direction of the Rainbow Bridge. On the way, Lin Chen encountered 7 or 8 teams along the way. Most of them were like the geniuses of Xuanyu, lest they would not succeed in single action, they would form a team. There are also powerful Lone Rangers, all rushing in the direction of the Yellow Rainbow Overpass. Just as Lin Chen and his party were approaching the 1,000-mile radius of the Rainbow Overpass, a warlike green mountain of several hundred meters was suddenly suppressed from the top of the group's head, like a mountain topped by a mountain. A sneak attack? Master, I'll come. Shenling Shuang's body was frightened by the rainbow, and her fist was like a dragon flying across the sky, and she threw out angrily. Sigh. Bang. The green hills were shattered, and the aftermath exploded in the sky. Lin Chen, besides hiding behind a woman, what else would you do? Today, with the exception of Fairy Ning, your master and apprentice will all die today. The cold and ruthless drinking reverberated around the sky. 12 figures suspended in the air and came from the east, overlooking Lin Chen and others. The young master in blue clothes, whose handsome and fair face was contorted with anger, said with a grim smile, "This time, I want to see who can help. You, a trash hiding behind a woman." Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. Oh? Dongfeng Yao, you brought it to the door yourself. Dongfeng Yao, ranked 10,099th in the genius list, is also at the top level among the super first-class geniuses. These 12 geniuses are all the geniuses of the Beishan men. Enemy road is narrow. How long has it been since the two sides entered Rainbow Island? They met immediately. Ning Qingxian was calm and stood by Lin Chen's side. No matter what happened, she would choose to stand by Lin Chen's side. Master, I'll blow him up again. Shenling Shuang is gearing up. Lin Chen reached out to stop her. Easy, let me come, you can deal with other people. Lin Chen's fighting spirit was churning in his heart, but he was more vigilant. Dongfeng Yao once lost to Shenling Shuang, and he would not have expected that he would send Shenling Shuang to deal with him. He shot against us so confidently, and he may come up with a stronger ultimate move than when he fought against Shenling Shuang before. If so, Ling Shuang will not be able to take risks. Lin Chen's clones are running the extreme return, fully armed. Azure Jiuhuang transformation, eightfold transformation. Lin Chen's handprint changed, his fighting spirit soared, and he temporarily climbed to a realm that was not inferior to the Four Tribulations battle. Emperor. Rainbow Overpass has appeared, senior brother, let's fight quickly. Everyone, crush them, let these guys see our Beishan men. Before Dongfeng Yao finished speaking, a sense of crisis enveloped his heart. Consume 10 points of high-level rune energy to activate level 6 Sky Hidden, charging, and penetrating runes. Dongfeng Yao subconsciously activated his Tianyin blood armor. Clang! 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 The four-handled flying knives are like a lore streamer, slashing the blood colored armor without warning. The knife light made a deep knife mark, and Dongfeng Yao was shot thousands of meters away, hit the mountain peak, and shattered into pieces. Senior brother Dongfeng? Sneak attack. Hit me. The 11 geniuses of the Beishan men were suddenly furious and rushed towards Lin Chen and others. Blue Sea Flood Dragon. The 3 geniuses stormed up 3 blue sea dragons, and the giant waves of war were sent to them, and the giant dragons in the sea slaughtered everyone. Shen Lingshuang's body turned into a faint startling rainbow, a whip leg ignited red flames, and the 3 blue dragons were torn apart by the waist. I won't let you disturb the master. Shen Lingshuang fought 3 geniuses head-on with 1 battle and 3 battles. A sneak attack? Dongfang Yao raised his eyebrows and glared angrily, gnashing his teeth. Pull out his 8th order holy sword from his body. If his conscious response was not fast enough, the power of this flying knife would be enough to seriously injure him without being attacked by any means of defense. To deal with someone like you who attacked my apprentice after the war, should I still have a fair duel with you? Lin Chen sneered, seeing the 8th order armor on his body, and quickly activated the phantom rune, making up for the weakness of the clone using 4 bursts of Jueying. Qingxian, be careful, just delay them. Lin Chen ordered, flapped the wings of the holy phoenix, turned into a dragon shadow, and rushed to the area of Dongfang Yao as fast as lightning. White shark blade wave. Sword bite. The 7 geniuses showed their unique skills, and many half-orange combat skills came pouring in like a torrent, trying to stop Lin Chen. The 5 avatars stepped on the dragon flash, the rechargeable runes, and the instant light-splitting talents were fully displayed, and the 7 geniuses confronted each other in a melee. In the void, there are only the 100 saints women who are like piles of snow and jade trees, and Ning Qingxian. As long as I kill you, the senior brother will change his mind. It's all your presence that makes the senior brother go crazy and die. The woman showed murderous intent, her fingertips swayed, and the fierce wind swept across the 8 wastelands. Qianfeng Furious Gang. The woman released more than a dozen hurricanes of black war energy, which enveloped Ning Qingxian. Her strength is second only to Dongfang Yao. Ning Qingxian was calm, slender jade hands swiped across the colorful brilliance, pointed a little, and a 5-color finger light smashed the ink colored war hurricane frontally. Ning Qingxuan's strength is far more than the superficial ranking. On the other side, 2 extremely fast vertical flashes of light collided, confronting again and again. Wherever they passed, the airflow evacuated, the vitality exploded, the mountains and rivers collapsed, and many geniuses passed by nearby. One of the rays of light exudes a terrifying devouring power from time to time. The sword light flashes like a tianhe, and when it slashes and flashes, it swallows everything that is blocked. With a little bit of red light, Lin Chen pulled his spear and stabbed. Suddenly, like a spear moving like a wild bee, and stabbed out again and again. This kid's speed is really good, but trying to suppress me with speed is the stupidest choice. Dongfang Yao sneered, and the speed of swordsmanship has skyrocketed. Clang! 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 The indestructible Shangang golden tribulation was swallowed up by the blood colored sword light every time, and the spear and sword collided, like 2 giant dragons fighting each other. When Lin Chen met Dongfang Yao, it could be described as an enemy meeting. And he was extremely jealous. The shot was a murderous intention, and both sides wanted a quick solution. Dongfang Yao slashed out a glazed sword energy, the situation was bleak, and he took time for everything. Lin Chen swung his left hand rapidly, and the 3 flying knives turned into 15 flying knives. The afterglow of the sword chi turned into broken ons, and Lin Chen was hit by 7 shattered ons even though his body was so good. It's this trick again, this kid's method is so weird. Dongfang Yao's eyes narrowed, and the sword energy was born and destroyed. I have to say, this kid can actually compete with me with the cultivation of 3 tribulations. His combat skills are so powerful that he exerts a Formidable power far beyond his cultivation, which is comparable to the orange. Rank. If you let him grow to 4 tribulations, the cultivation of the emperor of war, the power of this combat technique alone is enough to shake me. Not to mention the cultivation of 5 tribulations. After the real fight, Dongfeng Yao finally put away his contempt. In his eyes, Lin Chen is far from being so weak. The potential is terrifying. This kind of enemy must be killed in advance. This bastard is stronger than the guy in Hongtian Temple. Lin Chenan was shocked, holding a gun in his right hand, and returning to the limit to make up for the moment of consumption. He played a slow rune and sealed Dongfeng Yao for a breath. Lin Chen shot Yu Tian sharply, and the edge of Gung Jin ran through. Clang! When his Tianyin blood armor parried Lin Chen's shot, his whole body burst into sword energy, breaking through the slow restraint. Dongfeng Yao held his sword and slashed down with a single blow. Wherever the sword's edge passed, a shadow of nothingness was left behind, which was horrifying. The mental energy between the eyebrows burst out, and the momentary light split shadows blessed and annihilated, and the spiritual annihilation beam of light that pushed the mountains and rivers slammed away angrily. The blood-colored sword light slashed 5 pillars of spiritual annihilation, causing a whistling sound of spiritual explosion, and the 30% power penetration shocked Dongfeng Yao back and forth. Long Shan stepped, Lin Chen appeared behind him, and shot out. Did you know that it was a fake? Die. A crisis enveloped Lin Chen, the void above his head chopped off a sword light. Like the scars of eagle claws, the claws were raised, and the sword light enveloped Lin Chen. Sigh. A gray-white talisman exploded, the sword mark stagnated, Lin Chen flapped the holy phoenix wings and swept away, and with a bang, the sword mark was twisted in the air. It's this trick again. How come this kid has so many weird tricks? Dongfeng Yao was startled, he turned around and was about to retreat. Thousands of energy, like a dragon, burst out suddenly from the top of his head. Life and death. I want to see if your turtle shell can protect your dog's head. Lin Chen condensed all his strength and beat Dongfeng Yao's Tianling Gai with one punch. Trigger the complete passive talent, strike. Power increase, 300%. He was caught off guard, and 2 blood wings on his shoulders blocked the punch. However, the violent force still shook Dongfeng Yao instantly, losing consciousness and rolling out 2 attribute light balls. Lin Chen was about to take advantage of the victory to pursue the attack. The glazed holy sword in Dongfeng Yao's hand seemed to automatically protect the master, and swept across to Lin Chen, and smashed Lin Chen back with a sword. The two were panting, and Dongfeng Yao's Tianyin blood armor was meant to absorb his blood essence to motivate him, and the more he hit, the more injured he became. There is a price to be paid for the Emperor of War to control more than 2 finished holy artifacts. In the same way, Lin Chen couldn't take it any better. Each of Dongfeng Yao's swordsmanship comes with a powerful, devouring feature, which is as strong as Lin Chen's body-refining realm. This forced Lin Chen to use his life-for-life style of play, using slow runes and orange-level talents all the way. During the period, I have to rely on Long Qinghua and Extreme Guiyuan to continuously treat the injury. Damn, what's the origin of this kid? How can the 3 tribulations battle Emperor be like this with this young master? If you play like this, you will use up your cards first, which is not conducive to the next action. Every treasure of the rainbow overpass is precious and should not be missed. Dongfeng Yao's heart is heavy. Lin Chen wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth, and took the time to recover from the injury. There is no prerequisite for using the talent of King's Landing at the moment. The only way is to use a high amount of rune energy to seal him with a rune of slowness, but he has been wary of the rune of slowness, and every attack will give priority to maintaining good defense. Attitude. Lin Chen glanced at the other battle circles, and Ling Shuang and Ning Qingxian had already begun to fall behind. Two of Shen Ling Shuang's opponents were top-notch geniuses within 10,500, and it was too unfavorable for 1 to 3. If you fight hard, both Ling Shuang and Qingxian may have an accident. Lin Chen frowned. If you want to kill Dongfang Yao, you only have the talent of desperate life and death and the bracers of the god of war. With these two trump cards, whichever one is at stake. Whether it was Lin Chen or Dongfang Yao, both parties felt the effort and the result. If you want to kill the opponent, you must do everything, and you have to bet your life to make it possible. Dongfang Yao retreated and sent out a sound transmission of battle energy, and many geniuses of Beishan men retreated from the battle circle. The younger brothers cast their stunned and surprised eyes on Lin Chen. How could this kid be so strong? Even senior brother Dongfang didn't take him down? Lin Chen, you are lucky. The priority is to compete for the rainbow flyover. And this master will torture you next time. Dongfang Yao sneered sternly, and glanced at a few junior brothers, and quickly swept over to the Rainbow Sky Bridge. At this time, the rainbow flyover began to drop a lot of exotic treasures, including some 8th order heaven and earth treasures and pill recipes. There are already quite a few geniuses who have launched a snatch battle. It's all right. Lin Chen handed over a dozen long qinghua to the two daughters, and Ning Qingxian took the long qinghua. They are all minor injuries. Shen Lingshuang chewed long qinghua and wrinkled Qiong's nose in dissatisfaction. If it wasn't for the three of them hitting one, I would definitely be able to help the master. You have done a good job, don't worry, as long as he is still on Rainbow Island, I don't believe that I can't kill him. Lin Chen smiled, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. As long as he finds new different crystal fragments and has a new nirvana in his hand, he will not believe that Dongfang Yao can't be killed. Lin Chen looked at the 5 clones again, all of them were scarred. My avatar can compete with 19,000 geniuses at most. If Xinda Shui and Xinda should be avatars with Qing Tian and Zhanlan Mingyue, they can fight against 15,000 geniuses. If they encounter super first-line geniuses, you must use the instant light-splitting shadow to fight the enemy. With Qingxian and Ling Shuang, my current ultimate combat power can only deal with 6 to 8 super geniuses within 10,500. If you encounter the guys from Sun Moon Palace, you are not an opponent, you must rely on high-energy ones. The rune of slowness can get away. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. After rounds of battles, he already knew his foundation. In order not to rely on the orange-level talent to compete with the super first-class talents within 10,500, he must rush to the 4 tribulations. Cultivation base. It's really hard to fight 2 levels. Not to mention a genius of a level like Dongfang Yao. Get 4 points of intermediate talent points, 4 points of advanced rune energy, 6 points of intermediate heaven value, 2,299 points of advanced fighting spirit essence, 3 points of advanced martial arts essence. The clone collected all the dropped attribute light balls. This battle was Lin Chen's worst battle after entering Rainbow Island. Rainbow Overpass has begun to drop treasures, and we are going to. After repairing the clone, Lin Chen and his party moved again. 2 hours later, Lin Chen arrived at the bottom of the rainbow overpass, and couldn't help being stunned. The plain as far as the eye can see is all shrouded in the brilliance of the yellow rainbow bridge. Sun Luo star hand. Freeze finger. 8 desolate dragon whip. Roar. Damn human race, climb for the Lord. Yeah, I will swallow you human race. In the blood plain, bloody like the wind, countless high-level beasts. Geniuses from all walks of life, chaotic vitality storms, unique combat skills, and frantically smashed into a ball. They either snatch pills, pill recipes, or snatch the 8th order heaven and earth treasures, killing them to form a chaotic storm of countless blood and rain. The center of the storm is the center of the battle, and the suffocation is overwhelming. There are also some geniuses who grabbed the top-level alchemy fingerprints and were beaten by other geniuses before they were happy for half a breath. They were seriously injured and fled. It's really turned upside down. Lin Chen took a rough look and saw that there were more than 4,000 beasts in the blood plain. The details are unknown, and the geniuses who have reached the plane are currently less than 2,000. From the sky to the earth, wherever there are floating treasures, there will be fierce melee. The beasts mainly snatch pills and 8th order heaven and earth treasures. These are treasures with high energy, which can directly improve their cultivation. And geniuses rob everything. Alchemy handprints and alchemy recipes are extremely precious. Master, let's go up and grab it too. It's all good stuff. Shenling Shuang waved her little pink fist eagerly, her face full of excitement. Lin Chen tapped her little head, and said seriously, remember, you must remain calm enough before grabbing something. Blindly grabbing a pass is useless, and I'll give you a lesson next time as a teacher. Class. Nizi covered her head aggrieved. Ning Qingxian smiled and comforted the little girl. At any time, she is like an extraordinary fairy, as if there is no interest in the world that can impress her. This time, she came to Rainbow Island completely according to her master's experience and arrangement, and being able to meet Lin Chen again was already the biggest surprise in her life. At least, she likes to accompany him quietly like this. To be able to help him, to be able to stand with him in any difficulties. Blind competition will only consume energy. Even if I have a clone, it is impossible for me to destroy the talent in the audience. If I want to choose, I must choose the best. The treasures poured from the yellow rainbow flyover fell like a meteor shower to the blood plain. Lin Chen urged purple gold eyes, and he learned about those strange treasures that had fallen into the world again and again. After 2 breaths, Lin Chen found one thing in common. But all top treasures are accompanied by the light of attribute light balls. Lin Chen smiled meanly. I remember all the good things, the king of robbery, I will make it. Lin Chen, who opened the golden eye twins, broadened his vision to the extreme. When he looked around the audience, he found one thing in common. The top exotic treasures are all accompanied by the light of attribute light balls. There are also many geniuses hiding outside the plains, doing the same thing as Lin Chen. They save their strength and hide in the dark, like a sturdy and powerful cheetah, waiting calmly, only picking the best treasures to shoot. But, Lin Chen has one more advantage than everyone else, that is, he can see the attribute light ball. In less than 10 breaths, Lin Chen found several targets, including 8th order pill recipes, pill-making handprints, and all the top-quality treasures. Basically with the light of attribute light balls and even attribute treasure chests. Lin Chen immediately selected more than a dozen targets and wrote them all down. Among them, a khaki quaint jade box is the primary target. Inside this quaint jade box is a dazzling orange crystal attribute treasure chest. I have chosen a target, follow me. Lin Chen pulled the two girls and broke into the battlefield. Then, he released the avatar of Zendexiu, stepped on the dragon flash movement technique, and Zendexiu launched the eightfold transformation, plus ultimate moment talent, pulling the bow and shooting quickly. The light of the arrows gathered by the light robbery shot, the arrows fell like feathers, and the light feathers withered. The slower the naked eye sees, the faster the arrows light, and the battlefield is traversed. The power of the arrows in Jiguang Pianyu has cleared many obstacles for the 3 of Lin Chen. As long as Lin Chen does not participate in any battle, whether it is a genius or a beast, he will basically avoid him. Lin Chen pulled the two girls forward at full speed and quickly entered the battle circle on the south side of the main core of the plane. There is a battlefield there, and 3 geniuses are fighting chaotically. Fighting for a khaki scroll. The Book of Speed, the Book of Attack, the Book of Recovery. Ning Qingshuan's slender hands danced rapidly, and 3 rays of sunshine appeared in blue, red, and bathed the whole body of the 3 of them. Lin Chen suddenly felt that the speed and volume of his fighting spirit were a few % stronger than before. Come on, I will do my best to assist you. Ning Qingshan nodded. Lin Chen and Shen Lingshuang looked at each other, and suddenly urged to move. Lin Chen broke out the 8 changes and the ultimate moment again. The 2 masters and apprentices turned into a white light and a dragon's shadow. And the other was stunned by the rainbow, and the speed was extremely fast. Anyone else to join in? The 3 geniuses who competed for the scroll felt the crisis in an instant. Shen Lingshuang and Lin Chen attacked at the same time, and the master and apprentice punched each other violently. Fighting demons burning heaven fist. 7 Jiwajin, 7 powers in 1. The power of the dragon, which was swirling like an evil dragon, burst into the air, and the flaming fists that were spinning like a tornado slammed into the 3 geniuses. The 3 geniuses showed their stunts one after another. Some danced in the sky with a sword, some smashed down with an angry hammer, and some spurted 100 lines of pitch-black thunder. Brush. A flying knife slashed in a flash, slashing one of the geniuses angrily, hitting his mighty sword glow. The melee is imminent. Trigger passive talent, strike. Power bonus, 300%. Boom. 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 The 2 sides are fighting against each other, evenly divided. Brush. At this time, a strange afterimage burst into the battle gas storm at an extreme speed, and it turned out to be a genius who was good at hiding. He waited for the opportunity for the 3 of them to compete for a gap, to take away the treasure box. The appearance of Lin Chen's mentor and apprentice created this opportunity for him. Oops. 3 geniuses screamed bad. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly. Just when the 3 geniuses thought that the alchemy handprint had fallen into the genius's hands, an afterimage that was faster than him passed by and robbed the treasure box in an instant. After snatching the treasure box, the man's speed continued, and he ran after grabbing it, and there was a complacent laugh. Ha ha ha, Fengsher, you're still too young, you've never heard of Mantis catching cicadas. Is there still a hunter behind the Oriole? This son is the Real hunter. Bang! An arrow exploded and stopped the genius who called himself a hunter. The 30% penetration power shot him to vomit blood. The geniuses were startled, but seeing the figure of Zendexiu stopped the white-clothed boy in the air, and then, Lin Chen's other 4 clones quickly emerged and surrounded him. Hiss! The genius took a deep breath. Really handsome, laughed angrily, Hunter? What are you putting on this show? Haven't you heard of the Dark Horse Club behind the Hunter? Give you a breath, and you'll die if you don't hand over the jade box. The genius's face muscles twitched a few times. He decisively threw out the scroll of alchemy handprints, and evacuated cursingly. Damn, what a shame. The other 4 geniuses saw the situation clearly, quickly evacuated, and looked for other targets. Taking cover from the clone, Lin Chen quickly opened the jade box. Inside the quaint jade box are 2 bottles of medicinal herbs, a pair of jade slips, and a scroll of alchemy handprints. Ning Qingxian opened the jade slip and looked a little surprised. It's the lost 7th order peak elixir, Qixing breaking tribulation pill, which can increase the probability of breaking through the realm of war. Emperors from 1 catastrophe to 4 catastrophes, as well as the top grade. Alchemy fingerprints of the Purple Order. Both are superb treasures. Lin Chen grabbed the orange crystal treasure chest suspended in the jade box. Open the orange crystal treasure chest. The host gets half orange alchemy handprint, true dragon holy hand. Half orange alchemy handprint? Damn, I've made a profit. Lin Chen was overjoyed. He quickly put it away, and divided the 2 bottles of Qixing breaking tribulation pill with Shenling Shuang. Ning Qingxian has already cultivated for 5 eons, and the medicine pill is useless to her. It seems that there are still many babies waiting for us, Ling Shuang. Qingxian, let's go, the next one. Lin Chen took the avatar and acted together with the 2 women. Lin Chen is never greedy. There is no special treasure with attribute light ball, he will never fight for it, he only grabs the top special treasure with attribute light ball. If you don't make a move, you will have to put all the clones together as soon as you make a move to ensure the greatest success rate. Brush. 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 After images flickered, Lin Chen and a group of clones shuttled through the battlefield. Trigger complete passive talent, strike, power increase, 300%. Trigger complete passive talent, strong attack, power increase, 300%. His innate shadow technique eliminated all aura, and his repeated sneak attacks were like a duck to water, even knocking back several geniuses ranked 14,000. After the fierce battles took turns, Lin Chen's gains were extremely rich. Open the orange crystal treasure chest and get 250,000 enhancement points. Obtain high-quality dual attribute light balls, obtain 200 points of intermediate heaven, 200 points of intermediate talent points. Open the water jade treasure chest to get 60 points of advanced water energy. Open the spiritual wood treasure chest to obtain 70 points of advanced wood energy. The 8th order pill recipe, sacred crystal burst source pill, the 8th order heavenly materials and earth treasures, the 9th stage ghost vine, the 7th order peak lost elixir, purple charm streamer pill. A rough inventory, Lin Chen became more and more courageous, and the harvest was dazzling. There is also an attribute light ball over there, eh? 8th order young Dan. Lin Chen's eyes flashed, and he found that 2 8th order young pills were born together. On the north side of the plain, the ley lines were torn apart, the radiance stretched across the sky, and when the sword, light, sword, and shadow flashed, the situation was eclipsed. The 2 holy grade baby pills transformed into a spirit fox and a white snake, which were their spiritual incarnations. At this time, the vitality of the rainbow flyover was sealed in the void, like 2 rounds of scorching sun. 10 peak-level vicious beasts were tens of feet or 100 feet in size, each with a monstrous aura. On the other side, there are more than 20 figures suspended in the air. Their flesh shell auras are as strong as abyss and seas, and they have the potential to lean on the sky and cover the earth. Some have scales all over their bodies and fierce pupils. Some are covered with ferocious scales and horns on the top of their heads, which are fierce and vicious. All in one body refining genius. The geniuses of the savage domain. On the other hand, the figures on both sides are exquisite, graceful, with different styles. They are the female geniuses of the heart. Refinement Palace. Oh? Interesting. Lin Chen smiled playfully. The innate shadow technique eliminated his breath and rushed into the three-way battle circle. The birth of the two eighth-order young pills led to an unprecedented three-way melee, and the long-term battle was indistinguishable. But it was the women in the Heart Refinement Palace who were obviously unable to do so. The top body refining battle emperor is far superior to other powerhouses in the field of long-term combat. Judging from the lineup, the women of the Heart Refining Palace do not have the advantage of winning the 8th Order Young Pill. Even if Jiang Yun, who is ranked 10230, is in the lineup, she is inferior to the opponent in terms of numbers. But Lin Chen seemed to feel that the women in the Heart Refinement Palace had not given up, as if they were relying on something. The young sect master from the Dragon Gate of the Barbarian region, Feng Jinyu, looked at the woman in the Heart Refinement Palace and smiled wickedly. The women of the Heart Refinement Palace are all different than the women of our sect. Hey, brothers, remember to take a few women with you after grabbing the 8th Order Young Pill. His whole body wriggled like a horned dragon, with horns on the top of his head, like a wild beast, which made the woman in the Heart Refinement Palace shudder and feel nauseated in her heart. Jiang Yin from the Heart Refinement Palace glanced at Sun Yuer and said solemnly, "Everyone, hold on for a while." Witnessing this scene, Lin Chen joked, "Interesting, there are two high-quality spiritual energy attribute light balls on the 8th grade Young Pill, and it happens that I also need Ling Shuang, do it." The dragon's shadow flashed horizontally, and Lin Chen led the clone and the second female flash into the battlefield. Die. Feng Jinyu transformed dragon scales with one hand, transformed into dragon claws, and swept them horizontally. The dragon arm burst into waves of dragon roars and roars, infiltrating the immortal power that broke mountains and rivers. This claw dragon power broke through 99.99 million dragon power, reaching the limit of the Emperor of War. There is also a dragon breath blessing of the ancient golden dragon, which is powerful and overbearing. The other 10 barbarian geniuses in his team also shot, all of them with special physique or bloodline, pure power as powerful as human-shaped beasts. And the other half were on guard against 10 behemoths. The women in the Heart Refinement Palace had solemn expressions on their faces. Tear. At this time, the tip of the spear was pulled, and the rainbow light of Gung Jin was cut across the sky. The flying knives streamed like a butterfly, smashing a lot of energy, and the arrow light floated a faint thunder shadow. Feather light, shaking a large area of the sky. A group of figures flashed to the side of the women in the Heart Refinement Palace, and the women were both surprised and delighted. Feng Jinyu's face changed slightly, and he said in amazement, "Lin Chen? It's you? How is it? Are you surprised or surprised?" Lin Chen smiled playfully at Feng Jinyu, then turned to Jiang Yun. "Miss Jiang Yun, do you want to work together? 5 to 5? Jiang Yun looked around and saw that there were so many people around Lin Chen, she couldn't help but be shocked. The arrogant talents around him just received the attack of the top geniuses. In the barbarian realm, how could he gather such a powerful force in a short period of time? Jiang Yun is also a smart person, and immediately nodded, well, there is no need to defeat them, just delay, we still have a backer. Lin Chen smiled and said, I can tell. Huh. Bang. At this time, Feng Zhenyu actually fired a jade slip of war, blasting the sky. Feng Zhenyu laughed wildly, ha ha ha, you actually brought it to the door. Yourself, Lin Chen, I think you are courting death. Damn, I have missed him for a long time. Hit hard. Leave the 8th Order Young Dan alone, grab this kid's long Qingshu first. Obtaining the long Qingshu, the long Qingguo produced every year can create countless geniuses of body refining, and every 100 years can accumulate enough resources, and even reach the holy realm of body refining. Damn, I have found 18 wives, and now I can't bear it. If I can take a lot of long Qinghua, I can have the legendary imperial goddess weapon, the Dragon King Sky Spear, ha ha ha, I can be that happy living fairy every day. At this time, 2 genius teams from the barbaric realm emerged. The 2 leading geniuses bared their teeth and released a ferocious and violent aura, like a hungry tiger staring at a flock of sheep. There were about 25 people in both teams, and they surrounded Lin Chen and others. Including Feng Zhenyu's original team, there are 78 people. All of them have the talent list combat power within 23,000 of the genius list, which is terrifyingly strong. Although their tacit understanding of fighting is not as good as that of Hongtian Temple, it is much stronger than the temporary team formed by the geniuses of Xuanyu. Their target was actually Lin Chen's long Qingshu. The women of the Heart Refinement Palace, their faces changed. So many body-refining warriors surround us, it's too bad, protracted battles will consume us all. Jiang Yan's face was sinking like water, this battle situation is quite serious, if you can't break through, you will suffer heavy losses. The heroic and dignified, she glanced at Lin Chen, and found that this young man actually showed a sense of excitement, and he had a confidence of winning and losing. Damn, this time we're going to play a big one. Lin Chen took out several 7th Order peak pills and threw them to his clones. Then, Jiang Yun and other women were stunned. Except for Lin Chen and the Dark Horse Club, everyone opened the bottle and swallowed all kinds of lost elixir, and their breath suddenly soared. What Zime Liuguang pill, Xuanjue Violent Qi pill, Vigorous Vajra pill, Ancient Sword Qi pill, etc., take all of them. Except for Lin Chen, all the people in the Dark Horse Clubhouse have become more than 3 meters tall, and they are like humanoid monsters. The combat power has at least doubled. These medicinal herbs were all obtained from Rainbow Overpass, and they were all the best, lost, medicinal herbs. It can temporarily enhance the power of movement or combat skills, pure strength, and other top-grade medicinal pills. The on-the-spot combat power of all clones has temporarily skyrocketed a lot. It's very simple, all the medicinal pills that temporarily increase their power have serious sequelae, but Lin Chen's clone is not afraid of these sequelae. If there is any defect in the clone, you can immediately use the phantom rune and then condense it. This is why Lin Chen can use the 4th shadow flying knife recklessly. Swallowing this kind of pill is killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800. What is young Master Lin Chen thinking? Jiang Yin was shocked. Roar. Take advantage of the infighting of the human race, grab it. Go away, the medicine pill belongs to Lao Tzu. 10 7th Order peak beasts were extremely intelligent. Seeing that the geniuses of the barbarian domain aimed to surround Lin Chen and others, they immediately started a war to grab the 8th Order Young Pill. Lin Chen opened the system and took a look at intermediate talent points. 2291 Advanced Rune Energy, 2,388 points. System, open the talent of King's Landing. Consume 15 points of intermediate talent points to open the talent of King's Landing. Cooldown, 1 day, enter the state of accumulating energy, 0 points. Lin Chen took the initiative to use the ruler of the world talent. Miss Jiang, you will take your people to grab the 8th Order Young Pills. When the fight starts, these guys will be left to my people to deal with. His private voice transmission frightened Jiang Yin to the core. Grab the 8th Order Young Pill? The other party obviously won't give you a chance to break through. In the face of such a terrifying lineup of barbarian domain, even a super genius with a 10,150 ranking dare not say that she can forcefully break through. Jiang Yin didn't have time to think. Everyone, robbing Long Qingshu, everyone should know what this means to us. Take out all the information, and fight to the death. Don't worry about all those little girls, just fight Lin Chen. With Feng Jinyu's order, all the savage geniuses burst into a terrifying aura. 5 fingers shattered the dragon power that crushed the stars, and some slapped it with one palm. Some condensed the energy of the whole body and slashed out a shocking and brilliant Xinghe Dao Qi, mixed with the pure power to cut off the mountains and seas. Some palms are shot out, and dragons and snakes are wandering, and the speed is extremely fast. The war spirit turned into an ancient goshawk, and the majestic ancient wolf roared, and the ancient crocodile wanted to destroy the sky and swallow up the 8 wastes. In the sky and the ground, the 10,000 zhang radius in all directions. All came from the full blow of 40 geniuses. There are another 38 who are preparing the second wave of offensive to ensure that even if Liang Xinggong, Lin Chen, and others take over the first wave of offensive, there will still be a second wave, a steady stream, until they are exhausted. Shenling Shuang let out a coquettish snort, and with a fist of fighting demons and burning the sky, 1,000 horses galloped, and the swirling fire robbery fist blasted out the 7 ancient goshawks, wolves, and wild elephants, which were condensed with fighting spirit, and then annihilated under many offensives. Consume 200 points of advanced rune energy to activate level 6 slow rune. Boom. Sigh. Lin Chen suddenly pushed out his hands horizontally, and hundreds of gray and white talismans plummeted from the sky. The gray-white talisman either burst on the heads of all the geniuses of the barbarian realm or quelled all the offensive and delayed their offensive. What the hell is this? Space blockade? Impossible, how could he, a war emperor, block the space of Rainbow Island? At the moment when all the barbarian geniuses were shocked, all of Lin Chen's clones erupted with an aura of destruction that shattered the world. Consume 39 intermediate talent points to activate the instant light and shadow talent. Mirror Moon Edict. Yoshimitsu Kataha 3 Shadows Kill. For absolute shadows. Royal Sky Spear. Sword Fury. Annihilation. Life and death are extremely powerful. Boom. All of Lin Chen's clones played all their trump cards in an instant, and the flying knives that danced in the sky shattered the boundless energy and exploded a shocking wave of fury. The sword rainbow flashed and smashed the ancient beasts condensed by the dragon power and the fighting spirit, and the blue spiritual annihilation beam shattered all the chaotic vitality and reversed the offensive in an instant. The dragon-like energy penetrated the sky and slammed into the face of many geniuses. The mirror moon sword light, which was divided into 5, annihilated all the aftermath of the battle. The power penetrated many geniuses, and their tyrannical flesh-shell bodies began to burst and bleed. The lightning-fast arrows penetrated the bodies of dozens of geniuses, piercing them to the point of serious injury, like a golden rainbow bursting out from the sky above the sky, piercing through the leading geniuses, and dying. A large number of attribute light balls are colorful, rolling down from these geniuses and suspending the void. Ning Qingxian and Shenling Shuang cooperated with Lin Chen's offensive, rushed to the front line, and launched a stormy attack on those geniuses who were lucky enough to survive. The women of the Heart Refinement Palace were stunned. Jiang Yan's mouth trembled a few times. Anyone who wants to make up their minds will die for me. Lin Chen's killing intent has skyrocketed, and since he has made his move, there is no such thing as retreating. At this time, Lin Chen didn't realize the seriousness of the problem caused by his killing. However, with his character, maybe he knows, and he won't stop for it. In his bottom line, there is no such thing as being soft on the enemy. Time goes back to when the yellow rainbow flyover just appeared. Qian Island, inside the venue. The remaining more than 40,000 geniuses, more than 200 old antiques, saints, and just recovered from the incident in Hongtian Temple. In addition to the Hongtian Temple, there were 2 geniuses whose names were bleak during this period, but there were no new names. Either die in danger, or die in the hands of geniuses ranked higher than them. On the list of the Holy Light list, every name that disappears represents the fall of a supreme genius in the 36 domains. This is the path chosen by the chosen ones, the genius who can survive on Rainbow Island. Even if he becomes a saint in the future, will open up a lot of others. However, the unexpected wave after wave. The Holy Light list began to float at a high speed again. What's the situation? Come again? This time, it's the genius of Xuanyu. I'm grass. Geniuses and saints are stunned. The list of the disappearing genius list has begun to increase again. This time, more names have disappeared from the Holy Light list. 13 geniuses. From 20,500 to 21,300 disappeared in one go. 13 top geniuses fell all at once. It's not over yet. Immediately after that, another 12 names faded, the geniuses from 19,300 to 19,700. On the Holy Light list, 2 new names were replaced, ranking at the top of the disappearing names. Ranked 19307 on the genius list, a genius and a master of true virtue. Affiliation, Dark Horse Club. The genius list is 19,301, one sword is the only one, the true virtue is handsome, and he belongs to Dark Horse Club. The genius list is 19,300, the gods descended to earth. Lin Chen, belonging to Dark Horse Club. Everyone's scalp exploded. Instantly kill 25 geniuses? The corners of the saint's lips trembled. Another Dark Horse Club. Lan Ruoxue and Mo Qing's pupils trembled with fear. This scene is too shocking and too familiar. It was the same when the name of the Dark Horse Club was uttered for the first time in the 36 Sacred Realm in the Zhongyue Secret Realm that day. The history is strikingly similar. But how long has it been? It's only been less than 5 months from the Zhongyue Secret Realm to the Tianbang Conference. It only took 5 months to kill more than 90,000 geniuses on the genius list. To instantly killing more than 20,000 geniuses, or even more than 19,000. The growth rate of the Dark Horse Club is simply unprecedented. However, how is this possible? Even the geniuses of the 5th grade sect can't kill 25 top geniuses in an instant. It's one thing to fight or not. If you want to escape, it's definitely no problem. The geniuses trembled in shock, and their minds fell into a blank space for a time. It's him, the emperor, it's him. Yu Qingli and Yu Yulan stood up excitedly, tears flashing from the corners of the two sisters' eyes. Really Dishwai shot. Prove that he has no fear of life. My God, I actually killed 25 geniuses, it's really a goddess. The king's teeth chattered in shock. He already had a hunch that this time on Rainbow Island, an unprecedented, terrifying storm would be brewing. This is too outrageous. Is it possible to kill dozens of geniuses with more than 20,000 people? I still don't believe it. After all, there are too many dangers in Rainbow Island. Maybe this Dark Horse Club is just a bargain. Do you have a hole in your brain? Can you pick it up once or twice? This is obviously a big deal by the Dark Horse Club. The geniuses who stayed to watch had a lot of excitement and quarrels. My disciple is also dead? Several old antiques were a little hysterical because of the fall of their own disciples, such as mourning a concubine. Some holy places also panicked. Oops, the geniuses of our Xuanyu year are weak. We originally wanted them to form a team and twist them together. Everyone worked together to find opportunities, but I didn't expect to be killed by more than half. It's over, killing like this Dark Horse Club is crazy. Fuck, these bastards, what are they doing to mess with the Dark Horse Club? Based on the experience of the saint, it is natural to deduce more details. Even if facing the geniuses of the 5th grade sect, if the 31 geniuses of Xuanyu want to run away, the other party will not be able to stop them. The only possibility is that the geniuses of Xuanyu will take the initiative to fight. Undoubtedly, considering the status of the geniuses in the Hongtian Palace, the people in the Dark Horse Clubhouse have the strength to instantly kill them. But like the opening of the blood curtain a few hours after the opening of the Yellow Rainbow Overpass, the fierce quarrel in Chiyun Island has not stopped, and the Holy Light list has once again ushered in a lot of changes. Brush. 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 A large number of names have dimmed, and this time, the speed is much faster than before. Whether it is the Holy Land, the geniuses, the old sects, the eyes are fixed on the rolling death list, and the scalp is numb. That's right, it's a real scalp tingling. This breath dimmed 40 names, and the momentum has not stopped. Crazy. Must be crazy. What's going on? Is this a holy beast crisis? How could so many geniuses perish at the same time? Look, the geniuses who have fallen this time are all from the barbarian domain. The names of other barbarian geniuses have also gradually faded. This must be seriously injured. The geniuses who watched were shocked and trembling, and they lost their voices in shock. No, my savage sons. You are the hope of the new generation to regain the territory. Several old antiques from the savage domain roared with heartbreaking roars. Their eyes were bloodshot, and the killing intent was rioting. No, there is a new name to replace it. Among the fast and dim names, everyone clearly witnessed several names, like arrows from the strings, rushing to the top. The 16,665th in the genius list is the only one with a sword and a handsome man. The 15,001 Peerless dancing Zendying on the genius list. The 13,136 gods on the genius list descend to the world Lin Chen. Silence. Eerie silence. I don't know which my dear friend squeezed out a sentence from the gap between his teeth. Crazy, crazy. Mysterious domain, mysterious yellow monument. Boom. A starry sky exploded, 10,000 rays of light shattered, the heavens and the earth trembled, the sea rolled up, and the 10,000 zhang high Xianhuang stone steel was permeated with the atmosphere of quaint vicissitudes, absorbing the aftermath of the turbulent energy. Ha ha ha, old guy, you are getting stronger and stronger. You're not bad either. It takes thousands of rounds to decide the winner. Two men with a sea of lofty sentiments stepped out from the void with a sword and a sword. These two are actually Sword Saint and Sword Saint. Unless there is a decisive battle between life and death, we will have a hard time deciding whether to win or lose. It seems that the distinction between you and me has to be left to each other's apprentices. The two shook hands and smiled. At this time, the golden list in their arms glowed with golden light, and they took out the list to take a look. My disciple fell on Rainbow Island? Xiang'er is dead? What's going on? In the savage realm, the mountains are winding and straight, like an angry dragon crouching down, like a cloud tiger opening its teeth, majestic. The barbarian realm is home to a large number of beasts, as well as a large number of beast families. They have been fighting for years here, and the war between the beasts and the human race has lasted for thousands of years, without stopping. The barbarian domain is the weakest area of the human civilization of the holy world, and it has almost become the territory of the beasts. On the top of the mountain, 5 figures stand with their hands behind their backs, standing 3 feet tall like a giant, with more than a dozen bright holy lights shining like stars all over their body, like a holy beast turning into a human, shattering the void. Over the past 100,000 years, our human race has become weaker and weaker, and this time a group of amazing talents have finally emerged. Haha, those little guys who dare to fight and kill will definitely bring back new opportunities for me. Suddenly, the golden light was splendid, and the 5 figures took out the golden list to check the status of the genius list. After half a sound. What? My savage domain has lost dozens of geniuses. Kaientai, the list of holy light quickly dimmed with a large number of names. Not to mention, Fengchuan's eyebrows, and 2 saints, all the geniuses opened their mouths and were speechless in shock, and all the old antiques were dumbfounded. It's Lin Chen again. And the fuck is the Dark Horse Club? The name is still disappearing. My god, how many barbarian geniuses did they kill? If you kill like this, all the top geniuses among the top 40,000 people in the barbarian domain will all die. Crazy, killing crazy. Lin Chen's group, they are all fucking lunatic. Sure enough, it's just like the rumors, the people in the Dark Horse Club. All the fights are life and death. Look at the name of the true virtue, and now there is a feeling of gloom at any time. I am afraid it is a genius who is trying to kill the barbarian realm. What the hell is hidden in this Dark Horse Club? Oh my god. Killing a genius on the list is like killing a chicken. Now everyone can't wait to put their wings and fly to Rainbow Island to see with their own eyes what the hell is going on here. You must know that this is not the geniuses who have more than 90,000 talents on the genius list, but the top geniuses who have done it with real swords and real guns in the 36 domains. All the existences with sanctification qualifications. A few days ago, they had seen with their own eyes how brave these geniuses are, and some of them have even been the existences that they only looked up to after a lifetime. Such a monster-like and powerful group of people has now been killed by Lin Chen and others as if they were killing chickens. I fucked his grandma. What are these little bastards doing to mess with the Dark Horse Club? If you grab the treasure, just grab the treasure. What are you doing to provoke Lin Chen, the god of plague? It's over, it's over. I've wiped out the entire army. Those holy realms from the savage realm in the void were both heartbroken and mourning. Other holy realms are not easy either. What they are most worried about now is that their disciples must not provoke this god of plague. The one-brow saint trembled. It has far exceeded our expectations. Perhaps we threw a real tiger in sheep's clothing into the flock. The saint of Fengquan had a solemn expression. A total of 74 barbarian geniuses' names have been dimmed, 90% of them have been destroyed, and the remaining few are half dead. Difficulty swallowing saliva. The one-brow saint does not know whether it is shock or surprise, an extremely complicated way. 3 in Hongtian Temple, 25 in Xuanyu, and 74 in Barbarian. We have just entered Rainbow Island, and the boy has already killed more than 100 top geniuses. This is the real list of bloodbath geniuses. These guys are going crazy. It's impossible not to pay attention to it. Maybe even the powerhouses of the 4th level of the Holy Realm will leave the customs. Inside the venue, those barbarian geniuses who were unlucky and eliminated from the 4 rounds of selection were strangely relieved. Damn, fortunately, I didn't go in, so I saved the dog's life. Let's concentrate on practicing, don't think about any chance, the master is right, this world is too big, maybe someday some super evildoers who can reverse the world will emerge, and they are better than evildoers if they are not on the evildoer list. In the void, the voices of the saints' whispers continued. The situation has been disrupted. These boys have pierced the sky. The expression of Ying Mia, the master of the dark pavilion, was particularly solemn. This time, it is no longer the domain that the 3rd grade sect and the 4th grade sect can interfere. If there is no backer behind the Dark Horse Club, these young people will surely die. The only chance we all have left now is to take advantage of the opportunity before those old monsters at the 4th level of the Holy Realm have arrived at Chiyun Island. With our strength and status, we are not even qualified to take his life. Old ancestor Ying Tianma's expression was flat, but there were violent fluctuations in his old eyes that could not be concealed. Those hidden old monsters, maybe some monsters will come out in person. In Chiyu, saints from all sects and sects, as well as Class 66, temporarily gathered in Bingxin Palace. At this time, everyone in Class 66, even Han Ziyun, Ling Yueqi, Yan Qianyun, and others, were sitting in the hall, each holding a gold medal, and could not be calm for a long time. Even the saints are like that. After a while, Ying Liang swallowed hard. My God, the squad leader is going to turn the 36 domains upside down. This is too terrifying. I can't even think about killing the top 100 geniuses in one fell swoop. Is the squad leader playing too much? Yu Lin and Lu Liner's pretty faces were full of worry. They thought they had heard the news that Yan Qianyun and her master had brought back and learned that Lin Chen had arrived in the southern region safely. But it has not been a few days of joy, and such explosive news has come. After pondering, Bai Juanhao said seriously, I heard that it's just the beginning of Rainbow Island. According to Big Brother's character, he will never leave any enemy behind. Shangguan Bihan's face changed slightly. Junhao, what do you mean? Bai Juanhao nodded his head like never before. Yes, what I'm afraid of is that this is just the beginning. The news of the elder brother's possession of the spiritual plant has spread. If the genius in Rainbow Island insists on targeting him. As soon as these words came out, even the faces of the saints present were extremely ugly. If so, the Dark Horse Club will continue to kill. They definitely have the strength and courage. There is nothing in this fucking world that these lunatics dare not do. But now, the more worrying thing is the 66 class. Only they knew that Lin Chen had no power at all to be his backer, and he was the only one in the Dark Horse Club. One person to contend against the forces behind those fallen geniuses? Just thinking about it makes your scalp go numb. From the Tianga Academy branch to the Holy Realm, they all firmly believe in Lin Chen's strength and strength. But only this time everyone's hearts are shaken. Because what Lin Chen has to face is those ancient sects that have accumulated countless epochs. This is no longer a matter of sending one or two holy places. Everyone believes in Lin Chen's potential, but potential is not strength. You little fellows and little friend Lin Chen are from the same continent. Could it be that little friend Lin Chen really doesn't have the support of backers and big forces? The palace master of Bingshin Palace couldn't help asking everyone. Everyone looked at each other, shook their heads, and smiled wryly. I don't dare to say that there is no, but at least as far as we know, so far, we have not seen the big forces behind the squad leader appear. Ying Liang did not fully clarify, and smiled bitterly. At this time, the glamorous and beautiful Ling Yueqi spoke slowly. All we can do is trust him. The beautiful woman's slender hands couldn't help but tighten. Lin Chen, he will definitely break through this predicament. In the past, when Rainbow Island was opened, there would also be fierce competition and genius killings, but after all, the former were mostly the former, and geniuses were fighting each other, rarely killing them all. Because it is difficult for either side to completely kill the other side. Geniuses have a lot of life-saving cards. One is not careful, and after being seriously injured, he has to fall on Rainbow Island. There are countless examples of this. Therefore, there is no absolute certainty. The competition between geniuses for treasure is all divided, and they will stop in time after handing over the spoils. If it is killed by humans, it is also killed by a genius with a higher ranking. Generally, as long as it is not seen, the forces of the killed party will not know whose disciple killed their own genius. But only this time is different. This time the Rainbow Island is opened, and there is Lin Chen, an unconventional geek. In the history of the Holy Realm, there has never been such a person who can kill without any taboo. If you don't give the genius face, you have to give the 3-point thin face of the forces behind the genius. Those who challenge the rules and authority are either warrior heroes or lunatic sinners. At this moment, the 36 regions began to set off a storm, brewing in unprecedented storm. Not only Barbarian Domain, Xian Domain, Southern Domain, but at this moment, the powerhouses in the entire 36 domains who are concerned about the genius ranking immediately received this earth-shattering change. In a very short period of time, the top 30,000 geniuses have fallen to 100 people. Dark Horse Club, Bloodbath Genius List. The fallen genius this time is different from the one in the Tsungyue Mystery Realm. These geniuses all have high sanctification qualifications. The Tsungyue Secret Realm Slaughtering Genius List, at most, only caused waves within the 4th grade sect, but this time even the 5th grade sects that have been handed down for ages, and even the 6th grade giants dare not ignore the Dark Horse Club. If the last time the Dark Horse Club only caused a little ripples and splashes in the vast and endless sea of the holy world, then this time, it set off a real stormy sea, and it is famous in the holy world. Rainbow Island, north of the Blood Plains. Several terrifying abysses cracked open, and more than a dozen mushroom clouds rose from the sky. Yue was still there, shaking the world. The pale green dragon body of several dozen meters fluttered with the wings of the holy phoenix, flashing across the void at high speed, swallowing the bodies of dozens of barbarian geniuses. The geniuses in a radius of 100 miles to the north stared at Lin Chen. And everyone as if they had seen a ghost. I'm not mistaken, there are dozens of fighting madmen in the barbarian realm. All at once? My God, what the hell are these people? Why is Lin Chen so fierce? The gods descended to earth? Dozens of geniuses didn't even dare to snatch the many rare treasures that were born. They can instantly destroy the barbarian group, and they can definitely kill them. No one dared to touch this bad head, no one had dared to kill geniuses without taboos like this before. Shun Lingshuang took the opportunity to grab the 8th order heaven and earth treasures, the 7th order pinnacle pill recipe, and the purple order top level alchemy handprints that the geniuses competed for, with a bright smile on her pink face. The shocking expressions of the women in the Heart Refinement Palace were still on their faces, but they were surrounded by 10 large beasts. Some of the women embraced the guqin and plucked the strings. Some yuan, flying double, soaring into the air. Or dance the sword, a sword dance like a hole through the defense of the beasts. Get 450 points of advanced qi and blood, 4005 points of advanced qi and blood, 2020 points of advanced qi and blood, 1000 points of battle qi. Essence, 2 points of advanced wind energy, 4 points of intermediate talent. Points. Lin Chen collected all the attribute light balls dropped by the geniuses of the barbarian realm, and the pure power broke through to 74 million dragon power. When Lin Chen collected all the Najia of the genius of the barbarian realm, he erased the spiritual imprint, took a rough look, and said in surprise, "Hey, there are quite a few treasures in these barbarian geniuses." Inside the ring, there are a large number of body-refining pills and healing pills, and more importantly, the bottles of holy beast blood with turbulent energy. There is the blood of the ancient golden luan, the blood of the ancient scorpion, the blood of the ancient unicorn, the blood of the ancient dragon, etc., all of which are the blood of the super fierce beasts with extremely overbearing power and beasts. Although these blood essences are small, each bottle is precious, it can wash the tendons and cut the marrow, and greatly improve the strength of body. Refining. The genius of the barbarian domain used this blood essence to create a powerful pure body refining power, which has a crucial role in the current Lin Chen. At this moment, a coquettish voice caught Lin Chen's attention. Heavenly blood poison. Brush. 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 Sun Yuer, who was wearing a plain skirt, was gentle and pleasant, but when she gently shook her hands, she called out a blood-colored cloud of hundreds of meters. Even Lin Chen was startled by the poison brewing in the blood-colored cloud. The virulent poison turned into blood-colored raindrops, dripping onto the surfaces of all the large beasts. They didn't even have a chance to dodge. The blood-colored virulent poison penetrated their wounds and entered their bodies, and all of them let out a shrill scream. Despicable human race. If I had known, I should have swallowed you first, roar. Not only Lin Chen, but all the geniuses who witnessed this scene couldn't help feeling shocking. The 10 ancient beasts the size of the mountains were all corroded by toxins and died. This little girl has such terrifying strength, no wonder Jiang Yun insists on asking her to enter Rainbow Island. Lin Chen was stunned in secret, and he realized that Sun Yuer's physique was a bit special. Lin Chen has seen poison masters, such as the beauty of 1,000 poisons Liu Liner, but he is a bit inferior to Sun Yuer. However, this move also has drawbacks. When Sun Yuer uses this ultimate move, there must be someone close to her to protect her, and the brewing time is too long. It is only lethal, but the harm outweighs the benefit. Sun Yuer, who is fighting alone, can crush her by any genius who enters Rainbow Island. Huh? Damn, a lot of attribute light balls. At this time, Lin Chen was close to the core battlefield of the Plane of Blood, and found that the ground was actually full of Qi blood attribute light balls, and the corpses of fierce beasts. There are not a few high-level beasts that fell due to the fighting, and after they fell, they dropped the attribute light ball of high-level blood. Moreover, it continues to fall, accumulating at a high speed. However, their ferocious beast cores were dug up. With these attribute light balls taken away, combined with the large amount of Long Qingguo I have in reserve, and the precious blood of this batch of ancient alien beasts at hand, there is hope for me and the Dragon Emperor to attack the 80 million dragon power. Lin Chen was excited, while urging the supernatural power to refine the body of the barbarian genius. The Dragon Emperor frantically collected the Qi and blood attribute light balls that fell all over the ground. Get 3,334 points of advanced Qi and blood, 1,002 points of advanced Qi and blood, 2,991 points of advanced Qi and blood, 2,059 points of advanced Qi and blood. Lin Chen's high-level Qi and blood attribute values skyrocketed in a straight line, and both the main body and the Dragon Emperor were charging towards the realm of the 5 robbery body refining emperor. The Dragon King is only eligible to participate in the Rainbow Island competition if he has advanced to 80 million dragon power or more. Otherwise, with its current combat power, it would be no problem to leapfrog the ordinary 5 tribulations battle royal road. But if you want to leapfrog to challenge the existence of more than 20,000, or even more than 10,000 geniuses on the list, it will be a matter of 1 or 2 rounds for the opponent, and you can't bear it at all. Unfortunately, my clone and the Dragon Emperor are linked to me, and they can contaminate the island's vitality, but the little shadow does not have it. If it is released without authorization, if it is obliterated by Rainbow Island, it will be finished. Lin Chen cried out in pity. If Little Shadow can be liberated, all the top-quality treasures here will belong to Lin Chen. The talent for traveling through the void, which is enough to get rid of the pursuit of the Holy Land, cannot be competed by any battle emperor. Your Excellency Lin Chen, the 8th Order Young Pills are in hand. This time, I would like to thank you for your help. Otherwise, we will even be seriously injured and return without success. Therefore, you should choose the young pills first. Jiang Yun stepped out of the air and smiled at Lin Chen. In her pair of wonderful eyes, there was a strong and strange brilliance. It's okay, the target of these guys is me. Lin Chen smiled indifferently, stretched out his hand and touched the 8th Order Young Pill in the jade box, and sucked away the mental attribute values in the 2 pills. Get 40 points of advanced spiritual power, 60 points of advanced spiritual power. In an instant, Lin Chen skyrocketed 100 points of mental power. The spiritual bridge and the spiritual consciousness is brewing a spiritual storm, and it is becoming more and more towards the peak of the sky-reaching realm, and there is a potential for qualitative change. Lin Chen randomly selected an 8th Order Young Pill from the 2 pills, and then looked around the audience. At this time, the main battlefield of the Blood Plain has moved to the east. And the speed of the Yellow Rainbow overpass and the strange treasure landing has slowed down a lot. Miss Jiangyun, if we join forces, there should be a happy result. Lin Chen and Jiangyun tacitly looked at each other and smiled, and the two hit it off and led their respective people to the battlefield in the east. On the way, Sun Yuer looked at Lin Chen's avatar, true virtue handsome with her wonderful eyes from time to time, which attracted a burst of laughter from the women in the Heart Refinement Palace, her cheeks stained with glow. The two teams fought fiercely all the way. After a day and night of battles, the Dragon Emperor refined the body, blood, and blood of the barbarian genius, and the Dragon Emperor opened up 8 million dragon veins to officially advance. After the promotion, the Dragon Emperor finally stopped at 81.1 million dragon power. It seems that there is a difference of about 1 million dragon power from the previous dragon power, but in fact the Dragon Emperor's holy phoenix wings, Azure Dragon Sword, Shanqing Dragon Domain and other magical powers have undergone a world-changing transformation. With the Dragon Emperor joining the fighting team, Lin Chen and his party rose again. The ferocious beasts who fought and killed in turns made Lin Chen's talent of ruler of the world even more accumulated to 13 million energy points. All the way, he grabbed 32 top-quality treasures with attribute values, or medicinal pills, alchemy fingerprints, and 8th-order medicinal materials, and plundering the attributes of advanced qi and blood along the way has made Lin Chen a lot of money. As the team deepened all the way, Lin Chen reached the main battlefield in the east of the plain. And there, around the top 10 battle circles, all the super geniuses are competing. And the most intense battle circle is undoubtedly the team of Beishanmen and Sun Moon Palace. As soon as Lin Chen and the others entered, their eyes were suddenly projected from a distance away. Lin Chen? Dongfeng Yao. As soon as the eyes of the two sides met, the murderous aura skyrocketed. Ignore this guy for now, grab this set of handprints and pill recipes, I have a hunch, this scroll of jade is extraordinary. The white-clothed son of the Sun Moon Palace scolded the geniuses who were holding the 100 Saint sect. The two of them joined forces, and they were almost invincible. Only a few teams could barely compete with the Sun Moon Temple and the 100 Saint Gate. At this time, their opponent is a large team composed of more than 50 geniuses. Although there are more people than the Sun Moon Palace and the 100 Saint Gate, their strength and cooperation are far inferior to the other party, and they were pressed and beaten almost all the way. I tried several times to find an opportunity to snatch the light group jade slip, but I failed. The bundle of light jade slips with seals moved their hands again and again, and then fell into the void again and again. Whoever gets it will immediately become the target of public criticism. If the seal cannot be lifted, it cannot be placed in the collection ring. What these guys are robbing has a very high attribute value. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and the attribute light flashing in the light group was the first time he saw it when he entered Rainbow Island. He actually set his sights on the Sun Moon Palace and the 100 Saint Gate. How is it, young Master Lin Chen, do you want to fight? Jiang Yin from the Heart Refinement Palace asked earnestly that during this period of battle, she was once impressed by the young man's means and daring, and basically followed Lin Chen's lead. Now even facing the Sun Moon Palace, they are not afraid. You people from the Heart Refinement Palace delayed staying at the Beishanmen, and the bastards in the Sun Moon Palace handed over to us. Lin Chen took a deep breath, Shenling Shuang clenched a small pink fist. Master, don't worry, I will help you blow them up this time. Silly girl, protect yourself first. Lin Chen said with a smile. There was a bit of solemnity in his heart. There are 12 geniuses in the Beishanmen, and 30 geniuses in the Sun-Moon Palace. The genius of Sun-Moon Palace is very strong. There are 4 super first-class geniuses ranked within 10,300, and one of them is Dongfang Yao. In the Sun-Moon Palace, there are 9 super first-class geniuses ranked within 10,300. It is rude to say that any of these 9 people can suppress Lin Chen, and they are not inferior to the red-robed youth in the Hongtian Temple before. Not to mention that there are 22 other top talents, most of them are ranked more than 10,000, and none of them are bad. Under normal circumstances, Lin Chen's move is courting death. It is not an exaggeration to call it a mayfly shaking the tree. Everyone, set up the red dust to refine the heart. Jiang Yin gave an order, and the 14 women from the Heart Refinement Palace formed a 6-pointed star-like lineup. The 6-pointed star spun in the sky, and the red light and pink were blurred. At the same time as protecting Sun Yuer, Jiang Yin pointed a finger and spurted 100 red lights into the sky, hitting the geniuses of the 100 holy gates. Women from the Heart Refinement Palace? You are courting death. Dongfang Yao sneered, and the 7th Order peak sword in his hand was instantly replaced by the glazed holy sword. The sword eats the sky. Dongfang Yao raised his swords together, and shot out a white ball-like sword light, which was extremely strange. Wherever he passed, the airflow collapsed and burst, and all the vitality was swallowed up. Wind and cloud killing fingers. The vast Madra. The geniuses of Beishanmen changed their goals and shot with their senior brothers in an instant. The battle between the two sides is about to break out. Jiang Yin is the only super genius here in the Heart Refinement Palace, but he resisted the Beishanmen with his formation. The 3 beams of flying knives of extreme shadows quickly cut and attacked the young master in white, and the blue spiritual annihilation beam of light was dozens of meters large, and slammed away in anger. Huh? Is there an enemy attack? The young man in white squinted his eyes, and his hands ignited the surging anger of Zongzong. His left hand was like a bright moon, his right hand was like a blazing sun. And he grabbed the void behind him like lightning, and he directly grabbed the spiritual beam of light, and the 3 flying knives cut across the sky. Take the Jueying flying knife empty-handed? Lin Chen was startled. This guy's strength is not only as simple as ranking. Oh? Is it your little aphid? I haven't looked for you yet, but you came to the door yourself. The white-clothed young man sneered, his right hand was burning like a blazing sun. He squeezed it hard, and with a click, he crushed Lin Chen's 3 flying knives on the spot. Since you are looking for death yourself, you can't blame this sun. Qin Xian, Qin Zhen, Qin Chao, Qin Yun, Xiao Hong and Yu Feng, Mo Feng and Jian Tian, follow me to suppress the people around this sun, and the rest people continue to deal with those guys. Don't let them get close to you, Jian. The white-robed young man drank abruptly, and 8 straight figures shot out like a sword light. All of them were super first-class geniuses, within 10,300. Lin Chen's 5 avatars stepped forward with awe. The 8-fold transformation and the ultimate moment talent were fully opened, and the 79.99 million dragon power of Lin Chen and all the avatars temporarily broke through to 80 million dragon power. Master, I will help you. Shenling Shuang's delicate body turned into a frightening rainbow, her fist style was like a fierce dragon, her fighting spirit burned the sky, and her figure flew into the sky in shock. With one person's strength, he planned to stop the two opposite people. This girl still wants to 1v2, huh? Can't you look down on my sun moon palace? The two geniuses were crushed like a knife wind. One of them bumped into Shin Lingshuang head-on. The knife wind swept through, and his anger flickered. Forcibly stopped Shin Lingshuang, and the other genius attacked Lin Chen. Brush. A azure light swayed like a beam of light in full bloom, and Ning Qingshuan's dress fluttered, blocking the second genius on the opposite side. The Dragon Emperor revealed his body, and when the holy phoenix wings flapped, he twisted the dragon's body, and the dragon's shadow was extremely fast, and the swinging dragon tail rolled up, rolling the blue edge, turning into a sword's edge and slashing down, blocking the third position. Genius. Brush. 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 The 5 avatars, including True Virtuous Handsome, blocked the remaining 5 geniuses, and the strongest white-cloaked boy. All avatars grabbed the void with 5 fingers. Boom. The airwaves roared, and 6 gray-white talismans exploded into the air. Activate level 6 slow rune, consume 80 points of advanced rune energy. As soon as the sluggish rune appeared, the vitality flowing in the space became particularly stagnant, and the 5 super first-class geniuses and the white-robed sun were all delayed in the void, full of surprise. Instant light-splitting shadow. All of Lin Chen's clones shouted in shock, with a splendid heavenly robbery fighting spirit surging all over their bodies. All the orange combat skills burst out, and they played the orange talent and all the attack runes with all their strength in a single face-to-face brush. At the moment when the delay was successful, Lin Chen decisively ignored the young master in white, and rushed straight towards the jade slip, stepping on the dragon flash at full speed, and flapping the wings of the holy phoenix. Sigh. Sigh. Bang. The white-robed sun and the 5 geniuses of the sun and moon palace ignited. The radiance of the sun and the moon in their bodies, breaking through the shackles of the slow rune angrily. The sluggish rune that was enough to seal the 2 breaths of the genius of the wild realm did not delay even 1/5 of the breath this time. From the moment the 5 geniuses of the sun-moon palace broke through the slow rune, they were already ready to go. The sun and the moon are broken. The half-moon arc-shaped blade is hundreds of meters long, like a knife that cuts through the sun and the moon. Yang Yen Fei Ju. Fei Yang Yen Yen shattered the sky, and the giant claws of fighting energy like 10 acres of eagle claws slammed down. Angry slash, flying dragon moon. Baizhang Panlong sword Qi plundered and killed Lin Chen's clones. Wan Yen is a true Japanese hand. They erupted with the most powerful moonlight sword light, sword energy, and 10 acres of huge scorching handprints, and they collided with many orange combat skills, blessed by the clone's flashlight shadow. Boom. 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 Nearly 1,000 feet of huge tornado burst into the sky. The terrifying aftermath of energy shook the east of the plain, causing many geniuses to look horrified. The 5 clones activated the dragon flash at full speed and turned into 5 beams of light. The movements of the 5 geniuses in the Sun-Moon Palace were also half-orange, and they were suppressed by their cultivation. At the moment when Lin Chen's palm was still several hundred meters away from the jade slip, with a swipe, the jade slip was bounced off by the fingertips of the white-clothed young man, and Lin Chen fluttered in the air. Come here for me. When Lin Chen wanted to run the dark robbery, when he sucked it in. Before Lin Chen could stimulate the dark robbery to suck the jade slip over, the white-robed young man exploded numerous and dense dissimilar crystal fragments as many as 21 pieces. On the contrary, he slammed the void with a claw, and the claw marks burst into flames. This claw is no trivial matter. Lin Chen didn't dare to grab the scroll of jade slips easily. No one has ever dared to rob me of what Nangong destroyed. Along with Yanghua's giant claws, there is also the sneer of the white-clothed sun. Lin Chen stood still with a gun, his body was full of murderous aura, his domineering intent was flying, and he laughed wildly. From today, it will be there. Yutian. Instant light and shadow. Consume 10 points of advanced rune energy, use level 6 recharge, level 6. Penetration rune. Pure power blasts the blessing, smashes the red spear horizontally, the spear tip smashes the golden rainbow glow of Gengjin's domineering, the spear glow is divided into 5 from the void, and the shattering claw of the ghosts and gods hits out of thin air. Sigh. There has never been an explosion of silver hair, but only the erosion of Yanghua's giant claws burning Gengjin Hongmeng until nothingness. Lin Chen and Nangong Mia were impacted by different dark forces, respectively. And the Yutian Gengjin Qi circulating all over Lin Chen was also burned and melted. Lin Chen's attributes were defeated, Yang fire defeated gold, he suffered a dark loss and retreated 10 steps in a row. Nangong Mia was shocked by the 30% penetrating power of the 5 bursts of flash shadows, and his whole body was churning with qi and blood, and his face was surprised. He was born with a 4th-grade sacred vein, and when he was born as a baby, he was sealed by the great power of the Sun-Moon Temple, placed the Sun-Moon Heaven Stone for 3 years, and cast it into the Sun-Moon sacred body. Then there is the Sun and Moon Bible, which ranks second in the Sun and Moon Temple. At the age of a teenager, he was crowned emperor, and his talent was crowned in the world. In addition, the aptitude gap between the 4th-rank sacred vein and the 3rd-rank sacred vein is like a shocking gap. Nangong kills the geniuses out of the 10,000 geniuses list, like slaughtering pigs and dogs. He has even done a lot to challenge the genius list, by leaps and bounds. But it was the first time he met today. Was he challenged by others, or 2 realms? It didn't delay. Lin Chen wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth, and looked around the audience with solemn eyes. Even the rune of slowness was typed out, and the geniuses who lived in the Sun Moon Palace were not delayed. 8 geniuses of Sun Moon Palace, each of which is only slightly inferior to Dongfeng Yao. This Nangong destruction is even more perverted. Lin Chen can't fight him head-on without using all the runes and the talent of shadow of instantaneous light. A poor pirate like you dares to challenge the sun and the Sun and Moon Palace, and there must be something to rely on. Do you think me and my juniors will take it lightly? You can't help this sun with your weird little tricks. Nangong Miao laughed in anger, raised his hand, and slapped it again. Tear. The palm of the hand is pushed horizontally, as if the sun and the moon are hanging upside down, and 100 Zhang Taiji mysterious map is rolled up. Lin Chen's complexion changed slightly, his eyebrows surged frantically with spiritual annihilation energy, and 5 beams of spiritual annihilation beams irradiated and hit him. Sigh. Boom. The collision of the fighting spirit and the spiritual storm aroused thousands of hurricanes, shaking the plains to madly split into giant python-like fissures, shocking. The mental shock of defeating the explosion, Eugene collided with the jade slip of light in the void, and the brilliance floated away, and it began to vibrate violently. Lin Chen was repelled by a kilometer, the corners of his mouth bleed again. The sound of tears bursting out of his flesh and the blood continued to rush. Lin Chen had only one thought. Powerful. Is he very strong? This Nangong destruction is the strongest among all the geniuses that Lin Chen has come into contact with. Although his ranking is 10,088, which is 11 places away from Dongfeng Yao, his real strength is at least 10,003. Among all the geniuses present, it is the strongest grade. There are still 1550 points of rune energy left. Do you want to fight hard? A lot of high-level rune energy will be consumed for this scroll of alchemy. Handprints? Or use King's Landing? No one knows how many backhands he has. Exhausting the rune energy. It may not be guaranteed to kill him. What's more, both rune energy and King's Landing have to be reserved to deal with those holy realms outside or their life-saving cards in case of unforeseen circumstances, but if you fight like this, you won't be able to steal that scroll of jade slips. Is he, Nangong destroy, you have to force I'm playing a big game. Lin Chen's brows are full of arrogance and domineering. There is an aura that would rather be broken than tiles. Nangong Miao was shaken by 5 shots of 30% of his mental strength. The spiritual bridge in the sea of consciousness shook violently, but he quickly recovered and adjusted. It seems that he has some spiritual treasure to protect his spiritual power. Whoa! At this time, a faint golden light split from the jade slip that was floating in the void. The light-clustered jade slip was hit by the aftermath of Lin Chen's annihilation mental shock. The seal was partially cracked, and the brilliance in the light cluster condensed into a few light orange characters. At this moment, the more than 50 geniuses who fought against Sun Moon Palace, Heart Refinement Palace, 100 Saint Gate, Lin Chen and Nangong Mo. All of them were attracted to the past. The large characters of light appeared impressively. Half-orange alchemy handprint, flying seal of the soul. Hiss. The sound of gasping for air reverberated throughout the audience. Half-orange alchemy handprint? This value is far more than any kind of half-orange cultivation technique and mind technique. The value of the top alchemy fingerprints can even be beaten by saints. Grab. You must grab it. Nangong Duan's eyes were red, and he kicked the soles of his feet, and the body streamer flashed away in an instant. The brilliance of extreme returning yuan flowed all over his body, and Lin Chen's shoulders shook. His mighty power was monstrous. I asked you to snatch the fuck up, why don't you just roll a half-orange alchemy handprint? Try my 9 robbery stars. The 9-color starlight spun up, like a spinning roulette, condensing Lin Chen's palm, like starlight for thousands of years. When the palm was gathered, Lin Chen's whole person became the most shining new star in the audience. Everyone was stunned. How could a 3 tribulations battle emperor condense such terrifying energy? Lin Chen's palm swung horizontally, and the 9 colored stars shot across the sky. The 9 colored stars trembled, 1 turned into 5, and the 5 9 colored stars fell into the world like polar stars in the sky. How could such a perverted energy increase 4 more times? However, next, an even more outrageous scene appeared. Lin Chen's strongest attack was not aimed at Nangong Mia at all, but he actually aimed directly at the half-orange alchemy handprint. At this moment, everyone's thoughts coincide. Crazy. Must be crazy. Creepy. Almost instantly, Nangong Mia got goosebumps all over. And a faint opportunity of death enveloped him. Instinct told him that if he got closer to that scroll of alchemy handprints, he might perish. Sun Moon Shield, protect me. Almost at the same moment, the moment Nangong Mie issued the order, the 5 9-colored stars were suddenly detonated by the retreating Lin Chen when the 5 9-colored stars were thousands of meters away from him. Bang! Boom! There was a thunderclap on the ground, and 5 beams of 9-color beams of light bloomed between the heavens and the earth, slowly rotating. What is even more terrifying is that when these 5 beams of light continue to bloom, they merge into a vast 9-color beam of light, reaching the sky and the ground. In the 9-color beam of light, that one is divided into 5 r. Combined into 1 foot, the spilled destructive energy fluctuations have initially surpassed the concept of battle emperor. Duofeng genius paused the battle for a while, and when he stared at the 9-color beam of light and Lin Chen, his eyes were full of fear and jealousy. Is this kid still human? It seems that he is only the emperor of 3 tribulations? What the hell is the war emperor of 3 tribulations? This is a monster. Can the emperor of 3 tribulations perform such a terrifying attack? And it seems that no external force has been used yet? Haven't they seen such an outrageous 3 tribulations battle emperor? The challenge of leaping the ranks of the genius list is as difficult as going to the sky, and it is only Shenling Shuang. It is still the cultivation body and the unawakened martial god bloodline plus the background of the Shenyan palace to challenge the super first-class genius by leaps and bounds. Or a devastating blow that threatens the life of a super genius. For such people, as long as they are promoted to saints in the future, it is almost only a matter of time before they step into the enchanting list. What's even more terrifying is this kid's move just seemed to be aimed at the half-orange level alchemy handprint. If that's the case, then they've been fighting for so long for nothing. While everyone was shocked, Lin Chenka was not idle at all. System, help me turn on the automatic strengthening function, and take turns to strengthen Xinfa, Yutian, Longshan, Jingminjiyu. Consumes 17498 enhancement points and fails to strengthen Yutian. Consumes 13,445 enhancement points, and the enhancement mirror Mingyue fails. Consumes 13550 enhancement points, and failed to strengthen Sword Fury. Consumes 23455 points of reinforcement, and failed to strengthen the 9. Robbery of Creation. The 4.85 million strengthening points held by Lin Chen are disappearing rapidly. Lin Chen didn't have time to pay attention to it, he could only leave it to the system to automatically strengthen it. His purple-gold pupils flashed, and he frowned, isn't he really dead? Inside the 9-color beam of light, the 2 holy light shields revolved around Nangong Mie's body on the first day of the first month of the month. He was unscathed? Nangong Mie's face was still filled with fear. If he used the holy shield just now, he would be caught in the beam of light, and his strength would be crippled even if he didn't die. This kid is really weird. If it wasn't for the master using holy power to seal the holy shield on me, I used it 3 times at the critical moment, and I just got his way. Oh, alchemy handprint. Only then did Nangong Mie come back to his senses, and when he looked back at the old one, there was no bright jade slip, which was blasted to ashes. Only a few jade slip fragments are left in the void. All geniuses are dumbfounded. You say Fry? That is such a priceless baby. Half-orange alchemy handprints, saints have to grab crazy treasures. This Lin Chen is a lunatic from Nima. Does this all work? Everyone has been grabbing for so long, and all the bamboo baskets are empty. Who is crazy than the Dark Horse Club? Young Master Lin Chen is really brave. Even if I, Jiang Yun, can't grab the half-orange alchemy handprint, I ask myself that I can't destroy it as decisively and simply as he did. What a ruthless generation. Although Jiang Yun has some pain in her flesh, she still admires her more. The benefits that cannot be obtained will not be given to the opponent. In the face of heavyweight giants, they can make the most calm judgment at the first time. This kind of person is often the most terrifying. The rabbit is in a hurry, and it bites. The deputy director of the Dark Horse Club is in a hurry to fry a half-orange alchemy handprint. Is it reasonable? However, someone Lin opened his eyes wide, stepped on the dragon flash violently, and collected all the jade slip fragments and attribute light balls that fell after the explosion of the alchemy fingerprints. The host obtains 40 points of advanced spiritual power, 70 points of advanced spiritual power, 70 points of advanced water energy, 80 points of advanced rune energy, 599 points of advanced martial arts, and 90 points of intermediate talent points. When a large amount of mental power and element attribute values poured into the body, Lin Chen strength soared again. Director Lin was shocked. After the alchemy handprint was smashed, the attribute light ball was twice as much as what he had seen in advance, and the high-quality scalp was numb. Ha ha ha. Cool, refreshing. Damn, I really want to do it again. Director Lin happily held the fragments of the jade slips of the alchemy handprint, and laughed wildly in the sky. Hearing his wild laughter, all the geniuses looked like they had seen a ghost. And their scalps were numb. Nangong Miao was so angry that his shit collapsed. You are so cool. Do it again? The half-orange alchemy handprint has been ruined by you, do you want to ruin it again? Lin Chen, you die for me. Nangong Miao was furious, and thousands of nine-colored stars appeared in Lin Chen's palm, converging and spinning like a roulette wheel. Nangong Miao was immediately stunned. Someone Lin raised his eyebrows teasingly, and said with a wicked smile, Do you want another shot? I'm very persistent. If the sun is not satisfied, I'll shoot you again, okay? Nangong Mia's face did not change, but his heart was a little empty. In all fairness, he is not afraid of Lin Chen's combat power and many methods. And he can even suppress him head-on and ravage him. But only the stars condensed by the nine-color starlight are extremely powerful. Even if he tried his best to attack the nine-colored star and tried his best to defend, it would be difficult for him to retreat. With one shot of the 9 tribulations of stars, he can do his best to deal with it, but with 5 shots, his only option is to use the Holy Shield. But this is his life-saving trump card, after using up this Rainbow Island. There is no absolute guarantee. But what if Lin Chen was bluffing him? Wouldn't it be free to let him go? It is impossible to perform such stunts for free. Indeed, Lin Chen's current cultivation base can indeed be achieved by using 9 tribulation stars twice in a short period of time, but he must pay the price of serious injuries and retrogression in his cultivation base. Just when the two sides were at a stalemate, there was no sign of a powerful power in Lin Chen's body. Boom! A metamorphosis that made Lin Chen feel like a shower of immortals, breaking through the shackles, ascending to the sky, and transforming into a dragon. It was a metamorphosis of extreme ascension. The energy fluctuation of Lin Chen's 9 tribulations has nearly doubled at this moment. The strength of the clones also skyrocketed. Even Lin Chen himself was surprised. This is it? Congratulations to the host, consuming 23,455 enhancement points. The automatic enhancement is successful, plus 15 9 tribulations of creation. Power increase, 90% overall power increase, 410%, the upper limit of enhancement has been reached, and the mental method cannot continue to be strengthened. This automatic strengthening has consumed 4.6 million strengthening points. Does the host continue to strengthen other exercises? Lin Chen opened his mouth wide. The surprise came too suddenly. Numerous geniuses are arrogant, and it can be said that at the moment when the atmosphere is extremely tense, Lin Chen's mentality has been strengthened. Successfully? Ha ha ha. It's cool, it's very cool, come on. Nangong Mia, do you still want to fight? Someone Lin used 9 calamities to condense into a 9-colored basketball. And in front of Nangong Mia's face, a wave of crotch dribble came. Fuck this guy. How did he survive so far without being beaten to death? After the mental skill plus 15, Lin Chen clearly felt that the source of the 9 tribulations had doubled, and another 9 tribulation stars would not go backwards. In that case, why not let go and threaten him? Someone Lin said with a mean smile, aren't you very condescending? Come on, I want to see if you can protect yourself. I wonder if you can protect your entire Sun Moon Palace? Lin Chen's words woke everyone up. That's right, he may not be able to protect the people of Sun Moon Palace from Nangong destruction. If you do it again just now, and the fish will die and the net will be broken. How many people will the genius of the Sun Moon Palace die? After saying that, someone Lin glanced away, and the geniuses in the Sun Moon Palace dared not speak out. This kid's mental power has skyrocketed a lot. I think his ultimate move is related to his mental power. Otherwise, how dare this kid be so arrogant, damn. Do you have to bet on the killer left by the master? When Nangong Mia hesitated, the woman from the Heart Refinement Palace pulled Lin Chen and retreated. Boom. Sun Yuer released the blood-colored poison cloud that was hundreds of meters high, and the expressions of all the geniuses in the audience changed slightly. It turned out that Jiang Yin had been letting Sun Yuer brew this must-kill move. No, step back, this toxin is no trivial matter. With a wave of Nangong Mia's hand, the geniuses from the Beishanmen and the Sun and Moon Hall retreated again, and Lin Chen and his party took this to cover and evacuate to the other side. Want to escape? Dongfeng Yao was murderous and wanted to catch up. Nangong Miao waved his hand. Don't worry. Our goal is not only him. After we have accomplished our goal, we will join hands to concoct him. Otherwise, we have to do well before we do it again. Build up your strength. Nangong Mia's secret voice transmission, Dongfeng Yao, as long as you obey my orders, then Ning Qingxian must belong to you. You should know that the foundation of my Sun Moon Palace is not that simple. Dongfeng Yao was stunned and gave him a deep look. Then I will trust you. Once. Lin Chen, you are the first person to let Nangong lose my hand. The next time will be your death. As long as I find that place. With a trace of gloom across his brows, Nangong Mia led the geniuses to another place in the east. The more than 50 genius teams all gritted their teeth and burned with anger, but looking at the blood-colored poisonous cloud and recalling the 9-color beam of light, they couldn't help trembling all over. Hey, forget it, don't fight with them. We fought with Sun Moon Palace for so long. Although we didn't gain anything, at least Sun Moon Palace didn't win. That scroll of alchemy handprints. This is a battle without a winner. Let's go. The leading genius comforted everyone, and more than 50 geniuses withdrew to the other side. Lin Chen and his party retreated to the edge of the blood plain. After several rounds of competition in the system, 99% of the treasures dropped by the rainbow overpass were robbed, and there was almost nothing left. The tide of beasts died and retreated, and the geniuses also suffered a lot of casualties. The majority were injured, not counting the geniuses killed by the Dark Horse Club. There were only 2 people who really fell, and one of them was a genius, ranked 30,000. The seriously injured Dragon Emperor took away all the remaining attribute light balls, and he almost died just by procrastinating against a superclass genius. After all, none of the 10,300 geniuses are vegetarians. Even if the Dragon Emperor integrates 3 bloodlines, it is difficult to defeat such an opponent. The ultimate combat power is the level of more than 20,000 geniuses on the genius list. After the Dragon Emperor collected a large number of advanced qi and blood attribute light balls, he returned to the Taoyuan to plant the capsule. In the implanted capsule space, the Dragon Emperor urged Vientiane to devour magical powers, began refining a large number of 7th-order peak healing medicine pills, and after swallowing 10 long qingguo and a large piece of red golden vine, he closed his eyes and cultivated. Next to the Dragon Sovereign is the small shadow of the cultivator, floating into a black cloud, and the surrounding purple electricity condenses. Lin Chen had instructed it that the silver Saint Yuan coins produced by the 3 qi and lingji plants every day could be swallowed up to 1/10 for cultivation. Ugh. Someone Lin sighed deeply. Jiang Yan thought he was sighing because he destroyed the half-orange alchemy fingerprint and couldn't help comforting. Young Master Lin Chen, you and the members of the Dark Horse Club are already very strong. At least we didn't let the people in the Sun Moon Palace get the half-orange alchemy handprint. In some respects, we have already won. Indeed, the geniuses of the Sun Moon Palace are all strong like monsters. If the more than 50 geniuses had not delayed the other 22 people just now, the battle would have been even more dangerous. It's not this that I sigh, it's because I'm too weak in the situation just now. If I were stronger, I might be able to drive them to a desperate situation, and it is possible to destroy them in one fell swoop. Lin Chen's speech was astonishing, and even Jiang Yan felt a shudder. Killed in one fell swoop? Is he trying to kill Nangong Mia in one go? That is a super genius in the top 5 sects. She can't even think about killing such a character. This young Master Lin Chen is really a bold artist. Jiang Yan smiled bitterly in her heart, and then said sternly, Young Master Lin Chen, do you have any plans next? According to past signs, there are at least 4 more days before the next rainbow bridge will appear. More than 4 days. Lin Chen pondered and wondered, it's not arranged. What are you going to do? I'm not familiar with this Rainbow Island. Jiang Yun was overjoyed. Whether Mr. Lin Chen is with us, our previous palace masters had a relationship on Rainbow Island, and we need to find a cave in the deep sea. If we can find the owner of the cave, we will definitely be able to get a lot of help. Just in the process of going to the cave, you need to pass through some extremely dangerous areas. When Jiang Yan and Lin Chen were talking in detail, Sun Yuer moved gently, came to the side of Zhen Shui, and asked shyly and courageously, My name is Sun Yuer, true son, are you not injured? Grandma left me some better healing medicines, if you don't dislike it. Sun Yuer's nervous hands trembled, Xia Ran's cheeks, her eyebrows, curved upwards. She took out the medicine pill and secretly aimed at True Desire. Many of the heart-refining palace women giggled and giggled at this scene. They were all charming, and the branches were trembling. It's okay, I don't need it. The people in our Dark Horse clubhouse recover very quickly. Really handsome, smiled politely. Sun Yuer was curious, why? Zenda Shui, because we are not human. Sun Yuer. Because we are not human. Then, Zenda Shui added, we are the most handsome in the holy world. Sun Yuer burst into a smile, and the tension in Feng's heart silently disappeared a lot. Well, will the sun think me scary? I will make those poisonous poisons that make countless people terrified. Grandma said that this is my innate talent and aptitude, but I don't like poison. Sun Yuer lowered her eyebrows, feeling sad in her heart. It's good to have talent and aptitude, but it's up to you how you decide. I won't comfort or encourage you. In my opinion, only strength is the right to speak in this world. Sometimes you hate things, instead, it will become your capital to protect the people and things you cherish the most, so choose a path that you won't regret as much as possible. Zenda Shui shrugged, and the corner of his mouth raised a very attractive smile. The way you won't regret. If Sun Yuer had an epiphany, her eyes brightened a bit, and she bowed to Lin Chen seriously and said, thank you for your guidance, Yuer is very grateful. You deserve to be the one who saved the seventh princess. I hope you will come to save one day. The last sentence only reverberated in the girl's heart. Then it's decided, go to the White Shark Deep Sea. At this time, Lin Chen made a decision and walked with Lianqing Palace and others again. 6 hours later, on Rainbow Island, on a deep blue ocean, Lin Chen and his party stepped into the air and suspended. It is said that this place is one of the dangerous places of Rainbow Island. It is said that there was an 8th order holy beast who became the master of the ocean here, Tianyu Holy Shark. According to the words of the geniuses of the previous generation, there are more than one 8th order holy beasts hidden in this sea. Lin Chen and his party dived into the ocean. Jiang Yin pinched her handprints, her eyebrows evoked a faint brilliance, and she could clearly detect the distance of tens of thousands of meters under the deep sea. Everyone, be careful, don't take any action in any situation, avoid fighting. And don't alarm the Lord of the Ocean here. Lin Chen urged his clones to scatter around and quickly dived into the deep sea. This move made Jiang Yin puzzled, he smiled. All the handsome men in this club have a stunt that can hide the perception of saints or holy beasts, and can sense danger for us in advance. The clones were covered with a coating of dark robbery, and the innate shadow technique eliminated the aura of their own existence and flew to within 100 miles of the nearby sea. Lin Chen was able to focus his consciousness on the avatar in a single thought, and he could see what the avatar saw. But, wouldn't this be too dangerous? Sun Yuer seemed concerned, and asked Lin Chen worriedly. Don't worry. Lin Chen gave her a calm smile. Whoa. Suddenly, a swarm of colorful and splendid fishes was nearly 1,000 feet huge, like a hurricane, and it came at a high speed, which aroused the vigilance of many women in the Heart Refinement Palace. Don't panic, these are just Shirlan Qingkai fish, not planning to attack us. Lin Chen transmitted the voice to the crowd, and then said, south of the direction, there are 2 dragon sword white sharks of the 7th order peak. 80 kilometers away, so let's avoid them. 121 miles away, 20,000 meters under the sea, there are 10 ice devil mantis shrimp, remember to slow down. Location 177 miles away, in a deep-sea cave, inhabited by 2 rotten octopuses of the 7th order peak. Every time he sneaks, Lin Chen can always accurately report the location of a large number of deep-sea beasts, making all the girls stunned. He probed to such a far area Flying in the sea, many means will be limited, so are the movements and attacks. The water pressure caused by the sea water filled with the aura of the water system is extremely strong, and the deeper the seabed, the stronger the restriction. If you dive into the bottom of the sea, the cultivation base, without the 9-layer war emperor will be directly crushed by the water pressure. The same is true for the perception range. The geniuses who are as strong as the 5 robbery cultivation base release their fighting spirit, and the range they can perceive is only about 10 to 25 miles in the sea area. If you encounter an emergency, there is no chance to avoid it. The deep sea, like a dark bottomless abyss, exudes dead silence and sternness everywhere. This is an atmosphere created by a strong dead aura and killing. Every moment, there are killings in the sea, but they appear silently, fight, win, devour, and quietly hide and leave. But Lin Chen never tires of it. When his clone is exploring the sea area, he keeps harvesting more attribute light balls. At the same time, there are not a few rare treasures in the deep sea. The clones are sneaking at the forefront, and 90% of the treasures will fall into Lin Chen's hands, all of which are the best holy products and medicinal materials for refining medicine pills. On this trip, what the Heart Refinement Palace is looking for is a holy beast. This holy beast once had a relationship with the Heart Refinement Palace, and even admired the modern palace master of the Heart Refinement Palace. More importantly, both parties are women. If future generations hold the token of the past, they can get a lot of help from this holy beast. However, this history was not known to the current palace master of the Heart Refinement Palace until 200,000 years after the palace masters of the previous generation sat down, so this action was taken. If you can get the help of an 8th order holy beast, this Rainbow Island must have divine help. Jiang Yun stroked a strand of blue silk and stared at Lin Chen's profile. She felt more and more how correct it was to cooperate with Lin Chen on this trip. Thanks to Lin Chen's leadership, the distance that could have been traveled in 3 days is now less than a day. Wait a moment. Lin Chen suddenly raised his hand, and everyone stopped. Shenling Shuang grabbed 2 exquisitely carved shells that were as gorgeous as gems to cover her delicate face, and said excitedly, "What's the matter? Master, did you find something interesting?" "It's not just fun, it's thrilling." Lin Chen flicked Nizi's forehead. Lin Chen turned to Jiang Yun and said, "I found the cave mansion you mentioned, but I also found the location of the heavenly nether holy shark. If you are close to the cave, you may have to get close to the holy shark's territory, and there is a risk of being discovered." The girls were surprised. The cave is actually near the holy shark's territory? Lin Chen pondered. If he was in the outside world, with his current strength, he could try to attract the attention of the holy beast, and then use the talent of superdimensional teleportation to escape. But in the deep sea, it is limited by great water pressure, not to mention the territory of the holy shark. In terms of speed, he will be completely crushed. In the sea. Huh? By the way, this is the deep sea, how could I be hindered? I originally had the blood of the Wang dragon. Lin Chen clapped his hands in amazement. The blood of Tianyuing dragon is the king of the water, and he has few opponents. The dragon emperor is not a holy beast, but there is still a chance to delay the time. Moreover, Lin Chen himself can use the power of blood, and one person and one dragon can perfectly use the magical power of Tianyuing Hai. I have a way, you wait for me. Lin Chen threw a word to the girls and began to gather all the clones. The group carefully swam to the underwater reef and hid in a coral group. The spiritual consciousness of all the clones and the main body entered the Taoyuan planting capsule, and Lin Chen took out 20 bottles of the precious blood of the ancient relic beasts. The jade bottle is filled with blood that is red or green, with golden and reddish colors, releasing the vicious aura of dominance and dominance. It is very terrifying, such as sealing heads of ancient beasts in the jade bottle. Ordinary war emperors get this kind of precious blood, and even if they unlock the seal, they will be seriously injured by the evil spirit in the blood, which is extremely terrifying. Lin Chen has no doubt that if the amount of these precious blood is large enough, there is a realm that a battle emperor with the limit of body refining can hit. The realm of the flesh shall become sanctified. Unfortunately, I originally wanted to leave it for myself to attack the realm of 5 tribulations of body refining, but now I can't let the Dragon Emperor refine it first. The task of attracting the attention of the Holy Shark mainly depends on the performance of the Dragon Emperor. After absorbing the attribute light ball dropped by the plane of blood, the total value of Lin Chen's advanced Qi and blood attribute has exceeded 1.7 million points, and the pure strength is at the critical value of 79.99 million. However, there are only 2 ways to increase the power of the Tianyuing Hai magical power: increase the bloodline attribute value, and the second is to increase the strength of the user. If Lin Chen breaks through 80 million dragon power, the power is almost the same as that of the Dragon Emperor, so it is necessary to give priority to improving the strength of the Dragon Emperor. Just look at my baby Dragon King. Lin Chen sighed and untied the seals of all the jade bottles. With a bang, the Taoyuan planting capsule set off a monstrous power. A low roar and roar echoed through the distant era, echoing from Lin Chen's peach garden. Everything devours magical powers, and train them all for me. Activate the supernatural powers, drive the Dragon Emperor, and swallow all the precious blood of the ancient beasts, such as the ancient golden one, the wild dragon, the pure blood scorpion, etc. Boom! The heavy qi and blood of Qianjun Wanyue turned into a blood dragon, like a thousand volcanoes erupting in the Dragon Emperor's body. Swallowing 20 bottles of precious blood in one go, even the top barbarian geniuses can't do it. There were faint bloodstains oozing from the surface of the dragon sovereign's body, and there were some signs of feeding. Lin Chen's clones all surrounded the Dragon Emperor, mobilized the power of blood and the Dragon Emperor to maintain the connection, and established a bridge-like channel to assist the Dragon Emperor in refining these violent qi and blood energy like the fierce sun. The blood dragons condensed by violent qi and blood energy were rolled into the dragon veins, and they were rapidly refined and absorbed. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor's dragon veins opened wildly, and the speed was unprecedented. 8.25 million, 8.26 million. A dragon vein is 10 dragon powers, and the further you go, the more destructive power the dragon veins breed will be. The avatar and the main body are one body, with the assistance of the 5 avatars. The Dragon Emperor's Biantian devouring divine ability is more than 10 times faster. It used to take about a month, but it only takes 2 days to go on like this. When Lin Chen was about to cultivate, a spiritual light appeared. That's right. Why did I try to use the enhancement function to strengthen the attribute value of Yinglong's bloodline? Zijintong's bloodline can be strengthened. There is no reason why this can't be done. Lin Chen asked the system, do I have other bloodline attributes? The system answers the host, yes. Lin Chen, then, what about runes and talents? Can they also be strengthened with the strengthening function? The system answers the host, it is not supported for the time being. The enhancement function of the current version cannot be used for the rune function. Except for 100% passive enhancement with talent points, the talent cannot be strengthened. Lin Chen, it's a loss of at least 100 million. If I can strengthen the runes, I can strengthen the charging runes in one hand, that's the taste. Lin Chen clicked on the blood status bar. Bloodline status bar, Zijintong bloodline, 10,000 points, plus 13, Yinglong. Bloodline 3.29 million points, Qinglong bloodline 318 points, Hongyan Holy. Phoenix bloodline 47.5 million points. Consume 90 enhancement points, strengthen Yinglong bloodline, plus 1 success. Consume 87 enhancement points to strengthen the Qinglong bloodline, plus 1 success. Insufficient reinforcement points, began to convert 1 million blank attributes into reinforcement points, and obtained 1 million reinforcement points. Consume 2810 enhancement points, strengthen Yinglong bloodline, plus 14 success. Consumes 2780 enhancement points, strengthens Qinglong bloodline, plus 14 success. Lin Chen strengthened the two bloodlines to plus 14 in one breath. As for plus 15, the probability is too low. There are only 270,000 points left after 1 million enhancement points. The Dragon Emperor's Ongzong dragon body actually transformed into dark green. And thick dragon scales, radiating a kind of domineering and indestructible. The tail is also derived from blue crystal-like chips, which are all over the dragon's tail, especially sharp, the dragon's claws protrude, and the dragon's teeth become sharper. According to the increase brought by the enhancement function, the bloodline of plus 14 has increased by 320% compared with the original. More than tripled. Try to strengthen the bloodline attributes of Hongyan Holy Phoenix and see. Lin Chen continued to strengthen. Consume 655 enhancement points to strengthen the bloodline of Hongyan Holy Phoenix, plus 1 success, increase, 10%. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. It takes hundreds of points to strengthen level 1? If this is strengthened to plus 10, wouldn't it be more than 10,000? Lin Chen strengthened the points all the way, and only after 270,000 points were used up did he strengthen the bloodline of the Holy Phoenix of Hongyan to plus 10 level. Holy Phoenix bloodline attribute, overall increase, 110%. If Lin Chen and the Dragon Emperor use the Holy Phoenix wings again, their speed will inevitably skyrocket. It's so strong. Although the talent in the ultimate moment can't improve the power of the Dragon Emperor's magical powers, the strengthening function has done it. All the magical powers of the Dragon Emperor have undergone a qualitative change. Lin Chen was very surprised. Lin Chen hardly wastes a minute and a second. After strengthening his bloodline, he immediately refines a large number of silver coins. After the rounds of battles and the attribute values dropped by the Heavenly Ranking Conference, Lin Chen felt more and more that he was not far from the for tribulations, and the opportunity to break through was just in the near future. 2 days later, the Dragon Emperor absorbed all the precious blood of the ancient times faster than Lin Chen expected. The pure power reaches 99.99 million dragon power. There are 9.99 million dragon veins, only 3 dragon veins are missing, which can break through 10 million dragon veins. Degenerate the holy dragon and ascend to the sky in one step. With 5 clones and a Dragon Emperor, we should be able to buy enough time. Lin Chen's thoughts flashed, and he left the Taoyuan planting capsule with all his clones. Thousands of feet deep in the sea, a palace cast with colorful crystal jade is brilliant, exuding a terrifying evil spirit, and hundreds of the seventh order peak beasts who have transformed into human figures are stationed here. All the beasts that passed by were silent, and secretly swam through this area. This palace is the site of the Heavenly Serenity Holy Shark. Inside the palace, the aura of the water system gathered around a behemoth like a vortex, and was completely absorbed by it. Its shark body is hundreds of feet long, its surface is interwoven with blue and gold lines, its teeth are like thorns, its spine is straight, its wings are like guillotine knives, and its might is like the unparalleled overlord who suppressed the ocean air flow. Heavenly Holy Shark. Ferocious beasts have a natural advantage. In the deep sea, the exposed body can automatically absorb the spiritual energy of the water system, and it does not need special manipulation at all. Heavenly Serenity Holy Shark sleeps for thousands of years, which is equivalent to automatic cultivation for thousands of years. Boom. Suddenly, the water wave rolled over, and the holy shark opened its faint blue beast eyes, passing a touch of human contempt. How dare several ants break into this king's area, and there is a dragon? Interesting, it seems to be a good dragon body, you can make an appetizer. The holy shark twisted its huge body and rushed out of the palace like a stream of swords. Everyone obeys the orders. There are human races more than 500 miles away in the four directions of the south, east, and northwest. Take them all. The holy shark roared, and all his subordinates were dispatched one after another, spurting out an afterglow of light that flickered on the bottom of the sea. This dragon family will be handed over to this king to enjoy. If you dare to disturb this king's sleep, you will have to pay a price. Tianyu Holy Shark sneered and rushed out with a swipe, rolling the endless ocean current to form a vortex. The entire seabed trembled because of it, and the speed was terrifyingly fast. The big guy is moving, let's go, hurry up. Under the order of Lin Chen, who was hiding in the boulder on the reef, all the girls took the water avoidance pill that he had prepared in advance, and a water film appeared on their body, as if they were integrated with the ocean. Everyone turned into a stream of light and rushed to the towering stone wall outside the Holy Shark Palace. On the other side, the current surges. Tianyu Yinghai. Lin Chen's avatar, true virtuous handsome, and the Dragon Emperor used Tianyu Yinghai together, the breath of his body soared, and he quickly escaped into the ocean current. With the bloodline attribute of +14 and the power of 99.99 million dragons to control the Tianyu Yinghai, the Dragon Emperor is even more powerful. The flood dragon enters the sea, and the speed surpasses any sea beast below the 8th order in the sea. But it's not enough. So fast, more than half faster than I expected. When Zendashuai's purple-gold pupils moved, he was shocked in the dark. That fierce and tyrannical murderous intent followed closely behind him like a hurricane, and it was getting closer and closer, and it had already begun to approach them just after starting from the Lair Palace. The 8th Order Holy Beast is really powerful. This is his main territory. There is no choice but to use the Holy Phoenix wings. Brush. The Dragon Emperor revealed the purple-red Holy Phoenix wings, and the speed increased sharply. Under the control of Tianyu Yinghai, the high-pressure sea water not only did not form resistance, but also transformed into accelerated energy. Huh? It smells like the blood of the Holy Phoenix, isn't it? That's the Dragon Clan? Could it be the body of the dragon and phoenix that is extremely rare? The fierceness in the eyes of the Tianyu holy shark is even more than 3 points. The aura of brutal killing and cruelty flows through the whole body. And the speed increases again. Wherever the heavenly serenity sacred shark passed, the sea area shook, and all the sea beasts retreated in fear, terrified. It is particularly interested in this dragon clan with the same dragon and phoenix, and uses the speed of a true overlord in the sea. After taking dozens of breaths, it has already crossed the sea area that is more than 1,000 miles away. The two sides are close at hand, and it has seen that the dragon phoenix is still carrying a human race. As expected of an 8th-order holy beast, it's so fast. Zendashuai's heart sank, and he suddenly launched the ultimate moment, and the pure strength and spiritual power temporarily skyrocketed. The handprints changed rapidly, Zendashuai shouted, and a blue spiritual beam of light erupted between his brows. Annihilation, instant light splitting. The spiritual beam of light was divided into 5, and its power skyrocketed, pushing it horizontally and hitting the Tianyu holy shark head-on. This was the full blow of the clone. 5 spiritual beams of light bombarded the huge body of the heavenly serenity holy shark, and a volume of blue suffocation shattered countless spiritual fluctuations. It just slowed down the speed of the heavenly nether holy shark a little, and did not cause any substantial damage to it at all. The weakness of most fierce beasts is weak mental strength, but no matter how weak it is a holy beast, and the clone can't shake its huge body at all. Gaga, your mental strength is too weak, human race, you and your dragon and phoenix dare to break into this king's territory. Surrender obediently. This king will let you die quickly, or I will save your head for the last to eat. The Tianyu holy shark roared and laughed, causing the sea to be turbulent, causing heavy waves. Inside the bottom of the sea, the water is surging like a disaster. It opened its bloody mouth, with countless sharp teeth and fangs all over it, like a blood-colored abyss rushing towards Lin Chen and the Dragon Emperor. And it could swallow them all in one bite. Even if it is half entered into the holy realm, there is a chance to delay it for a while. Well, the main body has already reached the cave, and it has been let out enough distance. It is time to withdraw. Zendashuai stared at the heavenly nether holy shark and launched the god stealing omen. Consume 4 intermediate talent points, steal attribute value, 22,000 advanced blood. Boom. Lin Chen's body refining power has hit the limit of 79.99 million. Dragon power. The next moment, 1 person and 1 dragon head topped the space light brush. The Dragon Emperor and the clone were taken away by a flash of light in the space, and the Tianyu holy shark slammed into the air. Space shuttle? Tianyu holy shark was shocked and angry. Damn human race. Playing with this king? What is his purpose? The sea vibrated and roared its low roar. The vast stone walls of Ongzong are unique, like a smooth jade bed lying on the bottom of the sea. When everyone arrived at the stone wall, Lin Chen clearly felt that the clone had already encountered the encirclement and suppression of many 7th-order peak sea beasts. Brush. The Dragon Emperor and Zendashuai were teleported back to Lin Chen's side. And there was no danger. It's here. Jiangyan found a stone gate in front of it, and there was a dreamy and blurred energy enchantment in this stone gate. Jiangyan spread out the glazed bracelet in her palm, and the sound of war entered the wall. Senior dreamed Qilua, an old friend from the Heart Refinement Palace, came here. I wonder if the senior is still there. The stone wall did not respond. Jiang Yin repeated the sound transmission, but still no response. Everyone is puzzled, everyone is the leader of the 5 robbery cultivation base, and it is vaguely detected that there is a powerful coercion hidden in this stone wall. It should be the 8th order, holy beast. The breath of the two of you is like the former master. At this time, a blurry and clear voice echoed on the stone wall, not answering Jiang Yun, but saying to Lin Chen and Shenling Shuang. Senior Fantasy Qilua? Jiang Yun was in shock, Lin Chen and Shenling Shuang were full of doubts. Mind Fa. The spiritual method you cultivated is somewhat similar to the fragmentary spiritual method that the master comprehended, but it's a pity. You go back, the senior dreamy Qilua you are looking for is no longer there. I am not she. The crisp voice came again, and Jiang Yan's face changed slightly. Fantasy Qilua is gone? What the hell is going on here? Could it be that the bamboo basket was empty? When Shenling Shuang was still puzzled, Lin Chen's face changed greatly, and his eyes flashed. Fragmented mind? What she said is similar to the fragmented mind method. Is it possible that it is related to the 9 tribulations of creation? This young lady, make it clear, who is your former master? What is the name of his spiritual practice? Lin Chen hurriedly asked, and the voice no longer answered. Boom. At this time, the murderous aura swept through the ocean, and the angry roar echoed under the ocean. The ants of the human race have broken into so many death, all of them will die. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, the Qianhuan mask has returned to the system space. And all my clones have fallen. This big guy has found us. It is indeed an 8th order holy beast, and it's not so fun. The power of the 8th order holy beast is not enough for everyone to shove it up. Lin Gongzi, let's go, it's too late if we don't go. Since Meng Qilua is no longer here, it's pointless for us to come here. The girls hurriedly said. Lin Chen was calm, with a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Walk? After finally finding a secret that may be related to the mind, he will never give up easily. Miss, open the door quickly, let's have a good talk. I promise, I won't be able to get in. Why don't we talk about a deal? I'm an 8th order pharmacist, and as long as your former master's mentality falls, how about using 8th order young pills with you? If one is not enough, just 2. Wait, if you don't say anything, you're going to force me to sell my color. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and patted the peach planting capsule on his waist. My dark horse club is full of handsome guys, you just need to tell me the situation of my mind. Not only there are 8th order young pills, and I will let them all accompany you for one more night. The girls were so anxious that it would be too late if they didn't leave. Lin Chen doesn't give up easily, he still has another choice, that is to put the girls into the Taoyuan planting capsule, and then use the super dimensional teleportation talent to evacuate. The holy beast can't catch him. But he is not willing to leave like this. Even if there is a superdimensional teleportation back here for the second time, the Tianyu holy shark will definitely be extremely vigilant, and it will be extremely difficult to get close to Sherman, or even impossible. Just when Tianyu holy shark was 100 miles away from the cave, there was a shock from the cave. Boom! The stone gate is open. Lin Chen was startled. I am grass, looking handsome, can really be a bargaining chip. The crowd swarmed in. What? The Tianyu holy shark's pupils trembled, it was shocked and angry, but finally it was stunned. The next moment, ecstasy and ferocity filled its beast pupils. Dead? Ha ha ha. It turned out to be an empty shell, and there are still 8 Order vicious beast cores. After entering the back of the stone gate, a faint purple cloud floated inside, and everyone entered a cave. There is a splendid and clear water curtain around the cave, which separates the entire cave, so that the seawater from the outside has never poured in. These mists are abnormal, don't breathe. Suddenly, Jiang Yun and Lin Chen noticed the abnormality at the same time, but it was too late. All the girls inhaled a little more or less, but the most important thing is that these mists seem to penetrate people's skin and directly into the body. Purple mist entered the body, and a mass of evil fire burned from the body, triggering the most primitive impulse. Shenling Shuang and Ning Qingxian were better. The former was suppressed by blood, and no desire was provoked, while the latter was because of the spiritual characteristics of cultivation to suppress the evil fire. But the 13 female disciples of the Heart Refinement Palace were a bit difficult to handle. Their cheeks were all flushed, their cheeks were stained with rosy clouds, and their eyes were stained with a layer of water mist. This wink, the brow and the spring mountain, the biting Zhudan, and the face like a hibiscus, all looked at Lin Chen at the same time. Even Lin Chen was a little confused, he bit his tongue and forcibly stabilized his mind. Fuck, it won't be so nonsense, my heart arsonist is going to be set on fire by someone else today? Lin Chen took Long Qingguo for a long time to nourish the Dragon King spear, which originally contained the purest masculinity. In addition, the women in the Heart Refinement Palace more or less have a good impression of him, and when he is invaded by the purple mist, it is like pushing the boat with the flow, and there is a desire both psychologically and physically. Young Master Lin Chen, as soon as I see the sun, Luo or will. The eyes of the girls were blurred, the blue eyes were surging with water and mist, the Ying swore, and spit out Fang Lan. Ning Qingxian stood beside Lin Chen calmly. Sun Yuer's blue eyes were looking forward, as if she was looking for something. A beautiful junior sister, who was sinking into fish and geese, blushed and said to Jiang Yun in a tangled manner, Senior Sister Jiang Yun, I seem to like young Master Lin Chen. Jiang Yun bit her white teeth lightly, do you like it, you are greedy for his body, you are scumbag. No, if it goes on like this, everyone will fall. Ning Qingxian frowned, and when she turned to stare at the cave, the door of the cave slowly opened. The beautiful figure walked out slowly, the long blue dress was like a fluttering butterfly, the person was empty, and the orchid, the appearance was quiet and elegant, and appeared in front of everyone. With a flick of her sleeves, more than a dozen streamers shot into everyone's bodies, and her eyes gradually returned to clarity and sanity. Many women were still blushing, ashamed of their appearance just now. Everyone, this is the defense of the dreamy conch, don't take it offense. The woman bowed her head politely and decently, and then invited Lin Chen and others into the cave. The dream of Dongfu is like a magnificent and gorgeous, countless corals swaying, like dancing elves. The women of the Heart Refinement Palace are elated and amazed. However, Lin Chen turned his eyes to look for the attribute light balls. There are a total of 10 high-level water energy attribute light balls. In the cave, everyone sat down. The woman in the blue dress was a little sad and said to everyone, everyone, let's be honest, the dreamy Qilua you are looking for should be my mother. But she was already sitting in Huadong Mansion. 100,000 years ago, she was suffering from lovesickness. I was left in the egg, and I was born with the core of the fierce beast, and protected me with a snail shell, so that the heavenly serenity holy shark outside did not dare to break through. Previously, it wasn't because I didn't recognize my mother's old love token. But if I opened the ban on the cave, I might be seen by the heavenly serenity. Holy shark! If it knew that my mother was no longer alive, this beautiful the cave house built by the shell of the snail can block it for a while, but it can't block it for a lifetime. Hearing this, the faces of the girls changed slightly. Then, Miss Jilua, why do you still open the cave? Jiang Yin asked anxiously. This was something they didn't expect. An 8th order holy beast with a lifespan of 10,000 years would never have imagined that it would just sit there. The previous generations of the palace masters of the heart refining palace seemed to have been tortured by suffering from lovesickness, and after imparting their skills, they sat in the secret realm of the palace. This makes people sigh what love is, a lovesickness across gender and race, which eventually led to the fall of the 2 holy places. Because of this boy, the eyes of the woman in the blue dress fell on Lin Chen. Lin Chen was stunned. Then, someone Lin said with a serious face, "Girl, what you like, I have it in the Dark Horse Club." The faces of the women in the heart refining palace were flushed. Sun Yuer was inexplicably anxious. Shen Lingshuang asked innocently, "Master, is there anyone like you?" "Your master is the only one in my holy world, no, the next one." The woman in the blue dress hurriedly waved her hand and said, "No, no, the sun has misunderstood, because the sun has a chi transport capsule. Because of the prohibition set by my mother, I can only leave hereafter refining my mother's beast core, but this is the most important part of my mother. With it, I always feel that my mother is by my side. I don't want to absorb it, so I implore your son to put me in the air transport capsule and take me away." A look of yearning appeared in the eyes of the woman in the blue dress. "I have grown up here for 100,000 years since I was a child, and I am very longing for the outside world. The last word my mother left me is that after refining her vicious beast core, after being sanctified, to leave." Lin Chen suddenly realized. This woman now exudes the breath of a 7th order peak beast, and has reached the critical point. If there is a big opportunity, she will indeed have the opportunity to step into the ranks of holy beasts. If she wants to leave, she can only be sanctified, but if she wants to be sanctified, she must absorb the most important things from her mother, but if she is not sanctified, she yearns for the outside world. "I can take you out, but you must first explain to me what happened to the former master's mind." Lin Chen asked, straight to the point. Although this woman has lived for 100,000 years, her actual experience is not high. As soon as she meets her, she throws out her intentions, allowing Lin Chen to take the initiative. "Well, when I was warmly nurtured by my mother once followed a strong human race, and his mentality was somewhat similar to the 2 of you. But the previous master's mentality was relatively higher, but it's not complete. It's called Tai, some kind of exercise." Lin Chen was excited. Can't go wrong, it's the Tai Fu Tianju that he has longed for. Then where did the former master go? Lin Chen asked anxiously. The woman in the blue dress shook her head. Mother's later records show that he died in a place called the Holy Burial Mountain Range, and I don't know where it is, but my mother once mentioned that the fall of the former owner and his death. The mental method of cultivation is extremely incomplete, and this flaw was revealed when fighting against the high-level Holy Realm. Jiang Yun and Ning Qingxian were shocked. Lin Chen was a little uneasy. Damn it, there are so many things at this juncture. What is this Holy Burial Mountain Range? The Tai Fu Tian art is the best way for him to become stronger. Lin Chen has been pursuing it for a long time, but it is difficult for him to be completely calm in his heart. Ning Qingxian held Lin Chen's palm to soothe his emotions, and said, "The Holy Burial Mountain Range is located at the junction of the Southern Territory and the Yanhuan Shuangyu. There are countless holy places buried there, and the miasma is surrounded by it all year round. Unless the miasma group is outside the holy realm, it is impossible to break through the miasma group, unless it is the time period when the miasma dissipates. Only those who cultivate can enter." Jiang Yun said in a stupefied voice, "I didn't expect it to be the holy Burial Mountain Range. That's the real immemorial fierce land. The Holy Land penetrates into the core area, and is a place where there is only one chance of death." The other female disciples shuddered when they heard this. Holy Burial Mountain. No matter what, I'm going to take a trip. In Lin Chen's eyes, the belief of breaking the boat and sinking the boat emerged. Tai Ifu Tianju is an advanced mental method of 9 tribulations of creation. According to the analysis of the system, it is divided into 5 volumes. As long as you hold 3 volumes, you can practice without any side effects. The so-called former master may be the backlash caused by forcibly cultivating the Tai Ifu Tianju without collecting more than 3 volumes, but I have a systematic exercise learning function, so I won't have this concern, as long as I find his whereabouts. Lin Chen already has 2 remnants of Tai Ifu Tianju in hand, and the whereabouts of this remnant is very important. Then, Lin Chen said, "Don't worry, I will take you away." Jiang Yun and the other junior sisters looked at each other and smiled, since Senior Dream Qilua is no longer here, we shouldn't be ashamed to ask for help. Senior Dream Qilua has a lot of origins with our predecessors of the Palace of Refining Hearts. Shen, we are not outsiders, let us also help Miss Qilua to leave together. The blue skirt beauty Ying bowed, "Thank you everyone." Bang! Boom! As soon as the words fell, the cave house was shaking. Everyone was surprised. What's the situation? There is an attack from the outside world that is bombarding this cave. The power of moving mountains and reclaiming the sea scrambled the entire sea area, raging waves and sea currents surging, turning into blue-gold light blades, whistling and smashing into the stone wall outside the cave. Outside the cave, the heavenly serenity sacred shark continuously spit out blue-gold light blades, and the power of each light blade disturbed the seabed, swaying head-on against the stone walls outside the cave. Hundreds of the 7th-order peak beasts broke out and bombarded the other side of the stone wall. "Ha ha ha, hand over Qilua's fierce beast core, this king may be able to spare your life with great mercy, Xiao Qilua, don't use your arms as a car, you are courting death." The 8th-order ferocious beast core is a treasure for ferocious beasts of the same level. In the past, it hardly ever took this idea, because the dreamy conch is known for disturbing the opponent's spirit and strong defense. Unless it breaks through the realm, it can't break the opponent's defense at all, let alone plunder the beast. Nuclear. But from the moment the cave mansion was opened, it only knew when it felt the incomplete breath of the cave mansion that the dreamy conch's lair is now an empty shell. Quack, as long as you swallow that fierce beast core, that dragon and phoenix body, and that group of humans, this king may be able to open the 2nd holy cave, and at that time there will be not many people on this Rainbow Island. Who will be this king's opponents? The tyranny and greed of Tianyu Holy Shark continued to ferment, and the offensive became more and more violent. Inside the cave, it was discovered by Tianyu Holy Shark Everyone, it won't last long here. With my mother's remaining strength, I can only last for 5 hours at most. Everyone please come with me, I will give my mother's relics to you later. And please ask the young master to take the little girl away. The woman in the blue dress got up, and Lin Chen's eyes lit up when he was anxious. He released all the clones, and collected the attribute light balls in the cave without saying a word. Get 6 points of advanced water energy, 4 points of advanced water energy. Everyone followed the blue dress beauty, and came to the deeper layers of the cave dwelling. At this time, the cave dwelling was already crumbling, and everyone raced against time. And Lin Chen's clones explored many areas in the cave, looking for attribute light balls, most of which were mostly water attribute values. The moment they came to the depths of the cave, the context flowing with azure energy spread all around the wall, and everyone took a breath of cold air. Inside the cave dwelling is a larger underground world, with the body of a dreamy snail. The whole body is 5-colored, and the purple light is blurred. What's even more surprising is that the treasures here are terrifying. The silver St. Yuan coins are piled up like mountains, reaching a height of 100 meters, and several silver mountains are placed in front of them. There are even some golden coins, nearly 1,000 or so, and at least more than 30 million silver coins. 8th order heaven and earth treasure, red blood crystal? What a big piece. My God, there are even 5 books of half-orange combat skills. 3 volumes of the top-grade alchemy handprints of the purple rank. 1 volume of the best? Everyone was stunned. No wonder the blue-skirted woman could cultivate so fast. In the cave dwelling, with such terrifying resources, even a pig could smash into the 7th order top beast. This is the lost meditation canon. Ning Qingxian held a simple secret book in hand, and looked slightly happy. She found out the most suitable exercises among the many treasures at a glance. And Lin Chen was even more stunned. It wasn't the wealth that he was dumbfounded. He now has 3 kinds of spiritual plants, and his family is rich. What he was stunned at was the large number of water-based light balls and the essential attribute values of fighting spirit that fell from the body of the dreamy snail. The attribute light balls are piled up like a mountain. Lin Chen has never seen so many advanced essence and advanced water energy, as well as a lot of advanced qi and blood light balls. As soon as the Dragon Emperor was released, Lin Chen instantly incorporated the mountain of attribute light balls into his body. Get 5,399 points of battle qi essence, 12 points of advanced water energy, 3,552 points of advanced qi and blood. Lin Chen's attribute value has been soaring all the way. Under the premise that a large amount of attribute value has poured into the battle qi life wheel, even the +15 mental method can't be refined in time. No way. Lin Chen manipulated all the avatars wandering around in the cave to urge the refining of the mind to absorb all the attribute values. Boom. Boom boom boom. The earth-shattering power of war emanated from Lin Chen's body, running like thunder, and the days were menstrual. Congratulations to the host, advancing to the 4 tribulations battle. Emperor cultivation base. A force several times stronger than before poured into Lin Chen's body in all aspects. Sigh. Boom. The breakthrough turned out to be more than the same. Lin Chen's pure power burst out with thousands of dragon roars, wandering every pore, every inch of flesh and blood, full of absolute power. Not much bad, just 80 million dragon power. For Tribulations Battle Chi Cultivation Realm, 5 Tribulations Realm of Body. Refinement. A. Young Master Lin Chen actually broke through. It's still a double breakthrough. Oops, it's going to lead to a catastrophe. When the girls were horrified, Lin Chen didn't expect to break through directly this time. The expected calamity did not appear. The world was peaceful, except for a few tremors in the cave. Nothing happened. What's the situation? What about my catastrophe? Lin Chen was a little confused himself. Ning Qingxian suddenly smiled and said it's because of Rainbow Island. Rainbow Island is an independent plane that is completely isolated from the Holy Realm. It is an area where even the laws of the Holy Realm cannot be sensed. If you break through your cultivation, you will naturally not suffer a catastrophe. Ning Qingxian smiled lightly. In the past, no one has stepped into Rainbow Island with the cultivation base of 4 tribulations. There are many geniuses who challenged the battle king of 5 tribulations, but very few who challenged top geniuses by leaps and bounds, but you and Xiao Shuang'er has done it. For this reason, almost no one knows that breaking through the realm here will save you from 5 calamities. Lin Chen suddenly realized, unfortunately, if there is a catastrophe, I will kill it, but the holy shark will not dare to touch me on this day. The next moment, after taking away the attribute light ball, Lin Chen discovered that the blue vein in the stone wall is connected to a huge heart. This heart, like jasper, like aquamarine, like the most beautiful treasure in the world, hangs on the stone wall, full of 10 feet tall and shining. If it weren't for a special seal, the water energy that emerged from this jasper heart could flood the cave in an instant. Extreme water jade heart jade, what the hell? Lin Chen was shocked. This thing has been fully formed, and given its accumulation of hundreds of thousands of years, there is a high chance of condensing into a low-grade heterogeneous crystal heaven and earth wonders. This thing can be used in the cultivation of different crystals, and it can cultivate a low-grade different crystal. Lin Chen swallowed. Can we really take this thing away? The girl in the blue skirt nodded. Well, this is my mother's last wish back. Then, if someone from the past comes, these will be given to the old person. Not to mention that the young master can take me away. Xiaoming is very grateful. You're welcome, girl. I owe you a favor, and taking you out is because I obtained the information of the mind, and this extremely water and jade is another matter. In the end, Lin Chen and Jiang Yun and other women discussed for a long time. And Lin Chen and his party only needed extremely water and jade and a volume of meditation canon. Lin Chen didn't want all the silver St. Yuan coins, including a large number of exercises, the 7th order peak pill formula, and as compensation for taking away the jade of extreme water. In fact, Lin Chen is still the most profitable, and the value of extreme water jade is better than everything. But Jiang Yun and other women insisted on dividing Lin Chen into a part. The reason is very simple. It was all thanks to Lin Chen that they were able to get here. There are also people from the Dark Horse Club who risked their lives to attract the attention of Tianyu Holy Shark, and their people from the Heart Refinement Palace hardly contributed much. In the end, Lin Chen took 300 gold St. Yuan coins, and Jiang Yun let him go. Lin Chen planted extreme water and jade heart jade on the roots of the 3 great atmosphere spirit plants and began to cultivate new different crystals. At this time, in the red gold branches and leaves, there are red veins flowing, and all the energy is gathered at one point, and there is a brand new fire element low-grade abnormal crystal hidden in it, which is about to be born. This is a fire-type heteromorphic crystal cultivated by absorbing the flaming sacred bead. The non-isomorphic fragments are comparable, and it is a real fire-type heteromorphic crystal. The power can be described as burning mountains and refining seas, only in an instant. Counting the light-based variant crystals inherited by the ancient gods, if Lin Chen stepped into the holy realm, there would be 3 low-grade variant crystals that could be refined, and the foundation was terrifyingly strong. Everyone, relax, I will put all of you in my chi transport capsule. A strong suction pulls everyone, and the blue skirt girl little dream is both complicated and reluctant, finally being able to go to the outside world. Everyone was included in the Taoyuan planting capsule and descended to a paradise. So beautiful. Hey! Young Master Lin Chen actually has 3 Chi Luck spirit plants? Witnessing the 3 thriving giants with heights of more than 1,000 meters, the woman in the Heart Refinement Palace was stunned by the sight in front of them. My God, the 3 Chi Luck spirit plants are all at their peak. No wonder you don't want those silver St. Yuan coins, this is a drop in the bucket for you. Although Jiang Yun was shocked, she immediately reprimanded, don't walk around. This is the sun's chief fortune, and the sun can let us in, which proves that he has absolute trust in us. Is it possible that you want to spy on other people's secrets? What you see now, you are not allowed to mention it to anyone when you return to the palace in the future. The women stuck out their lilac tongues and immediately fell silent. Lin Chen wasn't afraid that they would cause trouble. In Taoyuan, he had absolute confidence to suppress all the girls. It's nothing more than revealing a little foundation. His real foundation is the system. This is the inside of the Qi Yin planting capsule. As expected, it is as mysterious as recorded in ancient books. The little dream girl exclaimed. Activate superdimensional teleportation, teleport to number 3 coordinate. Consume 18 intermediate talent points. Lin Chen in the cave, a space light shone on the top of his head and disappeared. Not long after, the cave mansion collapsed, and Tianyu Holy Shark led his subordinates into the cave mansion. Ha ha ha, the Holy Beast core has returned to the king, get out of here for me. Tianyu Holy Shark grinned, and its huge body smashed the water curtain in the cave. However, after raging in a circle, there is no trace. Your Majesty, there is no one in the cave. Everything has been removed. The subordinates of the vicious beast reported to the Heavenly Holy Shark that there was a monstrous anger burning in its beast pupil. My holy beast core, damn it. At this time a subordinate rushed over, holding a scroll. Your Majesty, there is a banner. It seems that it is still reserved for you. The Holy Shark was stunned for a moment, shot a wave of water, and bounced off. The banner. Given the Shark King from the Dark Horse Club 10 catches and 9 empties. You have been humiliated in 8 ways, and you have seen you smash the streets 7 times, but you have not seen 6 tales of ambition. Looking at Hongdao, 5 lakes and 4 seas, but you are the only one to waste. Watching the Shark Sea, 3 soldiers and 2 generals, vulnerable. Abbreviation. Shark. Roar. Incompetent and furious, shaking the deep sea of white sharks, it is a pity. And a bunch of little idiots. Canyon cliffs. On the top of the mountain, Lin Chen's figure appeared and released everyone. This is the outside world. Little Meng girl breathes the air outside, she is quiet and elegant, her eyes are full of childlike innocence and yearning, and she looks at the world curiously. This is still Rainbow Island, and the world outside is bigger. If Miss Xiaoming is interested, you can come to our Heart Refinement Palace to settle down. Jiangyan smiled and said, before everyone had time to talk, a rainbow flyover appeared in the sky. The overpass is thousands of miles away from Lin Chen and his group. From west to south, it has attracted countless geniuses. Rainbow overpass? It's the second rainbow flyover, master, let's go to hunt for treasures. Shenling Shuang was excited and waved her little pink fist. Lin Chen was full of monstrous fighting spirit. Yeah, this time, I have to take a good look at the strength of those guys. The current Lin Chen is no longer a long distance from the legendary super genius. The main body and the clone are both at the level of the 4 tribulations and the 5 tribulations. It would be extremely difficult for Nangong Mia to suppress him again. Jiang Yin said with a smile, counting the time, it just happened 4 days ago, Mr. Lin Chen, it seems that we are going to work together again. The two sides flew into the air, and Miss Xiaoming had nowhere to go, and followed them closely. Hee, this time we're going to make a big deal. The corner of Lin's mouth slightly raised a very coquettish arc. After skyrocketing the high-level water energy and plus 15 mental method, the 9 tribulation star has risen, and another instant light-splitting shadow is matched with the 9 tribulation star. Lin Chen can make Nangong annihilate to the sky. If Nangong Mia is aware of current affairs, Lin Chen didn't plan to kill them all, but if he blocks, whoever blocks, and kills whoever. Lin Chen's goal this time is Dongfang Yao's head. The second rainbow bridge has appeared. I don't know what kind of baby will descend on the rainbow flyover this time. Brother Diao, let's join forces. This is the end of the matter, and the harvest of personal power is limited. The genius of Zhu Feng sensed the emergence of the rainbow flyover for the first time and moved forward at full speed, with a maddening movement. In the mountain gorge, a group of young talents hovered in the air, and the red-robed youth at the head was slightly pale, and his eyes were full of resentment. Lin Chen, the Dark Horse Club. These bastards have caused my Hongtian temple to suffer heavy casualties. Even if I don't win the treasure this time, I will destroy him. Let's go. Go to Sun Moon Palace and Beishanmen, Lao Tzu and Dongfang Yao will join forces to destroy these bastards. The young man in red robe waved his hand, and the geniuses quickly followed. A beautiful meteor shower fell from the second rainbow flyover, which amazed everyone. Lin Chen, who was rushing to the road, urged Zijintong to clearly see that every meteor was a different crystal fragment. The treasure thrown by the second rainbow overpass is actually a different crystal fragment? Lin Chen was very surprised. With different crystal fragments, you can decompose special attribute values and make nirvana. Even with the nirvana of the blue level intermediate level, Lin Chen can dominate the audience. The blue level intermediate nirvana can involve the saint, causing certain obstacles to the saint, but if it is used on the 5 tribulations battle emperor, it is a devastating blow. All his nirvanas were used up due to the pursuit of more than a dozen holy realms. Otherwise, if one nirvana was used, which round would get Nangong Mia and others to be arrogant. Boom! The sound of the breaking wind roared, and Lin Chen and his party had already seen that many geniuses were on their way, just like them, warning each other. I'll take a step first, and you will meet me later. Lin Chen couldn't wait to release the holy phoenix wings. Stepping on the light and shadow dragon flash, the speed suddenly soared, and many geniuses were dumbfounded. Why is this kid so fast? His wings seem to be the phoenix wings of the Holy Phoenix family. No, this kid has broken through the 4 tribulations battle emperor. Hey! A few days ago, he was able to fight against Nangong Mia with his 3 tribulations. Wouldn't his 4 tribulations be turned upside down? The corners of the mouths of more than 100 geniuses twitched slightly. This person is probably a monster. How can this growth rate be so outrageous? Even if it's 2 different crystal fragments. The special attribute value decomposed is enough for me to make a nirvana move. With just 1 move, those geniuses who can be abused will die. Lin Chen is ready to activate the rune of slowness to grab the alien crystal fragments at any time. The location where the alien crystal fragments are scattered by the rainbow overpass is between 2 gorges, and there are towering trees in all directions, rushing to the sky. Brush. A different crystal shard fell. Lin Chen was about to rush over. 2 figures flashed across the sky, grabbing the different crystal shard. Ha ha ha, the thunder element fragment is just right for me. Huh? Lin Chen. The 2 dressed in sun and moon robes, with splendid chiyu, sword eyebrows, and star eyes, are the 2 super geniuses of Sun Moon Palace. Hand over the different crystal fragments to me. The 8-fold transformation broke out, and Lin Chen's breath was no less than that of the 5 tribulations battle emperor. The ultimate moment instantly soared Lin Chen's spiritual power and pure strength. Lin Chen's punch, life and death, was violently beaten, charging and penetrating rune blessings. A powerful dragon that twisted the wind and clouds ran through it. Sky. Not good. The 2 of them retreated sharply, drew their swords, and drew their swords. And they showed their stunts. Both of them are super geniuses. Although Lin Chen has broken through the 4 tribulations, he is still unable to suppress them 1 by 2. Senior brother Nangong, Lin Chen, is here. One of them burst out. Brush. Brush. The wind roared, the divine light flashed, and 42 geniuses from the Sun Moon Palace and the 100 Saint Gate gathered in the void to surround Lin Chen. Ha ha ha, Lin Chen, I'll see who else can protect you this time. It's just courting death. This time he will surely die. The geniuses of Nangong Mia and Sun Moon Palace erupted in ridicule, as if they had absolute confidence to kill Lin Chen. Lin Chen was not afraid, his shoulders shook, and he released all his clones. The 5 avatars and the Dragon Emperor stood together. Their momentum was rock solid, and they did not waver at all. The 2 sides are separated by dozens of miles, but there is an extremely depressing atmosphere. Since you are so confident, I will give you a great gift. Lin Chen smiled lightly. The faint 9-color starlight condensed in the palm of his hand was spinning like a roulette wheel, and a world-destroying aura of destruction swept the audience awe-inspiringly. Activate level 6 penetration, level 6 recharge, level 6 hidden rune, increase the host's attack to increase power by 480%, 23% attack penetration, consume 25 points of advanced rune energy, activate the orange level talent, instant light splitting, consumes 19 intermediate talent points. All the geniuses suddenly changed color, and their bodies retreated. Damn, this Dark Horse Club is a bunch of fucking lunatics. Who is the one who takes out his strongest killing move in a single face? Isn't this nonsense? Lin Chen is by no means reckless. He is very clear that as long as he grabs 2 different crystal fragments, he will definitely take the initiative. The power of the 9 tribulation star is not comparable to the power of the nirvana for the time being. In this case, making the nirvana is his primary task. His move is several grades stronger than before. Even I can't get out of my body. His cultivation base has broken through? Nangong is horrified. Lin Chen threw the 9 tribulation star horizontally, and the 9-colored star light was divided into 5, and then disappeared instantly, and the trace and breath were hidden by the rune of Tianyin. Dongfeng Yao's pupils trembled with fear. He still kept his hands before. "Senior, please take action." Nangong gave a loud shout, and the glazed-colored prehistoric energy condensed from all around, like a three-dimensional square, covering the tens of kilometers of space where the 9 calamity stars disappeared. Sigh. Boom. The 5 9-colored stars crashed into the glass-colored energy wall, and 5 9-colored beams of light burst into full bloom, reaching the sky and the ground, but they were gradually contracted and compressed by the glass colored energy, and the power of the 9 tribulations battle chi failed to overflow. Lin Chen's face changed slightly. This is the means of the holy realm, such a powerful breath, no less than that holy shark in the sky? Without any hesitation, Lin Chen flapped the purple holy phoenix wings, and stepped back with a dragon flash. In the holy realm, he is still unmatched. "Boy, do you still want to go?" 2 joking sneers came, and 3 holy lights lashed at the avatars such as true virtuous handsome. The 3 avatars were immediately crushed, and the 1,000 illusion masks automatically returned to the system space. Lin Chen seemed to be stared at by some giant beasts, and he was horrified. At this time, a vision suddenly appeared. Trigger the complete passive talent, strong attack, power bonus, 240%. Trigger passive talent, tear the target's defense. When the system light screen continues to bounce. Click. Bang. The 5 9-color beams of light merged into one moment, breaking through the glass cube. When the nearly 1,000-meter-long 9-color beam of light rotates, the destructive energy spills out, evacuating and absorbing all the nearby light. Airflow, and all the geniuses are sucked into the direction of the 9-color beam of light. Huh? No, save people first. What the hell did this kid do? A dignified battle emperor broke through the holy power of this seat. When the 2 figures in black robes were about to capture Lin Chen, they were forced to retreat. One of them rescued the genius of the Sun-Moon Palace from the 9-color beam of light, and the other person shot 7 glazed beams from the palm of their hands, shattering the 9-color beam of light. If they don't take action, at least more than 10 geniuses will fall inside. Taking advantage of Shuangxing's shot, Lin Chen waited for the opportunity to flap the wings of the holy phoenix, driving the speed to the extreme, and flashing to the side of the mountain, his eyes narrowed. It's not a saint, it's an 8th-order holy beast transformed into a human form. It shouldn't come from the outside world, it's a holy beast in Rainbow Island. Lin Chen's mind is heavy. 2 8th-order holy beasts are enough to suppress all geniuses. Unless all the geniuses swarmed up and fought desperately, perhaps with the background of the top geniuses, they could shake the might of the holy beast a little, but this was never realistic. What's the matter? These 2 men in black are so terrifyingly oppressive, they are holy realms. My God! The pupils of the geniuses who arrived one after another were trembling with fear and did not dare to act rashly. The geniuses of the Sun and Moon Palace were rescued, with lingering fears. Except for the super first-class geniuses within 10,300, if they want to compete with Lin Chen's 9-color beam of light, they are almost dead. The super genius also has the risk of falling. Nangong Mia clenched his fists. Thank you 2 seniors for taking action. The 2 men in black waved their hands. It's just to repay the kindness that year, and then follow your plan. Nangong Miaishi was overjoyed, stood proudly out of the void, and declared to all the geniuses who rushed here. Everyone, listen, this place is covered by my sun and moon palace. From now on, all the treasures handed down by the Rainbow Sky Bridge will belong to our sun and moon palace. As soon as these words came out, the geniuses were shocked and angry. The women from the Heart Refinement Palace also rushed to Lin Chen's side. Jiang Yan's face changed slightly after hearing this announcement. Aren't these guys afraid of causing public anger? They dare to swallow it alone. With the background and status of Sun Moon Palace, even if you provoke all the geniuses, you don't need to be afraid of revenge from the forces behind them. Too bad, I didn't expect them to invite holy beasts. Jiang Yan clenched her teeth lightly. This move was indeed a bit ruthless. How can you be so excessive? There were two geniuses who gritted their teeth, and the two men in black robes had lightning-like eyes as they grabbed the void with one hand. Sigh. Boom. Boom. Two top geniuses were bombarded by a huge force. One of them exploded into a mist of blood, and the other vomited blood and fled away in a ray of blood, barely saving his life. Who else? Nangong Mia's indifferent voice echoed in the audience. At this time, more than 2,000 geniuses arrived, but no one dared to act rashly. The fate of those two geniuses is to kill chickens and warn monkeys. It's too difficult, there is no means to contend with the holy realm, there is no way to compete with these two holy beasts. What should I do? Do you want to retreat? Or take a look at the Dark Horse Club? Didn't he get caught with more than a dozen holy places? Let the different crystal fragments in the sky fall like a meteor shower. The geniuses did not dare to act rashly. Hey, let's take a look first. Maybe those guys in Sun Moon Palace will let the two holy beasts deal with them in the Dark Horse Club, then we will fish in troubled waters. Some geniuses even set their sights on Lin Chen and his party, expecting him to perform astonishingly. Without Nirvana, the only possibility for me to compete with these two big guys is the God-Slayer talent and the War God Bracers, as well as Consume. Lot of rune energy, but I'm fighting hard now, just to be a gunner for these guys. Lin Chen felt the sight gathered on him, and sneered in his heart. However, the different crystal shards are in front of me. Maybe I can try and grab them? Once I grab them, they will be disassembled immediately, and replaced with a special skill, and they will snowball immediately? Hesitating, Lin Chen was indeed hesitant. Judging from the dissimilar shards dropped from under the rainbow overpass, there are now at least 200 dissimilar shards, and they are still increasing. Once he gets so many different crystal fragments, his nirvana will suppress the audience, no one can match. However, if the action fails, it will mean that Lin Chen loses the existing 1990 points of advanced rune energy, and he will lose a great trump card against the outside world. Whether the action is successful or not, I will definitely consume a lot of high-level rune energy. It won't pay off. Calm down, I must calm down. Lin Chen's eyes became deeper and deeper. The more this moment, the more calm he became. He stared at the people in the Sun Moon Palace, and the other party was also looking at him. Obviously, neither side intends to take the initiative. The people in Sun Moon Palace were also on guard against him. They knew that Lin Chen had escaped the pursuit of the Holy Land, and they did not intend to let the Holy Beast attack him first. Their goal is to capture all the treasures of the rainbow flyover first, not to strangle Lin Chen first. Do you want to use the innate shadow technique to fish in troubled waters? Unless all the geniuses riot, it's unrealistic. If no one snatches it, once there is one missing crystal fragment, it will be discovered immediately, and The clone will be immediately killed by the holy beast. Scum? The risk is too great. If there is only one holy beast to fight, you have to stop the two holy places, and at the same time stop all the geniuses of the 100 Holy Sect and the Sun Moon Temple. The combination of Tianyin rune and innate shadow art try to delay the time. With the slow rune? Even if it is achieved, these nearby geniuses will take the opportunity to act as soon as possible. No matter what you do, there is a great risk. This battle is not to be fought. Lin Chen sighed in his heart, his mind has been decided. Unless you use all the trump cards such as God Killer and War God Bracers, and these are all time-limited trump cards, if you can't kill two holy beasts. What about after the event? It is not worth it to shoot out the life-saving family for a part of the heteromorphic fragments. There is actually another way, and that is to take out the dissimilar crystal fragments that have been refined by themselves. But this will seriously affect the cultivation level and reduce the element attribute value. Taking out the refined dissimilar crystal fragments is very easy to leave defects and internal injuries that are difficult to repair, so Lin Chen does not want to do this to himself or the people around him. He didn't regret giving Shen Lingshuang the 13 fire element different crystal fragments he had finally cultivated. With Dongfang Yao as an opponent, you must go all out. Lin Chen raised his hand and said to the people around him, "Let's go, this battle can't be." Boom. Suddenly, a shocking thought emerged from Lin Chen's mind. His eyes were fixed on the two holy beasts, his face was full of excitement. And his eyes burst into flames. The eyes staring at the two saints are like a 1,000-year-old drinker who foresees 10,000 years of fine wine, like a century-old bachelor who took off his pants and fled into the boudoir of a beautiful woman. When the genius next to him saw his strange eyes, he couldn't help being a little creepy. Oh, why do you feel that this kid's eyes are a little perverted? Fuck, look at him, he swallowed saliva looking at those two holy beasts. Isn't that crazy? Does he really have the means to fight against the Holy Land? Stronger than two holy beasts, they can't help showing doubts. Does this kid really have a way to deal with the two of them? The woman in the Heart Refinement Palace also stared at Lin Chen curiously. Under everyone's attention, Lin Chen suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha ha ha, Sun Moon Palace, in the end, it's still your top chess move. This time, it's considered that you won. Lin Chen smiled happily. Next, the corner of his mouth outlined a mad smile. But I'm betting on what's next. Lin Chen waved his hand and smiled at the people around him. Let's go, since the rainbow overpass has been reserved by others, let's go look at the scenery. How about a few days of sightseeing? Lin Chen's almost bizarre behavior aroused everyone's confusion. Crazy? Why do you come to Rainbow Island to play in the mountains and water? This man has lost his mind. Let's go too. I didn't get the treasure from the rainbow overpass, and there are also many exotic treasures in other areas. Some geniuses began to leave disappointed, and some geniuses cast envious glances at Sun Moon Palace. There is no doubt that with the help of two holy beasts, all the next rainbow bridges will appear, and basically no one can rob them. And the Dark Horse Club is just a loser. When Lin Chen left, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's a good show, it's just starting now. Hey, let's go too, motherfucker, I don't know how these guys invited the holy beast. Damn, if the next rainbow flyover shows orange-level combat skills, it can only be taken away by these guys. No one can take food from the tiger's mouth. In front of the holy beast. It's too difficult, grass, how can I be so unlucky, but this year's rainbow Island has such a mess. The geniuses left cursingly, and more than 2,000 geniuses gradually dispersed. It is true that everyone rushed up, and the two holy beasts were definitely unable to stop them all, but they were enough to kill most of the geniuses. Who would go all out for these alien crystal fragments? Everyone has a future of sanctification in the future. It is not worth it to risk your life completely for the opportunity of the rainbow bridge. The heteromorphic shards dropped by the rainbow flyover have stretched thousands of miles away, so go and collect them. Nangong Mia instructed the younger brothers and sisters, and they all acted to collect the different crystal fragments, and they all made a lot of money. Thank you two seniors for your help. Nangong Mia cupped his hands and clasped his fists, neither humble nor arrogant. The two waved their hands. It's just to repay the kindness, and we may ask you for help in the future. If it weren't for the medicinal pills from your Sun Moon Palace, my second brother and I would have died long ago. The body of this double saint is the 3 green and green king scorpion, which is one of the powerful beasts of Rainbow Island. 80,000 years ago, they were only a stone's throw away from the 8th order holy beast, but they were hunted down by the holy beast in a battle for the rainbow flyover. The two later brothers were rescued by the medicine pill provided by the ancestors of the Sun Moon Palace, and they owed their favor. After the descendants of the Sun Moon Palace came to the door, they had to provide help. The first few decades of Rainbow Island opened. The reason why the pair of scorpions did not appear is because they were retreating to the realm of holy beasts. The genius of the Sun Moon Palace, who saved the two of them back then, is now a holy place. The two sides exchanged marks of war energy that year, and they were sanctified, and the saints of Sun Moon Temple knew it immediately, and only then did they send geniuses to participate in Rainbow Island. In the past, the geniuses of Sun Moon Palace did not participate in Rainbow Island very often. But this time, they have absolute confidence that their geniuses have enough to gain. Lin Chen, no matter what tricks you have, it is impossible to reverse the result this time. After collecting all the treasures of the Rainbow Overpass, the Shuangxing will completely kill your people. Dongfang Yao stared at the direction Lin Chen left, with a grin on his face. Nangong Mia seemed to be in control of everything, detached from the outside world, and smiled indifferently. This time I killed 3 people in the dark horse club. Oh, this kid must be very unwilling. Shuangxing just shot and killed Lin Chen's avatar in an instant. They thought that the people of the Dark Horse Club had fallen. On the other side, in the canyon, someone Lin walked slowly in the forest, with a relaxed and calm expression on his face. Seeing Lin Chen's calm appearance, the girls in the Heart Refinement Palace were even more curious. They couldn't see through what Lin Chen was thinking anyway. Young Master Lin Chen, are you sure you can compete with them in the Sun Moon Palace? Jiang Yan couldn't help but ask. Some female disciples also came up, Ying. Yan Yan said, yes, why is the sun so calm? So many different crystal fragments, let them take them, it's really annoying. The girls were unwilling, but Lin Chen smiled lightly. I don't have the grasp of the 2 holy beasts in the Sun and Moon Hall, for the time being. Then, he changed the topic, but no one has a rule. When you come to Rainbow Island, you must grab the things from the Rainbow Overpass. Lin Chen froze everyone in one sentence. Even Ning Qingxian was stunned for a moment. Lin Chen stopped, his eyes looked at the little dream girl of the dreamy Qilua, his eyes showed a sharp light. Who is the richest on Rainbow Island? Those are the 8th order holy beasts. Who reigns supreme? Those holy beasts have lived on Rainbow Island for so many years. How many baptisms have been experienced by this rainbow flyover? How can there be few treasures in the nest? One word stirred up 1,000 waves. I want to scavenge all the nests of those holy beasts. I don't believe it. They can't compare to those rainbow flyovers. Lin Chen was chatting and laughing, exuding an absolutely confident spirit. All the women in the Heart Refinement Palace were stunned. Reverse thinking. Simply clapping. Yup. No one has stipulated that you must be persistent in grabbing the treasures of the rainbow overpass. The richest are most likely the 8th order holy beasts. This point can be seen from the dreamy Chilua's cave mansion. It's abundant. Cultivation resources can enable her daughter to cultivate to the 7th order peak beast level and still be rich. That's right, looting the lair of the holy beast. This is Lin Chen's next plan. Just grab a hairy rainbow flyover and focus on the back. Moreover, if you take 10,000 steps back, even if you can't loot the holy beast's lair, you will benefit a lot from stealing the attribute value of the holy beast. No, for countless years, it is impossible that no one has thought of this. Even if young Master Lin Chen knows that the sacred beast's lair is the place where the treasures of the Rainbow Island gather most, how to steal the treasure of the holy beast's lair? No. Jiang Yun is becoming more and more terrified. He thought of the magical method by which the Dark Horse Clubhouse escaped from the heavenly serenity. Holy shark. The strength of holy beasts is equivalent to that of saints. No matter how amazing and brilliant the geniuses who have entered Rainbow Island are, they cannot compete with holy beasts, let alone looting their treasure house. Therefore, Lin Chen is by no means the first person to think of this, but he is the most likely person to complete it. Because even the heavenly nether holy shark couldn't catch him. Young Master Lin Chen is really the real dragon in the future. This time we will only drag you down, so we won't get involved. Jiang Yan clenched his fists, but Lin Chen smiled and said, "Oh? I just plan to discuss cooperation with you, and I'm leaving so soon?" Jiang Yunqian's eyes flashed brightly. Appreciate further details. White shark, deep sea. The blood was floating in the dark deep sea, and the 7 rows of sea beast subordinates who followed behind the holy shark were all silent. Tianyu holy shark has swallowed more than a dozen white sharks at the peak of the 7th order. Just now he is a little relieved. Being played by humans, it deeply felt that its dignity as a holy beast had been trampled on, and it was planning to officially leave the country to crusade that damned human race. Tianyu holy shark turned into a blue-robed middle-aged man with golden hair. That made him look noble, like a king overlord. Speaking of which, it's time for the Rainbow Bridge to appear again. I don't know if there is a 9-color rainbow bridge this time, but I just went out to have a look. Roar. By the way, I will destroy that damn human race. He fluttered in the sea like a sharp arrow. The holy shark had left his lair. Every time the rainbow flyover appeared, many holy beasts on Rainbow Island would pay attention to the situation of the rainbow flyover. The holy beast will not take action easily, and their goal is the 9-color rainbow that appears in the last few. The 9-color rainbow will release a large amount of special energy bodies and wonders of heaven and earth, which have an extraordinary nourishing effect on the bodies of their holy beasts. Suddenly, a laughing voice echoed in the sea without warning. 1 head and 2 sharks gave birth to 3 pairs of shark fins, only 4 rows of shark teeth, slightly sharp, no internal organs, 7 groups of remnants left, 8 kinds of shark fat, 90% fat, full of sharks. The Tianyu holy shark was instantly furious, and the monstrous aura spewed out, rolling up waves of rage. Damn human race, you are courting death. A proud and honorable young man in white stood on the waves, folded his chest with his hands, and smiled playfully, full of arrogance. Beside him, there is also a gentleman in Xingyi who is elegant and aloof. The two looked down at the bottom of the sea, and the sea surface rolled up with 10,000 waves, and a group of huge sharks surfaced out of the water. On the shark head stood the Tianyu holy shark with an extremely gloomy face. Oh? The king of sharks didn't attack me right away. This doesn't fit your character as a big shark. The young man in white jokingly said. The clouds were light and the wind was light, as if he didn't care about his situation. Human race? Are you and the guy with the dragon and the phoenix in one group? Tianyu holy shark was dressed in a blue robe, with a straight body and a height of several meters when transformed into a human shape. A pair of evil beast eyes were hidden under the golden hair. Young Master Xingyi scolded, "Dog coin shark, pay attention to the tone of voice you speak with my big brother Nangong, you are a jerk. A rotten shark. Believe it or not, I will make fish head soup with you tonight?" Fuck, it's not the previous gang who dare to be arrogant, courting death. Boom. The Tianyu holy shark was provoked by this tiny human race, and he shot violently in an instant. 5 fingers gripped the void angrily, and the sea exploded, blasting water waves in the sky. Boom. The two exploded into a blood fog, but the blood fog quickly turned into a ray of light and disappeared, making Tianyu holy shark stunned. Not right. In the Holy Shark Palace, the mountains of silver St. Yuan coins are placed in the backyard of the palace, sheltered by the energy of the holy beast. Lin Chen slammed dozens of punches on the energy barrier, and the cracks were cracked. The host triggers passive talent, tear. Bang. The energy cover was broken, and Lin Chen and his party broke into the courtyard. Sure enough, as the master said, there are many treasures here. Shenling Shuang happily cheered with a large amount of silver coins. Lin Chen looked around, there were no different crystal fragments, and these things were not enough to match the holy beast. Lin Chen frowned and said, "No, all that are left here are silver coins and some treasures of heaven and earth. Even the 8th order medicinal materials are very few. The real good things are still on it." Boom. The violent murderous aura can be clearly felt from thousands of miles away. And the Tianyu holy shark has returned. Hide in my Taoyuan planting capsule, and then give it to me. Lin Chen put everyone in the Taoyuan planting capsule. After dozens of breaths, the current surged like a storm. No wonder why you suddenly stopped this king. It turned out that you wanted to be a thief. With you weak people, you can break this king's defensive cover. I have to say that you are really a bunch of freaks. Tianyu holy shark slaughtered back to the outside of the palace, with a suffocating aura. At this time, there was only one young man in Xingyi left in the palace courtyard, standing with his hands behind his back, his expression light and calm. Tianyu holy shark lifted the pendant in front of his chest. There were 3 high-level navigation rings hanging there, shining brightly, and sneered, "You are looking for this? I have to say that you have some brains. This king's wealth is indeed a rainbow. There are only a handful of existences on the island, but you alone are not qualified to shove this king. Let your behind the scenes instigate stuck between your teeth?" Young Master Xingyi seemed to hear a big joke, and laughed loudly. "You stupid beasts, you are nothing in front of my big brother Nangong, even the Two holy scorpions of Rainbow Island kneel and lick and worship my big brother. You are a shark? When you see my uncle Dongfang Yao, don't kneel down and kowtow to pay up the ring, or I will destroy your shark palace. Well, are these guys from the human race with brain problems recently? They don't have the strength in the holy realm, they dare to shout in front of this king. The holy shark was furious, but this time he didn't make a move. He clearly crushed and killed this kid just now. Why is he still alive? Is this real or fake? At the moment when the holy shark felt a match, a gray-white talisman burst into the seabed. The 1,000-jong space near the heavenly serenity holy shark has become particularly slow to freeze, and even the flow of sea water has become extremely slow. Activate level 6 slow rune, consume 20 points of advanced rune energy. Huh? What the hell is this? The holy shark was startled, and instinctively urged the holy force to break through the bondage. 20 points of high-level rune energy, under the premise of surprise, can only seal less than 1/20th of the breath of the Holy Land. However, this moment of distraction is enough. Brush. A dark shadow passed by, and the white-clothed boy who appeared out of thin air in front of the holy shark was covered with a dark curtain, like a black cloak under the dark night, shrouding all his breath. The young man in white, Nangong Nia, reached out and grabbed the 3 rings on the chest of the holy shark. The holy shark was terrified and angry. After it broke through the shackles of the slow rune, it grabbed it in the air, crushed the rolling ocean currents, and tore the sea water to the fault, but it was empty. What? Tianyu holy shark is stunned. He was actually robbed of the ring by a human race emperor? To be precise, it should be stealing? Xingyi boy shook his head and shrugged. That's why, just obediently present the treasure earlier, and lick my eldest brother Nangong. You won't give it? It doesn't matter, we will take it ourselves. My eldest brother Nangong is a local, and there are 100 ways to keep you from staying. What size are you from the locals? Roar. Tianyu holy shark smashed Xingyi young master with one punch, but it still turned into brilliance and disappeared. It was a clone. Human, Nangong is destroyed. You are courting death. He said just now that there are 2 holy scorpions surrendering to him? Well. Very good, this king probably knows which 2 guys are. This human race must die. 3 days later. Rainbow Island, 100,000 miles to the south, deep in the mysterious underworld. With restrained evil spirits. A mountain-like shell stood as still as a mountain, standing within the ley lines. Suddenly, the shell moved slightly, and the ground shook. Huh? There is actually the breath of an 8th-order vicious beast core. A sinuous and thick pitch-black head was drilled out of the shell, which was the head of a turtle. The 8th-order holy beast, the earth and dark holy tortoise. It sensed the core of the 8th-order vicious beast, and woke up from its deep sleep. Its body is nearly 1,000 meters long, and the huge tortoise shell hides the vastness like a moving mountain. Its 4 claws are as thick as jade pillars reaching the sky, and the claws are sharp. Nothing can stop this big guy. The earthling profound sacred turtle just left the cave and suddenly felt something was wrong. Brush. A ray of light appeared without warning, wrapped in a faint dark film, swept past, and took away all the rings scattered in its cave. Damn little thief, courting death. The Shanxing turtle was frightened and angry, spitting out a storm of earth-based energy, and crushed it into ashes. The light flashed in the space, the figure disappeared, and the breath of the Holy tortoise was empty. Activate the god-stealing omen talent, stealing attribute value, 70 points of advanced earth energy. The white-clothed youth stepped into the air and suspended, the blue-clothed Sun raised his brows, whistled and laughed. Hey! Big guy, your things belong to my big brother Nangong Mia. Human, you are seeking your own death. The Xianqing turtle said in a deep voice. Its voice was as heavy as a thousand mountains. It shook the ground and shook the mountains, and the wind blew up. If you have the strength to play with my big brother Nangong Mia, we don't mind to accompany him to the end. My big brother Nangong Mia likes to take action against those who think he has outstanding ability. Young master, Xingyi Dongfeng Yao, smiled gracefully, and the earthming profound sacred tortoise opened its mouth and shot 10 beams towards it. Boom! The pure power of the holy tortoise is released all at once. Your pressure increases sharply within a radius of 10 miles and 1,000 feet, and the ground bursts, forming a swanking glangio like a dragon emperor, suppressing your opponent with dragon power. The pure power field released by the 8th order holy beast is enough to squeeze most of the 7th order peaks into meat sauce. Brush. Even so, the figures of the two still disappeared like ghosts. Ha ha ha, brother turtle, you should go back and continue to sleep. My brother Nangong Shui has 2 sacred beasts to protect him. Even if you catch up, you won't be able to beat him. We're going to book all the treasures of Rainbow Island today. The youth's mocking voice reverberated, and the profound sacred ghost of earth and underworld was so angry that he waved his claws and crawled at extreme speed, destroying the dead and shaking the mountains. Damn the human race, Nangong is destroyed, right? Good. Obviously, this Nangong Mia and Dongfeng Yao were disguised by Lin Chen and his clone. The 1,000 phantom mask can disguise the face and breath so that the holy realm cannot be distinguished, and it can perfectly imitate a person's appearance and temperament, and even the body can be slightly changed. It's just that Lin Chen has never used the 1,000 illusion mask to disguise other people in the past. The reason is very simple: no matter how similar a person's breath and appearance imitate. Because as long as a shot is made, there will be flaws, but anyone who knows the imitation target can see at a glance how different the fighting spirit attributes of the mind method are. However, the holy beasts of Rainbow Island do not know Nangong Mo and others. Besides, Lin Chen didn't fight the holy beast at all. After stealing things, he used superdimensional teleportation to get away. Just let the holy beast remember their breath and appearance. An hour later, in the cave on the top of the mountain, everyone gathered to share the massive resources obtained from the 8th order holy beast. There are so many treasures, there are even 4 volumes of half-orange exercises. The background of this holy beast is simply extraordinary. The women in the Heart Refinement Palace happily held a large number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and silver coins. It's amazing, Mr. Lin Chen's move. It's so seamless, you don't need any means to find a way to fight against the 2 holy beasts in the Sun Moon Palace. This time Rainbow Island was originally dominated by Sun Moon Palace, but when it comes to young Master Lin Chen and the young masters of the Dark Horse Club, it's not certain. Jiang Yin stared at Lin Chen with wonderful eyes. This young man is so strange. No one can figure out his next step. If he continues like this, even if there are 2 holy beasts in the Sun Moon Palace, it is still unknown. Low-key. The people of our Dark Horse Club have always done a good job hiding their merits and fame, and never publicizing it. Someone Lin said with a smile, after all, who made me the most handsome man in the holy world? That's right, Lin Chen just wants to bring disaster to the East. His Dark Horse Club is responsible for stealing a good time, and the feces will be detained at the Sun Moon Palace. Let Nangong Mia and Dongfeng Yao carry the black pot. Didn't he have 2 sacred beasts to protect him? Then someone from Talon provokes the sacred beasts of the entire Rainbow Island and gives his Sun Moon Palace a great gift. Look who dies first. Are the 2 holy beasts awesome, or the holy beasts of the entire Rainbow Island? After everyone shared the profits, Lin Chen Palace and other girls insisted that they only needed 20% of the treasures, and the remaining 80% went to Lin Chen. And if there are dissimilar crystal fragments, they will be taken by Lin Chen first. Lin Chen Palace and others are mainly responsible for protecting the safety of Little Dream Girl, using her mother's 8th order vicious beast core to lead the holy beasts out of the hole, and then waiting for opportunities to snatch the treasures and collections of the holy beasts. The division of labor is clear and clear. Boom. At this time, the sky was chaotic and there were many visions. Everyone was startled and flashed to the outside of the cliff, and a beautiful and transparent rainbow overpass appeared again. A large number of exotic treasures poured down from the rainbow flyover, including many 8th order exotic minerals, 8th order casting scrolls, and priceless. It's just that the location is extremely far away, and under the rainbow overpass, there is the breath of the 8th order holy beast with monstrous aura. This rainbow overpass is still covered by the Sun Moon Palace. However, the corner of someone Lin's mouth rose wildly. Why do you want to include all the rainbow flyovers? A chicken. From now on, who will have the last laugh? If you want to do it big. Now, let's make these guys happy first. The big game starts now. 2 days later, Bloody Forest. The gray-white cave dwelling is like a cast of bones, thousands of feet high, standing between the heavens and the earth, and no beast dares to approach this bloody forest within thousands of miles. Because here lives an 8th order holy beast, the blood demon Wolf King. It likes to hunt all kinds of low-level vicious beasts, and its killing power is several times stronger than that of ordinary vicious beasts. Inside the cave lay a dark red giant wolf more than 200 meters high. Its hair has the hardness of a top-level defensive treasure, but it is extremely tough. Its breath is full of blood, and there are a lot of blood skeletons next to it. Obviously, it has just eaten. Although it closed its eyes and rested, there was a bright red eyeball in the center of its head, which was constantly alerting its surroundings. Today, the Wolf King's cave house welcomed an uninvited guest. Just listening, a playful voice suddenly echoed in the cave. In? Sun Moon Palace opened the door to check the water meter. The Wolf King's eyes suddenly opened, and the brutal and bloodthirsty stern light flickered in the darkness. A quarter of an hour later, the gore-fiend Wolf King burst out of the hole and roared in the sky. Human, are you courting death? Another day later, by Kingsenhai. The towering giant trees here are as numerous as ox hair, and some ancient trees grow thousands of meters high, with lush branches and leaves, blocking the sky. There are countless treasures of heaven and earth in the forest and the ocean. That forms the forest seems to be a prehistoric world, and everything is full of the atmosphere. High in the sky, one after another, the giant eagles fighting in the sky, the golden swan, the big swan, the ancient falcon, are crisscrossed. If they become the overlords of this sky, they fight with each other, and sometimes blood fights occur for the treasures of heaven and earth. Inside Sanhai, a nest was built on the top of a mountain, a place that all Dalwan, Jinluan, and ancient falcons dared not approach. Because this lair is the area where the only king in the Shiro Aomori Sea lives. The Eighth Order Holy Beast, the ancient Golden Eagle. The only overlord in the White Aomori Sea. An angry laughter came from the Golden Eagle's lair. Big Eagle Pigeon? Are you there? Open the door, and the fellow sends warmth. Many geniuses who sneaked into this place to look for opportunities carefully concealed their breath, and entered the Sanhai again and again to find the treasures left by the previous rainbow flyover. Suddenly, a real murderous aura surged into the sky, and the screams spread all around. Where did the human race come from, courting death? The geniuses were horrified. This was the voice of that ancient golden eagle. I'll make a big rub. Isn't this the ancient golden eagle? Didn't you say it sleeps all the year round? Why did it suddenly wake up? The geniuses who sneaked in were so frightened that they ran away quickly. The Eighth Order Holy Beast was not something they could covet. However, the genius who escaped from by King Sanhai found out that this was just the beginning of a nightmare. On the west side of the Shanming Mountains are the Earthming Profound Sacred Turtle, the Blood Demon Wolf King in the Bloody Forest, the Taiku Golden Eagle in the Bakingson Sea in the north, the Heavenly Sacred Shark in the White Shark Deep Sea, and the Heavenly Desolate Sacred Ape in the Yinfeng Canyon. Fried. The whole Rainbow Island exploded. Overlords of various roads, occupying one side in Rainbow Island, the holy beasts who are the kings and hegemons have left the customs one after another, crushing many areas of Rainbow Island to the point of being smashed, and the pot exploded in an instant. Lin Chen, people have already stolen and lost contact in Hongdao, and sometimes they miss the property they were stolen from. My God, the ancient golden eagle, the heavenly holy shark, how come such a ferocious holy beast came out? Crazy, completely crazy. Who the hell told me that the sacred beasts of Rainbow Island are sleeping all year round and can't get out of the gate? What a fool. Which guy who was condemned by the gods provoked all these monsters? Even the sacred tortoise of the underworld is here. Isn't it the most neutral beast on the Rainbow Island to the human race? The whole Rainbow Island is mourning everywhere. There are many crazy screams of geniuses everywhere. On weekdays, the holy beasts who have been out of customs for 10,000 years have recently been concentrated in one time period, and all of them have been out of the customs. The many holy beasts of Rainbow Island are looking for something like crazy. So shocked that countless geniuses have their scalps numb, and they don't dare to look for the precious chance, and they all hide. What a joke. A crazy holy beast is enough to kill hundreds of top geniuses. Is this the riot of all holy beasts on the fucking Rainbow Island? This is a chance to find a fart. Being able to survive is because the ancestors opened their eyes in the spirit of heaven. In Kinjugu, the three top geniuses were like chickens cornered, blocked in midair, unable to fight back. These famous geniuses in the 36 regions, who can be challenged by the outside world, are shivering and their teeth are chattering. The two holy beasts that turned into human figures grinned at them, and the middle-aged man in the golden robe transformed from the ancient golden eagle asked hideously, "You guys from the human race, it's best not to play tricks on this king. I will only ask you once, what the hell is the Sun Moon Palace? What kind of thief is Nangong Mie?" The three of them were stunned for a moment, and the delicate woman among them immediately said in a trembling voice, Hui, Senior, Sun Moon Palace is One of the strongest forces entering Rainbow Island this time, and Namgong Mia is the young genius leader of this force. The strongest force that entered Rainbow Island this time? Oh? No wonder they dare to be so arrogant. Taiku Golden Eagle sneered. The holy ape on the side narrowed his eyes, and asked with murderous intent. Where are they now? If they can't answer, they will die. We don't know where they are now, but we are sure that the next time the Rainbow Sky Bridge appears, the people from the Sun Moon Palace will definitely be there, because they are now helped by two holy beasts, threatening to sprinkle all the treasures from the Rainbow Sky Bridge. All for yourself. Another sword sovereign genius said solemnly, pretending to be calm on the surface, but already trembling inside. Surrounded by two holy beasts, it is estimated that few geniuses can remain calm. Two holy beasts? Sure enough, as they said, there are two holy beasts for them, huh? According to this old man, the human race in the Sun Moon Palace is very cunning, with a secret technique for concealing aura and a secret technique for traversing space. The holy ape and the ancient golden eagle glanced at each other. Join us to find the guys in Sun Moon Palace and launch a sneak attack, to kill. Take our things back. Just do it. The two holy beasts were too lazy to pay attention to the three geniuses. They flew in the air in an instant, and the three of them survived the calamity, sweating coldly. Yeah, I thought I was really going to die. The holy beast just said they were looking for someone from the Sun Moon Temple? Could it be that there is a festival between them? If that's the case, I'm afraid I can fish in troubled waters. Similar scenes were staged non-stop on Rainbow Island, and the holy beasts all learned about the names of Namgong Mia and Dongfang Yao, and started looking for them with all their might. The Sun Moon Hall and the 100 Saints Gate have become the center of this storm. However, the two forces were completely unaware of it, since they announced that they would take all the treasures of the rainbow overpass. They have stood on the opposite side of all geniuses, and almost no geniuses have tipped them off, let alone where they are. Only the two holy scorpions, both of which are 8th order holy beasts, seem to feel that more than one holy beast has left the customs, and they are curious. And the person who caused all this, someone Lin, hid in a safe retreat at the highest position. In a cave on the cliff, Lin Chen and the girls from the Heart Refinement Palace dived again. The sudden burst of war energy was like a 9-colored brilliance, faintly coming out from the Taoyuan planting capsule. Lin Chen was extremely surprised, and his consciousness entered the Taoyuan planting capsule. Ling Shuang has finally broken through the 5 tribulations battle emperor. These days, in addition to pretending to be Namgong to destroy the major holy beasts, Lin Chen has been letting Ling Shuang retreat in the Taoyuan plant capsule to attack the 5 robbery cultivation base. There is no need to transcend tribulation on Rainbow Island. This is the best place to break through the cultivation base, and Xiao Nizi's accumulation has long been sufficient, and there is only one chance left. This opportunity is the Qixing breaking tribulation pill, which is the lost 7th order peak elixir of Rainbow Island, which can increase the probability of breaking through the bottleneck of the War Emperor from 1 catastrophe to 4 catastrophe. In the peach garden planting capsule, under the Longqing tree, Ling Shuang's eyes flowed with blue divine light. Her temperament is completely different from the little girl who was greedy and playful before. Ling Shuang's skin glowed with new brilliance, her pretty face was radiant, and her brows had an extraordinary awe-inspiring sonorousness, holy, out of the dust, refined, and free from any filth in the world. The divine light circulated from Shen Lingshuang's pupils, as if an invincible Valkyrie came into the world. That is a kind of temperament that transcends all living beings. Heaven and earth are immortal and gods are immortal, eternal, immortal and immortal. Even Lin Chen could feel the suppression of a life level when he looked directly into her eyes. The cold light is biting, and the sense of crisis fills the whole body. What's going on? Isn't she breaking through the 5 calamities? How did this girl look like she's changed? Lin Chen's mental form appeared in the Taoyuan planting capsule, with a look of horror. As soon as Lin Chen's voice fell, Shen Lingshuang's temperament that surpassed all living beings disappeared, and she returned to her previous innocent little girl appearance. Lin Chen rushed up and grabbed the little girl, and asked suspiciously, "Lingshuang, are you all right?" Shen Lingshuang said blankly, "Just now it was a strange feeling, as if using the bloodline, I can do anything." Ning Qingxian, who was in the peach garden, thought for a while, and she, who had always been calm, finally showed a bit of surprise. "Can't be wrong, it's the awakening of the bloodline, this Neezy's martial saint. No, the bloodline of the martial god. The awakening switch has been turned on in advance. Awaken the blood vessels early?" Lin Chen was overjoyed. This should be considered a good thing, right? If Lingshuang is really from the blood of the martial god, then other geniuses on the list of geniuses can't be her opponents at all. Ning Qingxian said solemnly, "No, it may not be a good thing. Xiao Shuang'er's body is too young and slender, and obviously it has not yet reached the point where she can withstand the awakening of the bloodline. If she is really fully awakened, I am afraid she will completely collapse. The reason is most likely yours." Lin Chen was stunned. "Me? I don't seem to have done anything to interfere with Lingshuang's bloodline." Ning Qingxian shook her head. "No, there is. It's your trick that allows people to quickly learn combat skills." Lin Chen was startled and lost his voice. Could it be that it is because of consuming the essence of the exercises, to learn the exercises? During this period of time, Lin Chen also used up the spirit of the exercises to help Ning Qingxian learn the secrets of the meditation code found from Dreamy Qilua, so she knew about Lin Chen's penetrating means. In just one day, Ning Qingxian was amazed that she had mastered the meditation code. But she is now thinking backwards. This magical power is very similar to the characteristics of the blood of the martial god, and it is the only possibility to activate the blood of Shen Lingshuang in advance. Indeed, every time I expend the spirit of the exercises to help Lingshuang learn the exercises, I will produce high-quality spirits of the exercises, much faster than when I first met this girl. After realizing the problem, Lin Chen decided that before Shen Lingshuang was able to withstand the blood awakening, she would never use the Kung Fu essence to learn Kung Fu on her. I'm fine, as long as I can help the master. I don't feel any discomfort now. Shen Lingshuang clenched her fist innocently and smiled and said, Lin Chen smiled, okay, you can rest. Well, breaking through the cultivation base is hard work. Next, Lin Chen took dozens of Longqing fruits. After these days of accumulation, excluding those used in the middle, the total number of Longqing fruits was 490. Taking Longqinggua, Lin Chen's advanced qi and blood attribute value soared all the way, and even made the 5 clones begin to refine the red gold vines. Over 100 meters long, and the refining realm became stronger and stronger. After steadily entering the cultivation state, Lin Chen counted the spoils of war during this period, and opened the system in one fell swoop. Tian Dao Pickup System version 6.0. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, Emperor of the Four Tribulations Advanced. Essence, 3.33 million points. Ultimate Strength, 89.51 million. Dragon Power Advanced Blood, 3.58 million points, continuously increasing. Advanced Spiritual Attribute Value, 3,799 points, close to halfway into the Holy Spirit. Advanced Cultivation Technique Essence, 4,580 points. Advanced Rune Energy, 2,988 points. Intermediate Heavenly Dao Value, 4,227 points. Intermediate Talent Points, 3,811 points. Blank Attribute, 600,000 points. Reinforcement Points, 2.49 million points. Advanced Element Energy, Fire 2124 points, Earth 1941 points, Wood 2001 points, Gold 2166 points, Water 2886 points, Thunder 2095 points, Wind 2174 points, Light 1414 points, Dark 1821 points. Exercise Status Bar, 9 Tribulations of Creation plus 15, Taisher Bible plus 14. Royal Heaven plus 13, Dragon Flash plus 14, Sword Fury plus 13, Mirror Moon plus 13. Blood Status Bar, Open or Not. Passive Talent Bar, Green Rank, Double Cultivation Acacia, Purple Rank. Assault, Purple Rank, Tear, Orange Rank, Extreme God Possession Fragment. 2/4, Nirvana Bar, Open or Not. Active Talent Bar, Open or Not. Characteristic Rune Column, Open or Not. Talent Combination Skills, Open or Not. Lin Chen decomposed and stole the attribute value of the Holy Beast all the way, and most of the element attribute values have rushed to more than 2,000 points. It can be described as a real strength surge. As of now, without the sluggish rune and the shadow splitting, I can compete with any super genius alone. Even if the extremely powerful Nangong is destroyed, I can fight head-on. The enhancement of bloodlight attributes, the breakthrough of cultivation base, the promotion of pure power, the increase of element attribute values, the soaring of spiritual power, and the enhancement of various fields make Lin Chen and the him who just entered Rainbow Island different. The background of the 8th Order Holy Beasts is extremely strong. The 8th Order pill recipes have obtained 6 volumes, the 8th Order rare minerals are more than 60, the half-orange exercises are 7 kinds, and the 8th Order Heaven and Earth treasures are more than 1,000, but the different crystal fragments are it's pitifully small, and only 8 different crystal fragments were obtained. Lin Chen thought about it, because the different crystal fragments were too small for the Holy Beast, and the Holy Beast was hardly collected. The situation is urgent, the effect of the blue-level intermediate nirvana on the Holy Realm can only barely delay the Holy Realm, and we can only give priority to the blue-level advanced nirvana that is slightly threatening to the Holy Realm. Special Attribute Value Consumption, Purgatory Burning Sky Fire, 23.3 million points, Intermediate Heavenly Dao Value 29 points, making Blue Level Advanced. Nirvana Hell Burning Sky, 2 times. Consume Special Attribute Value. In the end, Lin Chen held the Blue Level Advanced Nirvana 4 times, which was one of the most important cards in his trip. Lin Chen turned to strengthening again, and as usual, he began to strengthen in turn. But this time, his luck was overwhelming, and he only consumed 2.41 million enhancement points, and successfully added UT on exercise, plus 14, Taisher Bible, plus 15. Lin Chen practiced non-stop, refining Long Qinghua, Scarlet Gold Vine, and A Large number of silver St. Yuan coins, almost without a moment's rest. Inside Rainbow Island, east side. Ha ha ha. The harvest this time is really rich. There are 4 volumes of the Precious Purple Order top-grade alchemy handprints. Thanks to the 2 Saint Beast Seniors, there are hundreds of different crystal fragments alone, dozens of top-grade exercises, 9 half-orange exercises, 10 holy artifact casting scrolls, and over 100 8th order rare minerals, huge wealth. And there are still a lot of lost 7th order peak pills with complete efficacy, a small amount of 8th order young pills, and 1st grade holy pill recipes, and even a volume of 2nd grade pills. I am afraid that I will be able to exchange for no money when I return to the temple this time. Less contribution value. I'm afraid none of the elders expected us to have such a rich harvest. The geniuses of the Sun Moon Palace were ecstatic under the darkness. Half-orange rank exercises, even if they are placed in the 5th grade sect, are still light, and they are definitely not bad streets. The 5-rank sects, Zhenzong's combat skills, or Zhenzong's mental method are the real orange rank. Below the orange rank, the half-orange rank exercises are still the best. The newly acquired 9 half-orange level exercises have already indirectly obtained more than 200 million silver coins for the Sun Moon Palace, not to mention other 8th level pill recipes, alchemy fingerprints, and holy artifact casting scrolls. Wait a minute. If there is no holy beast in the town, even if they are superior, it is impossible to grab so much. The fly in the ointment is that the rare half-orange alchemy handprint was destroyed by that kid, damn. The genius of the Sun Moon Palace said unwillingly, but Nangong Mia, who had a leisurely face, smiled. It's okay, after the last rainbow bridge appears, we will find him together with the senior Saint Beast. Yeah, when the time comes to kill Lin Chen, his luck and spiritual plant are all ours. I'm really looking forward to seeing how many secrets this guy has. I really want to slaughter the people in their Dark Horse Club now. In the eyes of the genius of the Sun Moon Palace and the genius of the Bashan men, surly killing intent flashed, and they were still coveting the secrets of Lin Chen. Only the man in black, transformed by the 2 holy scorpions standing in the void, had a slightly solemn expression on his face. Brother, you should feel it too. Well, there are at least 2, and even more holy beasts have also left, and they seem to be murderous. I don't know what's going on. The 2 looked at each other, and the holy beast left the customs, which means that there may be variables in the next competition. However, there is no need to worry too much. My brothers have joined forces. There is hardly any holy beast on this island that can take advantage of our hands. The night passed. The next day, at noon, a rainbow flyover, extremely gorgeous, dreamy and blurred, like a galaxy, it was born out of nowhere. Rainbow Island began to boil again. And this rainbow flyover has 9 colors? It is the most precious 9-color rainbow flyover. 9-color rainbow bridge. My God, it is the legendary 9-color rainbow bridge that is rare in 10,000 years. It is said that when the 9-color rainbow bridge appears, a holy treasure will be born. In all directions of Rainbow Island, the hidden geniuses lost their voices, and shocked. 9-color rainbow bridge, the most precious rainbow bridge in history. There have been many records, such as finished holy artifacts, finished holy pills, low-grade different crystals, and other superb treasures were born. Even 500,000 years ago, there was an amazing genius who obtained the legendary orange-level combat skills in the 9-color rainbow bridge. This caused that sect to rise from the top 4th rank sect to the 5th rank sect after 100,000 years. If we go back to a longer history, what's more, I once obtained the seeds of Chi Luck spirit planting on Rainbow Island, and they soared into the sky. As long as the 9-color rainbow bridge is born, there will definitely be Chi Bao born. The 9-color rainbow bridge is no trivial matter, it's hard work. This is enough for me to take out all my cards and work hard. Ning Tianke, the top genius 100,000 years ago, obtained the lost holy elixir. After taking it, he was promoted to the holy realm, and after 50,000 years, he rushed into the enchanting list. This 9-color rainbow bridge will have a holy fate. Damn, if you don't fight it this time, when will you wait? The geniuses who have been hiding these days, all the geniuses within 10,500 of the genius list have all been dispatched. At this time is the time to desperately fight for the opportunity. The 9-color rainbow bridge is impossible to find. Even if there are holy beasts in the way, they are willing to risk their lives to fight once. The geniuses who can step into this ranking all have a few trump cards left. It is by no means an ordinary 5 tribulations battle emperor who cannot resist when he encounters a saint. On the cliff of death, Lin Chen walked in the air, and the women in Lin Chen palace lost their voices and were shocked. 9-color rainbow bridge, my God, let us hit it. Jiang Yan's eyes shone brightly. Junior sisters, this fate will no longer exist after this, let's fight, and bring out all our life-saving tricks. Lin Chen sighed and calmed down his excitement. His goal almost changed. Regardless of any changes, my goal is to give priority to grabbing Nangong, Miesna Jia and Dongfang Yao's dog life. This is the highest priority. In Lin Chen's eyes, a fierce light was revealed, and he stepped into the air with a flash, and rushed to the direction of the 9-color rainbow bridge. With the woman from the Heart Refinement Palace. The heart of the 9-color rainbow bridge, the devastated plains of blood. This time the last rainbow bridge happens to be in the blood plain. Ha 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 ha. Well done, the 9-color rainbow bridge belongs to my sun moon palace. Come on, the 8th order, holy artifact, the orange level exercise. Nangong Mia opened his arms in high spirits and laughed arrogantly. Brush. 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 A stream of light flashed across the mountains outside the plain, and it was the arrival of top-notch geniuses from all walks of life. However, the 2 men in black robes were still there, and the fierceness of the 8th order holy beast suppressed the audience. In the blood plain, except for the people from the Beishanmen and the Sun and Moon Hall, there was no one or beast. Boom. Suddenly, 2 streams of light descended from the Rainbow Sky Bridge, and the genius of the Sun Moon Palace quickly took over. When the 2 geniuses continued to deliver war energy to lift the seal, when they opened the jade box, it was actually a holy pill and a volume of a first great holy pill recipe? The first time it appeared was the holy pill, and it really is a good thing. 9-color rainbow bridge, our Sun Moon Palace will return with a full load. This time, unstoppable ecstasy, the 2 geniuses handed over the holy pill to Nangong Mia. The super geniuses were moved in their hearts, but when they saw the fierceness of the 2 holy beasts becoming more and more fierce, when they looked at the surrounding environment and the geniuses, they forcibly calmed down. Wait. This time, just wait. All the super geniuses know that at this time, whoever loses his temper and goes up to grab it first will be used as a stepping stone by others. The comparison is patience and endurance, see who is more composure. But Jibao is currently, the situation is bound to change, no one will really Miss the 9-color rainbow bridge, it depends on who gets discouraged first. Brush. At this time, Lin Chen and the women from the Lin Chen palace also arrived. Ning Qingxian and Shen Lingshuang exited from the Taoyuan planting capsule. Looking around, the situation was quite serious. Boom. The rainbow phenomenon is like a meteor shower falling into the world. The 17 streams of light are falling like meteorites, and the geniuses of the Sun and Moon Palace have shot and captured them. It is 17 kinds of 8th order strange minerals of extremely high quality, such as the size of a human body, clear and gorgeous, and the appearance is very high. Excellent. With various properties. Brush. 2 more sacred artifact casting scrolls arrived, and the geniuses of the Sun Moon Palace were ecstatic. Finally, when there was a genius who couldn't help but want to act, Nangong, Mia and Dongfang Yao stood up at the same time. As long as there are people who are not afraid of death, come up. Even if you have a few tricks to get through the encirclement of the 2 Saint Beast. Seniors, do you have the strength to break through the encirclement of our 2 joint forces? Nangong flicked his nails, the clouds were light and the wind was light, like a king in charge of the situation. He once again stunned the geniuses. Hee, this guy is very bluffing. Lin Chen smiled, the purple gold pupils light flashed and disappeared, and he smiled excitedly. Come on, those guys are coming, the good show is about to start. Well, I will make the Sun Moon Palace a chrysanthemum later. Explode. Lin Chen's coquettish smirk made Jiang Yun feel a little nervous. This young Master Lin Chen is more handsome than anyone when he is supposed to be handsome, but no one can match him when he is bad. Roar. A roar tore apart the situation controlled by the Sun Moon Palace. The eyes of the 2 men in black robes were dignified for a moment, and they looked to the east, and a golden-robed man stepped out from the plain of blood. It is the 8th order holy beast, the ancient golden eagle. Sure enough, it's here. It's you 2 scorpions who are supporting these boys, aren't they? The appearance of the golden-robed man and his words made the 2 holy scorpions puzzled. One of them clasped his fists and said, Big Eagle brother. What you said, we are just repaying our kindness. Returning kindness to you. What kind of love is it to return kindness to let these boys steal on my head? The primordial golden eagle grinned angrily and said, as if the real golden light was murderous and angered into the sky, there is quite a tendency to start a fight if there is a disagreement. The genius of the Sun Moon Palace is a little confused. What is the situation? Stolen on your head? What's the matter? The 2 heads and 3 green and green king scorpions haven't finished speaking yet. Boom. A figure with a strong back and a sturdy figure walked in the air, with a body that leaned against the sky and covered the earth, like a majestic and domineering punch. Another holy beast, the heavenly desolate holy ape. It's not over yet. Woo. A long roar shook the sky, and the airflow collapsed in all directions. All the geniuses outside the plane could not help but run the battle gas to protect the eardrums and cover their ears. A stern man in a blood-robed robe was suspended in the void, and on the opposite of him, there was a blonde-haired blue-robed man who was fierce and terrifying. The people in the Sun Moon Palace and the 100 Saint sect felt more and more bad, and the feeling of unease enveloped their hearts. Bang! 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 The earth shook and the mountains shook, and a huge giant tortoise climbed out, and every time it shook, the ground cracked and the tree collapsed and crashed into the plain. It seems to carry a thick tortoise shell, like a majestic mountain, behind it. Its aura is as deep as 1,000 mountains, and its exhalation can set off a tornado and hurricane. It is the oldest of all the holy beasts present. All the geniuses were terrified, and even the divine profound sacred turtle came. Lin Chen rubbed his hands excitedly. It's all here. Haha, see how many people will be hooked this time. The sun Moon Palace will have to peel off the skin this time if it doesn't die. The scene is very anxious, and even the air is full of murderous aura. This is an extremely rare scene. The ancient golden eagle, the heavenly holy shark, the blood demon wolf king, the heavenly holy ape, the earthly underworld holy tortoise, the overlords and beasts of Rainbow Island all gathered together. Tianyu holy shark said with a smile. What's going on? I'm here to tell you what's going on with the two scorpions. These two bastards stole our heads and stole all our treasures. The heavenly desolate holy ape pointed at Nangong Mia and Dongfang Yao, and sneered loudly. The two of them even boasted that they were supported by the two of you, and this Rainbow Island was reserved for their Sun Moon Palace. Right? The Earthming profound sacred turtle said solemnly, return the old man's things. You can forgive the sins of your human race in the past, otherwise the old man will also take action. The geniuses of the Sun Moon Palace turned pale in an instant. Especially Nangong Mia and Dongfang Yao looked at each other in shock and doubt, thinking that the other party violated the agreement to do something good. Everyone, there must be a misunderstanding here. I waited for the two brothers to repay the forces behind them. I have been by these little guys recently, and I have never seen any of them leave. Yeah, don't let others be used as gunmen, there must be a conspiracy here. Maybe it's killing people with a knife. The two holy scorpions hurriedly said that there were so many holy beasts present, even the two of them would have to worry about their lives if they were besieged. Let your motherfucker fart. The blood demon wolf king scolded directly. You motherfucker, is this king blind? This king is the most sensitive to the discrimination of breath. It is the hands of the two of them. You still want to quibble? Being a gunner? Didn't you say that you reserved Rainbow Island, is that correct? The heavenly desolate holy ape sneered. The ancient golden eagle sneered about this sentence. This king believes that any human genius who is present at the scene can prove that you have said this sentence. If you don't exchange things today, give us another statement. Then, the king still has to learn the great tricks of your brothers after they were sanctified. His palm has begun to condense brilliant golden light, like a knife, wind, and blade clutching and rejoining, suffocating to the sky. The golden eagle is the strongest speed holy beast on Rainbow Island, and he is not afraid to offend any holy beast. Nangong Mia and Dongfang Yao were in a cold sweat. They did say something like private room, but they didn't steal anything from the holy beasts. Who the hell is sick to steal the property of the holy beast? Isn't this going into the hut with a lantern? Even with the support of two holy beasts, they are not qualified to offend the holy beasts of the entire Rainbow Island. In fact, the wisdom of the holy beasts is definitely not low. They have lived for such a long time and they are not easily driven existences. But when Lin Chen impersonated the two, he almost repeated the words of Sun Moon Palace. The most important thing is the change of the 1,000 illusion masks. As long as you don't use your mind to fight, the camouflage effect is flawless. Almost all the holy beasts trust their own judgments very much, and if they do, it is the two of them. Just as the two holy scorpions hurriedly continued to defend themselves, young figure came out. Wow, Senior Saint Beasts, you are finally here. All eyes were on this handsome young man. The young man said with a miserable face, I have personally heard the plan of the two of them to rob the seniors of the holy beasts, and they also said that this time there are 2 holy scorpions to support them, and they will press down all the holy beasts and eat shit. Dad, he also said that after robbing the holy beasts, we will rent out all the treasures of the rainbow overpass, and we will also rob us humans. The holy beasts frowned. The boy was outraged and shouted through gritted teeth. After I discovered this plan, I wanted to tell everyone first, but they were the first to discover it, and I even ran out of it rolling and crawling, and almost lost my life. Senior holy beasts, think about it, you brought your wife, I fell asleep, practiced, ate hot pot and sang songs, and was suddenly robbed by the Sun Moon Palace. That's why people in the Sun and Moon Palace must be suppressed, not suppressed. The days without the Sun and Moon Palace are good days. The juniors would rather not have the treasures of the Rainbow Bridge. The generous speech of the young man completely ignited the anger of the holy beasts against the Sun Moon Temple. Okay, now even the witnesses are gathered, it seems that there is nothing to say, let's kill first and then take our treasure back. The eyes of the holy beasts shifted to Dongfang Yao and Nangong Mia. The pressure of the crowd increased sharply, and the 2 men in black robes immediately protected the geniuses. Damn, how could this be? There is a problem, there is absolutely a problem, right, who the hell is this? Nangong was in a cold sweat, and all the geniuses in the Sun and Moon Hall hugged together. Even the baby of the 9-color rainbow bridge was too late to grab it. This situation instantly changed from their absolute advantage to an absolute disadvantage. Suddenly, Dongfang Yao and Nangong Mia's pupils trembled, and they clearly saw that the boy in white, who appeared to speak, was winking at them with a smirk. I wipe. Is it? Dongfang Yao and Nangong Mia are about to give an answer, and before they have time to speak, with a bang, 2 holy beasts shot. The immemorial golden eagle and the heavenly desolate holy ape immediately launched a powerful offensive, 1 punch and 1 palm. The space was turbulent, the golden light flashed, and the golden knife wind cut the airflow into silk threads, which was especially terrifying. Boom! Boom! The 2 men in black robes swept out 2 rays of holy light, offsetting the attacks of the 2 saints, but what followed was a more violent attack by the heavenly nether holy shark and the blood demon wolf king. Boom! The terrifying monstrous war broke out in an instant. The entire blood plain was shattered, the sky and the earth were pale, and the wind and clouds were like torn fragments scattered in the sky. There is ecstasy in the hearts of all geniuses. It's up. It's all up. Their favorite scene to see appeared. Brush. A few more streams of light fell into the world, and the best treasures continued to be born. Finally, there was a genius who couldn't hold back and attacked quickly. All show their magical powers, either taking medicinal pills or using the prototype holy artifact, or urging the secret technique. The movement technique skyrocketed, and the speed was extremely fast. Let's act 2. How about you, Mr. Lin Chen? Jiangyan turned to look at Lin Chen. He shook his head and smiled. You choose. My goal is Nangong Mia and others. Kill first and then capture treasure. Boom! At this time, a ray of dazzling rays of light bloomed and fell from under the 9-color rainbow. The holy power was born, and a finished holy artifact was born. The expressions of all geniuses changed suddenly, and they were ecstatic in an instant, and the speed of their actions increased by 3 points. Everyone avoided the area where the holy beasts were fighting as much as possible, and started a frantic treasure hunt. All of them were red-eyed. "Master, when are we going to wait?" Shenling Shuang said unwillingly when she saw the birth of the holy artifact. She seemed to be very interested in things like stealing treasures. "Ling Shuang, have you forgotten what your master taught you? The more important opportunities you encounter, the more calm you must be. The more calm people are, the more likely they are to get the most important treasure." Lin Chen smiled and rubbed her hair. Jiang Yin was shocked. She glanced at the young man's face. From the beginning to the end, Lin Chen never took a look at the 9-color rainbow bridge, and he didn't even take a look at the birth of the holy artifact. His eyes were fixed on Nangong Mia and the others. "What a tough and strong heart, even I was moved, just now. The value of the finished holy artifact is not comparable to the prototype holy artifact. Even so, he still stands still, without any intention to act. It is too evil." "How old is he? How old are you? What kind of experience do you have to go through to create such a powerful state of mind?" Jiang Yunfang's heart trembled slightly. Her inner impression of Lin Chen was raised to an unprecedented height. The heart of this young man is terrifying. The birth of a holy artifact caused geniuses to kill in the dark, and all of them were red-eyed. The half-orange level exercise technique at the bottom of the box was performed like a gust of wind and rain, slamming frantically from the high altitude of the blood plain, tearing out a storm of war. The battle began to attract more geniuses, and the remaining 3,000-odd geniuses also began to approach the 9-color rainbow bridge. When they discovered that the Sun-Moon Palace and the 100 Saints Gate were besieged, they couldn't help being ecstatic. Subsequently, more geniuses began to bypass the battle area of the holy beast and joined the snatch battle. However, as if it was a prelude before the carnival, after the 9-color rainbow bridge descended on more than a dozen 8th-order exotic mines, a faint ray of light emitting a dim starlight fell down. Everyone was shocked, and when they stared at each other, they took a deep breath. The starlight is wrapped in a transparent crystal-like sealing energy cover. And inside the energy cover is actually a seed. You can't go wrong. There is only one possibility for the seeds falling under the 9-color rainbow overpass. Chi Luck planting seeds. The foundation of the 10,000-year sect. The hard conditions for the holy world to become a sect of the 2nd grade or above are the number of saints and the spiritual planting of chi fortune. Even the sages have to snatch the treasures of bloodshed. After a chi fortune spiritual plant, even if the sect is not opened, the wealth of the sages will skyrocket. Junior brothers, it's time to make a name for yourself. Bring back the seeds of Chi Luck spirit planting. We are the #1 hero of the sect. This credit is more than enough to cultivate the sect-suppressing combat skills. Obtaining the seeds of the Chi Luck spirit planting means obtaining the sect's only orange level skill, kill it. Crazy roars and roars, killing intent, surged like a frightening dragon, colliding with each other. How spectacular was that scene! The sky was shimmering with colorful war radiance, and a large number of afterimages crisscrossed. The confrontation of hundreds of super first-class talents, the melee of over 1,000 top-tier talents. This is a really crazy melee. At this stage, there are already rare treasures such as the 8th-order saint artifact, the Chi Luck spirit planting seed, the 8th-order holy pill, etc., which are enough to destroy anyone's sanity. However, at this time, Jiang Yun and the women from the Heart Refinement Palace were staring at Lin Chen as if they had seen a ghost. He didn't even plan to act. His eyes had been staring at the melee circle of the holy beast, and he didn't even look at the seed of the luck spirit planting. Is Mr. Lin Chen really still a human being? He is not even interested in planting seeds. He owns 3 spiritual plants for luck, so he should be very clear about the value of this thing. Could it be that his heart is strong enough to obliterate his emotions and desires? Or is it that even the spirit of luck can't get into his eyes when planting seeds? The girls were horrified and sighed from the bottom of their hearts. He is like a cheetah lurking in the dark, poised, snooping, waiting for the moment when the prey is exhausted, attack with the most ferocious power. It's not that Lin Chen doesn't care about these treasures, and no one will dislike the number of cultivation resources. It's not that Lin Chen's heart is enough to obliterate his emotions and desires, but that he knows that the decision-making power is not there. What he needs most is a large number of different crystal fragments obtained by Sun Moon Palace some time ago. As long as Nangong Mia is taken down, the moment he has a large number of nirvana in his hand, he can take over everything that appears on the 9-color rainbow bridge. The one who really reserved is someone from Ta Lin. So no matter what treasure appears, Lin Chen firmly believes that as long as he gets a lot of different crystal fragments, these things can't escape, they are all his. Before you have a lot of nirvana, any treasure hunt is futile. Only by grabbing the different crystal fragments collected by the Sun Moon Palace and producing a large number of nirvanas, even the holy beasts can't stop me. Before that, even if the goddamn orange level combat skills were born, I would not grab them. Lin Chen's eyes flickered with the fierce gleam of breaking the cauldron and sinking the boat. When all the geniuses rushed to the competition circle to snatch the rare treasures of the 9-color rainbow bridge, the battle of the holy beasts was in full swing. The holy beasts vented their anger and killing intent to find Nangong Mia and Dongfang Yao these days. No matter how Sun Moon Palace explains it, they won't listen. However, the 5 holy beasts besieged were on guard against each other, and their combat power was limited. However, the cooperation of the 2 holy scorpions was flawless, so even if it was 5 against 2, the 3 blue and green king scorpions with their own bodies fought with all their might, and their combat power surged. In addition, the many life-saving cards of the Sun Moon Palace and the Bashan men are constantly being played, and there is the 100 treasures. Holy Gourd, who is good at defense. There is a dark shuttle that is good at moving. There is an 8-sided exquisite mirror that is good at reflective attacks. They are all life-saving sacred weapons. With the strength of geniuses, they barely used a little power to temporarily parry the attacks of 5 sacred beasts. But in the chaotic holy beast war circle, a strange thing happened. That is the earthly profound sacred turtle. It suddenly gave up the battle and did not fight, it retreated to the side. And the old beast's eyes crossed the look of thought. What's wrong? This is really their purpose. Even if they can't predict that there will be a 9-color rainbow bridge, but after they stole all the holy beasts, they will either hide it or start first, and join the 2 scorpions to take turns against us. Sneak attack. Regardless of any choice, it will not cause the current situation. Now that the 9-color rainbow bridge is born, they can completely return all the things of the holy beast. With the help of these 2 scorpions, they can still become the biggest winner of the game. Why not do it? What the hell is wrong? No matter how high the wisdom of holy beasts is, they are also transformed. From the day after tomorrow, and the fierceness and wildness in their bones often take precedence over their rationality. As a result, they never doubted their perceptions and thought about the status quo at all. Instead, they thought that they had the upper hand, and they won the first match and won the opponent. Only the earthly profound sacred turtle is a rare case. It is the oldest sacred beast. Its fierceness and wildness are not as violent as other fierce beasts, and it is the calmest one. It sensed the anomaly, and regardless of any choice, Sun-Moon Palace should not cause the current situation. But, this is completely contradictory. If not them, who were the two people who appeared that day? The breath and appearance are exactly the same, and even the holy beast has been deceived. No. Although the two human races that appeared that day were the same as them, they controlled a secret technique that traversed the void and easily escaped the pursuit of the holy beast. But now they haven't used it. With a flash of inspiration, the head of the holy turtle boss shook his head. I don't rule out the possibility that that move has usage restrictions, but if there are usage restrictions, this kind of life-saving trump card shouldn't be used indiscriminately. The old man was tricked. The moment the Earthming Xianxing turtle realized the seriousness of the problem, a change occurred. The two holy scorpions ripped apart the offensive with all their might, making room for the geniuses of the Beishanmen and the Sun Moon Temple, allowing Nangong Mia and others to escape from the battle of the holy beasts. Finally escaped. Quickly withdraw, the two seniors won't be able to hold back for too long. Senior brother, that was born with the seeds of Chi Luck spirit planting. Are you alive to take it? The geniuses of the Sun Moon Palace and the 100 Saint Gates retreated rapidly. Want to go? Ugly human race, it's not so easy for you to leave. The four holy beasts roared violently, wanting to chase and kill them. Brush. The two Jade King scorpions rolled up their scorpion tails and swept away, shaking the two holy beasts away, their poisonous hooks and stings, and their poisonous spurts, stabbing back the ancient golden eagle and the wild holy ape. Finally, all the 42 people from the Beishanmen and the Sun and Moon Temple escaped. Boom. At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly dispatched like a cheetah poised to the extreme, swooping towards his prey. The moment before the action, all the clones frantically took many 7th Order Peak Lost Elixir. The purple charm streaming pill that supports the body technique, the Xian Bang pill that increases the fighting spirit, the Tiankui Wuxing pill that temporarily increases the fighting spirit of the 5 elements, the Wanlong pill that temporarily increases the strength, and so on. The clones don't have to worry about the sequelae at all. Lin Chen is full of firepower in an instant. The wings of the holy phoenix pierced the sky, the white light and dragon shadow attacked like a hidden dragon, and Lin Chen and all the clones suddenly exploded. The 8 transformation and the ultimate moment. Shenling Shuang was the one who reacted the fastest to keep up with Lin Chen's footsteps, followed by Ning Qingxian, who rushed into the battlefield like a cloud-piercing arrow. When the sudden murderous intent enveloped Nangong Mia, his face changed in horror. Mirror Moon Edict. Sword Fury. With one sword and one sword, the moonlight slashed the sky and the earth, condensed into an orange light sword, and the rainbow slashed the Sun Moon Palace and the 100 Saints Gate. One water and one fire. The killing intent was extremely strong. Dark Horse Club? Defense. The moment Nangong Mia and Dongfang Yao lost their voices in shock, the Geniuses of the two major five-rank sects immediately reacted. They adjusted their postures and played defensive combat techniques or counterattack techniques. The battle gas turned into several acres of black turtles, condensed water blue giant whales, battle gas red armor, energy shields, multicolored ancient mirrors, etc., all in an instant. The strongest defense. Boom. The moonlight slashing light and the burning anger Jianhong were divided into 5, and the power skyrocketed. Followed by 5 blue spiritual annihilation beams and 5 golden spear lights, like a dragon running through. What is even more terrifying is the lore sword light that was born. There are green with blue, blue and purple, for sword lights are divided into 20 shots. And the 20 sword lights carry the killing intent and different attributes, too. Destroy everything. The fighting spirit is cut in anger. Host trigger passive talent, tier times 2. Boom. 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 The flying knife streamer cut on the energy shield, and the moonlight slashed the battle aura red armor. Jianhong slashed the blue giant whale of war qi, and Gung Jinhong pierced the tortoise of war qi, shattering the defenses of the two major sects almost instantly. Pfft. The light beam of spiritual annihilation shocked many geniuses to vomit blood. Their faces were pale, and their mental consciousness was confused. This time, Beishan Men and Sun Moon Palace reluctantly made such an offensive. And the endless 30% power penetrated, making Nangong Mia and Dongfang Yao shocking. The genius of the Beishan Men suddenly appeared 4 wounded, and there were 2 more geniuses in the Sun Moon Palace, which were so shaken that they lost consciousness. There is also a genius who even had his life-saving defensive cards torn apart, and died under the afterglow of the moonlight, and was split in half. Lin Chen. How dare you kill my people in Sun Moon Palace? Nangong Miao was angry and horrified. Dongfang Yao was horrified. How strong is his strength? What made him unacceptable was that not only Lin Chen, but the entire Dark Horse Clubhouse had undergone a qualitative transformation. Compared with the last battle, Lin Chen's element attribute value has more than doubled. Not to mention the double breakthrough of pure power and cultivation. In addition to taking the lost medicine pill and Ming Qingshuan's cultivation technique, each of Lin Chen's clones has the ability to fight against geniuses such as Dongfang Yao sect. Roar. The Dragon Emperor transformed into a humanoid to help the battle, and the 3 bloodline magical powers took turns to display, and together with Ning Qingxian, several geniuses were killed off guard. Shenling Shuang is even more powerful, and she has entered the center of the geniuses alone, like entering a realm of no one. No genius is her one-punch enemy, not even a super genius can stop her. She has been able to fight against Dongfang Yao with the cultivation of 4 tribulations, and even Nangong Mia is not necessarily her opponent with the cultivation of 5 tribulations. The female disciples of the Heart Refinement Palace also arrived. They swallowed the medicinal pills, and their combat power skyrocketed. The long hidden trump card was finally played, forming a great formation, with Sun Yuer as the center, and entered the battlefield. The amazing thing is that they didn't snatch many rare treasures, but instead helped Lin Chen and others. The entire sky suddenly turned into a chaotic mass. The 2 major sects that Lin Chen and his party were forced to face once again used the 8-sided exquisite mirror and the holy artifacts such as the 100 treasures holy gourd to defend and parry. Quickly use the dark shuttle to escape. Nangong Mian shouted in a rage. A genius took out a dark red boat shuttle, bit His blood, and a huge dark red ship of hundreds of meters was born quickly. Many geniuses have withdrawn into the giant ship. Want to escape with the space halos? Rune of slowness. Lin Chen sneered, and with 200 points of high-level rune energy, he shot a slow rune in the air, freezing the dark red giant ship in mid-air. Its clone angrily drew a sword and swung a sword, and shot with a bow. Swords. And swords, arrows soar to the sky. Boom. 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 Many attacks were madly bombarding between the giant ships, but they were blocked by 8 ancient mirrors with different brilliance. Attack together. Jiang Yun led the girls of the Heart Refinement Palace to attack together. Ning Qingxian read the formula, and the slender jade fingertips shot out too. Pure blue water droplets, which merged into the bodies of Lin Chen and Shen Lingshuang, and their strength increased sharply. Shen Lingshuang punched the cabin. Many attacks finally shook the defense of the 8-sided exquisite mirror and beat the dark fairy to the ground. The space was stagnant by him? Can his secret technique achieve this level? Nangong Mia's pupils trembled in fear. Standing at the head of the cabin, he saw Lin Chen jumping up with his purple wings flapping. Lin Chen held the gun above his head with both hands, swinging the gun in an arc like half a month, and swept it down with one blow. Clang! Boom! Lin Chen showed the marksmanship of royal heaven to the extreme. One shot bombarded the dark fairy shuttle, the 5 golden lights strangling the hull of the ship were violent, and Lin Chen shot back alive. Then, the dark red giant ship shrunk rapidly. Pfft! The super first-class genius holding the dark fairy shuttle suddenly vomited blood, not because the holy weapon was not good, but because he used it too much. In the struggle of the holy beast just now, he has tried his best to control the holy artifact with all his strength, and now he has no power at all. Damn it! If this goes on, they will suffer heavy casualties. The 2 giant jade king scorpions wanted to break through, but the 4 holy beasts suddenly surrounded them and took turns to attack. That group of humans is killing each other, don't let them go to support. Hey, those little bastards are dying. I'll get back the Na ring after they're dead. The thoughts of the holy beasts coincided, frantically blocking the 2 jade king scorpions. Only the sacred tortoise of the underworld was deeply concerned about the battle of Lin Chen and others. When the Andashuo could no longer be used, the group only had the last sacred weapon of defense, the 100 treasures holy gourd, which was hard to defend. Lin Chen, the clones, and the girls in the Heart Refinement Palace were aggressively attacking, and they didn't plan to let them go, and attacked in turns. The clones, or the geniuses of the 100 Saint Gate and the Sun Moon Temple, have no chance to escape at all. Even Dongfang Yao and Nangong Mia were in a hard fight. Lin Chen slammed Nangong Mia all the way. It was completely different from the previous trend of spitting blood with a single blow. He can fight against me with only 4 calamities? This son's potential is far greater than mine. I hate that he didn't kill him the first time last time. When Nangong Mia felt remorse in his heart, the vision suddenly changed. Boom! What everyone did not expect was that a dazzling orange meteor that seemed to illuminate the whole world fell from the 9-color rainbow bridge. The center of the light is actually a roll of exercises. Its energy, fluctuations and mysterious corrugated seals far exceed the half-orange rank. Exercises. All the geniuses who are still fighting, take a deep breath. Orange rank exercises? A sudden orange light broke everyone's cognition and expectations. When everyone was still fighting for the holy artifact, holy pill, and even. The seeds of the spirit of luck, a streamer was born, and the orange level cultivation technique came. Orange level exercises are here. My God, I can actually meet you in my lifetime. How many saints can't have a roll of orange level exercises in their entire lives, and now they have been met by this young master? Ha ha ha. Kill. Whoever stops them will die. All geniuses are like wild beasts, and the chaotic battle is intensifying. Even those geniuses who can hold their breath in the face of the spirit planting seeds are all dispatched at this moment. The girls of the Heart Refinement Palace couldn't help but stop there. Attacking formation, giving the genius of the Sun Moon Palace a chance to breathe. Their eyes widened, their breaths trembling slightly. Combat skills are divided into yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and orange. The orange level exercises represent the apex. It really has the power to destroy the plane and destroy one world. There is an orange level cultivation technique born. Jiang Yun gritted her teeth and fell into a tangle. This time, the 9-color rainbow bridge has an orange level exercise? Although it can't be competed, Lin Chen and the guys will definitely act. After all, the lives of most people in the Sun Moon Palace have been saved. And there is still a chance to make a comeback. When Nangong Miao was ready to withdraw his legs with everyone, he shot him, who was caught off guard, and smashed his head into blood. Nangong Mia's hands were burning with the extreme fighting spirit of the sun and the moon, and he subconsciously slapped a palm. After being repelled by the sharp spear, his face was full of disbelief when he raised his head. Brush. The wings of the holy phoenix fluttered, and Lin Chen was like a sea of fury. When he pulled the spear tip, the shadow of the spear was like a pear blossom in a torrential rain. What a joke. Nangong Mian's heart trembled. The orange meteor that shocked all the geniuses was hundreds of miles behind Lin Chen, but he not shaken. Lin Chen's eyes did not waver at all. His murderous aura was approaching him, and there was no change in the slightest between the sharp marksmanship and the birth of the orange level technique. Dongfang Yao, who was pulling the glass holy sword, sucked in a cold breath. And the scalps of many geniuses were numb. Even the Dark Horse Club is the same, all of them have not stopped. Even at the moment when the orange level combat skills were born, their offensive was still fierce, and even intensified. Everyone's first reaction was crazy. The people in the Dark Horse Club are all crazy. Don't you even want the orange level exercise? With your strength and lineup, Band has a chance to win the orange level exercise. Why? Is it better to kill my Sun Moon Temple and the Beishan men than to win the orange level exercise? Is the law even more important? The orange level combat skills that symbolize the apex of the practice method can't make a fuss in your heart. Nangong Mia's offensive has slowed down. To be precise, it was his fear. Nangong Miao was born, and it was the first time that people who had a lower cultivation base had fear. He was frightened, and in the frantic afterimage, he vaguely saw a pair of eyes. Those are a pair of dark eyes, golden light flashing from time to time, staring at him from beginning to end. He is like a wolf in the dark night, like a cheetah that bites its target, as if he will never let go until he takes his last breath. Any momentary relaxation may be swallowed by this monster. Even Jiang Yun, who was a companion, felt lingering fears for the spirit of everyone in the Dark Horse Club. These people are really special monsters. Even the birth of the orange level exercise, no one was moved by it. Without blinking your eyes. After a long battle, the geniuses of the Sun Moon Palace first began to collapse. Lin Chen and the clones used the flickering light and shadow to attack, without saving, triggering the tear talent in turn. Whenever the tearing talent is triggered, with 30% penetration power, a genius will fall when the tearing is basically triggered. Lin Chen, I admit defeat. I surrender, you win, don't kill my people from Sun Moon Palace. Nangong Mian's heart-wrenching screams and wailing said he was beaten with blood by Lin Chen's marksmanship, and he could not keep up with the spread of the injury by constantly taking medicinal pills. His Sun and Moon sacred shield has been used up, and the genius of the Sun and Moon Hall has fallen for 10 geniuses, so there is really no life-saving trick. If he fights again, he may really be consumed by Lin Chen. Lin Chen swung the red spear with both hands, and stabbed out a radiance of gold, and his sharp edge smashed Nangong Mia's defense. Lin Chen pouted and sneered. Begging for mercy and admit defeat? Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? If there is no siege of these holy beasts, after your Sun Moon Palace grabs the Rainbow Bridge, I am afraid that the first person you will find is Lin Chen, right? I will be the one who will die. You still talk to me about surrender? I vote for you, give me death. After the extreme return of Yuan was used in turn, the talent points were constantly being consumed at a rapid rate. After Lin Chen used his best shot of the sacred god spear, he penetrated Nangong Mia's defense and pierced one of his arms. It just so happened that in that arm, there happened to be Nangong Mia's Neji. Lin Chen stretched out his hand and erupted into a dark robbery, drew his arm over, and snatched the ring. Before he could check the situation in Neji, Nangong was hoarse. Lin Chen. You dare to let this son suffer such humiliation, even if I die, I have to pull you down. Boom. Knowing that Lin Chen would not let him go, Nangong Mia, who had no chance to survive, chose the most extreme path, and his whole body burst out with war energy. Come on. Lianqing Palace, Shenling Shuang and others immediately retreated. Not good. Nangong Mia is going to explode, go back. The nearest Dongfang Yao was stunned. When he was about to pull his younger brother and sister to evacuate, his clone, Tru Deing, punched him violently with a punch of life and death, knocking him back and flying to the direction of Nangong Mia. The clones put away their weapons one after another, fought with their bare hands, and desperately delayed the many geniuses of the Beishanmen and the Sun Moon Palace. Damn, are you crazy? Grass. You don't want to die. When the geniuses exclaimed in shock, Nangong Mia was like a round of reversed Sun and Moon, which exploded in an instant, and the terrifying Sun and Moon battle gas formed a polarized energy explosion, shrouding most of the two geniuses inside. At the moment when the energy storm was about to hit Lin Chen, his figure turned into a space beam, activated the talent of superdimensional teleportation, and jumped into space in an instant. The pupils of the Earthming profound sacred turtle trembled. This trick? Boom. Yang Yan's fighting spirit and Yuehua's fighting spirit exploded in a polarized manner, and most of the two geniuses were involved. Unless there was a life-saving trump card of the holy artifact, the possibility of surviving was extremely low. Lin Chen watched the attribute light balls in the storm continue to increase, and the geniuses were rapidly falling. His clone also fell into it, and the 1000 phantom mask automatically returned to the system space. But being able to bury a lot of geniuses together is already very profitable. They are both the 5 tribulations battle emperor, but the Nangong destruction and self-destruction with the 4th grade holy vein are Completely different from the ordinary 5 tribulations war emperor's self. Destruction. Suddenly, Lin Chen did not tear the spiritual seal of Neji immediately, but pinched his handprint, and the terrifying annihilation spiritual energy burst out from his eyebrows. Want to escape with a mental body after self-destruction? Eat Lao Tzu and annihilate. Lin Chen sneered, his handprints changed suddenly, and a blue spiritual beam of light erupted between his eyebrows, slamming into the top of the energy storm angrily. Do not. The blue spiritual light shone, and the shrill screams dissipated under the spiritual annihilation beam. A few strands of illusory spiritual body vanished into ashes, dissipating between heaven and earth, scattered with a large number of spiritual energy attribute light balls floating in the void. In addition, there are 4 orange crystal treasure chests floating in the void. Junlin Tian talent accumulation energy, 950,000, 400,000, 1.2 million points. The system flashed on the screen, and Lin Chen activated his ruler of the world talent on the first day he entered Rainbow Island, starting from the encirclement of geniuses who broke through the barbarian realm. The current King's Landing, after so many days of accumulation, the energy it has accumulated has reached an extremely terrifying number. Brush. Lin Chen's head exploded with a large amount of golden light, and his ranking on the genius list instantly rose to the ranking of Nangong Mia, 10,088. The spiritual seals in the 2 Nagong rings that Nangong destroyed were automatically dissipated, and the contents inside could be probed at will. When the Yuehua Yen flame storm gradually disappeared, only 7 people remained. The remaining geniuses are all on the verge of death. Dongfang Yao is even more bloody, as if it has peeled off its skin, and the bones are frozen. With the seriously injured geniuses, and those who were lucky enough to run fast, there are 9 people left in the Sun Moon Palace, and only 4 people left in the 100 Saint sect. The 9 robbery stars condensed, and when Lin Chen was about to make up for the 9 robbery stars, a terrifying murderous intent suddenly smashed behind Lin Chen. Be careful. Jiangyan exclaimed. Ning Qingxian rushed behind Lin Chen with clenched teeth. Boom. A force that was as deep as Qianjun Wanyue instantly suppressed it, crushing Lin Chen to the death, and there was a squeezing sound of bones from all the limbs. The huge tortoise claws of more than 10 feet ripped down, extremely thick and powerful, and they wanted to tear Lin Chen apart with a single blow. It's the holy beast. The strongest blow of the Earthming Xianshin turtle. Everyone witnessed this moment but did not react. However, there seems to be one exception. Wearing a peach-red skirt, the hem slowly floated, and a faint divine might lingered between her brows. It was a tall and slender charming woman, like a sonorous rose in full bloom on the battlefield. The woman didn't know when to rush to Lin Chen's side. He closed his fist and clenched his fist, shaking his pink fist lightly, his snowy arms like goat fat burned with galloping and domineering fire and robbery, and he swam like a dragon within his 5 slender fingers. Fist burst into the sky. The woman actually slammed the underworld holy turtle head-on. Sigh. Bang. The terrifying aftermath shook, and the mushroom cloud exploded between a claw and a punch, and the aftermath of the energy swept away, tearing apart the ley lines in the plain, shattering like a block of tofu. The 2 sides retreated, and the Earthming Xian sacred turtle was actually repelled. This scene caught the attention of the holy beast circle in the melee. Click. Click. There was a cracking sound from the snow arm that charmed Sister Yu, and the Cherry lips, bleed. The pressure dropped sharply, Lin Chen's movements flashed, and he caught the woman. Before he could speak, the pink light flowed, and she smaller. Ling Shuang. Is that you? Lin Chen was stunned when he looked at the little girl who was vomiting blood in his arms. Why does this girl seem to have grown 10 years old just now? What's even more outrageous is that she beat the holy beast with one punch. Lin Chen is very clear about the gap between the Battle Emperor realm and the Holy Realm. The power of that punch just now definitely surpassed the level of the Emperor of War. Nizi, how did you do it? Are you okay? Lin Chen hurriedly said with concern, sending a wisp of fighting spirit into Shenling Shuang's delicate body, and quickly retreated. There are such strange human races. Daiming Xianxing Turtle looked at Shenling Shuang in surprise. I don't know. After activating the bloodline, it becomes like this. It seems that when the bloodline is activated, there is no sense of crisis as usual in the face of the Holy Realm. Shenling Shuang said with a puzzled face. Lin Chen was shocked. It must be the reason why this girl's bloodline was activated and awakened in advance by him. If not, the 5 Tribulations Battle Emperor can smash the gap between the Holy Realm and still not die, even he can't do it now. Let Shenling Shuang take a few long Qinghua, and after confirming that she is alright, Lin Chen said seriously, you can't take any more shots, leave it to the master. Human, was it you who disguised as those 2 humans and sneaked into the old man's lair that day? The Earthming Profound Sacred Turtle growled and questioned. All the geniuses, and even the holy beasts, showed a hint of astonishment. The secret technique of space shuttle you used just now is exactly the trick used by the thieves who sneaked into the old man's lair that day. The old man will not admit his mistake. If you don't explain it honestly, you can't leave alive today. One word stirred up 1,000 waves. The words of the holy tortoise caused the holy beasts in the chaotic battle to stop immediately. What did the old ghost just say? Someone else sneaked into his lair? Speaking of which, when this kid avoided the human race thief and blew himself up, it didn't seem to use the human race movement technique, it was more like the speed of traveling through the void. Damn, it's the kid who took away the core of this king's 8th order vicious beast. The Tianyu holy shark appeared suspicious and fierce. The eyes of the holy beasts are locked on Lin Chen, while the remaining geniuses of the Sun Moon Palace and the 100 Saint Gate quickly retreated. They were horrified. Dongfang Yao couldn't believe it. What are you kidding? Do you think that these holy beasts are all brought by him? Some geniuses who retired from the snatch battle were stunned when they heard the news. No way. Are these holy beasts provoked by the Dark Horse Club? The age of the holy tortoise has lived for several epochs, its words are not groundless, things may not be as simple as we think. Those wounded geniuses were also puzzled, why so far, Lin Chen has not participated in any Qibao battle on the 9-color rainbow bridge. Boom. The murderous aura soared into the sky, and 2 murderous auras that turned into substance enveloped Lin Chen's surroundings. The 2 ends are hundreds of feet huge, wielding giant pincers, and the poisonous sting is hanging high. Boy, you killed the descendants of this benefactor. Are you ready to take your life? The women in the Heart Refinement Palace were in a hurry and said anxiously, Sister, what should we do? Don't act rashly, the encirclement and suppression of holy beasts is no longer a battle that we can join. Jiang Yan's mind was extremely heavy. Young Master Lin Chen, what ultimate move can resist the wrath of the holy beast that lives in the field? Under the premise of being embattled on all sides, Lin Chen suddenly laughed. Out loud. Ha ha ha. It's cool, it's cool. With the workers like Beishanmen and Sun Yuidian, my plan has come to a perfect conclusion, very good, and the next one will be my Dark Horse Club. Lin Chen's laughter made many geniuses bewildered, and even the holy beast felt more and more wrong. Can he still laugh in this situation? When Dongfang Yao and the others heard the word workers, the corners of their mouths twitched. Lin Chen looked around with a very satisfied expression, and strolled leisurely in the void. Facing the many different complex gazes in the audience, Lin Chen grinned, overflowing with arrogance. It was true that my Dark Horse Club stole all the sacred beasts that day, but what I ate, there was no reason to spit it out. Lin, announced that it was the time for the Dark Horse Club to rob the man, and the woman stood on the left. Stand on the right side. The holy beasts will go back to their respective homes and find their mothers. I will personally hammer the holy beasts who do not want to leave until they leave. Deeply surrounded, why did someone Lin laugh? Is it a seizure of epilepsy, or a maddening impulse? Do not. It was an all-or-nothing success. There are more than 500 different crystal fragments in Nangong Miasna ring. He was right. These days, the harvest of their robbery of the rainbow overpass has been placed in Nangong Mia's collection ring. There was an uproar in the plain of blood. He actually did it, why did he admit it? Before everyone could recover, Lin Chen raised his fingers high and smiled angrily, Happy New Year. Pa. Snap your fingers. The host activates the blue-level high-level kill purgatory burning heaven twice, and can lock the target. 8. Begins to target the enemy closest to the host. Boom. A sea of hellfire is like a raging wave of raging flames, instantly shrouding all the holy beasts present. The ancient golden eagle, the heavenly holy ape, the heavenly holy shark, the earth and the mysterious holy turtle, the blood demon wolf king, the two holy scorpions, the flames of purgatory exploded on the heads of the holy beasts. And the 7 holy beasts felt a bit of crisis in their hearts. Sense. And the 8th goal is just Dongfang Yao. What it is? It's not right, there is a smell of doom. The holy beasts were terrified and hurriedly released their holy aura defense. Dongfang Yao felt the deadly murderous intent and blocked himself. With a loud bang, the hellfire sea ignited thousands of purgatory fire. Dragons shuttled and burned on the defenses of all holy beasts. Their holy aura is burnt and melted with the naked eye, and there is no way to escape, only forcibly resist. Who? How could this king's holy body be unable to resist this flame? What kind of fire is this? Damn, what a weird thing, even the speed of this king can't shake off. The holy beasts were scorched by the purgatory burning heaven nirvana, revealing their bodies, and the behemoth stood in the sky, and even kept rolling. The terrifying high temperature instantly ignited a blazing fire in the plain of blood, and many geniuses who had been blindsided suddenly recovered from this scene and retreated in horror. Seeing that the holy beasts were scorched and rolled in the void, and the ancient golden eagle, known for its speed, couldn't even shake off the strange sea of purgatory fire, the geniuses looked at Lin Chen with disbelief. Is this what the Dark Horse Club did? It's terrifying. These powerful holy beasts seem to be unable to even evade attacks. Lin Chen released the Dragon Emperor to take away the attribute light ball, hugged his apprentice, and walked calmly in the void, the corners of his mouth raised wildly. The jewel-like eyes flickered, and Shenling Shuang stared at the master with Admiration. Master is so handsome. I want to try my best to be like a master. Consume 6 intermediate Heavenly Dao value, 10 intermediate Heavenly Dao value, and 4 intermediate Heavenly Dao value to decompose heterogeneous crystal fragments. Acquired special attributes, 11.19 million points in Bayan Qinghai, 30.2 million points in Yin K Lei, 39.91 million points in Demonic Wind Gang, 29.84 million points in Qianjun Jinyue. Acquired attribute values, 4 points of advanced lightning energy, 5 points of water energy, 10 points of wind energy. Consume 430 intermediate Heavenly Dao points to start making blue rank. Intermediate and blue rank advanced Nirvana. Get 1889 points of reinforcement, 12 points of intermediate heaven value, 10 points of earth energy, 19 points of light energy, 11 points of water energy. 3,199 points of advanced fighting spirit essence, 15 points of advanced martial arts essence. Lin Chen frantically decomposed the shards of different crystals, and quickly made a nirvana. The Dragon Emperor also collected the attribute light balls of the fallen sun. Moon Palace geniuses, and the attribute values were soaring. Ah! No, don't. Lin Chen, spare me, I will never fight against you again. I solemnly apologize for the sneak attack on your apprentice, don't kill me. Dongfang Yao was burned into a human form by the fire of purgatory, his flesh was blurred, and he kept crying. Normally, the body of the 5 tribulations battle emperor could not endure the torture of the blue-level advanced nirvana for so long. But Dongfang Yao was a little different. The reason why he didn't die in Nangong Mia's self-destruction was largely due to his physical problems. His body has been fostered by a sword saint since he was an adult with a holy sword. This holy sword merged with him, coexisting and dying with him, making his vitality also have a little strength of the holy sword. Lin Chen smiled coldly. I said, I will take your life. From the moment you attacked Ling Shuang, we will never die, and there is no way out. Open 4 orange crystal treasure chests to obtain 999 intermediate talent points, 3 million enhancement points, 500 advanced rune energy, and 100 advanced spiritual power. Lin Chen's spiritual bridge has touched a boundary faintly. Once it crosses this boundary, he has a hunch that his spiritual power will undergo a qualitative transformation. Finally, Lin Chen walked in the direction of the 9-color rainbow bridge. This time, no one dared to stop him. Lin Chen first rushed towards the seed planted by the spirit of luck, and countless geniuses saw Lin Chen attacking, gritted his teeth, and retreated. But there are still more than a dozen geniuses who have already killed the red eyes desperately to kill Lin Chen. In Lin Chen's palm, a 9-colored star light was spinning, throwing out the 9-colored stars. The stars are divided into 5, and the 9 robbery stars run into the dozen or so geniuses head-on, and several of them are super first-class geniuses. No matter how tyrannical their life-saving cards are, under the rotation of 5 9-color beams of light, everything is quiet. His move is stronger than the last time, I don't know how many grades. The geniuses who have seen the 9 calamities are shocking. Lin Chen stepped on the dragon flash, and grasped the seed of Qi luck planting in front of everyone's eyes. Because of the seal, it cannot be included in the collection ring. If it was before, whoever got the seeds would have to be attacked by a large number of geniuses. Now, no one dares to touch Lin Chen. This is the shock and deterrence caused by absolute strength. This person has the means to suppress even holy beasts. After grabbing the seeds of Kaiyunling to plant, Lin Chen smiled and stuffed it. To Xunling Shuang, come on, help the master to hold it, while transporting the fighting spirit to unlock the seal. Yeah. Master is the best. Xunling Shuang was holding the seeds of Lingji in her hands and was very happy. Then Lin Chen swept to this sacred artifact that was born. It was a green holy bow. No one dared to stop Lin Chen this time. He directly accepted the holy bow. Finally, Lin Chen aimed at the battle circle of orange level exercises. Grass. He's coming. Fuck, what to do? Do we really want to give it to him? Orange level combat skills. How many years do I have to see them once? If there is no seal, I would have taken the combat skills and ran away. Hundreds of geniuses roared inwardly, extremely unwilling. I'll only say it once, get out of the way. Otherwise I don't mind killing you. 2. Lin Chen gave a deep warning, and all the geniuses gritted their teeth. Most of the people who participated in the competition for the orange level exercises were super geniuses, and everyone was unwilling to let it go. Take a gamble. What if he doesn't have a killer move? Fight him. If we are together, it doesn't mean we can't beat him. The geniuses were full of murderous aura, and when they kept a close distance from that scroll of orange level exercises, they launched another offensive against Lin Chen. However, there are also some geniuses who are aware of current affairs and hurriedly retreat. Since you are determined to fight with me for the orange level combat skills, it means that you are mentally prepared, right? Then I will give you a ride. In Lin Chen's eyes, a fierce light is revealed. The orange level combat skills represent the pinnacle of the cultivation technique, and he, Lin Chen, will never let it go. Lin Chen has never been a good person. The attacks of others have hit the face, ignore the warning, then kill.